In the year of the new era, Blue Star was becoming more and more beautiful, and people enjoyed walking through its streets. Not far from him, a gray-haired guy saw a blonde girl filming a video, asking her subscribers to show their activity. Long gray ears suddenly appeared from the young man's head, which looked mesmerizing from the outside. It was 17-year-old student Lin Q, whose awakening type was to transform into a small white rabbit. Fans continued to write comments to the streamer, not understanding whether men could have rabbit ears like the young man behind her. The cunning lady asked her subscribers to send stickers if they thought she could handle the boy in a minute. The pensive girl immediately turned her attention to the hero, saying that he had the same ears as everyone else. Then she moved closer to him, and he felt awkward and didn't know how to behave. In an instant, the streamer spread her palm and used a power that emitted a purple light. The alarmed young man immediately jumped back, looking around and trying to understand what was happening. The girl said she had knocked a little rabbit off its feet, and the fans laughed and wrote that she deserved 13 rockets. Lying on the ground, the main character mentally called it pity that he had met such a nasty person on his way. The young man slowly got to his knees, putting his palm to his cheek to feel for abrasions. Even more shocking was that as he tried to get up, the young man was hit by a truck and thrown to the side. The angry driver called him an eared abomination, and the blonde told her followers that the rabbit was flying into the sky. Lin Kyo grew up in an orphanage, where at the age of 15 he awakened the ability to transform into an animal, taking the form of a pathetic rabbit. At school, which was full of supernatural beings, he was constantly bullied. But on the Blue Star, the law of survival of the fittest prevailed. Finding himself in a forest with a huge number of ferocious beasts, the unfortunate hare could only wait to be torn to pieces. The enraged man called the boy unlucky for knocking him down with his new car, which now needed repairs. Approaching Lin Qiu, who was coughing up blood, the angry gentleman ordered him to get up, saying that he would pay for this. He was annoyed that the fool had decided to play dead, so he immediately used his powerful ability. The fighter shouted that he would teach the boy a lesson, so that he would know how to touch his precious car. Squinting his eyes and clenching his teeth, the nervous hero mentally called himself unfortunate, not believing that he would die so ridiculously. At that moment, the truck driver's eyes froze and began to emit a cold beam directed at the helpless boy. After 35 million years, a suitable host was finally found, although it was not easy. Alarmed, Lin Qiu suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked because he couldn't understand where he was. He was immediately given X-ray vision, binding, and space awakening hacking skills. This was followed by a system notification that the robot with the serial number was under the command of a young master. The unknown creature asked to be called simply by a number, which was long enough for a name. For the first time in 1,000 years, the robot found an owner and used the power it had accumulated over 35 million years to save him, which impressed the hero. The kid started pressing different buttons, but his new companion said that he could awaken a new skill every day, but it would be random. It was all because of the host who had resurrected the young man, and because of this, the system lacked energy, so Lin Qiu decided not to stay here. The tense young man asked if he could return to the present after being resurrected, and the robot replied that he would return to the place of his death. The guy asked if he would die if he got a useless skill, and the voice asked if he wanted to awaken the skill right now. The main character thought to himself that he had a chance to return to life, so he had to seize it. Putting all doubts aside, the daredevil decided to take a risk and pressed the button confirming the awakening. The skill lottery was activated, after which the system congratulated the host on acquiring an SSS rank ability. Surprisingly, at that moment, the persistent Lin Qiu regained consciousness, finding himself in a body with rabbit ears. The shocked truck driver who had run him over earlier couldn't believe that the kid was still breathing. Thanks to his new skill, the brave boy's attack and jumping abilities were enhanced, and he immediately launched into an attack. The fearless fighter landed firmly on the roof of the truck, severely damaging its body, which looked very impressive from the outside. The stunned opponent exclaimed that he would kill the scoundrel who dared to treat his car that way. The brave man immediately tried to counterattack him, responding firmly that he had no intention of dying. Then, emboldened, the warrior kicked his opponent, knocking him unconscious. Terrified, the streamer now refused to communicate with her viewers and asked the main character not to approach her. With a frightening smile, Lin Qiu stretched out his arms and the system wrote that the strength of his arms and the speed of his attack had increased. The temperature around them began to rise, causing the blonde's thin clothing to simply melt away. The girl felt dizzy for a moment, and the guy decided to cover her with something to avoid embarrassing the townspeople. The voice on the girl's phone viciously called him a brazen scoundrel and ordered him to take his hands off the beauty. The confident hero asked the fans to listen carefully and declared that he was the boss here and they had to obey him. The next day, the students at school discussed Lin Qiu with rabbit ears, who studied with them in the same class. At that moment, the unflappable boy entered the classroom, where a crowd of charmers immediately gathered around him. One of the beauties called him a bunny and noted that today he was irresistible and very cute. All the girls bowed respectfully, promising not to do it again, and the hero was glad that they admitted they were wrong. A few seconds later, the young man realized that they were all talking about yesterday's situation. Thanks to the skills given to him by the system, the truck driver and the blonde from the street called him a real man of their age and a role model. The young man remembered that he had not yet received a new skill and turned to the robot, who said that the system would automatically start the lottery. The hero instantly acquired the E-rank skill of sowing peace, and with a red face, stood in a circle of charming ladies. Soon, the young man realized that thanks to this, he could have a lot of fun, because he was surrounded by beautiful girls. But this caused great dissatisfaction among the crowd of guys, each of whom liked a certain girl. The surprised young man could not understand why the technique did not work, and the robot said that pressing the button again was completely useless. Lin Kyo said that the skill meant that he had gained knowledge about all the seeds that existed in the world, and that the plants he planted would take root and grow. The angry fighter exclaimed that the robot should have given the skill a code name that would not give false hope. At that moment, a male voice addressed him, calling him a white rabbit with a slight smirk. Li Nan, who had awakened the wind, decided to offer the boy a job, promising that if he was lucky, he would rake in tons of money. The serious hero replied that they could discuss it later, because he was busy with important matters at the moment. The boy wondered what the bully who constantly harassed him was up to, since he had suddenly warmed up to him today. His counterpart said that one of the city's clubs was hiring workers, and was sure that they would welcome the brave young man with open arms. At that moment, it dawned on the stunned young man that there was some kind of catch in the offer, so he was in no hurry to agree. He calmly replied that he had no money problems, and Li Nan exhaled, saying that he knew that. Then the kid exclaimed that he hadn't been there, and Lin Chu smiled, saying that it didn't matter. The angry interlocutor slammed his fist on the table and shouted at the boy not to talk nonsense, because he was embarrassing him in front of everyone. A strict teacher entered the room and angrily asked if they wanted to be punished for fighting on school grounds. The feuding boys just looked each other in the eye, but did not continue to settle their differences. The homeroom teacher said that there would be a test next week, and students who had awakened their abilities would take a special exam. It was said that they would have a better chance of getting into Lingwu University, which seemed interesting to the main character. After the aura reappeared, the Blue Star created an educational institution specializing in training qualified awakened individuals. Due to limited resources, the main method of assessing students' abilities was a special exam. Lin Q not only received the crappy ability to turn into a rabbit, but also a mediocre qualification of only 2 bronze stars. Now that he had a robot, he raised his hand without hesitation and said he wanted to participate. The tense teacher asked him not to even try, saying that his qualifications were too low and that he would only disgrace the school if he went there. It was said that the young man was not suitable for this, which felt to him as if a cobblestone had fallen on his head. The assertive hero firmly said that he still wanted to participate, but his classmates only laughed at him. The homeroom teacher noted that the boy had mediocre abilities and would be laughed at there, so there was no point in even trying. Severe Lin thought to himself that they would see how these arrogant dogs would talk when he had 13 skills. The teacher promised to give the student a chance if he could make it into the top 10 on the upcoming test. The fearless fighter said he agreed to these terms because there was no turning back. The strict teacher said that only the results would settle their dispute, which meant that there was no time to waste. The daredevil decided to fight and told himself that no matter what, he had to get into Linwu University. A few minutes later, he ran out to the school gate, where 2 guys were standing and talking about current events. In addition to the test, the young man had to think about money for tuition, because his salary was not enough, and he had few savings. Suddenly, a luxurious black car stopped in front of Lin Chu as he was running, its brake pads squealing. At that moment, the door of the vehicle opened, and a delicate female leg protruded from it. The bewildered hero looked ahead intently, trying to understand who was blocking his path. An incredibly beautiful girl with blue hair asked if he was the rabbit boy. The young man's mouth opened in surprise, and the guy behind him drooled at the sight of their goddess named Qinzhen. Alarmed, Qiu did not understand why girls liked to call him a rabbit so much, because he was very serious and should not be called that. The charismatic male introduced himself by name, but said that the beauty could call him whatever she wanted, for example, handsome. This brought a smile to the face of the blonde standing near the car, staring intently at the confident young man. The beautiful lady noted that her brother was still a prankster, and Lin immediately remembered that she was the host of the earlier broadcast. His counterpart said that she had come specifically to return his jacket, after which it became clear that she was also a student. The charmer whispered that social media was her little hobby and asked him to keep it a secret, but he didn't understand why. The young people's attention was drawn to a female voice that suddenly addressed them, interrupting their conversation. High school fairy Qinzhen asked Ming if it was true that this was the guy she had been talking about. The girl replied that he had easily defeated the guy with 2 bronze stars and was sure that he could defeat anyone. Cracking his knuckles, the confident fighter said that if the beauties wanted, he could show them something. The young man was stunned to see the beautiful ladies simply walk away, but he still hadn't gotten their contact information, so he suggested they go somewhere. Thoughtful Qinzhen asked if he was sure of his words and wondered if the 2 stars would be brave enough to challenge her. The lady said that she never refuses a duel and suggested they fight, noting that the winner would be determined the following week. Smiling, the brave man said he would simply listen to her and called her by name, and the dissatisfied lady asked who had given him permission to call her that. The girl said that if she lost, she would take back her words, and Lin Qiu could make any wish, but she was sure that he would not win. Excited, Cheng Ming advised her brother to take his jacket and give up on this idea, and Zhen called her to follow her. The fearless warrior thanked her but said he would not back down, then said goodbye to the beauties. Then the hero got on his moped and noticed his phone vibrating, realizing that someone had sent him a message. He had received an order from a defenseless man who wrote that he was at the entrance to an internet cafe where they were going to beat him up. The stunned fighter couldn't believe that a stranger was willing to pay any amount of money just to be saved. He knew he couldn't pass up this opportunity, so he immediately pulled the starter handle and drove off. Meanwhile, the awakened bully, Zhang Sang, tearfully promised his attackers money, but they continued to swing their fists at him. The thugs said that not everything could be solved with money and threatened that they would beat the pathetic boy to death. Suddenly, a man's voice calmly asked what they were doing, drawing the bully's attention. The brave Lin with rabbit ears asked why the scoundrel thought he could bully other people without punishment. The angry bully shouted, asking if he also wanted to die, and the brave man asked if he had any ideas on the matter. After that, the mysterious Chu snapped his fingers, remaining confident, as if he had something in mind. Behind him was a whole crowd of fighters in yellow jackets, ready to destroy anyone who showed off on their territory. At the head was a fearless hero who understood that 2 hooligans could do nothing against a crowd of people. The cowardly thugs abandoned Zhang San and ran away because they risked being beaten up. The frightened boy was very happy to be saved and couldn't believe that a group of thugs could be hired for delivery. He shouted after his attackers that if he saw them again, his brother would beat them up. And the puzzled Lin said that he was not his relative. The delighted youngster said that the hero had saved him, so now they were bound together forever. But the warrior said he preferred cash. The high school student said that from now on he would do whatever his savior asked, and in return, he preferred 30,000. The joyful Chu understood that he would still have a lot of money left, even if he gave 100 to each of the 70 people who had come with him. After receiving payment from the rich kid sent to him from heaven, he smiled and asked what those freaks wanted from him. The kid replied that he was playing a female character in order to get married in the game, and those guys asked him to say something in the game. He tried to do so by changing his voice, but it turned out that the player was sitting right in front of him with his friend, which stunned the hero. The fat guy offered to give the savior a ride in his Rolls Royce, but the brave man was on a moped, so he declined the offer. On the way, the fighter noted to himself that he was very lucky today thanks to his meeting with the beautiful Qinzhen. They decided to return home early because he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his goddess. The next day, the strict teacher told his students that they were starting the lesson, so he asked them to listen carefully. Tired Lin Qiu had been studying all night and his body felt drained, but today the teacher was supposed to talk about the key points of the exam. The owner of the reddened eyes mentally said that he wanted a new skill. The robot was tired of him pulling it day and night. A digital display appeared in front of the guy, saying that the system was asleep, but for him, it was wild. The host had acquired the skill of photographic memory, allowing him to remember everything he saw, as well as retrieve what he had learned earlier from the depths of his memory. The young man wanted to try out his new skill as soon as possible, and the class teacher turned his attention to him. Looking at the equation on the board, the hero grinned, calling it easy, and already had the solution in his head. It seemed to the young man as if all the letters, symbols, and numbers he had ever seen were imprinted in his memory, and now it was all easier than easy for him. The cunning boy wondered if this ability made him like an invincible god. At first the man called the boy insolent, then angrily slammed his fist on the table, turning to him. He was furious that the student was reading a physics textbook in Chinese class, excusing himself by saying that he remembered a joyful moment. In a rage, the teacher shouted that they had written a bunch of dictations this year, and each time his scores barely passed the low threshold. Lin Kyo, completely calm, said he could bet that he knew the book in his hands by heart. Adjusting his glasses, the teacher noted that he should give up the competition so as not to disgrace the school. The teacher asked what Phoenix should do, and the unperturbed young man replied that he should embrace the moon and rest in eternal peace. The answer stunned the homeroom teacher, who had long since become disillusioned with his arrogant student. The strict man said that the boy was just lucky, but the hero added that Phoenix had no time to grieve and mourn his ancestors. The tense teacher could not understand how the kid accurately reproduced the second part of the sentence, but he thought it was quite logical. Laughing, the gentleman asked if the insolent boy still thought he could take the exam with his limited knowledge. The stressed students pointed out that they had studied this text last semester, and the teacher had even asked them to memorize the passage. Calm Lin told his classmates that they would see each other at the exam and started to leave, while the homeroom teacher fainted. Soon, the students began discussing which of the top 3 they would rather have in school and looked at the rankings table. A stunned Li Nan couldn't believe that the hero had almost topped the list, while the young man himself was confident that he would pass the exam with the help of his photographic memory. The brave man said that it was time to show his opponent what he was made of, while the bully himself almost fainted from shock. 10 days later, a large crowd gathered at the competition arena, and the talent contest was about to begin. The commentator asked the crowd to welcome the delegate from the 30th district, who was among the top 100 students in the country. It was Qin Zhen, a student who ranked 18th in the overall rankings, and was among the top 3 in the previous stage. The girl was embittered, and those around her assumed that it was because she had never been lower than first place before. But today she had fallen to second. Lin Kyo was nearby, looking around in the hope of seeing someone he knew. The smiling young man turned to the goddess Qin and called her over, but she did not like his behavior. The girl acknowledged his victory and asked him to say what he wanted, and the young man said that she shouldn't take everything so seriously. Suddenly, he remarked that the beauty could invite him to dinner, and upon hearing this, she blushed slightly. The charming lady felt awkward and apologized for calling the hero a weakling earlier. The young man almost fainted from the sweetness and began to enjoy the incredible beauty of his counterpart. The young people's conversation was interrupted by a cheeky reporter who abruptly approached them and asked what they were doing there. The man noted that it was quite bold of the young man to take part in the test, considering that his awakening form was a white rabbit. Some viewers laughed and even got angry at the brave young man, saying that he should stay away from their goddess. Unexpectedly, the young man rolled up his sleeves, snatched the microphone from the host, and said that he had nothing to say to them. The daredevil showed them an obscene gesture, saying that the fools could pray for their favorites and hoped that they would fall into his hands. The stunning statement was met with silence from the audience, who did not expect such insolence from him. A tense man snatched the microphone from the arrogant kid's hands, shouting at him to stop talking. The angry guys below were ready to pounce on the scoundrel who dared to speak so loudly. The host said that this was a one-on-one battle, with the winner moving forward and the loser being eliminated. It was announced that the participants' numbers would be sent to their cell phones, after which the guys began checking their devices. Even the most vicious fighters were distracted because they needed to find out their order number in the competition. The commentator asked everyone present to pay attention to the table showing the names and points. He said that since the number of people was odd, one of them would be randomly selected to skip the round. The gentleman added that the participants in each round would be selected at random, but Lin Q, who was yawning, was already tired of listening to him. At that moment, it became known that the main character had number 66 and was called by the system. The crowd of rivals who hated him said that the stupid rabbit was just lucky, while he himself smiled silently. The host announced that the game would begin soon and asked the participants to enter the ring, and the atmosphere became more tense. Taking his place in the stands, the completely calm young man watched the proceedings with a slight smirk on his face. Looking at the digital scoreboard, the first thing he noticed was that the goddess Qin Zhen was also participating in the game. A few seconds later, a male voice loudly announced that one of the participants was injured and would be leaving the game. The winner of the first game was announced to be Qin, a middle school student who had performed very well. Her opponent didn't even have time to do anything and was simply frozen, which shocked many viewers. At the same time, the charming lady did not behave arrogantly and remained serious, which made her even more attractive. The surprised hero noted that she was truly an ice awakener, silver level, and a real goddess. The guy understood that he couldn't lose, so he decided to quickly learn more techniques and become a player worthy of the beauty. 10 minutes later, a spectacular battle began in the arena, which was even exciting to watch. Both opponents moved very quickly, not allowing each other to attack, which was commendable. Their ridiculous techniques put the tired Lin Q to sleep as he tried to extract the essence from them for further use. The guy mentally turned to the robot, saying he wanted to chat with it a bit, after which the skill selection process began. The young man noticed that the system had recently become lazy and stopped talking to him. But it pointed out that this was not the case. At that moment, the host was congratulated on receiving an S rank, which was very rare compared to the junk he had been receiving in recent days. The hero thought that the problem was with the system itself, but he was wrong, and the robot advised him to watch his words. He was asked if he wanted to activate the skill right now, to which the fighter, without hesitation, gave a positive answer. At that very moment, Lin Q's clothes tore, and then a rapid process of strengthening his body began. The young warrior's bones quickly fused together, making him very strong and tough, allowing him to fight more and more. Soon the transformation was complete, and the brave man's body was covered with muscles that were visible to the naked eye. Smiling and looking at his body with pleasure, the hero wondered if the increase was really that powerful. Showing off his biceps, the young man said that he had now become a real man, and no one could hurt him anymore. Chungming was amazed, and couldn't believe that her brother Rabbit had become so huge and muscular. The slightly confused young man asked if she had never met any handsome guys before, and the girl seemed to be at a loss. It turned out that what embarrassed the blonde was that due to overzealousness, she had torn not only the guy's shirt, but also his pants. In that moment, he almost burned with shame and began to cover himself with his hands, running away so that as few people as possible would see him. Very soon, the host announced that the second round had come to an end and only 101 participants remained, each of whom was ready to move on. On the second day, it was announced that luck had smiled on player number 66, Lin Q. The following day was also crowned with victory for the main character, who was already bored with everything that was happening. The commentator asked him to say a few words, and the young man replied that he was bored and wanted to get some exercise too. The other guys were angry that they were desperately fighting in the ring, but this bastard was always lucky. An angry Li Nan shouted into the microphone that they had already gone through several rounds, while this loser was still sitting on the bench. The dissatisfied guy shouted that he didn't agree with this and demanded fair treatment for all participants. The host said that due to Nan's withdrawal from the competition, the main character would participate in the next stage. Standing on the sidelines, Lin Q told himself that now was the time to test his level after his latest improvement in characteristics. The Thunder Awakener and holder of 8 bronze stars was announced as the opponent of the fearless young man. The imperturbable fighter began to examine his opponent, who showed confidence as he warmed up his shoulders before the fight. Running his thumb across his neck, the stern opponent hinted that the pitiful young man would soon meet his end. Unmoved by the provocation, the hero said that there was no need to be so aggressive towards him. After a while, Lei Dian said that the boy's lucky streak had ended with him, and that he was extremely unlucky to be his opponent. Clenching his fists, the fighter threatened to smash the youngster to the ground, but his arrogant behavior was excessive and began to annoy. Filling his hand with energy, the vicious opponent said that he would torture the boy slowly, and after the fight, he would not be able to recover for a long time. Launching into an attack, the nimble warrior exclaimed that he had nothing more to add, so he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. The unperturbed Lin Q was ready for his move, so he waited for the moment to jump aside. At the very last moment, the brave man left his opponent with nothing, resulting in the attack being wasted. The judicious young man assumed that Lei Dian would not be able to defeat his opponents with this technique, as the recharge time was too long. The enemy, not willing to give up, immediately used the thunder technique, believing that he could deal with the insolent young man. The daredevil remained emotionless as always, and managed to survive again, even though the power of the blow was indescribably great. Barely containing his anger, the warrior exclaimed that the scoundrel would not get away with it so easily, adding that he had forced him to resort to extreme measures. His opponent continued to charge his hand with an energy beam to make another attempt at destruction. In the past, the hero had been hit by such lightning bolts a couple of times, so he knew that if he was struck, the consequences would be catastrophic. The fearless fighter decided not to stand still, and suddenly lunged forward, making a light jump. He told himself that he needed to get rid of Lei Yang quickly so that he couldn't attack. The tense opponent noted in his mind that the youngster was moving very quickly, and in just a moment, he was right up close to him. The blue-haired man knew that Lin Qiu had the same simple awakening, but his strength did not match it, so he had to withstand his attack. In the end, the brave man managed to strike his opponent in the jaw, who immediately flew up. The arrogant Lei Dian's face was pressed into the ground, and the commentator called it incredible that the hero had defeated his opponent with a single blow. The young man was declared the winner, and he couldn't believe that his strength had increased so much after his stats were boosted. The delighted crowd greatly respected the brave young man, who had performed very well in the fight. The vice president of the martial arts university, Jiang Wen, asked if his colleague had finished, and Lu Zhen dismissed it as trivial. The man who had awakened the physical strength of a beast was looking at the newly crowned winner at that moment. The elderly deputy said that he had watched the round closely, so he could say with certainty that the boy had not used spiritual power. His mustachioed comrade said that was impossible, because the power behind the blow was too great. The pot-bellied man said that if that was really the case, then the youngster's physical strength was incredible, and Jiang Wen called the newcomer curious. The commentator announced that Lin Chu and Sheng Gui, number 12, would face off in the next battle. The hero's opponent had 8 bronze stars, and his beast form was that of a wolf. The focused hero noted his aura as terrifying and thought about improving his characteristics once again. The brave man stared sternly into the eyes of his opponent, who was ready to pounce on him at any second. But unexpectedly, the powerful opponent fell to his knees and, barely holding back tears, exclaimed that he was giving up. The next match also ended in victory for Lin Qiu, but he didn't even have time to take any action. In the next match, the joyful young man also said he was giving up, and then asked for the legendary fighter's autograph. Soon, the host congratulated the young man, who had made it into the top 8, which earned him great respect from the audience. Standing behind him, the beautiful Qin Zhen couldn't take her eyes off the young man she liked. After a while, the young man lay on the grass and sang a song, calling it boring that they called him invincible. The daredevil thought he would have fun, but in the end, it all turned out to be a waste of his time. The robot asked him to speak more quietly, and the young man remembered that he had not yet chosen a skill for today. The system congratulated the tail on acquiring the skill of marksmanship in rank Phi, which was quite good. But this did not evoke any emotions in the main character, since he did not even have anything to shoot with. The fighter did not understand who would need a spear and a bow in the age of modern technology, so he considered the skill irrelevant. Suddenly, his peace was disturbed by Qin Zhen, who came to the clearing, as if she wanted to talk about something. The young man blushed at her beautiful appearance, and the girl said that she had come to tell him something. She announced that she was going to assemble a team to explore the bronze spirit market during the summer holidays, and asked if he was interested. The bewildered Lin Qiu did not quite understand what she was talking about, and his counterpart noticed this and decided to explain everything to him. After the revival of spiritual energy, countless markets filled with beasts and rare treasures naturally returned. These creatures are valued not only for their skins, but also for their ability to produce special spheres that are useful for cultivation. Therefore, the beauty decided to invite the hero, whose attention was drawn to the mention of jewels. In his mind, the young man imagined Qin hugging him and telling him how scared she was, and he replied that they could all rely on him. The dreamy young man understood that this was his chance to get closer to the goddess, whom he liked very much. But suddenly, the enchantress said that there would be 6 other people besides him, so there was no need to worry about safety. The tense fighter said he accepted the invitation, but first asked about the other guys. Without answering his question, the beauty said she would contact him a little later. The young man said they could go to a cafe and chat, but the lady thought it wasn't the right time for that. She asked the young man to prepare for the game so that he would not be embarrassed when they met in the ring. On the last day of the competition, the jubilant spectators cheered for the goddess Qin, believing that she would defeat the pathetic rabbit. The commentator loudly announced the opponents who would face off in the match that many people were looking forward to. The stern Lin Qiu glared at her opponent, ready to start the fight at any moment. The imperturbable Zhen remained focused and tried to think through her next moves before the fight began. The strong opponents tried to predict each other's moves, waiting for the command from the host. First, the fearless lady pointed her finger at the gray-haired boy, who didn't like it very much. She firmly stated that this time she would not let first place slip through her fingers, so she would fight to the end. The hero thought to himself that if it weren't for the gesture he had made during the interview, he would have gladly surrendered. Unexpectedly, the brave man advised his rival to admit defeat in order to avoid unnecessary fights. Smiling, the brave man calmly said that he would not be soft on the charming goddess. The commentator said that the game was starting, after which the participants took up fighting stances, waiting for each other to make a move. The girl said that a few years ago she had earned a black belt in Taekwondo, so in terms of physical fitness, she was definitely no match for the boy. Using his energy charge, the young man clenched his fist and with a sly grin asked her to be careful. Without warning, the trickster rushed into battle, but Qin Zhen managed to dodge him, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. The incredibly fast lady soon found herself behind her opponent, a drop of sweat running down his cheek from nerves. At that very moment, a very strong kick was delivered directly to the spine of the arrogant Lin Qiu, who did not have time to prevent it. Nevertheless, the main character managed to maintain his coordination and braced himself with his hand on the floor, trying to quickly get up and continue the fight. Smiling, the brave man acknowledged in his mind that genius was truly worthy of the name, for the blow was just right. If it weren't for the strengthening of his body, which improved his physical condition, he would certainly not have withstood the attack and would have fallen to the ground. Soon, the smile disappeared from the warrior's face, because he needed to stay focused and calculate his next moves. As he rushed forward, Lin Ku's inner voice told him that the fight had only just begun, so he still had a chance to win. The trickster kept trying to attack his opponent, whose defense was almost impossible to break through. The warrior lady successfully dodged every attack, remaining unharmed, which emphasized her professionalism. Swinging her elbow in the air, the lady noted that the pathetic boy was moving too slowly. The tense boy instantly turned around, unable to understand how she had gotten behind him. The merciless chin struck him directly in the shoulder, causing him unbearable pain. At that moment, the gray-haired youngster fell to the floor and began to writhe in agony, but he still had the strength to fight. The beauty suggested that he surrender, emphasizing that he was in good physical shape, but his skills left much to be desired. The charmer added that she hadn't even had time to use her special freezing skill, which spoke volumes. Getting to his feet, the slightly injured fighter confirmed in his mind that if this continued, he would simply lose. The young man began to ponder an important issue, realizing that he had almost no time left. In an instant, the young man seemed to see the light, and mentally told himself that he had found a way out of this difficult situation. Suddenly, he raised his hand and demanded that the referee stop the fight, which no one expected. After that, the warrior jumped out of the ring as if nothing had happened, surprising the host even more. The daredevil picked up a long wooden stick, which looked very strange and incomprehensible from the outside. Smiling, the young man asked if he could use this object to make the fight easier. The tense gentleman emphasized that he had never met anyone as insolent as Lin Ku. Qinzhen wondered who this boy thought he was, and thought to herself that after all this, he might not even dare to blame her for cruelty. Looking at the boy holding the stick in his hand, the angry lady asked if they could start the fight again. The confident boy said that soon she would see his new weapon, namely a deadly mop. The arrogant fighter asked the girl not to cry when she lost, and she noticed that he had changed a lot when he picked up the piece of wood. The daredevil asked to be allowed to attack first and immediately jumped, rushing at the lady. His gaze was overly confident as he aimed the tip of the stick at Qinzhen's forehead. The nimble girl knew she had to dodge immediately, as she risked getting bruises on her stomach. The fearless warrior resorted to his body control skills, exerting enormous effort and concentrating as much as possible on his target. A slight smile remained on his face, which began to annoy the angry lady. The nervous girl couldn't understand why the boy had suddenly become so accurate, and now it was more difficult for her to dodge. Feeling a slight hatred for her opponent, the madam threatened to kill the scoundrel and not even think about sparing him. Scratching the back of his head, the worried boy excused himself by saying that it was just muscle memory, and he didn't mean to do it. The stern goddess resorted to using her basic ice skill, icicles, asking the insolent man to shut up. The agitated young man asked her to listen to him to avoid misunderstandings, but it was too late for that. The focused Lin Ku was fully prepared to dodge the flying projectiles, because he was not a coward. Activating her freezing ability, the cold-blooded Qinzhen exclaimed that the boy had thoroughly annoyed her. The tense fighter complained of the cold and felt his body weakening, but he couldn't resist it. Trying not to panic, the main character noted in his mind that his opponent's magic was very fast. If the fighter hadn't improved his form, he would already be lying on the ground. But fortunately, things weren't so bad. At that moment, there were several sharp icicles nearby, so he had to make a quick decision. No miracle happened, and as a result, they all reached their target, causing a powerful explosion. The imperturbable goddess asked the host to call an ambulance and announce the results. The thick smoke dissipated very slowly, and Lin Ku was still nowhere to be seen, but that did not bother the beauty. But suddenly, a black male silhouette began to appear in the fog, rapidly emerging from it. Sticking his head out and smiling slyly, the daredevil asked his opponent to relax, saying that he had only left her for a minute. Wiggling his rabbit ears, the guy rushed into the attack with a stick in his hands, showing that he would not give up so easily. The focused lady immediately noticed his incredible speed, so she decided to be more careful. The brave young man decided not to waste any more time on empty talk, and gripped his long wooden cane tightly. The hero's strength was so great that it was capable of piercing Qin's icy armor, whose hand was practically numb. The warrior lady thought to herself that she would fight to the last drop of blood, but would not give her opponent first place. Still standing in a fighting stance, the girl repeated in her inner voice that she had no intention of giving up. At that very moment, the second-rank silver breakthrough began, giving her even more power. The nervous Lin Ku immediately realized that if he slipped up somewhere, everything would go downhill and end very badly for him. Unexpectedly, the young man turned to the referee and asked him to stop the fight, saying that they were playing unfairly. The angry man exclaimed that it was not cheating at all, and asked the fool to stop talking. Sensing something was wrong, Jen noticed that her opponent had not attacked her because of the breakthrough, and this seemed suspicious to her. Still, the beauty smiled quietly, admitting to herself that she hadn't expected the boy to be so nice. The confident lady asked the boy to stop his tricks and come to her to fight. With his legs spread wide, the fearless young man agreed to her proposal, believing that it would be unforgettable. Pointing her finger at him, the charming girl emphasized that he should be careful, because now she was much stronger. Leaning his stick on the floor, the daredevil decided to jump in order to attack directly from the air. He managed to fly up quite impressively, which gave him the opportunity to attack his opponent from behind. Tense, Lin noticed that the speed and power of his opponent's attacks had greatly increased, and assumed that it was all due to the breakthrough. At that very moment, the cane was thrust into the stone floor with a crash, instantly destroying it. The fighter, thrown off balance, lost his coordination and simply fell, without even having time to understand what was happening. The focused girl continued to use icicles against him, rising above the ground as she did so. She looked maliciously at her opponent, who still could not recover and resist her in any way. The sweaty and very nervous hero mentally said that this was the end, and nothing could be done to fix it. With his last ounce of strength, he blocked the attacks, but he knew that nothing could save him now. His hands were very cold, and it felt as if the young man was rapidly losing consciousness. An angry Lin Q told himself that he had to fight, because if this continued, he would definitely lose. In an instant, anger filled his heart and gave him a boost, causing the warrior to rush back into battle at full speed. His unexpected move greatly alarmed the goddess, who froze in place for a moment. Thrown back, the maiden exclaimed that she had underestimated her opponent, who understood that he could not allow her to attack him again. To her shock, her opponent suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed her arms, immobilizing her. The angry lady called him a fool and ordered him to take his hands off her, but the warrior cried out that he would never do such a thing. The dissatisfied girl tried to break free, while the guy noted in his mind that her strength was too great. The daredevil continued to hold his opponent in his arms, but she gradually managed to push him away. In the end, the nimble lady did a somersault, and soon he found himself on his back. The observant Qin Zhen noticed blood flowing down his body and asked him to remove his hands immediately. The angry young man said he would not let her go until she admitted defeat, and was very insistent in his words. The brave man threatened that he had a rabbit bite, and if his victory was not announced, he would really bite the defenseless girl. He didn't care about the exam, he just wanted to win, and this attitude was already a little scary for the beauty. At one point, the charming Qin sighed heavily, realizing that she had no other choice. Raising her hand, the exhausted lady exclaimed that she was giving up, which came as a great shock to the referee. Even more surprising was the fact that after that, Lin Q suddenly relaxed and simply lost consciousness. The surprised opponent immediately turned her attention to the fallen guy and began to call him by name. The agitated lady began to ask what had happened to him, but received no answer. The concerned lady noted that the hero had overdone it, and asked if it was really necessary to treat himself that way. She began to ponder something, but suddenly was enveloped by the rabbit's gentle paws. Feeling uncomfortable, the girl screamed for him not to come near her, but her words had no effect. The very alarmed hero realized that he was in the body of a huge hare, and immediately wondered what had happened to him. Frightened, the boy screamed loudly and woke up, soon realizing that it was all just a nightmare. The system congratulated the host on improving his skills, and added that the white rabbit had been successfully transformed into a vagrant. The angry guy exclaimed that it was all some kind of mistake, and the robot said that yesterday he was in a coma and could not choose the skill himself. Calming down, the young man decided to spin the roulette wheel again, saying that lately he had been getting nothing but E-level junk. He received the ability to awaken the cosmic system, but there was no sign of joy on his face. The system detected that the young man already possessed certain skills, so the fusion process began, which frightened him greatly. Everything happened very quickly, and soon the robot congratulated the hero on his successful evolution and transformation into a B-rank beast. The tense fighter began to carefully examine his body, trying to understand what had changed in it. The rabbit synthesis system gave the host a number of advantages of the space system that would help him make his dreams come true. The system announced that this was a storage space, which was currently empty, but could be used to store anything. The boy called it cool, and the robot added that in addition to this, he had awakened the skill of any door. Thanks to this, a person could open a door that allowed them to teleport to any point within a distance of 5 meters. This seemed quite interesting to Lin Q, who had his head bandaged and was slowly getting out of bed. The young man realized that he could move anywhere within a certain radius, and decided to test it out right away. Being emotionless, the hero began to think about where he would like to go right now. Wanting to simply test his skill, he said that he needed to go downstairs immediately. The process of moving was completed very quickly, and in the end, the brave man fell on his back in another room. What was striking was that he hit his head in a room that belonged to a surprise lady. The alarmed girl immediately grabbed a sharp knife, trying to figure out what kind of scoundrel had broken into her home. It was 20-year-old Li Shui, the landlord's daughter, who first asked how Lin Xiu ended up there. The nervous young man asked the beauty to calm down and let him explain the situation, but she got angry and began to threaten him. The next day, the young man went to the cafe, thinking to himself that he was lucky, because the girl could have killed him, and he would not have been able to go on a date. Today, the goddess suddenly sent him a message and was already waiting for him at the cafe. But she was not alone. The main character was instantly upset that there were other people around her, but he didn't show it. The charming Qin asked if everything was okay, reminding him that they would be leaving soon, so the fighter had to take good care of himself. She said that she had invited them here so that the researchers could get to know each other in advance. The excited healer Zhang Sang and the sound conqueror Cheng Ming noticed that the rabbit looked very pitiful. The group leader, in turn, introduced the brave man to the real powerhouse of their team, the strong man Zhang Chen. The Bronze Fire Lord greeted the young man, saying that he had seen the guy's fights and called him very cool. The lady added that there were 2 more people, but they were busy with admissions at the moment, so they couldn't be present. She suggested that the young man had also received a bunch of offers from universities, and he replied that he had received a whole stack of them that morning. Earlier that day, he had indeed received a package from the postman, but he did not look happy at the time. The famous educational institution that Lin Qiu had never dared to dream of before was now competing with others for him. Upon learning this, the charming Zhen smiled slightly and gathered the courage to ask an important question. The lady asked which university the main character was going to choose, even though she knew it would be quite difficult to decide. The slightly excited young man couldn't understand why she suddenly decided to ask about it. The guy replied that he was leaning towards a martial arts school and asked if the girl was going to apply to the same place as him. The beauty confirmed this, saying that she had always lost to him and was not ready to accept it, so she decided to try to defeat him there. The brave man said he was ready to fight at the goddess's first command, and she asked him to stop fooling around and noted that it was time to get down to business. It was said that they were interested in a spiritual beast hiding in the location, namely an ice fox. The leader added that they needed to find the sphere and said that the creatures usually lived in groups, so she couldn't handle it alone. Being focused, she said that this was why she needed the help of the people gathered in one place. Sincere Qin knew that they had all done well on their exams, so she was doubly grateful to them for joining the team. The determined Zhongcheng said that it was also an experience for them, and Zhang Sang noted that they were very lucky to have brother Lin on their team. The young man himself said that he was lucky that the goddess had invited him to join her, adding that it was a great honor to be in the same group with them. The shy beauty gently asked to be called by her name, because otherwise she would be embarrassed. Feeling confident, the leader said that they would leave in 3 days, gathering at Lin Qiu's house at 10 in the morning. Time flew by very quickly, and soon the day of departure arrived. Half an hour before departure, the hero ordered the robot to get out. The system congratulated the host on obtaining an E-rank skill, namely culinary mastery, which he did not need at all. The owner instantly mastered all the languages of the world and was also well versed in all Western and Chinese folk medicine. The young man asked why his skills had been so weak lately, and the robot replied that he had been lucky before, because he had acquired a cosmic system. Remembering this, the guy asked what was going on with the space, and his companion asked if he wanted to try it out. At that moment, a rather large tactical backpack appeared in front of him, enveloped in energy. Soon, the inventory was inside Lin Qiu, which looked very impressive and evoked positive emotions in him. The delighted young man threw the bag into the huge space and did not feel its weight at all. The robot said that there was still plenty of room inside, so he could take the whole room with him, which sounded quite loud. At that moment, the truck's horn sounded, and a member of the team leaned out and told his brother that they had arrived. The main character waved to the guys, saying he was already running, and at the same time noted in his mind that this skill was very useful. Sitting in the car, the lovely Cheng Ming looked closely at the guy's stomach and realized that he possessed the ability of the cosmic system. The tense young man asked the guys not to look at him like that, and the surprised Zhang Sang said that he had a 2-element awakener in his hands. It was mesmerizing and fascinating to see the boy's abdomen glowing and space visible through it. Thoughtful Qinjin said that the cosmic system was quite a rare phenomenon and asked how he had managed to achieve it. The delighted blonde asked to touch Lin Qiu's stomach, which was a little strange but understandable. The alarmed boy really didn't want her to, but the beauty said that it was the first time she had seen such skills. The truck driver chuckled, saying that Brother Lin was funny, and briefly took his eyes off the road. Then Shengui said that they were almost there and asked his comrades to focus. The tense hero began to look through the windshield, trying to assess the situation ahead. A few minutes later, the guys left the vehicle, not even knowing what awaited them next. Not far from them stood several people, behind whose backs a real magical chaos was unfolding. The imperturbable fighter began to examine everything carefully, but at the same time did not feel even a drop of fear in his soul. No one knew how the beast's habitats had appeared, but everyone assumed it was related to the restoration of spiritual energy. Although these terrifying creatures could enter the human world, they rarely did so on their own initiative. The human race both deserved and did not need to fear them, so the situation was considered a stalemate. Regardless of whether a fighter was bronze or silver, they would inevitably be monitored by government agencies. They were talking about those who were the last line of defense between two worlds, which sounded kind of creepy. The man in uniform said that registration for today was over, and added that if the guys wanted to enter, they had to fill out a form and come back tomorrow. Lin Kyo, who remained calm, began to examine the huge purple portal, which exuded coldness. The young man felt that the aura in this place was much stronger than in others, and this aroused his interest. Suddenly his peace was disturbed by little Ming, who hugged his arm and asked what he was doing, calling him a bunny. The girl asked him not to say her full name, and the boy wondered where she was taking him. The beauty replied that she was taking him to a room to rest, and she still hoped that he would let her touch his bottomless stomach. A bearded man stood aside, thinking to himself that the guys looked quite well off, especially Jiang Sang with his car. The blonde asked what he planned to do with these fat cats, and his brother was most interested in the fat guy with the car. The leader of the wolf pack, the stern Yang Hu, ordered his comrades not to stray a step from this group when they went inside. He said that they were always here as visitors, and their job was to take care of rich, weak adventurers like these. Smiling slyly, the gentleman began to walk forward, saying that soon the bastard would see for himself. In a low voice, Yang said that this quiet place would become a graveyard for foolish children. The next day, Qin Zhen's team headed for the entrance to the portal, with the fearless Lin Qiu leading the way. The brave man soon stepped out of the teleport and found himself in a green meadow, which at first glance seemed quite safe. In that same moment, all the boys found themselves in the meadow and began to enjoy the incredible beauty of nature. The surprised youngster did not expect the space of the spiritual beast to be so large from the inside. The leader of the group said that their destination was deep within this place, in the snowy fields, which would take at least 2 days to reach. The lady asked little Min not to forget to keep an eye on what was happening around them, because it was very important. The beauty asked her not to worry, saying that she had already turned on the sound system's radar, which allowed them to use echolocation. The main character emphasized that she was well prepared, and Qin Zhen said that since everyone was ready, it was time to move on. Without wasting any time, the group continued onward, unaware that they were already being followed. One of the wolves asked if they should attack now, but Yang Hu replied that the terrain was too open and they would be quickly discovered. The cunning leader said that they would wait until the kids entered the forest and then have some fun with them. In the clearing, long-horned goats grazed on plant roots and actively attacked the creatures approaching them. The bronze spirit beast suddenly became alert, as if it sensed something suspicious nearby. Suddenly, the entire herd of creatures was attacked, without even having a chance to try to escape. The goats were attacked by Qin's group, whose members chose to simply burn them. Dissatisfied, Lin Qiu told his foolish comrades that the animal's wool was worth money and that they were acting foolishly. He decided to see what else of value could be found around, and a joyful Cheng Ming exclaimed that she had found 2 spheres without skills. But that moment was ruined because the guys noticed a whole pack of bloodthirsty wolves on the hill. The excited leader asked her companions to be careful and not to take the monster's hidden attacks lightly. It was said that these beasts were extremely vengeful, and if they discovered that someone from the pack had died, they would become even more vicious, and their attacks would be more powerful. The wary hero asked what would happen if the leader of the wolves, who had abandoned their own in trouble, died. One of his comrades exclaimed that these creatures were very cunning, and their leader would not allow them to defeat him so easily. The cool-headed warrior used a special spiritual portal, saying that he would find the cowardly leader himself. Smiling, he asked the guys to stay put and take care of themselves, promising to return as soon as possible. Without wasting any time, the brave warrior launched an attack from the air, swinging a 2-element awakener at one of the monsters. The incredibly effective blow landed squarely on the animal's head, which immediately fell to the ground, its tongue hanging out. The stunned pack of wolves immediately realized that their leader was dead, that they had nowhere to run, and that the same fate awaited them. The hero's professional actions impressed Jiang San, who called his cosmic skill incredible. The brave man suggested skinning the beast and searching for the item they needed, because the spiritual monster was much stronger than the others. At that very moment, the fighter found a yellow sphere with a hidden skill, shocking his comrades standing around him. The thoughtful guy began to ponder what skill was inside the charming little thing. Without thinking twice, the young man handed the ball to the team's wolf, saying that he would be responsible for revealing it. His comrade said that the market value of the sphere was about 2 million and promised to transfer the money to the young man as soon as they got home. After concentrating as hard as he could, Shen Gui stepped forward and decided to use the item in front of everyone. The mesmerizing process began very quickly and proceeded rapidly, so the guys watched closely. His delighted comrades noticed that the beast had succeeded and remarked that it was really cool. Stunned, Lin Qiu thought to himself that if he had known how cool this thing was, he would have kept it for himself. Then the hero said that he had daily skills and used the system to get another one. The robot immediately congratulated the host on obtaining the physical enhancement skill, but there was no joy on his face. The wary young man clearly remembered that he had already received this ability a couple of times. Suddenly, the clothes on his body began to tear, which caused alarm in the heart of Qin Zhen, who was standing right behind him. Embarrassed, Chengming kept her eyes on the handsome guy, and the system did not consider it luck that the guy had received this skill 3 times. Feeling awkward, the guy suggested taking a break and said he would change and come back, and the group leader agreed to his request. The hero realized that his strength had tripled, and the robot explained that his power now corresponded to that of an awakened being with 6 silver stars. The shocked fighter did not expect to hear such words, and the system asked him with a smile to just enjoy it. In the evening of the same day, the guys gathered around the campfire, where they discussed pressing issues and further steps. The laughing Lin Qiu smiled constantly and behaved very strangely, which began to annoy Qin, who was sitting next to him. She exclaimed that the youngster had returned from the forest in pain, but he was happy because his strength had increased. Alerted, Chengming whispered to the commander that they were being watched, and the stern lady asked if there could be someone else there. The blonde replied that after observing, she had discovered that they were being followed, and said that they needed to move one after the other, keeping their distance. The serious Zhen had heard that there were illegal organizations hunting people like them, so she urged everyone to be careful. It was said that disappearances were quite common here, and that it was difficult to track them down because they left no traces after the murders. The woman understood that they had to be careful, as they were dealing with very dangerous people. The lady added that if it was who she was talking about, they had been following them since they entered the forest. The main character put his hand on her shoulder, confidently saying that they would deal with their opponents and promising to protect her. The embarrassed lady meant that everyone should be ready to fight back, and the young man did not contradict her and agreed with everything. The next morning, Lin Qiu woke up to a system notification that they had received the E-rank taming skill. Getting up, the young man yawned, complaining that he had been eagerly awaiting today's skill, but he had gotten junk and suddenly heard a scream. The alert boy immediately realized that it was Qin Zhen's voice, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Going outside, the stunned fighter saw a huge 2-headed snake that posed an incredible danger. The hero, covered in sweat, didn't even know how to act in such a situation, but there was no time to waste. The robot sent him a notification that the speed cobra was extremely fast, very poisonous, and difficult to tame. The nervous young man realized that he could get information through the skill he had acquired, and that wasn't so bad. Feeling tense, he shouted at his comrades to step back and not attack the monster at close range. The huge creature continued to shoot rays of poison at the pathetic humans who flew away. The leader, keeping a cool head, suggested that her comrade try to work together, and he immediately agreed. The guys rallied together and used their abilities to defeat the merciless monster. An energy projectile exploded near the cobra, affecting it and causing it to suffer from pain. At the same time, the creature was wounded in the tail by an icicle, causing it to cough up blood. Looking at the falling snake, Qin said it was damn dangerous, and Chengming noted that the monster was very nasty and smelly. The smiling Lin picked up a knife and said that the moment had come for a real man, while Jiang San noticed that something was moving inside the beast. The wary hero decided to take a closer look and asked the others not to come near. Without thinking twice, the brave man decided to cut open the huge snake's belly to see what was inside. What was striking was that a gopher with a docile temperament, well versed in soil but poor at digging, burst out. Stunned, Jiang San couldn't believe that they were looking at a mole, while Qin Zhen and Chengming called it cute. The slightly bewildered Lin Qiu noted that there was no need to be afraid of this creature, as it had already jumped onto his shoulder and was hugging him. Suddenly, the clever creature rushed towards the charming leader, who was frightened and even a little confused. The beauty began to stroke the gopher, calling it obedient, while the hero sensed a potential threat. The young man, in turn, was busy cutting up the huge monster with a sharp knife. He was focused on the process because he understood that he could rummage around in the belly and find something else interesting. At that moment, the warrior spoke up because he had managed to find several spheres, which was a pretty good result. The observant Chin realized that the nimble mole wanted to get the items in the warrior's hands. The animal immediately jumped out of her hands onto the ground, and the guy said that he could not even think about getting the magic balls. The little creature began to wriggle in every way, as if trying to prove something, and the hero realized that he wanted an exchange, but replied that he did not believe him. Unexpectedly for everyone, the cunning monster pounced on Lin Chu and snatched one of the spheres from his hands. In the end, the couple of rare items simply shattered and turned to ash, which was very upsetting for the boy. Zhang San tried to calm him down, saying that they were just a couple of balls, but the young man thought to himself that they were worth a lot of money and that the rich man couldn't understand that. The extremely serious Jen suddenly said that she could hear someone's voice somewhere nearby. A bright yellow light began to glow nearby, as if signaling something to the team. Tense, Chungming felt that they were surrounded by a team of spirit beasts, and added that there were a lot of them. At that moment, a powerful explosion rocked the ground, causing destruction that looked frightening. Moles similar to gophers began to jump out from under the ground, each carrying multicolored spheres. Stunned by what they saw, Lin Chu and his companions were speechless and simply froze in place, unable to believe that such a thing could be possible. A whole crowd of animals began to move towards them, but they were pursuing their own, not entirely clear goal. The cute animals piled the shiny balls into a heap, enjoying their incredible beauty. The gopher said that this was gratitude for the 2 Earth-type spheres that the shocked hero had given him. After a while, Chungming calculated that they had a total of 213 spiritual objects, some of which were magical. The brave man suggested that there were no rare or Earth-type items in the pile, as they had been absorbed by moles. The fighter decided to give the fire sphere to Jun Chen, who really wanted to acquire the corresponding skill. The lovely Qin Zhen said that the young man could take the rest of the spheres for himself, and at first he thought he had misheard her. The girl repeated it again, saying that it was thanks to him that the monster had been easily defeated, so the reward should belong to him. The blonde asked if the moles wanted anything in exchange for the items, and the young man replied that all these spheres were useless to the creatures of the earth element. Smiling, the main character began to collect the magic balls, saying that he would not be modest since his comrades had offered them themselves. The thoughtful leader asked if he wanted to try to absorb them, which sounded unexpected. Concentrating as hard as he could, the brave young man decided to do it, thinking that he had never done anything like this before. Seeing the sudden appearance of a yellow light, Lin Q's inner voice said something about a strange feeling. Unexpectedly, the fighter made a breakthrough and now possessed 3 copper stars. Surprised, Zhang Song congratulated his brother, and Qin realized that the sphere was so powerful that it instantly caused an evolution of skills. The warrior said that he had been training hard for a month, and the joyful lady noted that now the team's combat effectiveness had increased a little more. She patted the gopher, thanked him, and then said that they needed to move on, so it was time for him to go home. Suddenly, Lin grabbed the mole by the collar, saying that he had a job for this youngster, but his counterpart did not quite understand him. Looking suspiciously at the cute little animal, the young man asked him to follow them underground with his companions. Behind a large rock was a group of wolves who continued to secretly watch the young people. The comrades asked their boss for permission to attack the boys who had come out of the forest, but he asked them not to worry. Confident Yang Hu said that they could easily deal with the kids, but they needed to let them go a little ahead, deep into the location. The cunning criminal said that when the youngsters let their guard down and breathed easily, they would attack them. In the evening of the same day, Lin Chu supervised the work of the gopher, who dug a fairly deep hole. Holding a stack of wooden stakes at hand, the guy thanked him for his help in placing them. The cute little animal continued to help him, moving very quickly, so no time was wasted. The boy asked him to tell his companions that they needed to leave the forest immediately. Then he began to pour blue poison on the ground, saying that a single drop of it would prevent anyone from escaping unharmed. During his treacherous actions, the brave man did not even think of showing mercy to anyone, but his intentions were not entirely clear. Soon the hero waved to the moles, asking them to be careful and not let the other spiritual beasts catch them. Calm Zhen said that all the traps had been set, but Chungming had some news for them. The trio gathered around the fire, where the blonde decided to tell her sister and the rabbit some important news. The girl said that a group of strangers had stopped about 500 meters away from them and could clearly hear everything they were saying. The girl added that their enemies would attack them at night, which caused Zhang San to panic. The alarmed young man had heard that the wolf gang often hunted and killed newcomers. The unflappable Lin Chu realized that the boys were nervous, and if this continued, the situation would go downhill. In an instant, the brave man stood up from the log and said firmly that they were all behaving inappropriately. Keeping his cool, he expressed his hope that everyone would remain calm in battle. They were told that their opponents knew nothing of mercy, so any carelessness could cost them their lives. The brave man began to give orders to his comrades, while the pensive Qin stood aside and watched silently. The lady understood that she should have said these words, as she was the captain, but now she herself had succumbed to panic. In her mind, she noted that Lin Qiu acted very calmly even when threatened with danger, and her comrades liked that. At that moment, the young man turned to the silent lady, who immediately turned her attention to him. The confident fighter said that if the beauty was afraid, she could always rely on him. Adjusting her charming hair, the lovely girl said that she had high hopes for the brave man. The guy almost fainted from the cuteness and even started to fall down, which scared his comrades standing around him. At exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, a pack of wolves stumbled upon the boys' camp and immediately noticed the tents ahead. The cunning Yang Hu walked ahead of his comrades, quietly saying that the long-awaited hunt was about to begin. The leader ordered the 2nd and 7th to approach from the north, the 6th to move south, and the 4th and 5th to attack from the west. But one of the subordinates was not given an order, and this alarmed him, while the rest of the fighters had already rushed to run. The commander ordered his men to surround the boys and not let anyone leave, because they had been working toward this goal for a long time. The man who remained standing nearby told the boss that it all seemed a little suspicious, but his words were not entirely clear. In an instant, the guy with the scar on his face fell into a trap that activated immediately. Terrified, the guy flew into the air, where strong ice shackles began to encircle him. Then incredibly sharp spikes pierced the careless gangster, who could only scream in pain. A very nervous Yang Hu shouted, wondering what was going on, because just a minute ago everything had been calm. Finally, the wolf gang realized that there were traps around the perimeter, so the leader ordered the remaining guys to retreat immediately. The serious commander ordered a report on the casualties, and one of the fighters replied that the 7th and 6th were dead. He added that a poisoned spear in the pit had pierced the stomach of the 4th, which angered the stern man even more. Lin Qiu came out of the tent yawning and asked if Yana had been raised in a barn and why he was disturbing people's sleep at night. The evil criminal smiled, saying that he had been hunting them all day, but in the end, he himself had become the prey. Using his ability, the merciless enemy said that it didn't matter what level they were at, because death awaited them anyway. The fearless guy simply raised his hand and joined his fingers, then said that they would see who would die today. Then the daredevil snapped his index and middle fingers, as if trying to activate something against the uninvited guests. The wary opponents raised their heads and looked at the sky, realizing that they were in trouble. The brave hero ordered his comrades to rush into attack on the confused enemies, as an excellent opportunity had presented itself. Lightning began to flash everywhere, and energy charges struck the wolves, who did not understand what was happening. The strongman Zhang Cheng used his giant ball skill, and the mage resorted to activating his Sea of Thunder skill. Extremely tense, Yang Hu exclaimed that it was an ambush, but he didn't even know how to get out of it at that moment. Struggling to resist panic, the commander ordered everyone to scatter, as it was the only way to escape. The unperturbed Lin Qiu turned to Qin, who immediately replied that she was ready to act. The charming lady immediately activated her spiritual skill, Ice Brand, which had saved her many times before. The criminals, frozen in place, immediately noticed the sharp ice blocks approaching them. It was stunning for them that now everyone had lost the ability to move because they were frozen. Then a huge fireball came into combat readiness, posing a danger to all of them. A nervous comrade told the boss that the 4th had died, so it was increasingly unsafe for them to remain on the battlefield. Activating his ability, the stern Yang Hu said that they would show the pathetic youngsters what real hell was like. At that moment, the powerful team split into beginner and regular silver-level fighters. Surprised, Zhen noted in her mind that their aura was quite strong, so it was not possible to act rashly. Calm Lin Qiu said that it was important to remember that they were just defending themselves so as not to become like the villains. The commander asked him not to talk nonsense, and said to herself that these guys were much stronger than them. She exclaimed that she would take care of the enemy leader, and ordered the rest to stick together and deal with the other targets. The main character assumed that the girl had decided to show off, so he lightly slapped her on the shoulder. Clenching his fist and smiling, he confidently asked her not to be afraid, reminding her that he was here for a reason. The shy beauty looked away and whispered that she wasn't afraid. The charmer said she would go first, and wished everyone luck, while the brave man asked the guys to get ready for battle. The young man decided to finish quickly and help Qin, but first he began to give orders to his comrades. He asked Zhang San to take a safe position, and the rest to protect him, which shocked everyone. The opponent with the mohawk looked at the youngster and, calling him a bronze chick, asked if he had decided to die first. Looking at him angrily, the boy asked why he was calling him names when he was just very young. The embittered opponent immediately rushed to attack, and the brave boy asked his comrades to be extremely careful. At that very moment, the treacherous enemy used his tornado skill, which sucked in everything in its path. Shengui, agitated, asked his brother to be careful, because the danger was approaching him. The fearless warrior looked only ahead, and it was impossible to tell that he was in any way frightened. The stunned wolves could not believe that such a powerful move would not work on the nimble fighter. With a sharp swing of his long stick, Lin Q tossed his opponents into the air, and then they flew away like feathers. Stepping on the guy with the mohawk, the young man asked how the scoundrel could have fallen when he hadn't even used 10% of his strength. Impressed, Zhang San called him cool again, and the brave young man replied that he had simply given him an excellent stick. Meanwhile, Qinjin looked into the eyes of her cunning opponent, who was much more difficult to defeat. The ruthless Yang Hu leaped forward, exclaiming that now she had nowhere to run, so death was inevitable. The tense hero noticed that the girl was in a difficult situation and immediately rushed to her aid. The warrior found himself behind enemy lines in an instant, but attracted their attention with his noisy actions. Without showing even a drop of mercy, the cold-blooded fighter delivered a crushing blow to the scoundrel's head. As a result, the cunning bastard managed to dodge, but quickly noticed that 2 of his close associates had been killed. Nervous Yang exclaimed that the rabbit had clearly used some trick, and he asked if it was so shameful to admit that he was worse than someone else. Giving his opponent a stern look, the brave man said that since they were talking about tricks, he should try something. The alarmed wolf began to cover his groin, exclaiming that the boy had not warned him about such techniques. Out of fear, he made a sharp leap backward and ended up at a great distance so he could prepare for the next attack. The enraged opponent said that the insolent kid had made him damn angry, and he would not let him get away with it. Without wasting any time, the criminal began to move forward, pursuing his goal of getting close to his enemy. In his rage, he was determined to beat this pathetic rabbit to a pulp and mince him without any hesitation. The sweating young man struggled to hold back his opponent's onslaught, but he did not even think of giving up. The merciless Yang Hu continued to pressure the youngster, trying to corner him and prevent him from moving. The nimble fighter managed to remain unharmed, and even knocking him off his feet was a very difficult goal to achieve. The tense fighter thought to himself that his enemy's skills were very strong, so he couldn't just fight like this and had to come up with something. Growing angrier with every passing second, the bristly criminal shouted at him not to dare get distracted. In an instant, his sharp blade was a centimeter from the youngster's cheek, which made him very nervous. Red-eyed Yang waved his arm incessantly, trying to hook the boy, but he couldn't do anything. The gentleman understood that he needed to deal with the rabbit quickly, because his tiger-like rage would not last long. Approaching closely, the angry wolf asked the boy to be a good boy and try his powerful whip. The dim-witted fighter couldn't understand how his opponent was going to attack him and noted that he didn't like it at all. At that moment, the nimble Hu made a high jump to increase the range of his attack and strike from the air. Nervous Lin Q noted to himself that the whip was quite a good weapon, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. Still, the powerful whip hit the guy in the face and he lost his coordination, but remained conscious. He realized that silver-level abilities should not be underestimated, and decided that he needed to come up with a new way to defeat his enemy. The daredevil froze in place for a moment, as if a plan to kill the scoundrel had formed in his head. In his mind, the young man repeated that the days of the wolf leader were coming to an end and his death was inevitable. Alerted, Yang Hu noticed that everyone had disappeared, and a black portal had appeared in front of him. The nervous man could not understand how the enemy had appeared behind him in just a moment. At the same time, the commander of the criminals did not lose his composure, and was ready to continue the battle to the last drop of blood. Swinging his very sharp tiger claws, the killer exclaimed that they would see how the youngster would fare. Tense Lin Kyo ordered his comrades to rush into the attack, as another opportunity might not arise. The cool-headed Zhen used her freezing skill, while the burly Chen still had a fireball at his disposal. The nimble mage, in turn, resorted to activating a lightning strike, which was a very powerful argument against the enemies. The nervous wolf tried to figure out where the nimble boy had gone, who had become a thorn in his side. The youngster's skills made the man tense up, and the brave man himself called him a miserable cat. After these words, an incredibly loud explosion thundered, powerful enough to destroy an entire forest. Keeping a serious look on his face, the fearless Lin emphasized that the team had done an excellent job and given a worthy rebuff. Now Yang Hu, whose body was covered in numerous abrasions, lay helplessly on the ground. Concerned, Zhang San immediately reported to his brother that the enemy was still alive and dangerous. Slightly agitated, Qinzhen looked at the enemy and her expression changed, as if something had alarmed her. Then the girl put her palm to her mouth and made a strange sound, which puzzled the main character. Putting his hand on her back, the young man asked if she was okay, but did not receive a clear answer. Looking at the rest of his comrades, the young man mentally concluded that the last attack had affected everyone. Getting up from his knees, the guy said that he knew that these murders were a new experience for everyone. But in this space, such things were inevitable. He added that they were forced to defend themselves, and moreover, he did not regret killing the degenerates whose hands were covered in blood up to their elbows. The brave man raised the morale of his comrades, saying that they were here to put an end to crime and prevent new atrocities. The young man suggested they relax and rest, and a joyful Zhang Sang exclaimed that he would rely entirely on him in dangerous situations. Smiling, the polite Lin Qiu told the guys that it was time to move on so as not to stay asleep among a bunch of dead bodies. In the eyes of the charming Qin Zhen, the brave warrior was becoming more and more attractive, and she could no longer deny it in her mind. After a while, the hero asked his comrades to rest, and he himself sat down by the fire with Zhang San to guard the camp. The young man said that he was now in perfect order, and his friend replied that it was a trivial skill of a healer. The daredevil noted that the young man was underestimating himself, and he, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that his brother could call him whatever he wanted. Then the healer saw the captain behind him, who asked him to go rest, saying that she and Lin Qiu would guard them. Smiling sweetly, the beauty said in a gentle voice that she needed to talk to the main character. Hiller decided not to interfere and leave them alone, while the boy, blushing with shyness, did not understand what was happening. The awkward young man did not know how to behave and tried to understand what had come over his goddess as she sat down next to him. The young man was curious to know what the beautiful girl wanted to talk to him about, especially in private. At one point, the charmer looked at him but said nothing, which made him even more uncomfortable. Smiling, the hero asked her not to look at him like that because he was embarrassed and hoped that this would lighten the mood. The beauty called him shameless and boastful, after which the young man began to giggle, scratching the back of his head. Flashing her beautiful eyes, the girl said that she actually did find her counterpart a little attractive. Alarmed, Lin Qiu shouted, asking who she was and what she had done to her beautiful Qin Zhen. The girl said that today he had calmed everyone down when they started to panic and had also helped them deal with the gang of wolves. She emphasized that this was what made the young man attractive, but he was a little confused and didn't even know how to respond to her words. Suddenly, the guy plucked up his courage and took the charming lady by the hand, who did not expect such a move from him. Trying to keep a cool head, the main character asked if she had someone. Tears almost welled up in the girl's eyes, and she was taken aback by his unusual question. The dissatisfied lady asked what kind of questions these were, but the hero couldn't help himself because she was so incredibly cute. He said that the beauty had unexpectedly complimented him and expressed hope that it was not out of pity. An angry Qin said that her chosen one should be better than her in all aspects, and the boy asked if she was talking about him. The captain said that he was better than her now, but only because she had neglected her studies, and when the test results were known, everything would become clear. The boy received an invitation, and he was not going to take the exam, but now he realized that he needed to take it more seriously. Smiling, the brave boy asked if Jen would be his girlfriend if he won again, and she angrily asked him to roll his lips. Their conversation was interrupted by Shen Gui, who told his brother that it was time to change because he hadn't rested at all. The hero told the beauty that they would see each other tomorrow, and the magician standing nearby asked why she was angry. The next morning, Lin Qiu first asked the robot to awaken today's skill, after which the extraction process began. The system congratulated the owner on obtaining the aura enhancement ability, which he found very surprising and interesting. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough occurred, and now the warrior possessed a full 5 bronze stars, which he had not expected at all. He was pleased, but wanted to be upgraded to silver or gold, and the robot said they would see each other tomorrow. The guy, who had started the day perfectly, soon came out of the tent, where he saw Zhang San, whose face was not at all cheerful. Surprised, the healer sensed a different aura and immediately asked if his brother had broken through to 5 stars. Distracted, the fat guy cutting fish cut his finger with a knife, causing it to bleed immediately. This made Cheng Ming, who was standing nearby, worry. She wanted to help, but was a little confused. Nevertheless, the blonde began to bandage her friend's finger, telling him that he needed to be more careful, and he noticed that she had very delicate skin. The hero asked why his comrade was so surprised, and he inquired whether it was shocking to jump 2 levels at once. This news stunned all the members of the group, and the fighter explained that he had gained a lot of experience yesterday, which is why the sudden transition had happened. The boys considered the brave warrior a true genius, while the wary Cheng Ming asked them to prepare to defend themselves. The girl exclaimed that a large group of unknown targets was moving toward them, so they needed to get ready. Tense, Lin Qiu looked intently ahead to understand what was happening near them. Elusive, temperamental, and extremely difficult to tame macaques were approaching them. A whole crowd of cynical monsters was trying to catch up with the terrified girl, who no longer had the strength to run. The nervous hero ordered his comrades to protect the girls, because their opponents were naturally inclined to dirty tricks. A whole crowd of primates chased after the team at high speed, eager to catch at least one girl. The boys ran forward without stopping, realizing that even a single pause could mean capture. The panicked Zhang San, like Zhang Cheng, could not run fast, and the cool-headed warrior understood that they would not be able to escape. The team members complained that they were running out of strength, so Shengui stopped and exclaimed that they would fight like brave warriors. The brave men stopped in their tracks and prepared to fight back against the scoundrels rapidly approaching them. Breaking a long wooden stick in two, the imperturbable Lin Qiu came to the conclusion that this was the only way to save themselves. The extremely serious Zhen asked her comrade to kill her if they lost, which sounded very unexpected. The main character immediately imagined Qin and little Cheng Ming lying on the ground, whom he would have to deal with. He understood that it would be very difficult, but the girls said they would rather die than be captured by these animals. The brave man assured them that everything would be fine, and in his mind he said that he would protect his beloved even at the cost of his own life. Rushing into the attack, the guy shouted that he would delay the enemies and asked the guys to be on the alert, and they heard him clearly. The brave man was annoyed that a herd of wild beasts had dared to touch his charming goddess. Without a shred of fear, the warrior swung two sticks, breaking the jaws of every scoundrel in his path. The red-eyed primates screamed incessantly from the pain that burned through different parts of their bodies. Those monkeys that were still intact were angry and eager to avenge their comrades, so they rushed into the attack. Lin Qiu's courage and fearlessness made him more and more attractive in Qin Zhen's eyes. But at the same time, the girl noticed that even though he was fighting a whole crowd of monsters, they were surrounding him on all sides. At one point, the beauty became the target of an insolent macaque that came out of nowhere and pounced on her. Help came immediately from her beloved hero, who put his stick in the way to hold back the onslaught of the vile creature. Delivering a powerful blow to the monkey's snout, the young man exclaimed that as long as he was alive, no freak would touch his goddess. Suddenly, another monster appeared behind him, eager to deal with the nimble young man. The brave young man did not have time to react and was seriously wounded in the arm, which began to bleed profusely. The enraged Qin Zhen and Cheng Ming were ready to rush into battle, so they asked him to get out of the way. The determined girls and their comrade fired energy charges into the air, causing a powerful explosion. Within seconds, their burned enemies were lying on the ground, with Zhang San standing next to their bodies. The still tense blonde said she could sense a group of beasts approaching them. At that moment, looking through the dissipating smoke, they could see a large crowd of monsters walking towards them. Now there were significantly more beasts, and at the head of them stood a huge primate, who was the leader of the pack. The main character understood that it would be very difficult, because the team's spiritual and physical strength was almost exhausted. An agitated Min said that she did not want to die, because she had not even met anyone yet, which Zhang Sang immediately noticed. The tense fat man began to think about what he could do for the crying girl, whom he liked very much. Taking his smartphone out of his pocket, the healer said that he would not allow anything to happen to the charming girl. Raising his mobile device, he shouted angrily, asking for everything to work out for him. At that very moment, a man named Zhao Shi appeared out of nowhere and asked the young gentleman not to worry. Holding a smoldering cigar in his hands, the fighter straightened his shoulders and looked at the young man who had challenged him. He was a golden level awakened with the ability to transform into an orangutan, which was already a compelling argument. Concerned, San noticed that the man had taken his father's cigar again and ordered him to kill the primates, promising not to say anything. Taking off his red jacket, the fearless warrior replied that it would be no trouble for him to deal with the pathetic monkeys. At that very moment, a terrifying transformation into a combat orangutan began, which looked somewhat frightening from the outside. Surprised, Qin noticed a strong aura and asked if it was a golden rank, and an admiring Zhang replied that it was his powerful bodyguard. The rich fat man ordered his subordinate to teach the scoundrels a good lesson because they had gone too far. The angry bodyguard rushed to attack the whole crowd of creatures, eager to destroy every one of them. The leader of the monkeys ordered the orangutan to get out of the way in the language of animals, but he did not listen and stood his ground. Glaring at his opponent, Zhao rushed forward headlong, believing that he could handle anything. Suddenly, he grabbed the arm of a huge monster who didn't even have time to react. Then the brave man began to throw his opponent around like a doll, slamming his torso against the ground. The leader's stunned minions realized that they needed to make a quick getaway, because their boss was about to be killed. In the end, the leader of the pack was thrown away with a sharp jerk. which looked impressive but frightening from the outside. The bruiser landed with a thud on his back, right next to the panicking crowd of pathetic monkeys. He showed no signs of life, and the crying crowd of macaques begged the orangutan in their language not to come near them. The ruthless fighter for justice began to growl loudly, glaring at them even more fiercely. The insignificant creatures began to flee, and the stern Zhao Shi watched their backs, knowing that he could destroy them all in one fell swoop. The cowardly monkeys ran relentlessly as far as their eyes could see, sincerely hoping that they could hide in the thick forest. The imperturbable Lin Qiu calmly remarked that the power of the golden rank was truly frightening. The guard said that the problem had been resolved, so it was time for him to leave, and Zhang San praised him, noting that he didn't need to worry about his father's cigarette. At that moment, the powerful warrior flew up, thanking the young master for his mercy before leaving. The beautiful Cheng Ming wondered if the fighter was always at his disposal, and he replied that he might not be the only one. Pointing to the magician, the fat man said that his family also wanted to send someone for secret protection, but it was decided to send Zhao Shi. Once upon a time, serious decisions were indeed made and carefully considered, but everyone agreed. Hiller apologized, saying that he did not want to tell everyone about this meeting, and his counterpart asked his brother not to blame himself. The young man said that they would not have been able to prove themselves if they had known about the protection. But the experience of the last few days had given him a lot, and changed everything. Unexpectedly, the sorcerer said that now there was a lot of spiritual energy in his body, and immediately there was a breakthrough to 9 bronze stars. Stunned, Lin Qiu couldn't believe that such a change had happened so suddenly to someone other than himself. The same thing happened to his charming Cheng Ming, who was delighted, as she had been striving for this for a long time. Taking the sphere in his hands, the main character thought to himself that since everyone else had made the transition through experience, he could too. Closing his eyes and concentrating as hard as he could, the young man decided to try to go through the stage of evolution. He clenched both fists tightly and froze in place so as not to foolishly disrupt the process. After a few seconds, the hero felt a surge of energy and assumed that he too had a chance to become stronger again. In the end, Lin Qiu failed, and 3 comrades standing nearby witnessed his failure. Slightly upset, the fighter said that he thought he could break through, but it took him a long time. The system said that the master could only dream of transitioning, because not long ago he had already been perfected, which made him even more sad. The young man wanted to cry because he was still stuck at the bronze level, but suddenly he noticed an unusual sphere. The silver spiritual ball in his hand possessed the rare skill of a lion's roar, allowing him to immobilize his enemy for a few seconds. Smiling, the fighter turned to the surprised Zhang San, who was all ears and did not think to refuse his brother's request for help. The main character said that the sphere he had found would be more useful to the healer, who couldn't believe that he really wanted to give it to him. The young man calmly noted that it seemed to him that the rich man had feelings for the beautiful Cheng Ming. Scratching the back of his head, the shy young man emphasized that he was indeed observant because he really liked the girl. Blushing with emotion, the young man muttered that the girl was very gentle, kind, and a good cook, so she would make an excellent wife. Slightly puzzled, Lin Qiu soon realized that the kid was planning to start a family, even though he was still too young himself. At that moment, his counterpart promised to transfer 2 million to his brother after his return, and he smiled back and gave him a thumbs up. Looking at the precious sphere, the healer grinned, preparing to make a wish related to his beloved girlfriend. Turning abruptly, he asked how long the blonde had been standing there, and she replied that she had seen them together and was curious about what they were doing. The calm, brave man noticed that even at such a moment, Zhang San was shy, so he decided to help him a little and nudged him with his shoulder. The confused young man almost fell over, but he gathered his courage and came to his senses. As if he was about to propose, the shy boy got down on one knee and, scratching the back of his head, asked if the beauty would accept a gift from him. Deeply moved, the girl asked if the young man had bought her a silver sphere of the sound system skill, and he confirmed it. In front of everyone, the charming blonde hugged him and thanked him, which made the 3 friends nearby smile. In turn, Qin, who was in a good mood, familiarized herself with the inscriptions on the yellow paper. The captain said it was time to pack up because they had to move on, and Zhang San asked them to wait for them. After a short while, the team set off along the path, seeing large rocks ahead. The leader said that this was where the forest met the snowy mountains and suggested stopping here. The friendly team began to take care of everyday matters, first lighting a fire and setting up a tent. Dressed completely unsuitably for the winter season, Zhen began to shiver from the cold, but she didn't mention it and tried to hide it. Lin Qiu soon noticed her suffering and, without hesitation, took off his jacket. The noble young man approached the beauty and handed her his outer garment, asking her to put it on because she was cold. Feeling the warmth from his actions, the wrapped-up beauty smiled slightly and expressed her gratitude. Not far from the camp lived a ferocious polar bear who had not eaten for a long time and hated visitors. The next day, Zhang San called the guys to breakfast, after which the well-rested main character came out of the tent. The young man mentally addressed the robot and immediately began preparing to extract the skill, which resulted in him gaining the ability to shoot accurately. The boy was dissatisfied because the ability was useless, and he was already about to start calling the system a supplier of useless nonsense. He decided to find something to sweeten his toast, and asked the healer for some honey to cheer himself up. The hero asked where the desired jar was, and his tense comrade turned his gaze in his direction, and unexpectedly saw a bear. The silver-ranked spirit beast let out an incredibly loud and terrifying scream, causing the young fighters to panic. Without losing her composure, the focused Cheng Ming used her lion's roar skill, saying that she would help her comrades. She was joined by the burly Zhongcheng, Captain Qin, and the brave Lin, who had no intention of sitting on the sidelines. The agitated bear immediately lost his confidence and even cried, hoping that they would spare him. In just a few minutes, the helpless beast was lying on the ground with a noticeable bump on his head. Smiling, the leader said that with Ming's immobilization ability, their team had become much stronger. Then she said that today they had to reach their destination, which made the blonde a little nervous. The captain approached Lin Q, saying that they needed to get ready, and he replied that he was almost done refreshing the bear. The guy said that this spiritual beast was full of treasures and decided to throw it into space, but this alarmed his counterpart. The brave man replied that everything was fine and it wasn't hard for him, after which the beauty said that they could move on. 3 hours later, the group was wandering along a snow-covered path, seeing a dense forest ahead of them, which was where they needed to go. Referring to the map, Qinzhen said that they were not far from the fox's den, which was their destination. Using echolocation, the alert Chengming said that she could sense 3 dozen snow foxes nearby. This news made her comrades tense, as the number of potential enemies was quite large. At that moment, the observant Lin Q and his goddess noticed movement a few meters away. Suddenly, a small white fox cub ran out of the snowdrift toward them, its eyes very kind and its smile endearing. The girls succumbed to its charm and couldn't contain their emotions, as they really wanted to pet and hug it. The silver-ranked snow fox had a gentle temperament, was easily tamed, and did not look dangerous. The hero remembered that Jen had come here to get the sphere of the cute animal, but in the end, she liked it. The young man was curious to see what the perceptive goddess would choose, so he immediately turned to her. The serious fighter said that foxes have a gentle nature, so it would not be difficult to get what was needed. It was clear from the girl's expression that it was very difficult for her to make a decision, because she liked the little one. Looking at her sternly, her ruthless opponent asked if she needed help. The charming lady looked into the green eyes of the snorting fox, which she really didn't want to deal with. Releasing the animal from her hands, the girl brought smiles to the faces of Zhang San and Cheng Ming, who were not involved in her affairs. The lady asked how humans differed from the boys who had been chasing them if they killed innocent creatures just for their magical skills. With a sweet smile, the noble Qin said that it was enough for her to have met such a beautiful fox. The young man expected this from his goddess, whom he considered very kind and beautiful, and she proved it with her actions. The captain said it was time to go back, but the wary Lin asked everyone to stop, saying that it might not be possible. Ahead, the boys saw 2 large snow-covered foxes slowly approaching them, frightening them with their appearance. The huge animals began to growl loudly and stare menacingly at the humans, putting more and more pressure on them. The hero assumed that the animals thought they were trying to capture their cub, so the situation was at a stalemate. At that moment, the little girl approached her parents and began to explain to them in fox language that there was no threat here. She managed to resolve the situation, and as a result, the fluffy fox began to smile, as if feeling warmth in its heart. A delighted Lin realized that the animal was very intelligent and had explained everything to its family, so the boys felt more at ease. Zhang Sun asked if the brave boy understood the language of animals, and he replied that he just loved them very much, but did not mention that he had this skill. The brave boy decided to see if the sphere would be useful to him, which greatly frightened his worried companions. The fearless boy approached the evil fox and offered him an exchange for the magic balls, which seemed a little arrogant. The excited young man asked if the animals would give them 1 item if they helped them defeat their enemies. His comrades were ready to destroy anyone who dared to touch such cuties, but they did not rush things. From a conversation with the angry couple, Lin Chu learned that they were being harassed by a snow bear with an irritating personality. The team was stunned to learn that their enemy was a powerful silver-level monster. Even more shocking was the fact that the remains of the vicious predator were lying in the main character's inner space. The stunned foxes couldn't believe their eyes, but in a moment, a huge dead enemy appeared before them. One of the cute animals called the boy a hero in animal language, and then gave him 2 magic spheres. The boy said that 1 sphere had been given to them by their ancestors, and they were ready to give them 2 more, for which Qin was very grateful. The joyful companions exclaimed that soon the little sister would feel the incredible power she had wanted for so long. Lin Qiu wanted to watch the process, and the beauty he was in love with did not object. Concentrating, the team captain stretched her arm out in front of her and clenched the precious sphere tightly in her hand. A long, icy weapon appeared in her other hand, signaling the success of her actions. Pulling the string of a hefty bow, the girl confidently said that it was time to truly test herself. The shocked hero did not expect to see such lightning speed, but it was all real. The girl's accurate arrow was capable of destroying any obstacles in its path, which greatly simplified the battle. The mage said that now he would never be able to surpass her in power, because it would be impossible to surpass such a feat. Her joyful comrades began to congratulate the lovely Jen on her new skill, and Cheng Ming even suggested taking a photo to commemorate the moment. At that moment, Zhang Sun ran up to the fluffy beast and asked him to hold the phone for them. Pressing the mobile device against its fur, the young man said that the picture would be taken in 10 seconds. The charming blonde asked him to hurry up and get everyone together so they could take the photo. The group managed to take a very beautiful photo with the cute fox cub, where everyone was smiling, surrounded by close friends. 3 days later, Lin Qiu was lying on his bed, reviewing the successful shot, enjoying the smiles of each person. He looked most closely at the beautiful smile of Qin Zhen, who was standing next to him. But suddenly he was distracted by a notification. The guy had received the money, and he still had 5 million left, and the total income from the trip exceeded 10 million yuan. He knew that if he took first place in the upcoming exam, he would be able to meet all the goddess's requirements. The robot said that the boy hadn't given up on anyone, but he asked what was wrong with him and began to list his virtues. The proud young man began to tell how he had started reading and practicing every day, and had memorized all the textbooks. The brave young man asked the system to stop talking nonsense and grant him a new skill, after which the extraction process began. The tale was congratulated on receiving an A-level skill called clairvoyance, which sounded quite interesting. After thinking it over, the young man came to the conclusion that he could use his newfound ability on the exam. He also exclaimed that later he would be able to use the skill to check if any idiots from the dormitory were following his goddess. A month later, the day of the announcement of the grades arrived, and the team members began to gather around the computers. The lovely Cheng Ming was confident that she would be in the top 10, and Zhang Sang said that she was the best girl he knew. Sitting at the computer, Lin Qiu moved the mouse around and soon said that the exam results were in. At the sight of the incredibly beautiful Qin Zhen, the hero almost fainted and wanted to hug her. In an instant, the beautiful girl's eyes turned red with anger, which even frightened the brave young man a little. The stern lady exclaimed that it was unforgivable, and the alarmed young man wondered what had happened. The concerned girl asked about the grades of the boy who had decided to find out what was going on. It was amazing that the young man managed to get the highest marks on the exams in every subject. A joyful Zhang San said that his brother seemed like a slacker, but he shyly scratched the back of his head and replied that it wasn't that simple. Then the curious young man wanted to see Qin's results, who blushed and said that there was no need to do so. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl admitted defeat, and the fact that Chu was smarter than her, which shocked him greatly. The surprised cheater did not expect the captain to make such a statement, and the hero almost fainted from the onslaught of cuteness. The young man showed her a bank account with a huge balance and asked the goddess when they would go to meet her parents. The angry girl shouted, asking what he was talking about, and demanded that he stop saying such nonsense. Patting the upset guy on the shoulder in a friendly manner, Zhang San noted that he still had a lot of work to do. The rich man said that they would meet in half a month and asked if the young man had forgotten about the car, to which he replied that he remembered everything. With only 1 day left before the trip, the young man opened his suitcase, telling himself that it was time to pack. Even though Lin Qiu had only lived here for 2 years, it was home to him, and he didn't even know when he would be able to return. The robot had no idea that the young man was so sentimental, but the fighter himself noted that he always ruined the atmosphere and demanded a skill. At that very moment, the short process of extracting the skill began, during which the warrior expected something unusual. Smiling, the young man tried it out, realizing that now he would be able to level up faster, so everything wasn't so bad. The digital display said that the system would automatically strengthen the host's aura, and then the download began. The alarmed kid asked to stop, but the robot warned that if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity today, he would simply burn out. Holding the sphere in his hand, Lin said that he was stuck at 8 bronze stars and felt that he could break through without it. Assuming a meditation pose, he closed his eyes and concentrated, deciding to see how much he could absorb. In his inner voice, the hero said that with the help of the silver balls, he could try to make the transition on his own. Ultimately, within a minute, he evolved to 9 bronze stars, and his eyes lit up with a yellow light. Then the calm warrior said that now the assistant could use the enhancements, and he accepted his order. Smiling, the young fighter looked at his own hands, realizing that he had become much stronger. After a long time, the long-awaited breakthrough to 1 silver star happened, which gave him even more confidence in himself. The system announced that a skill had been added that allowed him to control objects and use his tail to absorb items. The young man thought about teleportation and said to himself that it was very cool and he needed to try it out as soon as possible. Noticing the green bag on the table, the young man concentrated to test his new ability. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the brave young man said that it was time for the backpack to go to Daddy, and he was completely confident in his abilities. The boy was dissatisfied that he had exhausted all his spiritual energy, and came to the conclusion that constant practice was needed to master the ability. The angry boy yelled at the robot, which advised him to train hard so that his hands wouldn't shake so much. Persistent Lincho continued to make desperate attempts, believing that at some point he would succeed. The next day, the charming blue-eyed girl was walking down the hallway in a good mood. The girl noticed that the door to the main character's room was open, and decided to go inside. Stepping over the threshold, the girl became a little nervous because the room was empty, and there was a piece of paper on the table. Without thinking twice, the beauty approached the table, picked up the note, and began to read the text on it. The guy wrote to his sister that he was going to Shanghai to study, because over the past 2 years, this place had become a real home for him, which surprised her. Then the young lady picked up a leather wallet and was shocked to find a huge amount of money inside. The stunned lady exclaimed that such a young man could not have earned so much money honestly. At the same time, Lin Chu was with his friends and suddenly sneezed, realizing that he had caught a cold somewhere. Shinjin, concerned, warned him that it was a little chilly, but the young man replied that everything was fine. Suddenly the phone rang, and the hero immediately decided to answer it and put the receiver to his ear. His angry sister yelled at him to come back immediately, exclaiming that she was worried about him. The young man assured her that he had earned the money honestly, and the girl praised him, noting that he was indeed a clever boy. The beauty said that Chu should work hard, because that was the only way to compensate for a weak foundation. Finally, his sister asked him to bring the girl to meet her if he met her somewhere. Hearing a message from the dispatcher, the hero said that they had arrived at the station, so he would call back a little later. Moving forward, Zhongsang noted that the brave man's family cared deeply for him, but he just smiled and said they needed to go. Many civilians were walking around the large building, many of whom were talking to each other. An inconspicuous man with a gray beard, dressed in a dark business suit, was also walking nearby. This silent gentleman was the university president Lu Chen, who suddenly saw something that caught his attention. It turned out that at that moment, enthusiastic students eager to gain new knowledge were heading towards him. The polite man called the students over to him, and the surprised Lin Chu immediately asked where he was from. The director replied that he had watched all of his sparring matches, so he could say with confidence that the young man had great potential. The old man was greatly surprised to see that the young man was at the silver level and immediately asked how much time had passed. Waving his hand, the head of the university asked the young fighter to come to his office a little later. The bewildered young man had no idea why he should go to the manager immediately upon arrival. After a while, a dormitory employee led the hero and Zhang Sang to a room, saying that this was where they would be living. The killer noted the coolness of his brother, who was able to earn silver in such a short time, but he did not know how to accept praise. The fat man said that since they would be living together, perhaps the rays of glory and talent of the great fighter would touch him too. The brave man decided to visit the director, but first turned to the robot to activate the skill extraction process. The system congratulated the host on obtaining the S-rank body strengthening skill, which had dropped for the second time. The enhancement was activated immediately, and the young man asked the assistant to check his current physical strength. It was said that the host's power was equivalent to 2 gold stars, which was very unexpected for the warrior. The robot explained that with the achievement of this level, any physical improvement in the future would be SS rank. Surprised, Zhang Song asked why his friend was still there if the director was waiting for him, and he replied that he just had one thing to do. Upon arriving at the deputy director's office, the young man first asked why he had been summoned. The man replied that he wanted to ask a few questions, and was sure that the young man was aware of the class division. There were 7 levels in total, from bronze to legend, and the man remembered that the hero was a beast man. His counterpart asked if it was true that his image was a white rabbit, and if he had had any strange encounters. Lin Kyo did not understand the essence of the questions and mentally assumed that the old man knew about the system, even though he understood that this was impossible. Nervous, Lu Chen shouted, asking how the kid had grown so fast, and since when he had been silver ranked. Smiling, the young man thought to himself that his robot had been exposed, and decided that he needed to quickly come up with something. The fighter replied that it was all thanks to the spiritual realms, and the stern director wondered how many skills he had. The positive young man said 7, but the manager, barely holding back his anger, did not share his smile. The nationally renowned professional exclaimed that he had met many rabbits, but the youngster had too many skills compared to them. The student said that his awakening had undergone an evolution, which is why he could use the skills of the cosmic system. This news stunned the gray-haired man, who did not expect the young man to have progressed so far. The guy understood that it was hard to believe, but he assured him that it was true and climbed into the huge space. He asked the leader to pay attention to the suitcase, which he did, being greatly shocked. The man noted in his thoughts that it really did seem like a space skill, even though he knew little about this system. The old man said that there was only one person in their country who had mastered it, and that was director Wu Yangjie. The young man was pleased to hear that the head had such knowledge, and his counterpart replied that he was not there, but later promised to introduce him. Then the stern Chen asked if anyone knew about the boy's evolution, to which he replied that only Qin Zhen and Zhang San were aware of it. The elderly gentleman told the boys that this information must be kept secret, and Lin Chu replied that he understood. Suddenly, the deputy leader asked the fighter to use maximum force and strike, which greatly surprised him. During the last competition, the man noticed that the warrior was quite strong, so he sincerely wanted to feel it. The main character did not stand on ceremony and apologized in advance, after which he delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the old man's chest. Looking at the dissipating fervor, the guy asked if Mr. Liu, who was still standing, was okay. In his inner voice, the man noted that the kid looked frail, but his body concealed monstrous strength. Angry, he exclaimed that he would deduct the cost of repairing the floor from Lin's scholarship, who said that he should not be treated that way. Lu Chen threatened that in 3 months, the fighter would no longer be studying at Linwu. But since his strength had reached gold level, he decided to choose a place for him. The kid immediately refused and didn't even care that there would be competitions there that far exceeded those at school. The bearded old man exclaimed that the grand prize for these competitions was a whopping 5 million yuan. The fearless warrior firmly said that he was ready to simply defend part of the academy and asked Mr. Liu not to worry. A few minutes later, the young man opened the wooden door leading to his dorm room. Inside, a cheerful Zhang San was sitting on a chair, and his first order of business was to introduce his brother to his new neighbors. The main character's eyes immediately fell on a boy with green hair, and looking at him, he could barely contain his laughter. The incredibly angry young man immediately cried out that he was born with that hair color and had never dyed it. The brave man asked if he could read minds, and Zhang Hongyang exclaimed that everything was written on his face. Then Lin Qiu greeted the second man, assuming he was the young man's father who had come to help with his belongings. The cool-headed and very serious gentleman looked him in the eye and seemed to loom over him for a moment. Alarmed, Zhang Song explained to his brother that the blonde man with the unshaven mustache was also their neighbor. The stunned hero asked why he looked so grown up at 17, but his counterpart had no intention of answering that question. The guy with green hair suggested they sort out their responsibilities in the room, and the healer asked them to get their IDs. At that moment, the 4 of them held up their documents in front of them to find out who was older than the others. At that moment, the proud Lin Qiu exclaimed that he was the oldest there, which caused Hong Yang to become dissatisfied. Steaming with anger, the young man tried to calm down, and the brave ones said that they would sort it out. A young man in a yellow cap suddenly entered the room and said that everyone needed to come to a meeting. The main character calmly replied that they were already on their way, after which the guys slowly began to leave the room. A few minutes later, the group of young people reached the auditorium, where the rest of the students had already gathered. Those present looked at the 4 with great surprise, who did not understand what was going on. The slightly excited guys greeted the tall blonde guy, calling him their teacher, and he exclaimed that he was their classmate. Behind the giggling Lin Qiu, a woman in a red suit suddenly appeared, making it clear that she needed to pass. A platinum-level teacher named Han Junning asked the students to take their seats. The woman introduced herself and greeted the children, telling them that they could come to her at any time. She added that today they had gathered to get to know each other and elect a class representative, and asked everyone to state their names. When talking about herself, the lady said that she was a platinum 8-star beast and loved sports. The beauty then said that everyone should introduce themselves in turn, and decided to start with the shocked Zhang San. The shy boy began by saying that he was a silver-level healer, and suddenly added that he liked Cheng Ming. Smiling, the teacher turned to Lin Chu, who was sitting next to him with the same small request. The hero, with a smirk on his face, said that he was an awakened rabbit and loved everything beautiful in this world. The lovely woman suddenly remembered that everyone already knew him because of the competitions, which shocked the student. The kids in the back rows discussed what they had heard about this young man, but they never thought he would end up in their class. The brave young man didn't care what others thought, and the teacher asked the next person to introduce themselves. After a while, when everyone had gotten to know each other a little, Han Junning finally suggested that they decide on a class representative. First, she noted that everyone in the room was worthy of the position of class representative. The lady selected several silver-level candidates who had scored more than 700 points. The list included the bold Lin Qiu, the charming Qin Zhen, and the serious Wu Yangqian and Sima Yang. The teacher said that the students could talk about themselves for 2 minutes and asked who would go first. The owner of the Eagle Awakening form, the 2-star beast Ma Yang, volunteered immediately. The blonde boy took the microphone and confidently introduced himself, saying that he would like to thank the consultant for the opportunity to run for office. In elementary school, he had always been the class president and had a lot of experience, so he believed that if he was elected, the class would become the best in the academy. The charismatic young man thanked everyone present and expressed his hope for their votes. The guy with the protruding mustache asked why they should choose him, being the best students from all over the world, and Zhang Sang agreed with him. The teacher thanked the young man for his passionate speech, and then said that the next speaker would be the silent Lin Qiu. Not eager to engage in all this nonsense, the hero, who was not interested, nevertheless took the microphone in his hand. Unexpectedly, the simple boy greeted the audience and said that he did not want to be the class president at all. He advised the kids to vote for the charming Qin Zhen, who did not expect this from him. Angry inside, Junning appeared calm, saying that it was the strangest election speech she had ever heard. The modest girl simply asked those present to vote for her, which sounded rather weak. The teacher asked if that was all she could say, and the beauty confirmed it and stepped aside. At the same time, her closest associates praised her, calling her a true ice queen and noting her unique aura. Noting that this was the shortest speech, Han asked the beautiful Ou Yangqian to come on stage. The secretive girl was quite popular, but she posed no threat in Lin Qiu's eyes. The boys in the hall admired the girl's incredible beauty, almost fainting at the sight of her. The awakened fire with 3 silver stars introduced herself by name, then said she had nothing more to add. In a sweet voice, the young lady asked those present to vote for her, but she had no more words prepared. The enthusiastic young men were ready to give her their votes because their hearts were filled with love. The discouraged hero thought to himself that Wu Yang and Qin Zhen had completely different styles, but both were very popular. Teacher Junning soon announced that the votes had been counted, and asked everyone to prepare to hear the name of the new head. She deliberately prolonged the suspense, delaying the announcement to make the audience a little anxious and interested. In the end, the charming Qin, who remained serious, won with the most votes. Second place went to her direct rival, who became the deputy, but she was very angry about it. The teacher expressed her hope that they would all get along well, and then said that now it was time to discuss military training. The woman added that their training was different from the usual complexity, and warned that absences would result in expulsion. The trainers were real experienced special forces fighters, and they would train the students like real soldiers. Lin Qiu asked which units they were talking about, and a surprised Sima Yang couldn't believe that he hadn't heard of them. Mila Ouyang said that the warriors were the best team in the country, and their levels were far beyond the comprehension of ordinary guys. The girl decided to strike up a conversation with the hero she liked, but he was lost in thought and paid no attention to her. The young man allowed for the possibility that someday he would have his own spirit beast, and imagined an eagle. On the day of military training, the students gathered at the stadium, listening attentively to the orders. Excited, Chungming noticed that Zhang Sang had lost weight, and he replied that he missed her so much that he couldn't eat. Feeling sad, Lin Qiu looked at the lovers and wondered when he would have the same with the beautiful Qin. The boy was thinking about how beautiful his goddess looked in her outfit, when Sima Yang suddenly asked those around him to look at something. Not far from the crowd, a huge eagle flew by, its thick feathers falling to the ground. An unknown man in a black mask was riding the wild bird and ordered everyone to land. At his command, the bird of prey immediately began to descend in order to drop off the fighter who had arrived for military training. The secretive gentleman loudly exclaimed that the first day of training was starting right now. It was the chief instructor, Lieutenant Colonel and Squad Commander Lin Chun, staring sternly at his students. The strict man said that the ease of enjoyment was not for soldiers, but that they were flowers from a greenhouse who had not experienced all the cruelty of the world. The gentleman exclaimed that because of the order he had no choice, so he would take care of their training, and experienced fighters would help him with this. Then a calmer instructor, Qin Ming, approached and said that he would start teaching the students next month. Surprised, Lin Qiu noted that their names were strange, and the man thought to himself that this year's freshmen were very arrogant. Looking at the young men, the teacher opened his journal, preparing to give them assignments from the very first minute. Being serious, he ordered everyone to run 10 laps to start with, and warned that the use of force was prohibited. The statement stunned all the students present, and even the main character thought it was too much. The instructor shouted that anyone who did not run the specified distance would ultimately be left without lunch. As the wise Qin Ming expected, halfway through, many cadets began to complain of severe fatigue and exhaustion. The man knew very well that it was easy to gauge physical fitness by the way young people ran. Against the backdrop of the others, he stood out as a brave hero, whose face showed no sign of fatigue. Unlike the others, the young man moved non-stop, even smiling a little. The teacher was even a little alarmed by the fact that he only had silver, yet he managed to run ahead of everyone else. Then his attention was drawn to the exhausted beauties Yang Qian and Zhen, who were on the verge of tears. Excited, Lin Qiu noticed that his goddess was not feeling well, so he decided to ask her how she was doing. At that moment, the young man simply stopped, immediately attracting the attention of Sima Yang, who was running nearby. Smiling, the young man suggested that the goddess run with him, emphasizing the fact that she was clearly tired, drenched in sweat. The beauty replied that she was fine and asked him to continue, while he thought to himself that she was stubborn. Unexpectedly, a brown-haired girl approached the hero, saying that she was very tired and asked the young man for help, calling him handsome. As if greatly frightened, the guy abruptly pulled his hand away, refusing her, while his beloved was already burning with anger. The nimble fighter told the blue-eyed girl that he would continue running and asked her to call him if she needed anything. On the last lap, the blonde was barely breathing, but he still kept going, while Lin Qiu acted as if nothing had happened. He was annoyed that the nasty rabbit kept chasing him, singing songs, but he promised himself that he would not lose to him. Gathering his strength, the young man took a running start, which attracted the attention of the slightly puzzled hero. The brave man realized that if he ran at full speed, he would probably have already run 20 laps. Based on the situation, he concluded that his physical fitness was higher than that of the other cadets. Angry Sima Yang realized that the nasty kid was looking down on him, so he decided to compete with him. In his mind, the freshman repeated that a majestic eagle cannot lose to a pathetic rabbit. But reality spoke otherwise. The boys had less than 100 meters to go to the finish line, so everyone was making a titanic effort. Clenching his fists and jaw tightly, the blonde fighter said he would endure, because he simply could not lose. The observant Lin Qiu immediately wondered why the embittered boy had suddenly picked up speed. The imperturbable hero did not understand why he was doing this, because he was not going to fight him for first place. The angry rival kept muttering to himself that he simply couldn't lose to someone who annoyed him. He exclaimed aloud that he had worked hard, so he could never allow himself to lose to some rabbit. Just before the finish line, the young man suddenly hit a rock and stumbled. In shock, the blonde man wondered how he had managed to stumble so ridiculously, but it was too late to do anything about it. In the end, the dissatisfied hero, who would have been happy with second place, came in first. Sima Yang, who was on the verge of tears, wondered if he had trained so hard only to lose because of his own stupidity. Qin Ming congratulated the brave man immediately, looked closely at his face, and asked for his name. The man emphasized the fact that even after 10 rounds, the resilient young man had not lost his strength. The young man put on an acting performance and began to complain of pain in his elbows, lower back, and knees. The strict instructor said he would remember him, and the daredevil thought to himself that he had ruined everything with his actions. The hero looked at the breathless blonde and said to himself that because of him, he would now be watched. The angry fighter firmly stated that next time, he would not give in to Lin Qiu, who did not want any of this anyway. The daredevil said that at first glance, the youngster seemed foolish to him, so he looked again to make sure. His adversary, who disliked him, said that he was also a beast, and that he, a rabbit, could not defeat a powerful eagle. The fearless warrior replied that the youngster did not know him well, so he advised him not to jump to conclusions. At that moment, 2 more boys ran up, exhausted and barely able to stand. The instructor realized that everyone had finished the tests, and decided that it was time to move on to the next one. Folding his arms across his chest, he calmly ordered everyone to gather in one place and listen to him carefully. Now that he had an idea of the cadets' abilities, Qin Ming said that everyone had to do 5 sets of 100 push-ups. The overweight Zhang Sang clutched his head, saying that it was the end for him, because he could no longer feel his legs, and now he would lose his arms as well. The strict teacher said that everyone would train on their own, and asked the guys not to be lazy and to keep count so they could report back later. The man also added that he would be watching them, and warned that anyone who tried to cheat would be punished. After that, it was clearly stated that the first-year students could begin the exercise. Sima Yang, who had gathered his strength, was confident that he would definitely be able to win this test and take first place. But unexpectedly, Lin Chu once again attracted the attention of those around him by moving incredibly quickly. The stunned blonde called him a monster in his mind, not understanding how he could complete the task so quickly. The daredevil understood that it didn't matter whether he held back or not, because the instructor had already noticed his strength. But all this was just a drop in the ocean. His incredible speed made the instructor watch him closely, as the result was commendable. After looking at the report about the hero in the journal, Qin told himself that he needed to keep a close eye on this unusual guy. In an instant, the master said that the last group had finished the test, after which the exhausted guys collapsed on the ground. Out of breath, Ma Yang called the teacher a devil, and Yang Qian complained of being exhausted and said she couldn't go on. The teacher said that the morning training was over and that they would continue after a break. The blonde-haired boy asked if there would be another round, and Ming suddenly said he would give him a chance. The instructor said that the boy could challenge him and promised to suppress his level so that they would be on equal footing. He promised to give excellent marks in the journal to whoever defeated him, and added that he had a third gold medal, so he could fight with confidence. The blonde guy said they accepted his offer, and Lin Chu thought it would be interesting to challenge the teacher. The daredevil asked if he could use a weapon, and the gentleman confirmed this, asking what kind of weapon he had. The young man exclaimed that he wanted to use a gun, and the tense man replied that even he was powerless against bullets. The young man corrected him, saying that he was talking about a spear, so there was no need to fear lead bullets. Tired Qin Ming said they would see each other after lunch, and an enthusiastic Zhang Sang promised to cheer for his brother. Meanwhile, Lin Chun asked if the head was giving the young man time because he was much stronger, and he replied that he was his favorite. The master said that he had personally selected several people and asked his subordinate to train them thoroughly. The strict instructor promised that everything would be done, and his counterpart also ordered him to put aside his criticism. The man asked why his colleague would not heal the wound that disfigured his face, and he vowed not to touch it until the culprit was brought to justice. The embittered lieutenant colonel added that he had left it to remind himself of the pain he had experienced earlier. The chief said he could only wish him luck in finding the scoundrel, because many years had passed, and he still hadn't let go of the situation. Waving goodbye, Lin Chun said that he had a couple of ideas on the matter, and believed that the day he needed was just around the corner. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a surprised Lin Q was on the premises, looking at something. Hyler asked what he was doing and reminded him that the test was about to begin, but the guy replied that he was looking for a suitable weapon. He said that his previous weapon had been broken, so he now had a new mop in his hands. The guys shook hands, after which the main character had to prepare for the upcoming event. Out of nowhere, a dark-haired fighter with a golden spear in his hands appeared, looking quite confident. It was Zhang San's subordinate, who said that he had an item made of a very rare alloy in his hands, and asked his comrade to take it. The daredevil noted that it looked deadly and had a very beautiful shape, and called his friend caring. Smiling, the shy young man expressed his joy that his respected brother liked everything. Then Chu noticed that the instructor and Sima Yang were already standing facing each other, which meant that the fight was about to begin. The confident blonde clenched his fists tightly, looking the man in the eye and saying that he would defeat him. The fearless kid warned that he had a second silver medal and apologized to the instructor in advance. The experienced fighter had already had to fight beastmen, among whom there were some strong birds. That is why he was not afraid of pathetic threats, and even smiled at his opponent, who thought himself invincible. The master asked the boy not to forget to take off his shirt before turning into a hungry predator. At that moment, the boy turned into an eagle with huge wings, a single flap of which could kill anyone. Plucking up his courage, the boy flew up and fluttered away, buying himself time to think of a plan. In the air, Sima Yang looked very impressive and threatening, so he was to be feared. The main character saw such a transformation for the first time and noted the elegance of the young man's movements. In turn, Qinming just smiled and blocked the attack in time. Seeing the approaching energy charge, the blonde man twisted and turned in the air, launching endless attacks, but they were still unsuccessful. The observant Lin knew that the instructor had a rare metal awakening, and it was no surprise that he accepted this challenge with such ease. The guy wondered if anyone could break through the invincible man's very thick armor. Stunned, Ma Yang stared at his opponent, trying to understand how he managed not to fall to his knees after what had happened. The teacher asked if the boy really lacked spiritual strength and suggested that he surrender on his own. Clenching his fist and jaw, the angry youngster admitted defeat, realizing that he could not win this fight. Scratching the back of his head, the tough nut asked the next student who was brave enough to fight him to come forward. Unexpectedly, the lovely Ouyang Qian, who possessed the third silver and the element of fire, came forward. With a sly smile, the charming lady asked the instructor to teach her, confident in her abilities. Not at all surprised, the long-haired gentleman immediately said that it was time to start the fight. The brave girl, without warning, fired a flaming ball at him, which looked convincing. Qinming knew that the sphere did not cause much damage and was not difficult to dodge. But since the lady had challenged him, she surely had more than just this ability. Gathering his strength, the serious fighter rushed into the attack, realizing that he had to attack, while a sly smile appeared on his opponent's face. Taking a fighting stance, the stern girl prepared to use her fire skill again, asking her opponent to be careful. The alarmed instructor was momentarily confused, seeing that danger was rapidly approaching him. At the last moment, he desperately put up a block and narrowed his eyes, hoping that serious injury would spare him this time. The charming lady raised her hands, quietly saying that she would be merciful to the respected teacher. The stunned man mentally noted that this freshman was simply incredible compared to the others. The next minute, the tense Qinming resorted to using the steel barrier skill. Hiding behind a solid wall, the man thought to himself that because of the girl, he would have to use special skills. The temperature of his opponent's flames was about 1,500 degrees, so it was difficult for him to hold on. The persistent girl continued to pressure her opponent with fire, but he defended himself to the last. At the same time, the beauty felt very tired and realized that she could no longer continue her actions. Suddenly, she fell to her knees and quietly said that she was giving up because her spiritual energy was depleted. Feeling slightly awkward, the instructor noted that young Qian was very good and had performed well. The silent Qinjun looked at her comrade with a slight sadness in her eyes, her thoughts impossible to read. The stern lady said that she possessed the ice element and 4 stars, and Qinming mentally noted that this was impressive for a first-year student. The girl suggested that he rest, as she did not want to win because he was feeling unwell, but the man assured her that his spiritual strength would be sufficient. After that, the rivals went their separate ways, and using her skill, the blue-eyed girl asked the instructor to be careful. Clenching his fists tightly, the stern gentleman decided not to drag it out and announced the start of the fight. The fearless girl immediately resorted to using an ice arrow and began to pull the bowstring. The tense teacher noticed the incredible strength of the beautiful Jen, so he had no time to relax. Looking at the flying, sharp crystals, the nervous gentleman wondered what kind of people these were, each one stronger than the other. The fighter, jumping in different directions, realized that he would need to cover his entire body with metal to counter her abilities. He needed to attack at close range, but as soon as he got close to the girl, icy arrows appeared. A very angry Qin thought to himself that his opponent had broken through his defense and ultimately outsmarted him. Lin Qiu watched the fight and admired his stunning lady, whom the instructor had not been able to get close to even once during the entire fight. Soon, the calm lady said that she was giving up due to a lack of spiritual strength, and Ming, who was covered in sweat, was even secretly glad about this. Having regained his strength, the man wondered if any of the remaining students wanted to fight him. At that moment, the brave Chu raised his hand and confidently exclaimed that he had awakened the silver 1-star beast. The cold-blooded instructor first looked silently at the loud boy, whose strength interested him the most. The young man asked if the teacher needed a break, as he had been quite badly injured during the fight. The master replied that he was recovering quickly, and in his mind he said that fighting someone of the hero's level would not take much strength. Suddenly, the stern Lin Chun appeared in front of him and said that if he did not regain his strength and attack at full power, he would simply lose. The stunned opponent asked if his colleague was sure of his words, and he immediately gave an affirmative answer. The guys on the sidelines discussed the incredibly strong instructors, and the angry Sima Yang really wanted the rabbit Chu to be beaten to death. Sitting down on the ground, Qinming began to rest, and Lin Chun asked the main character to tell him about himself. The kid was stunned to learn that the boss had already told him about him, and asked if he even knew about outer space. The man thought about what he had heard, because the manager had only shared his knowledge about the young man's physical strength. Realizing that he had almost been caught, the nervous young man began to assure him that he had mentioned the animal transformation, but his counterpart did not believe him and asked for help. The gentleman with the scar wanted to teach the arrogant Min a lesson, and his colleague standing behind him noted that he was looking down on him. Long-haired Chun said that if he lost, he would do 500 push-ups, which did not surprise his friend at all. The tense Lin Qiu did not want to become famous. On the contrary, he wanted to behave modestly, but now that was impossible. The stern instructor asked the young man to transform into a beast, not wanting to waste time. The calm hero replied that his strength did not lie in transformation, which greatly alarmed his opponent. His words angered him, because the main strength of a person who had awakened the beast was not in transformation. In a fit of rage, the nimble Qin rushed into the attack, shouting loudly that the insolent boy would regret everything. The boy, in turn, stood still, watching as a fiery projectile approached him at tremendous speed. The brave boy noticed that the instructor did not devote much time to training, relying solely on his own abilities. The man made only a couple of awkward movements and dodges, but after that, he could not be called a professional. Such an attack was easy to counter if you could find a flaw in it, which the observant warrior was busy searching for. Seizing the right moment, the young fighter realized that this was his chance and immediately took advantage of it with a powerful swing, alerting his opponent. Still holding the stick tightly, the young man managed to maintain his coordination and did not even fall down. Qin Ming, on the other hand, fell to the ground like a sack of trash, stunning the crowd of students standing nearby. A nervous Lin Chun was convinced that the young man was a golden-level fighter, and Jun Ning exclaimed that from now on, he would be a loyal companion to the strongman. An excited Qin Shin realized that the weak rabbit was surpassing her time and time again, and it was already impossible to overtake him. Then the beauty felt admiration, telling herself that if such a person was by her side, she too would achieve success, and loudly wished Lin Qiu good luck. The enthusiastic boys began to call the main character cool, because he had proven himself during the fight. The young man himself was puzzled, and immediately wondered what had suddenly happened to the crowd. The happy students shouted that it was an excellent fight, and the young man raised his fist to support their cheers. The serious instructor told himself that he must not let the young man get cocky. Clutching his weapon in his hand, the man calmly told the boy that he was not very good with spears. Glaring at him, the combat instructor said that daggers were his forte, and that they were his weapon of choice. Lin Qiu, who was picking his nose, knew that this was not the case at all, and that Min's skills left much to be desired, so he was not afraid of anything. The thoughtful Lin Chun noticed that his colleague had become more serious, and remembered that each weapon had its strengths and weaknesses. The spear was suitable for long-range attacks, and allowed one to fight back without close contact, but it was extremely inconvenient to use in close combat. With a dagger, it was exactly the opposite, so the man with the scar believed that the battle would be very spectacular. The opponents crossed swords, and a promising duel began, which was to decide everything once and for all. The daredevil moved from side to side, trying to find his opponent's weak spots and strike a blow. The perceptive young man noted that his enemy's defense was strong, and that he could also use magic with his equipment. The young man couldn't understand how the stern Qin Ming dared to get distracted when the matter was so serious. Alert Lin Qiu realized that he needed to act as quickly as possible, so he also took out his spear. The attacking instructor was momentarily stunned when he noticed that the young man was acting unusually. He was greatly alarmed and disturbed by the fact that the young man had unexpectedly separated his weapons. The cold-blooded fighter, his eyes red, suddenly swung at his opponent as if he were holding a katana in his hand. The tense teacher realized that he had no choice but to block the attack and hope for the best. In his mind, he noted that the guy was too strong. He didn't understand, so if he hadn't listened to the advice and regained his strength, he would have definitely lost. Suddenly, Qin Ming flew to the side like a soccer ball, which was the result of the main character's powerful actions. The crowd of students was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped, because no one expected to see anything like this. Still, the man managed to quickly get back on his feet and remain unharmed, but a residue remained in his soul. The nervous instructor couldn't understand how the young man who had awakened the beast could possess such physical strength. He said to himself that he was very tired, and that the young man was indeed powerful, but that it had all gone on too long. The brave man tried to understand whether his opponent wanted to continue, as he pondered how the fight would end. At that moment, the young man noted that they were equal and suggested ending with a draw. Shaking hands, the fighters exchanged kind words, but the hero knew that if he had used cosmic power, he would have definitely won. Qin Ming admitted that he had not suppressed his skills in battle, even though he had promised to do so, so he acknowledged the hero's victory and allowed him not to participate in the training. The joyful young man said that he would have continued their lessons, but he had been feeling nauseous in recent days, so he decided to obey the order. Angry Ma Yan was annoyed by all this. Zhang Song was very happy for his brother, and the beautiful Qian wanted to get to know the handsome guy better. The strict instructor asked why they had stopped and told them to continue running in circles, threatening that otherwise the boys would be left without dinner. The crying healer knew he couldn't handle this task, and the teacher dragged him along while the hero smiled and waved, wishing his friend luck. Then the young man standing still felt someone's gaze on him, and remembered that Lin Chun was behind him. The young man was a little surprised to see the head teacher, who clearly wanted something from him. The stern lieutenant colonel asked if the boy wanted to ride with him, which didn't make much sense. Lin Qiu clarified whether it would really be just the two of them, and the emotionless gentleman confirmed it. Feeling suddenly awkward and embarrassed, the young man clutched his head and, apologizing, said he had things to do. The fighter with the scar on his face said he wanted to fly with him, and the hero understood that he meant riding on an eagle. The instructor asked how the young man knew that their animal was a thunderstorm predator, and whether he had studied spiritual beasts. The young man lied, saying that his older brother had told him about it before, so he had some knowledge. At that moment, an impressive bird, feared by many, landed on the asphalt. The head teacher asked what the young man thought of the huge eagle looking down on them. The thoughtful Lin Chu replied that he would say a few words, but asked to be corrected if necessary. The hero said that eagle chicks entering service are either brought from ruins while they are still small, or they hatch in the barracks. His counterpart asked where he got this information, and the young man replied that it was all a waste of time. A very nervous Lin Chun couldn't understand what he was talking about, and asked if the kid really thought he was unworthy of a combat predator. The imperturbable fighter asked the instructor to calm down, noting that something was wrong with the subordinate animal's diet. The artificially bred and wild birds differed greatly in size, which the daredevil noticed. Lost in thought, the young man asked if the eagles raised by the teacher were not smaller than wild ones. The brave man learned that he regularly went on expeditions for chicks that live up to 100 years, but Chuna's animals did not live even half that long. The stunned man recalled that the research department had been racking its brains over this for many years, and this child simply took it all in and understood. The serious gentleman asked where the boy knew all this from, but he couldn't tell him the whole truth. The youngster replied that he had been told about it, but in reality, thanks to his resurrection skill, his ability as a beastmaster had grown to the level of an expert. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, Lin Chun asked if there was a solution, and upon hearing a positive answer, asked him to follow him. The surprised student reminded him that he had to go to class, but the teacher said he would take responsibility for him. The lieutenant colonel called the teacher and asked him to let him take the boy for a couple of days, promising to return him safe and sound. The young man asked if he could stay, but the instructor threatened that if he didn't go, he would be marked absent and expelled. With a dissatisfied look on his face, the boy sat down on the huge eagle and thought to himself that all men were deceivers. The man with the scar on his face exclaimed that it was time to take off, after which Lin Q was slightly shocked. The huge bird immediately flapped its wings and soared into the air, which frightened the boy a little. After a while, the partners reached the secret base, where the observers immediately recognized Commander Lin Chun. At that moment, the intelligent eagle landed on the ground, allowing the people riding it to dismount. The stunned boy did not expect to see such a cool place in real life, and could not even believe that it was all real. Everything around him was new, so he silently looked around, enjoying the birdsong. Surprised, Chief of Staff Zhen Yuyun couldn't understand why the commander had returned so early when he had plans for the next few days. The stern Lin Chun said that he had brought a real treasure, then pushed the dissatisfied Lin Q forward. The young man, blue with nerves, demanded an explanation of what was going on, as he didn't understand anything. The leader suggested that Yun go with them, as he wanted to show the boy to the group leader, but he refused the offer and let them pass. The man with the scar on his face asked the young man to follow him, and he did not contradict him. For several minutes, the partners moved along an iron bridge leading through the canyon. Soon they found themselves in front of a huge rock, which was a little strange for the protagonist, who didn't understand anything. The confused guy remembered that the chief instructor was going to take him to the boss, but they were standing in front of a simple wall. Imagining a funny monkey, the youngster assumed that the leader would now jump out of nowhere. Completely calm, Lin Chun quietly pressed a button that was clearly responsible for a certain mechanism. At that very moment, the stone wall simply slid apart, revealing an iron door behind it. Tense, Lin Q noted that the man had frightened him, as he had not even expected to see such technology. The imperturbable teacher asked the boy to follow him, promising that he would see something even more shocking. The cautious hero thought to himself that this place was like another world, where he had suddenly found himself. All around him, he saw scientists dressed in chemical protection suits conducting research on eagles. The scientists were completely immersed in their work to avoid any mistakes. There were also special capsules in the room where the mammals being studied were placed. The nervous hero noticed that there were a lot of spiritual beasts and researchers here, occupying the entire mountain. The lieutenant colonel asked him how he felt and whether he found the scene impressive. Excited, Lin Kyo exclaimed that it was a real crime to feed the birds pork, but everything was fine with one of the griffins. The man pulled the boy along with him, realizing that since he wasn't afraid of so many problems, they would be easy to solve. At one point, they stopped in front of an iron door so that it would not be completely clear to the young man. The teacher said that they hadn't even had time to introduce him, and that this madman was probably buried in his research again. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the determined instructor kicked the door open with one strong blow. The sweaty young man did not understand what to expect next, but he had no choice but to move forward. Covering his eyes to avoid the dust, the young man asked why they had to be so cruel, but received no answer. In the thick smoke, the wary Lin Chong saw a blonde girl who had lowered her gaze to the floor. The man said that their main task was to awaken Shen Xin from her deep thoughts, and the boy realized that the leader was a woman. The lieutenant colonel added that they were facing a level 30 demon awakener and a manager. The head of the logistics department's research team looked seriously at the uninvited guests. Alerted, Lin Chu did not expect that the spawn of the devil, whom he had never encountered before, would be mentioned. The young man asked if such a thing really existed, and Chun said that this type of awakening was as rare as a cosmic system. The hero realized that the gentleman knew his secret, and he asked if the young man was going to hide it from him. The instructor said he would wake Shen Xin and ask the student to hide nearby, but he did not understand why this was necessary. The master said that the girl would enter a demonic state when disturbed, and even he could not be sure that he could handle her. Reaching out his hand, Lin understood that the worst that could happen was that he would be beaten. But he was ready to fight. Summoning his courage, the man gently touched the shoulder of the charming lady, who was holding pistols in her hands. At that moment, the fierce lady turned and opened fire on the serious fighter, who immediately jumped aside. The shooting continued for several minutes, which greatly frightened the hiding protagonist. The nervous young man wondered if Shen Xin was so crazy that she really decided to kill them. Soon the noise stopped, and the guy assumed that she had run out of ammunition, but it was too early to relax. The merciless girl resorted to activating demon mode, which was much more dangerous than a gun. Giving her opponent a stern look, she took a fighting stance, ready to pounce on him and tear him apart. Without warning, the enraged leader rushed into the attack, instilling fear in those around her. Alerted, Lin Chong even lost confidence in his abilities and did not know if he could handle her. The master used the stone wall skill at the last moment, realizing that he had no other choice. The angry lady had no intention of backing down and was ready to destroy the huge barrier that had appeared. Without much effort, the angry Shen Xin broke through the barrier, intending to grab the throat of the scoundrel who had disturbed her. The cool-headed fighter noticed that the girl had become stronger, and he wouldn't be surprised if she was close to 9 stars. He activated various techniques, while Chu was nervous because the girl's attacks were so powerful that the instructor with 3 layers of protection was inferior to her. The unflappable gentleman said he could no longer resist, so he needed help. The daredevil nodded in agreement and calmly said that he clearly understood his request, then began to act. The nimble young man rushed toward the work table, looking back along the way so as not to fall into the clutches of his opponent. Running up to the computer, the guy noticed the parameters for incubating the firebird, which seemed interesting to him. The angry hero understood that even if this animal hatched, it would inevitably have some defects due to the incorrectly set properties. Nervous Lin Chun shouted, asking why he had stopped and demanding that someone be called for help immediately. The confused fighter turned to the chief instructor, as if noticing something strange. The young man said that something was wrong with the incubation parameters, and Shen Xin saw that he was standing near the computer. The brave man replied that he knew exactly how to do everything correctly, which attracted the blonde's thoughtful gaze. Suddenly, the demonic horns on the beauty's head began to disappear, and she calmly asked if he was telling the truth. Surprised by what he saw, Lin Q froze in place, trying to understand what had happened so suddenly. The lady, who had regained consciousness, said that she had been doing this for a long time, but the egg would not hatch, and asked where the problem was that she could not find. A frustrated Lin Q only now realized that it was very easy to wake her up, and that he had simply endured beatings for many years. The lieutenant colonel knew that the woman's latest research had reached an impasse, so he brought her an expert on spiritual beasts. The beauty just laughed, looking at the baby, who really didn't like being looked down on. The angry boy said to himself that if the instructor hadn't been there, he would have proven everything to the girl. Holding back his emotions, the young man reached into his pants pocket to get a notebook with important notes. It was said that the parameters entered by Shen Xin were incorrect, because first of all, the temperature in the incubator was too low. Since it was a spiritual beast of the fire element, it had high fire resistance, and usually the mother bird breathed fire on the egg. The hero added that in addition, strong energy is needed to hatch a small chick. The daredevil advised placing several spheres next to the fruit so that the baby could absorb the substances it needed. The pensive lady said that she had observed birds and seen how they incubate eggs and singe them with flames, but she had never heard of spiritual spheres before. The serious Lin Q asked what the main difference was between the habitat of animals and their human reality. Lost in thought, the girl was unable to answer, but the young man emphasized that it was all about the aura. Impressed, Shen Xin realized that the eggs absorbed the energy surrounding them, and called the hero a professional. Unexpectedly, the beauty grabbed the animal expert by the hand and dragged him away, which greatly surprised him. Calling him a baby, she said that they would create new life and promised to recognize his talent if he could hatch the chicks. The young man was a little confused and didn't know how to react to this, and the lady asked if he really didn't want to help the little birds. The young man, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, replied with a slight gleam in his eyes that he would not stand aside. Then the main character said that he had more important things to do than conception, but his counterpart did not quite understand. Now the brave man grabbed her by the wrist and rushed off somewhere, throwing the confused Lin Chun off balance. At that moment, the brave man stood in the middle of the room and attracted the attention of the scientists, saying that he had important information. He greeted everyone and introduced himself, saying that he was here to give the researchers a couple of tips. The guy said he had discovered that they were making many mistakes in feeding the precious spiritual beasts. The dissatisfied employees replied that they were specialists and had conducted a lot of research, and were not going to tolerate interference from a stranger. The cool-headed lieutenant colonel asked everyone present to speak one at a time and behave properly. He asked how to make them believe Lin Q, who understood that words alone were not enough, so he decided to demonstrate the mistakes in practice. The serious young man asked if they could lend him an eagle, promising that he would not harm it, but only help the animals. One of the scholars said that spiritual beings are precious and asked if it was possible to dispose of them as one wished. The perceptive Lin Chong realized that these guys didn't know the student well, which is why they didn't want to cooperate with him. At that very moment, he ordered the gate to be opened and let in his combat predator, who had never let him down. The stunned specialist turned to the reckless commander and said that this was not the best idea. Putting his hand on the main character's shoulder, the gentleman said that he trusted him, so he decided to put the animal at his disposal. The subordinate calmly reported to the leader that his darling was already there and ready to follow orders. In front of the crowd, the owner of a huge yellow beak looked very threatening. Surprised, Chu asked if the instructor really called the thunderous eagle a cutie, and the gentleman replied that it was indeed so. The researcher noted that the bird had only just reached gold, and the young man said he needed an awakening drug, alcohol, painkillers, and a scalpel. Being extremely serious, Chun told the specialist that the young man was a healer, and that he already had everything else. The young man asked him to follow him, and the excited man said that if something happened to the beast, he would not take responsibility. Thanks to his taming skills, the brave man was well versed in spiritual animals, so he was not afraid of anything. He knew that an eagle must have a place on its head, so he decided to just stroke it first, letting it know that he was friendly. Enjoying the approving sounds, the young man noted that the bird really liked him, and the surprised instructor asked why it was obeying him. The expert said they could begin, and the teacher, who was almost in tears, could not understand how he had managed to tame such a proud beast in such a short time. A few minutes later, the huge mammal was already lying on the floor, not even moving. Encouraged, Lin Q asked his assistant to help him climb on, but noticed that they were rushing to do so. Soon, the brave man climbed onto the bulky eagle, fully prepared to begin the procedure. The first thing he did was ask for an anesthetic so that the animals would not have to learn. The serious man did not ask any unnecessary questions and handed him a huge syringe filled with blue liquid. The tense gentleman did not know if everything would be all right, but they had no choice but to trust the young specialist. The chief instructor understood that no matter how strong the young man was, he was still a student, and now he would definitely need painkillers. The daredevil demanded that a mug of boiling water be poured onto the bird's abdomen, which made the commander even more nervous. But soon, it dawned on the gentleman that the young man was simply plucking the feathers to facilitate the palpation process. Then, with extreme care, the young man asked for a scalpel to finally make the incision. The wary researcher turned to Lin Chun, who was becoming increasingly concerned for the cute girl. The slightly angry hero said that since the teacher had decided to trust him, he should see it through to the end. The man ordered his subordinate to pass the surgical instrument to the young specialist, and he immediately obeyed. The focused expert took the sharp object and prepared to make the first incision in the eagle's skin. The fearless young man said he was about to begin the operation, and the alarmed scientist behind him covered his eyes with his hand. In an instant, Lin Q's face changed, as if he had seen something unexpected and unusual. After the autopsy, it turned out that there was a fat ball inside that was interfering with the hatching process. The admiring hero said that it needed to be removed and asked his assistant to help him. A minute later, the layer was pierced, and a few drops of blood splashed onto the young specialist. The expert asked his assistant to use his medical skills, which he did, saying that he could be trusted. Lin Chun asked why the guy had cut out the cute fat, and he replied that a thunder eagle did not need that much of it. It was said that the bird would not only become stronger, but would also be able to give birth to new life naturally. The lieutenant colonel asked where all the fat on the body came from, and the hero said that in the future he would have to start feeding the animals lamb or beef. The serious gentleman said that he would observe the situation and make a decision, and Shen Xin asked him to pay attention to something. At that moment, the fierce predator woke up and immediately flew over, asking in her language where her cute little fat ball was. Everyone around was delighted that the beautiful creature had awakened so quickly and was feeling well. Now the eagle was very serious and made it clear with her behavior that she could no longer be called a cutie. The owner noticed that his animal had indeed entered the second phase of development. He was greatly surprised that the bird had grown to 15 meters and was able to reach platinum. After petting the mammal, Lin Qiu said that she wanted to fly with the instructor, who wondered if the kid really understood animal language. Now the man began to believe that the hero was a real expert on spiritual animals, and the scientist apologized to him for his misunderstanding. The brave man said he would point out some mistakes to them and was confident that after that, the team's strength would reach a completely different level. The young man began to list what should not be done with thunder eagles in the future, and Shen Xin began to look at him carefully. Soon, the chief instructor brought the specialist to the recreation room and asked him to rest. After changing his clothes, the young man lay down on the bed and, complaining of fatigue, thought to himself that he had not noticed night falling while talking with the researchers. Resting his head on a soft pillow, the exhausted young man was content that he could finally sleep. But the brave man's peace did not last long, as someone suddenly touched him with a gentle hand. Turning around, Lin Qiu was surprised to see the lovely Shen Xin, whom he had already forgotten about. The stunned specialist couldn't understand what the commander was doing in his room, especially at such a late hour. Jumping up abruptly, the angry fighter shouted, asking what the girl was doing in his restroom in the middle of the night. The charming lady replied calmly that she had just come in, but she didn't want to talk about that. Moving closer to the young man, she asked him to look at the object in her hand, and he asked her not to lie down on his bed. Glancing at the notebook, the young man learned that the chick had hatched and noted the accuracy of the parameters, but said that it had happened too quickly. The woman said she had used the golden spiritual spheres, and the hero had never seen anyone spend precious resources on that. Putting his head back on the pillow, the guy asked why she had disturbed his sleep, and the lady wanted to discuss something with him. Moving closer to the young man, the beauty began to say something, trying to collect her thoughts. She whispered, asking him to teach her how to deal with spiritual beasts, expressing her desire to become a student of a specialist. The young man replied that he was just a student, but the girl, whom he considered to be the devil incarnate, insisted. In the end, the exhausted young man said he would give it a try, which brought a smile to the charmer's face. The assertive Shen Xin thanked the teacher sweetly and asked him to take care of her. For a while, Chu doubted the correctness of his decision, but there was nowhere else for him to go. Not wanting to waste any more time, the brave young man showed the shocked girl out the door, saying that classes would start tomorrow. The next day, Lin, who had not slept well and had bags under his eyes, walked out of the recreation room. The young man really wanted to sleep, and Lin Chun was with the spirit bird, so he didn't know what to do. And suddenly, a student appeared. The flirtatious lady asked what they would be studying today, and the guy replied that he would think of something. The hero didn't know how exactly he would teach the beauty, so he asked her to ask questions, saying that he would answer all of them. The lovely Shen said that they had found the ice bird's eggs, but the hatching had been unsuccessful, and asked what the problem was. The specialist replied that the incubator should not be above freezing, and as soon as they figured that out, everything would go smoothly. Soon the young man's head was spinning from her questions, but he finally made it to the lab. Inside were two guys, one of whom happily said that expert Lin had come to see them. At that moment, the teacher was bombarded with a barrage of questions, and he could barely keep up. After working diligently for several days, the mentor soon chose a time to get at least a little sleep. Suddenly, his peace was interrupted by a siren that was impossible to ignore. The man with bruises under his eyes immediately opened his eyes, trying to understand what was happening through his sleep. Getting up, the young man wondered what the sudden noise was, and all the researchers were asked to go to the square. The guy, with a drop of sweat running down his cheek, wondered if something unexpected had happened. Seeing the group leader in the courtyard, the young man asked what was going on. He was told that the captain had returned and an alarm had been sounded, and the man himself said that he had an urgent message. Awakening the beast, Chao Gai reported that a transnational criminal group had recently been discovered in the country. The gentleman added that after several days of surveillance, the unit commander found the villain's hideout. His team had other tasks, which is why they decided to select the 10 best men and form a group out of them. Seeing the many volunteers, he noted that they were all worthy, and then remembered that they were supposed to bring someone named Lin Qiu. The young man listened attentively, so he did not miss the moment when he was mentioned by the serious Chao Gai. The main character immediately raised his hand and greeted the leader, saying that he was the one in question. The gentleman asked who this child was and why he felt he had not seen him before. And Xin replied that he was an expert brought by the commander of... The delighted girl began to list the glorious deeds of the very cool kid who had been incredibly helpful. Smiling and patting the boy on the shoulder, the long-haired captain called him a talented kid. But in an instant, the man's face turned serious, as if something was troubling him. The stern Chow guy asked how such a person could be taken on such a dangerous mission, and noted that unforeseen circumstances could arise. The brave man said that he had volunteered, so he promised to take responsibility. But in his heart, he hoped that Lin Chun would be able to help him. The serious man said that he was a good guy, but something was bothering him, and Shen promised to protect the young man. Looking at her, the captain said that such behavior was not at all like the leader of a group who loved no one. The senior officer warned that this mission could cost lives, and asked if Chu was sure he wanted to go, and received an affirmative answer. Smiling, the gentleman handed him a stack of papers with information, saying that he needed to study it carefully before departure. Then he turned his attention back to the crowd, and the daredevil grinned, realizing that the mission would begin very soon. Soon, flying over a green meadow on an eagle, Lin Chu said that this task had its difficulties. The young man said that they were dealing with a group of mercenaries who committed crimes through arson, robbery, and murder. The young man studied the information very carefully so that he would be prepared. Shen, who was focused, noted that the villains were always in crowded places, so an attack could lead to unnecessary casualties. She also warned that the enemies had explosives experts, so it would be great if they had a space system activator. Now the perceptive protagonist understood what motivated the instructor, whom he mentally referred to as an old fox. Suddenly, a notification sounded on the phone of the calm blonde, who said that they were almost there. Late at night, Lin Chun was in a ghost town, where two of his comrades had arrived on a spirit beast. The combat predators were guarded by the rest of the guys, who understood that their opponents could be anywhere. The head teacher said that he and his sweetheart had gone out for a walk, and he happened to meet Wu Kei. Since the guy had been wanted for a long time, he recognized him and simply followed him. And Chu asked why it took him so long to contact them. The man replied that the target had led him on for several days before arriving at the right place, and he and the cutie had been following him from the sky. Fortunately, the experienced gentleman saw that Wu Kei had returned to the group's hideout, which was in a nearby hotel. The instructor asked the brave man not to show concern, as he assumed they were being watched from across the street. The commander wished his comrades a pleasant rest and asked them to prepare for a difficult battle. The next day, Shen was watching through binoculars, saying that the target had gone out to buy breakfast, but nothing happened after that. Looking at Lin Chun lying on the sofa, the hero assumed that he was very tired after following his rival for a long time. The daredevil said it would be better to go for a walk to take a closer look, but in her haste, the lady had not brought suitable clothes. From his inner space, the young man abruptly took out the blue robe that Qinjun had left at his house last time. The stunned girl cried out, asking how he had put high-heeled shoes in his pocket and why he had women's clothes with him. Not wanting to waste time on idle chatter, the fighter asked her to tidy herself up, and she said there was no cause for concern. Very soon, the charming lady went out into the street and attracted the attention of the men around her with her beautiful hair. Looking at his delightful companion, Lin Qiu asked her not to squeeze his hands so tightly, but at the same time enjoyed her gorgeous appearance. Suddenly, the focused young man stopped and whispered that they had arrived at their destination. The gorgeous blonde said she was very thirsty and started looking away. The tense hero began to look around carefully, sensing that something was wrong. Looking at a large building nearby, the brave man noticed a sniper dressed in black with a rifle in his hands. Trying not to show it, he touched his companion's waist, trying to hint that they were being watched through the scope. The young man whispered that the enemy was following them, so he asked his partner not to move. The beauty whispered that it was too difficult for her because she didn't have such sharp eyesight, and suggested climbing higher so that could look around. After these words, Lin smiled slyly and said that he had an idea, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Speaking louder, the young man took Xin by the waist, saying that they could rent a room to spend time together. Soon, the young people entered the hotel, where the young man told the administrator that they needed a room on the 3rd floor. Upon learning that there were no rooms available in the desired location, the young man said that he wanted a sunny side and a pleasant interior on the 4th floor. The pleasant woman asked to see their ID, saying she would check them in, and the blonde was thrown off balance. The beauty had not brought her passport, but Lin Qiu did not lose his composure, and decided to calmly explain the situation to his counterpart. The brave man whispered that they had arrived in a hurry, forgetting their documents, and that it was very difficult for him to control his feelings, which stunned the administrator. The slightly nervous lady said that this would not work, as there were certain hotel rules. Without letting her finish, The brave man threw several hundred yuan on the counter, which was a convincing argument. The woman immediately gave them the room key, wishing the young couple a good time, and saying that the hotel had excellent soundproofing. The young couple entered the room and wondered why they needed soundproofing when they were there to eavesdrop. The reserved hero said that he still couldn't pick up the signal, and Shen Xin seemed alarmed. At one point, the alert young man heard a woman's voice and froze, hoping to hear something important. His focused colleague carefully used the equipment, saying that there was a sound coming from somewhere nearby. The blonde blushed deeply, realizing that this was not what they needed, but the young man, on the contrary, cheered up. The brave guy covered the stunned girl's mouth with his hand, asking her to be quiet because there were other signals. The excited leader continued to listen to the sounds, but could not understand anything. Two mysterious men were talking nearby, but the partners couldn't make anything out. The tense lady spoke 8 languages, but she did not understand her interlocutors at all, and Lin Q asked her to be quiet. Fortunately, the young man was fluent in languages, so he understood absolutely everyone in the world. After a while, the case manager asked the teacher if he understood anything from the stranger's conversation. The focused young man replied that they were speaking in the Fulani language, and apart from useless nonsense, he had heard 3 key points. First, this time the villains had not come here on their own initiative, but because someone had hired them. Second, the criminals were supposed to take something out of the country, but its contents were unknown. The scoundrels had also prepared a large amount of explosives, and if it was not disposed of, the consequences would be catastrophic. Shen Xin said that someone much more powerful was behind them, and the daredevil noted that the targets were talking on the phone. The bristly man said in the conversation that the goods would be taken out of country Z in the near future. He told his associates that they would rest today, and if everything worked out, they would not have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. The main character said that it seemed like everything had worked out for them, since they had been told that everything would be delivered tomorrow. His wary partner understood that the situation was at a stalemate, but she did not rush to panic. First, the girl took her phone out of her pocket because she received a call from Captain Chow Guy. Looking at the nervous man, the lady asked what had happened, and he replied that they had fallen into a trap and lost what they were supposed to protect. Thoughtful Lin Q wondered if what the commander had lost had anything to do with the criminal gang. The young man reported that the team of mercenaries would have to deliver something tomorrow, and it seemed that the people who attacked the leader were somehow connected to them. The leader said that these guys were very strong, and if they found out that their plan had been exposed, they might do something crazy, but he promised to send reinforcements. Shen, keeping her cool, asked if he could tell her what exactly the villains had stolen. For the first few seconds, the man pondered the situation and wondered whether he should answer the question. However, he said that Mr. Zhang Hong's life's work had been stolen, namely, the final model of the spiritual weapon. The captain said that their task was to send this information to the right hands, but they had no idea that things would turn out this way. It was said that all this had to be stopped, and the combatants promised the commander that they would do their best. The hero asked what this thing was, and Shin replied that the latest development absorbed spiritual energy and increased it when attacking. The delighted boy noted that Mr. Zhang was very cool, and the girl was sorry that such a genius was no longer alive. The brave man proudly said that the country was prospering thanks to such people, so they must not give up and must return the data. After a while, Lin Chun arrived, and the manager began to report what they had heard. The woman mentioned cooperation with the fire department, telling the captain that they should evacuate people under the pretext of training. In turn, the hero remembered the skill and mentally asked the robot to awaken it, after which the extraction process began. The angry guy was unhappy that he had been receiving E-rank skills for more than 10 days and considered it a mockery on the part of the system. He had regained low-level ventriloquism, but he couldn't understand what use it was. But after thinking for a few seconds, the young man realized that perhaps this skill was not so useless after all. The young man turned to Lin Chun, who was standing nearby, and said he had an important question for him. The hero asked where he thought the villains had planted the explosives, and the man believed that they were definitely keeping some of them with them for self-defense. The brave man said that this would be easy to deal with, and asked if the commander would support his plan, and he was all ears. With a sly grin, the brave fighter confidently said that they needed to take the flame out of the boiler. Shen Xin, slightly agitated, asked what it all meant, and the ruthless guy expressed his desire to burn down the hotel. The stunned girl exclaimed that he had simply gone mad, but the restrained instructor asked him to continue his story. The hero explained that after the hotel caught fire, the enemies would panic and would certainly not think about how to carry out the explosion, as this would attract too much attention. He added that his comrades would pretend to be police officers to help foreign guests, who would certainly not refuse their help. That's when they'd take the criminals to a place where there weren't many people so they could deal with them. When asked how the information would be obtained, Lin Q replied that a phone or memory card was needed, but his counterpart could not understand him. The young man said he could pretend to be one of the rivals and invite the other side to the right place, and the gentleman asked what guarantees there were. Deciding to demonstrate everything in practice, with a slight smirk on his face, the perceptive hero began to imitate someone's voice. His comrade said that those people knew the guy well, but the daredevil assured him that with his phone, he could easily lure them to get the lost data back. Shen was delighted with her teacher, and Chun noted that the plan could indeed work, since the young man was skilled at ventriloquism. The instructor asked if the guy could guarantee that the explosives would be removed before activation, and he promised to pick them up as soon as possible. Deep in thought, the serious man said to himself that they had no other option anyway. Gathering his strength, the man told everyone present that the operation would begin at 8 in the evening, and everyone listened attentively. 3 hours before the start of the mission, Lin Q was in the same room at the Amour Hotel with his partner. The young man who was listening in thought to himself that he really wanted to sleep, but he had to endure. The alert lady asked what was going on downstairs, where it was very noisy, and the mentor replied that people had been playing poker all day. The beauty asked if the tired teacher wanted to take a break, but he replied that he would continue listening. However, physiology took its toll, and soon the main character simply passed out, falling into a deep sleep. He had a bad dream in which the lovely Shen Xin was screaming and crying incessantly. The stunned teacher did not understand how this had happened and simply froze in place, trying to figure something out. In an instant, the alarmed Lin Q woke up with a cry on his knees in front of the joyful girl, realizing that it was all just a nightmare. Smiling sweetly, the charmer said that since he had slept, they could now get down to business. The teacher asked why she hadn't woken him up earlier, since she knew there was a risk of being late for the assignment. Fixing her hair, the beauty calmly replied that she just wanted him to rest a few extra minutes. Getting to his feet, the hero said to himself that his partner pitied him as if he were a child. Pushing these thoughts aside, the young man asked the girl to find the radio and wait for the commander's orders, and she said that everything was already ready. A short time later, a loud scream rang out in the hotel, signaling that a terrible fire had started. One of the criminals asked the others to cover their noses and mouths with wet towels, and then descend the emergency staircase. The alarmed man asked Wu if they had been exposed, and he replied that there had been an accident at the hotel. The tense gentleman ordered everyone to follow him, and his companion asked what to do with the explosives. The nervous commander replied that they would leave it there so as not to reveal themselves, but the blonde man still thought about it more deeply. The one-eyed man smiled slyly, realizing that before leaving, he could have a little fun and cause some trouble. Without telling anyone, the dimwit pressed the activation button on the detonator, after which there was no turning back. The 10-minute timer began to count down, and the scoundrel, throwing the bomb into the room, said that explosion was an art. Meanwhile, the rescue service was actively extinguishing the intense flames, hoping that the situation would not result in a large number of casualties. 3 criminals took advantage of the opportunity and began to sneak out of the hotel, wanting to escape in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, the stern Lin Q peered out from behind a fire truck, reporting over the radio that the targets had come outside. It was said that the Allies had parked their car under the pretext of evacuation, so everything was going according to plan. Calm Lin Chun said that the firefighters were avoiding the 3rd floor and asked the guys to deal with the explosives as soon as possible. The brave Shen Xin ran after her partner, asking the commander not to worry about the operation. A few minutes later, the young people arrived at Baka's room, knowing that they had to be careful. The cheerful girl reported that they had found the bomb, and the tense hero began to examine everything carefully. The wary guy looked at the detonator from all angles, trying not to panic unnecessarily. He asked if his companion knew how to defuse it, and she replied that she only dealt with spiritual beasts. The very nervous young man said that the timer had been activated, and that in 3 minutes the building would be blown up. The brave man asked his student to come up with something, remembering that there were a lot of people downstairs, while the blonde wondered if they would fly into space. After her words, the brave man smiled and felt confident, saying that it was a great idea. The girl asked what the teacher had come up with, and he used the technique of any door, which increased the range of the ability. Taking the beauty by the hand, the fearless fighter asked with a smirk on his face if she liked fireworks, which sounded surprising. At that moment, the young people passed through the portals and found themselves on the roof of a high-rise building. The charmer called her mentor cool, because thanks to his actions, they found themselves at the very top, where beautiful views opened up. The formula for free-fall acceleration, combined with Lin Q's current spiritual power and skill, could change a lot. The focused hero calculated everything, and taking all factors into account, The acceptable time was 17 seconds. When there was half a minute left before the explosion, the daredevil asked Shen Xin to throw him as hard as she could. The surprised girl agreed, but asked if everything would be all right, and the brave man assured her that everything was fine. The beauty did not waste time on empty talk and, grabbing him by the hand, began to spin him like an object. A few moments later, the young man flew like a free bird, heading straight for the moon. In his mind, the calm fighter noted that he had underestimated his comrade, because in the end he was flying even faster than he could have imagined. With only seconds left before the explosion, the young man decided to open a new door with each jump, using his skill. Realizing that he needed to keep moving upward, Lin Qiu seemed to accelerate faster and faster with each passing moment. Looking at the bomb timer, the brave man remained calm, but noticed that he had almost no time left. Raising his hand sharply, he resorted to using the ability of any door again, placing his last hopes on it. The nimble guy accurately threw the explosive right into the open passage, and luckily, he succeeded. Thanks to this move, the warrior was able to throw the bomb another 50 meters upward. A few seconds later, there was an incredibly powerful explosion that really did resemble real fireworks. Shen stood frozen in place, watching the beautiful phenomenon, which brought tears to her eyes. But she was distracted from her contemplation by the alarmed Lin Qiu, who was flying down at tremendous speed, risking crashing. The daredevil had completely forgotten about the shockwave, increasing the speed of his fall, which changed everything dramatically. His devoted student rushed to his aid at full speed, but the young man knew that she would not make it in time, and that this was the end. The warrior lady was not going to give up, and continued to rush towards her mentor, believing that she would be able to save him from death. At the last moment, she made a sharp jump, during which she tried to grab her comrade's leg. The girl did indeed manage to catch the main character, who did not believe that he could be saved in such a terrible situation. In the end, the boy hit his forehead against the sturdy glass with all his might, which was not the most pleasant sensation. Then his partner pulled him toward her with a quick movement, causing the young man to hit his back against the cold floor. Gritting his teeth, Lin complained of severe pain throughout his body, but it was better than dying. Gradually opening his eyes, the young man called it luck that the fearless Shin had caught him and admitted that he was touched by this. The shy Chu said that he needed to restore his spiritual strength first, and the beauty noted that he was in excellent physical shape. The guy thanked her, but he still needed to rest, and his partner advised him to use the pearls for this. She decided to give him a gold-level ball, which was incredibly valuable, but warned that they would settle the score somehow later. The focused young man learned that the lady always used them to restore her energy, and asked her to show him where to find them next time. After recharging, the serious young man said that now they could move on to the trio of criminals. Meanwhile, explosions continued to thunder in the sky, which were impossible to look away from because of their brightness. Lin Chun, who was driving the villains in the car, tried to figure out if the detonation could have been prevented and if everything was okay with the guys. He understood that it would take a lot of effort to rebuild the city, and one of the villains asked where they were going. The gentleman replied that they had some business that required urgent attention, but they were almost there. The wary criminal asked his comrades in the Fulani language to be on the alert, as he suspected something was wrong. The commander noted in his mind that they would soon be at their destination and assumed that the rest of the team was probably ready. Staring intently at the road, the man with the scar on his face said in a low voice that the scoundrel's death was near. Without warning, he swung his outstretched arm, aiming for the throat of his one-eyed opponent. The alarmed villains quickly realized that the driver was not a police officer at all and posed a threat to their lives. The sniper demolitionist, who was also a member of the mercenary group, slammed his head against the sturdy glass of the car. At that moment, the nervous Lin Chong jumped out of the car, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. He thought to himself that since the battle began, they had lost only one man, and not even the strongest one at that. Allies appeared around them and began to use various abilities, which worsened visibility. An agitated subordinate turned to the captain, saying that she sensed something was wrong. A worried Jasmine said that everyone had been poisoned by toxic gas, and she would not be able to use her powers. Behind the captain was a man who said he specialized in this and immediately sensed something was wrong, so he prepared in advance. The villain Wu added that both the weak and the strong would suffer because he had been forced to release the dangerous substance. The man, trying to remain calm, noted in his thoughts that the toxic poison was eating away at his body. Team member Yang Fan leaned his head against the windshield, barely able to stand due to feeling terrible. The enemy asked what he should call his opponent, and Lin Chun did not hide his name and immediately introduced himself. The criminal replied that he had heard about the captain, as well as the origin of the distinctive scars on his face. His face contorted with shock. The gentleman wondered if the villain knew where he was, but the essence of the question was not entirely clear. Summoning a huge buffalo as his spirit animal, the enemy replied that he had no use for this information, as he would soon die anyway. The huge rhinoceros immediately rushed into the attack, using a technique of violent collision, and his horn turned bright red. The brave man used his abilities to turn his skin into stone, so now he had nothing to fear. Showing no fear, the commander grabbed his opponent's red-hot horn, eager to tear it off. The brute writhed in every way possible to throw his opponent aside, making the situation increasingly tense. Lin Chun's face was very tense, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge, which did not look very pleasant. Nevertheless, the experienced fighter managed to push the rhino away, which flew up and lost its coordination. The tense leader of the criminals said that weaker opponents could not use their skills, so there was no need to worry. Deputy Commander Mark, who possessed the element of wind, summoned his ability, allowing his allies to move forward. The brave warrior, who had put up a strong wall, exclaimed that the enemies should not even think about harming his comrades. At the same time, the enraged rhino resorted to using a power-up in order to finally harm his nimble opponent. Extremely wary, Lin Chong immediately suspected something was wrong and tensed up, but tried not to panic. Reacting in time, the man found himself in a transparent barrier while the monster continued to pressure him. Yang Fan and Jasmine, who were really worried, said that they wouldn't survive anyway, so the captain should save himself and get revenge for them. The fearless leader said that if the scoundrels wanted them, they would have to deal with him first. He had already done something similar once before, betraying his comrades, and had blamed himself all these years, while the enemy used insane wind clinics. Still, the commander resisted to the last, doing everything he could to hold back the onslaught of the huge rhino. Mark, loyal to the leader, carried out relentless attacks, eager to corner the enemy and confuse him. With a sly grin, the leader of the villains ordered to simply deal with Lin Chong, who clearly would not last long. In one terrible moment, the brave man was indeed seriously wounded and narrowed his eyes. At the same time, his opponent did not stop and continued to swing his sharp weapon, wanting to destroy the lone fighter. The dome was being destroyed more and more, and new scratches appeared on the captain's body, but he endured, as there was no other choice. Concerned, Yang Fan saw blood flowing from the commander's mouth, which greatly alarmed him. Rushing forward with a knife in his hands, the scoundrel Wu asked to be allowed to finish off the pitiful gentleman. The cold-blooded Chun thought to himself that he could not escape his fate, but it was a pity that he would not be able to save the boys. The criminal was already swinging his knife and continuing to smile insidiously, realizing that the long-awaited moment was coming. But unexpectedly, his plans were thwarted by a red car that appeared out of nowhere and hit him at high speed. The stunned captain couldn't believe in miracles, because he had already come to terms with his imminent death. The fearless Lin Qiu jumped out of the moving car and managed to grab his charming partner. Holding the beautiful Shen in his arms, the brave man confidently declared himself to be like thunder from a clear sky. Landing on the ground, the young man asked if the commander was alive, who didn't even know how to respond. The worried guy asked why he was so badly beaten, and the man replied that they had fallen into a trap, not knowing that poison awaited them. The blonde villain reported to his superior that the leader of the group had been hit by a flying police car. The new commander, speaking in the Fulani language, ordered the black fighter to treat his comrade, and the rest to approach him. Unexpectedly, the main character asked his opponents in the same language to give him a second to prepare. The trio was shocked to realize that the young man not only understood them, but could also speak to them. The ruthless villain ordered his subordinates not to listen to the fool, and to immediately rush into the attack before he could escape. Enraged, Shen Xin immediately began to transform into a demon, whose mere gaze sent shivers down the spine. The bewildered criminals froze in place, not knowing what to expect from the beautiful girl. The fierce lady rushed into battle at full speed, confident that she could handle the stragglers. The mercenary group's tank created a wall of earth for protection, while his nervous comrade noted that his opponent had a murderous aura. The warrior lady made a high jump to strengthen her attack, and at the same time continued to shout loudly, raising her fighting spirit. At the right moment, the blonde woman stretched out her arm in front of her, releasing claws that looked threatening. With just one limb, the woman could destroy any opponent in her path, which is what she was aiming for. Immediately, the African-American man's skin was torn to pieces, which threw him off balance, and soon he was screaming in pain. The restrained leader said that the demon's power was a serious matter, so he suggested they try to deal with it together. The unperturbed Lin Qiu watched the fight from the sidelines, thinking to himself that it was not easy to determine the winner at first glance. Meanwhile, Lin Chun and Jasmine, who was coughing and clutching her chest in pain, were lying under a tree. The woman said that they were severely poisoned and would not live long, and asked her son to save the commander. He said in his mind that he would definitely take care of it, then took the girl by the wrist. which looked strange. The puzzled lady asked what he was doing, but did not receive an immediate answer. The beauty began to feel pain, and the focused fighter asked her to be patient, promising that she would soon feel better. Fortunately, the main character had previously studied medicine and bought some medicine in advance. He could determine the degree of poisoning by her pulse, and if he intervened now, Jasmine would be fine. The surprised lady did not expect that at such a young age he not only understood spiritual beasts, but also possessed medical skills. The boy replied that he simply had many hobbies, but did not mention that he acquired a new skill every day. The perceptive Lin Qiu took out a sharp knife, saying that he needed some help from his sister, who was shocked. The girl did not understand what he was up to, and because of the needle the boy had inserted into her, she could not even move. Calmly, the young man asked his counterpart to just relax, promising to do everything very quickly. In the same hour, an incision was made in the right place, followed by a loud scream from the beauty. Then Jasmine noticed that a black liquid was flowing from her arm, and her condition was improving. The surprised lady no longer felt dizzy, and her strength was returning, which was a cause for joy. The excited lady turned to Lin Qiu with a request to help the others as soon as possible, because they also needed it. The young man reminded her that she was a healer, and the shy girl said that she had been so shocked by his skills that she had completely forgotten about it. Soon, the healer began to provide thorough assistance to the rest of her comrades with the help of her healing arts. After a short time, the leader of the criminals, who had been unconscious for a long time, was brought back to consciousness. Getting up, the man's first question was how long he had been unconscious and how things were going. Seeing the main character's team in front of him, he angrily shouted, asking why they were okay. The very nervous gentleman could not understand how the enemy healer was removing the poison from the bodies of his allies. He noted that they were now in a disadvantageous position, although this should not be the case, and saw his comrades nearby. The ruthless villain decided that he would have to release another wave of poison, otherwise he would be blamed for everything. The villain understood that they had an antidote and were not afraid of the toxin, and he was also confident that he could poison his enemies again. Shen, on her guard, watched her opponents closely while one of them looked at her. The excited blonde asked Mimiko to help them, and his companion said that the girl was poisoned and was no longer their enemy. But suddenly, the bearded man became very alarmed, noticing something strange ahead. Suddenly, the beautiful Shin began to absorb a large amount of poisonous energy into herself, which looked very scary. Smiling frighteningly, the girl remarked that it was very tasty, causing her opponent's blood to freeze in their veins. The criminal leader was concerned that the toxin had no effect on her, and the beauty's attack power had increased 1,000-fold, making her immune to poisons. The villain, who was almost crying, realized that he did not have enough mana to save himself, and hoped very much that she would spare him. The embittered blonde threw him away with a wave of her hand, as if he were a soccer ball, shouting that she needed more nutrients. The bewildered bearded man wondered if she was converting the toxins he was releasing into her own mana. The alarmed blonde said that their opponent was approaching, and both criminals froze in fear. The cold-blooded lady rushed into the attack at high speed, putting strong moral pressure on her enemies. Overcome with fear, they simply fell to the ground and screamed loudly, realizing that this was the inevitable end of their lives. Without showing even a drop of mercy, the beauty began to beat the scoundrels with her feet, causing them to cry out in unbearable pain. Shocked, Lin Qiu noted that Shin had not only lost her mind by using a devilish technique, but her attacks remained just as accurate. He added that even though the commanders were strong, they couldn't hold back such pressure, and all that remained was to wait for them to admit defeat. Calm Lin Chun said he would report to the leadership and asked the guys not to forget to pump out the villain's leader when they were done, because they still needed him. The serious young man whispered, asking why the captain had spared the scoundrel, and Jasmine suggested that he needed some kind of information. After these words, the woman thought for a moment and mentioned a story that happened 8 years ago. She began to tell how Chun had just brought the team together and went on a special mission with the former commander. They had to protect something very valuable at all costs, something that many people wanted to possess. The captain and his comrades repelled the attack of several detachments, but then encountered something strange. The enemy had diamonds and platinum, and in the end, the group suffered casualties, and the leader was unable to resist the enemy. In the end, everyone except the commander died, but thanks to their sacrifice, the gentleman was able to escape and complete the mission. Since then, he has had a scar on his face left by the enemy, which he refused to have healed, saying that it was a kind of reminder for him. The man still considered himself a deserter and constantly talked about it, and when he was in the hospital, he said that it would have been better if he had died too. Jasmine clenched her trembling hand into a fist, saying that Lin Chun was a real hero to all of them, despite his self-reproach. The lady assumed that the commander was genuinely unhappy that he had to leave his friends, because life is much more difficult than death. After listening carefully to the story, the calm Lin Qiu agreed with her, noting that the captain had not given up yet. He was curious to know how strong the instructor was now, since many years had passed, and an excited Jasmine noticed something. Meanwhile, the group leader, Xin, continued to kick the criminals, stepping on them with her heels. That's how the leader and deputy leader of the mercenary group died at the hands of the merciless girl, screaming loudly in pain. The wary hero, looking at his partner, noticed that something was clearly wrong with her, but he didn't really want to interfere. Unexpectedly, the blonde made a breakthrough to the platinum rank, becoming several times stronger as a result. The serious Lin Chun noted that usually only this level was capable of maintaining sanity during demonic attacks. Coming to her senses, the girl asked what they should do with the remaining enemies, and suggested that they decide this issue together. The African-American and the healer Mimiko tearfully begged for mercy, and the captain asked to be taken to them, saying he wanted to talk to them a little. Looking at the healer, the stern gentleman asked if she knew where the huge scar on his face came from. The excited girl began waving her arms, looking him in the eyes, hinting that they did not understand anything. The intimidating interpreter Chu asked the same question in Fulani, but the lady, who was on the verge of tears, replied that they knew nothing. The young man relayed her words to the commander, who scratched his chin, pondering the situation. Frightened, Mimiko said that the leader lying on the ground had been poisoned with toxins, and she couldn't cure him. The stern Lin Chun said that they needed to find a doctor, but Shen, licking her lips, asked to be allowed to revive the enemy. Approaching her unconscious opponent, the demoness placed her hand on his shoulder. After a few seconds, the green-eyed man began to come to, and the first thing he saw was her insidious smile. Deeply alarmed, he quickly realized that this was the very devil who had thrown him around like a toy. Pushing himself back, the helpless man begged her not to eat him, and she looked at him in bewilderment. The serious captain asked the beauty to take the others away from here, and she replied without question that she would carry out the order. Maintaining his composure, the gentleman ordered the battered Wu Kei, who had been under surveillance for a long time, to tell him everything he knew about his scar. The criminal first looked at his opponent suspiciously, then began to mutter something. The villain replied that he would be of no use, but Lin Chun promised that they would not kill any of them. The brave man replied that he was not like them, and they would certainly not believe that after what he had done, he would simply be allowed to go home. The imperturbable commander asked if he would tell them what they wanted to know, and Kei demanded that they swear that nothing would be done against him. Mr. asked if the scoundrel was afraid he would regret it, but he knew how Lin Chun felt about the oaths he made. The gentleman promised that his team members would not harm the villain, otherwise they would all face 100 years of misfortune. Smiling, the scoundrel said that he did not think his opponent would take the matter so seriously. Soon the smile faded from his face, and the villain added that the information he possessed was of no importance. The man who had left a scar on the captain's face was called Capella, and he was an American agent and a man with incredible abilities. The calm UK did not know how strong he was now, but during their last meeting, he was at the peak of his powers, which was considered to be very high. The unflappable man asked how he knew this, and his counterpart replied that he knew one of Capella's subordinates, with whom he had once had a drink. His words sounded true, and all these years, Chun had also thought of the Diamond Fighter, but he had never been able to gather evidence. After that, the commander let the criminal go, who smiled and said that they would surely be punished for letting him go. The stern Mr. threatened that he would definitely take action if he didn't get out of there, but that didn't scare the green-eyed man at all. Grinning, Lin Qiu said that they had received information, so there was no need to give the criminal a chance to escape. Unhappy, Wu Qi immediately asked if they weren't afraid that their team would be cursed for breaking their oath. Clenching his fists, the brave man said that it had nothing to do with the group, which greatly alarmed the villain. Transforming into a spiritual rabbit, the brave man leaped into the air and swung his fist, advising the fool not to resist. The blow to the jaw was so powerful that the villain's eyes rolled back and he even lost a few teeth. A minute later, the unconscious man was lying on the ground, and the captain now had his phone in his hands. The mobile device was handed over to Lin Qiu, who smiled and said that it was excellent. The commander asked what the explosion he had heard earlier was, and the guy replied that he had detonated the explosives in a safe place and there were no casualties. The young man emphasized that the hotel had suffered some damage and was sure that the owners would demand compensation for it. Surprised, Chun agreed with his words, then unexpectedly bowed, respectfully thanking the brave young man. The gentleman noted that thanks to the main character, the operation was successful, and all his comrades remained alive. The warrior told the man that with his status as captain and his rare abilities, he did not need to say such things. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, his counterpart said that if he respected him, he could simply call him brother. With a smile on his face, the young man listened to him, and now felt more at ease around his close comrade. Then Chu suggested returning to interrogating the other criminals and taking a short break, and they began to walk away. The next day, the hero told Mimiko that she had the right to remain silent, but that anything she said could be used against her in court. The girl from Japan began to tell how she was originally a priestess of love, but then her healing abilities were discovered, and she was taken into the team. She began to approach the officer, begging him to be gentler with her. But Shen Xin, who was sitting in the room, did not like this behavior. The stern blonde slammed her fist on the table, reminding the girl that she was being interrogated and asking her to stop playing games. The hero warned that the investigation would be extremely serious, and if he realized that the lady was hiding something, she would be punished. The serious man asked who her employer was. The woman wasn't sure, but she had something to say. Earlier, she had seen her boss talking to an American man, but she had only heard that he was from the United States and nothing else. The brave man asked if she knew who had contacted them on their side, but Mimiko only knew that this person had a very high status. The thoughtful Lin considered this logical, since an ordinary citizen would not have access to such confidential information. He asked how much they were supposed to be paid, and the girl stunned him by replying that, according to Baku, it was about 30 million in gold. The stunned young man even broke his pencil when he heard the amount, because he didn't come across such sums every day. The daredevil inquired about the terms, and the lady replied that 30 million had to be paid in advance, and the rest would be transferred to the account after the mission was completed. Sweating profusely, Chu asked her not to tell him that Buck was the only one who knew the password, but it was also known to Mimiko, since she was the treasurer. The enthusiastic hero asked if they happened to have a computer genius among them, and Shen replied that there was a cool hacker named Yang Fan. 10 minutes later, the young man arrived at the scene, asking in surprise what had happened if Mr. Lin needed his help. The hero of the city said they needed to get the money and ordered him to transfer the funds from the mercenary group's accounts to theirs. The young man whispered to the group leader standing nearby, asking if he could count on a small percentage, adding that he didn't need much. With a sweet smile, the beautiful Shin said that they would consider it gratitude for the help they had received. A few minutes later, Fan, the literate man, said that the request had been successfully fulfilled, which greatly pleased those around him. The incredibly large sum made the main character's eyes widen, as he had never encountered anything like it before. But soon he realized that he would only receive 1.5 million gold coins, so he became angry right in front of his comrades. The young man, who was on the verge of tears, told himself that if he had known there was so much money there, he would not have asked for only a small portion. The charming Shen offered to give him more money, but the upset young man said that they needed it more. The beauty stunned him even more by saying that she had originally wanted 10 million from him, but now realized that she would have to come up with something else. Realizing that this amount of gold was worth 670 million yen, the guy almost threw his skates away right there and then, but it was too late to ask for them back. It hurt him to lose the money, so he decided to find a way to heal his broken heart and asked the robot to show him a new skill. At that very moment, the system congratulated him on acquiring an E-rank skill, which nearly caused Lin Q to faint. The fighter gained the ability to evaluate treasures, which allowed him to determine their authenticity, and it wasn't just about antiques. The excited hero realized that a few million in gold was nothing compared to such a skill, and decided that he would often visit the antique market. Now the young man had a good feeling, but he was disturbed by Lin Chun, who was curious about what he was thinking about. The captain calmly asked him to get ready, saying that the appointed meeting time was almost here. After that, the young man followed the commander, who drew his attention to the 3 interrogated criminals. Still holding his mobile device, the serious gentleman said that now they would see everything. Suddenly the phone rang, and he, looking stern, asked Lin Chu to turn on the speakerphone. Keeping his cool, the brave man answered and immediately said that he was listening carefully to the caller. The man said he had heard that something had happened yesterday, and the hero replied in Baka's voice that the place where they were staying had caught fire, but another hotel had been found. The African-American and Mimiko were very surprised because they realized that the brave man could imitate the boss's voice. The stranger on the phone said he would be there soon and would contact him, which indicated the success of the guy's actions. After finishing the phone call, the cunning warrior looked at the captain with a smirk, letting him know that everything was fine. The thoughtful Chu noted that although this man spoke English, he had a strong Chinese accent, so they should be careful with him. An angry Lin Chun said that the prisoners had to cooperate with him and threatened that they would regret it if everything came to light. The shocked couple asked him not to worry, promising that they would behave very well. Soon, a surprised Shen Xin said that 20 minutes had passed, but the phone had not rung once. The main character suggested that his brother contact the man himself, but he said they would wait a little longer. Lost in thought, the young man wondered if they had been exposed, but immediately dismissed the idea. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the young man immediately grabbed his mobile device. Feeling tense, he asked why he had to wait so long, and the caller replied that something had delayed him. The stranger said that the item in the storage box at the supermarket needed to be picked up, and the young man asked if he wasn't supposed to hand it over to him in person. The man replied that some things were better kept secret, and then hung up. Puzzled, Shen asked what they should do next and whether they should go to the specified location. The perceptive Lin Q gave a negative answer, emphasizing that they did not know if someone was watching the storage camera. The young man, keeping a cool head, understood that this would expose them, and they would not be able to find out more about the mercenaries' plans. The captain wondered what they should do, because they couldn't just ignore the contents of the locker. Smiling, the young man asked if they had a suitable candidate for a courier and put his hand on the African-American's shoulder. The wary prisoner didn't quite understand what was going on, but he had no choice but to obey. The main character stared at him intently, thinking about what to do next and how he could be used. 10 minutes earlier, a secretive young man, his face covered by a cap, entered the supermarket, where the cashier was serving a customer. Walking a little further, the curly-haired young man noticed a section with lockers for visitors to store their personal belongings. Earlier, the smiling Lin Q said that he had been given an incredible opportunity, and that he would take the items from the locker, which would save him from trouble. At that moment, the African-American was trying to figure out how to open the door and take the contents. Suddenly, someone bumped him hard with their shoulder, which immediately caught the guy's attention. The tense fighter immediately began to look around, wondering what the hell had just happened. But when he turned his head, the brave man saw no one and froze, realizing that it wasn't just his imagination. Then he looked down at the floor and saw a small piece of paper at his feet with something written on it. The prisoner, frozen in place, noted to himself that this courier was extremely cautious and highly experienced. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, he opened the iron box and took out a small plastic bag. Opening it slightly, the surprised kid decided to take a look, wondering what it was. Very soon, the youngster returned to the hotel and handed the flash drive to the main character, asking him not to forget his promise. After inserting the device into the computer, the nervous Yang Fan said he couldn't figure it out, but the calm Chu realized that they had real information in their hands. Lin Chun said that even though they had exposed the undercover agent, they still had the information, and all that remained was to wait for their comrades and pass it on to them. The brave man noted that the enemy still thought that the mercenaries had the information and suggested arranging a surprise, and the captain thought deeply. The commander asked him to find out from the prisoners what they were supposed to do next after receiving the package. The brave man warned that whether the agreement would remain in force depended on whether they were willing to continue cooperating. The shy Mimiko sighed heavily and replied that she was willing to do anything for her personal number. Shocked, Linko emphasized that he wanted to ask where they were supposed to send the package next. The lady replied that they had to rush to the coast to deliver the goods, and the coordinates were in the phone. The hero understood that if the deal fell through, the final payment of 70 million would turn into who knows what. The nervous leader asked what the young man was going to do with one of the mercenaries' phones. The resourceful young man replied that he had a very bold idea that he wanted to implement as soon as possible. The man exclaimed over the phone that he needed to get the package as soon as possible, and Lin Chu realized that his plan had worked. He said he was waiting for confirmation of the final payment, and the surprised Shen and Chun called him a wolf in sheep's clothing. The caller reminded him that they had agreed that the money would be paid after the job was done, but the young man fearlessly said that he had changed his mind. The angry stranger advised him not to play with fire if he didn't want to get burned, and the warrior said he wanted not 70, but 100 million. The very nervous man asked him to wait a moment, saying he needed to consult with his boss about it. Using sign language, the main character asked if this arrangement would be acceptable, and the captain gave a positive answer. For about a minute, the serious Lin Q waited for the final answer, confident that victory would be on his side. His interlocutor exclaimed that the money had been sent and asked for the goods to be delivered as soon as possible, and the young man promised to do his best. Then the phone call was simply ended, and the young man considered this to be rude on the part of his partner. Yang Fan, sitting at the computer, soon confirmed that 100 million had been transferred to their account. A delighted Shin noted that they had not only recovered the information, but also made money, and Chun said that they would soon raid the enemy's headquarters. The beauty asked him to hurry up and transfer the money to her account, which caused the main character to become dissatisfied. The lady remembered that he had promised to pay him compensation. but he tearfully said that he needed the money for his wedding and asked for it back. The mention of marriage made the charming blonde blush as she took it as a proposal. Moving closer to the young man, Shen asked if he wanted to make her his wife, saying that he would get much more that way. The offer was very tempting, but the faithful young man had only his goddess, the beautiful Qin Zhen, in his mind. The extremely serious young man pushed his partner away, firmly stating that she had no chance against his true love. Putting on a dismissive look, the lady said that he need not worry, as the compensation would be no less than 30 million. A few hours later, a support team arrived at the scene, and a swarm of helicopters could be heard in the sky. Soon, the vehicles began to land, and the first to step onto the asphalt was an important person. The wary trio began to look closely, trying to figure out who had come to visit them. It turned out to be one of the 3 most influential people in China, Mu Zhongtu. Approaching closer, the cool-headed Lin Chun first asked why the gentleman had come in person. Shen said that this man was respected by every soldier, known as a fierce army tiger, and one of the 3 most powerful people in the country. The bald man folded his arms across his chest and, without much emotion, noted that the guys had done an excellent job. The captain said that despite the praise, he had no merit here, and the surprised Mu Zhong did not quite understand what he was getting at. The commander calmly explained that they had succeeded thanks to the brave Lin Qiu and the team leader. The partners froze in place, feeling uncomfortable because they were not used to being the center of attention. Grandpa too called the guys great fellows, and the beautiful Shin asked if he would stop teasing her. The serious gentleman promised that he would even make sure that no one dared to say a word to her. The gentleman asked who the hero was and why he had not heard of him before, and the blonde asked to introduce him. She muttered something to the old man for a few seconds, and in the end, he smiled and said that this guy was incredible. The lady even said that Smelchak was also her teacher, which seemed wild to Mu Zhong, since he was only a freshman. Deep in thought, the elderly man suggested clarifying whether this person was really her mentor. He couldn't believe that the young guy was really teaching the leader of a group that had much more experience. Soon, the joyful gentleman noted that Chu was his brother-in-law, and the young man himself wondered if his counterpart was rushing things too much. Bowing respectfully, the young man said he was pleased to meet him, and the mustachioed man noted that the fighter reminded him of himself in his youth. Then the army tiger called old man Shen, to whom he said that the girl was fine, and asked what had happened. Lin Chun whispered that he was talking to Grandpa Shin, who had eliminated the enemy in Zhuhai during one of the operations. The bald man was very surprised to learn from the conversation that the enemy had been completely destroyed, including 2 diamond-level warriors. He joyfully exclaimed that this time they had managed to capture the enemy, which lifted the spirits of his 3 comrades. The team captain handed over the flash drive with the information they had tried to steal, and Mu Zhongtu praised their actions as excellent. The master said that he and Lao Zhang were almost the same age and called him amazingly talented, even one of the strongest people in the country. Hong and the other 3 masters had known each other since childhood, but upon reaching the gold level, he stopped his practices and took up spiritual weapons. Clenching his fist and closing his eyes, the old man promised that they would protect the research results of the deceased genius. Then too promised that he would direct Zhang's work towards strengthening the country's prestige, and reminded everyone that the traitor was still at large. The main character looked with slight surprise at the crowd of people in black who were waiting for their boss. The African-American and Mimiko were taken away by employees to try to extract more information from them. The determined Lin Qiu and his close associates wasted no time, packed their bags, and set off on their journey. They didn't say a word the whole way, and early in the morning they returned to headquarters, where the captain's behavior surprised the fighters a little. A satisfied Chao Gai expressed his admiration for the daredevil and asked if he wanted to join their team. The surprised young man was not sure he wanted to, as there were too many rules in the army that he did not like. The kid thought he wasn't cut out for it, but he wouldn't turn down a special reward, and the commander promised to get him something really cool. The boy asked if he could get something practical, and the angry man exclaimed that it was already a great honor for him. The polite Shen Xin thought there was a much more suitable reward for the hero, and Chao Gai listened to her attentively. The beauty brought up the topic of the team's treasure, but the gentleman was not sure if it would work. For several minutes, they debated whether it was worth it, and the tired Lin Qiu asked to simply be given 30 million yuan. The embittered captain said that it was more valuable than any amount of money, and asked the girl to bring it, even though the young man had not yet agreed. Smiling, the blonde assured the teacher that it was a first-class treasure, and emphasized that it was compensation for him from her. A few minutes later, the trio entered the room, where a huge blue glowing object appeared before the surprised hero. The shocked boy asked if it was just an egg with horns, and the lady replied that they still did not know what it was or how to hatch it. What was astonishing was that with the help of his ability, Chu learned that there were even dragons in this world. The extremely surprised robot was sure that this huge egg belonged to a winged creature. At that moment, the hero thought deeply, imagining a fiery monster that would pose a great danger to enemies. The assistant said that the fiery dragon was very cool compared to the overgrown lizards of the West. The pensive young man asked if the fetus had parents, and the assistant, sensing the monster's breath, advised him to hide the treasure somewhere. A joyful Lin said in his mind that he would make the predator his mount. But the robot warned that the egg was not so easy to hatch. The fighter's incubation skills told him that it could be done, but it would be quite troublesome, so he thought deeply about it. Surprised, Shen touched the egg, trying to understand what was wrong with it, and the angry guy hit her on the hand. The serious young man asked if she wasn't afraid of breaking the precious object, of which there was only one copy. The lady replied that if it were possible, she would have made herself fried rice with egg long ago, but even bullets couldn't break it. Earlier, using demonic techniques, the girl, in a fit of rage, attacked the treasure, trying to open it with her claws. Captain Chow said that she had studied the fruit for 3 months, and when she failed to achieve anything, she turned into a demon in anger and beat it up. The girl emphasized that it was a long time ago and not true, and later learned from Lin Chu that it was a real dragon egg. Shocked, Guy couldn't believe that it was the embryo of the legendary predator soaring in the heavens, but the hero confirmed that it was true. The man wondered if it was time to regret his decision, but the young man said he would give the treasure away for 30 million. The distrustful gentleman wondered if he was giving it away too easily, and Shin asked how difficult it would be to hatch the egg. The young man replied that as long as there was sufficient spiritual power, there were 2 ways to do it. The first method was that if a person with strong energy invested their power in the fruit every day, it would hatch in 10 years. It was also possible to use cores, 2 of the highest level being sufficient for the process. But both methods were difficult. Serious Chow Guy said that they had no reason to take the treasure given to the main character. He believed that the egg was meant for the young man, who thanked him with a smile and said he would accept the wonderful gift. The young man had already thought about refusing the ring, but he was still young, so he decided to simply feed it with spiritual energy over time. At night, during his long-awaited rest, the interested Lin Q sat on his bed and contributed to the embryo. The guy understood that if he poured a little strength into the egg every day, then maybe something would work out for him. At one point, the daredevil became alert, as if he felt something unusual and difficult to describe inside himself. Suddenly, there was a breakthrough to 2 silver stars, which made the main character even stronger physically and tougher in spirit. The sweaty young man soon came to his senses and realized that he had evolved up the ladder of levels. He remembered that Shen Xin had given him a golden core earlier, which he took out of his pocket at that moment. The young man wondered whether he should absorb it or use it to hatch a dragon egg. After thinking for a few seconds, the young man decided to use the precious item himself. He asked the fruit not to be offended, saying that the rare sphere would not be of much use to him. At that moment, the daredevil clenched the ball tightly in his hand, after which his body began to fill with important energy. What was amazing was that he instantly broke through to 3 silver stars, which was what the main character wanted. Smiling slightly, Lin Qiu said that he was just a little bit short of experience to reach the 4th rank, but he no longer had any strong cores, so he had to rely on the passage of time and wait again. Then, the focused fighter used his inner space to place the precious egg inside. The spiky dragon fruit was carefully moved inside the cell, where it was safe from any danger. Putting his head on the pillow, the guy quietly said that in the morning he would definitely ask his brother Chun about it. The next day, when he met with the captain, he became very nervous and cried out that all his cannonballs were missing. The man asked what had happened, and the crying youngster suggested that someone had broken into headquarters and stolen his valuables. The captain doubted that there was a thief who could break into his space, and the hero decided to think things over carefully. After rummaging through his inventory, the surprised Chu again noticed the dragon egg, which was the culprit. It became clear that the fruit had absorbed all the hard-earned cores of the fighter, who did not know what to do next. The embittered warrior began to shout that if the embryo had simply waited until the items were sold, he would have been able to save money. His brother tried to calm the young man down, saying that it was only a couple of cores, which were definitely not worth getting upset about. The young man said that the little bastard had eaten silver-level items worth a whopping 10 million yuan at once, which was surprising. The man said that the young man should just wait for everything to come back to him, and then asked if he was returning to the academy. The hero confirmed this, saying that he still had to complete his military training, and Chong noted that a whole crowd of people wanted to ask him questions. Behind them stood smiling citizens, led by the beautiful Shen Xin, who had feelings for the teacher. The boy said that classes at the academy no longer seemed so terrible to him, and Lin asked him not to be like that, and to finish his work first. Hearing their conversation, the lovely blonde lost her smile and seemed upset, feeling a slight pain in her heart. Grabbing her mentor's hands, the excited girl asked if he was really leaving them. The shy Chu confirmed this, reminding her that he was only a freshman, and noticed that the group leader was saddened. It was clear from the beauty's face that her mood was ruined because she did not want to say goodbye to him. The pensive hero could not understand what was happening to her, but he realized that a conversation was inevitable. A tearful Shin asked what they would do with their research on spiritual beasts if the teacher left. In his inner voice, the discouraged guy noted that he was a little shocked by such a reaction. The scientists supported their leader, while the brave young man worried that he would not be able to answer all the questions, and decided to come up with something. Plucking up his courage, the young man asked the guys to calm down, expressing his understanding that they had a lot of problems. That's why he decided to help them and write a short guide before leaving. The brave young man said that this move would solve their problems once and for all, but Shenshin's face did not light up with joy. After that, the delighted scientists began to praise the expert Lin, who impressed them with his nobility. The young man devoted the next few days entirely to writing a book about spiritual beasts. But the system decided to take revenge on him, in the process of writing the reference book. The hero's knowledge of animal care and maintenance came in very handy. In the end, he managed to finish the textbook, which the logistics department frantically copied and distributed to headquarters employees. Finally, the night came when Lin Chu had to leave, and while he was packing his things, the beautiful Shen was in his room. The sad girl asked if the teacher would be leaving them tomorrow, and he confirmed that he would soon be attending classes at the academy. The lady wondered where he had acquired so much knowledge at such a young age, if he had never encountered such beasts before. Scratching the back of his head, the nervous boy muttered that he had a good mentor named Mei Zhen. The emotionless blonde took him by the hand and asked if this person really existed, suspecting that he was trying to deceive her. The mentor pointed out that she thought too highly of herself, and the lady decided to believe him and admitted that she had come to thank him. The girl said that Lin had done a lot for the team, and that it could take them more than a decade to master the knowledge he had given them. With a slight smile on her face, the leader added that they would hardly have been able to accomplish their mission without him. With a charming look in her eyes, the beauty asked the teacher not to forget to visit them often, adding that they would miss him. Calmly, Chu replied that the guys could contact him with any questions, as he would be happy to answer and help. Early the next morning, the hero left the room, thinking that this place had given him many good memories. Feeling a little tense, he began to quietly sneak down the hallway, realizing that he needed to leave while everyone was still asleep. But suddenly, the alert young man noticed that the item he needed was missing and began searching everywhere. Puzzled, the young man said to himself that when he woke up, he couldn't find his headphones. Right now, that wasn't the most important thing for Lin, who decided to get out of there as quickly as possible, since he wasn't very good at goodbyes. But behind him stood a whole crowd of people led by the stern Chao Gei, who ordered everyone to immediately line up in a row. The young man turned around and looked him in the eyes, trying to understand what was going on. As it turned out, everyone present had gathered to honor the man who had made a huge contribution to their development. The hero did not know how to describe his feelings at that moment, but he could not have imagined that the team would do something like this for him. Keeping his cool, the spiritual beast expert made a gesture in return, expressing his respect for everyone around him. As he sat down on the huge eagle, he knew inside that he would never forget this beautiful moment. The stern captain regretted that the young man had not agreed to join them, because then everything would have changed. Lowering her head, the calm Shen Xin suggested that they were not very suitable for a specialist in their field. Holding the headphones she had stolen from the young man behind her back, she said that they would probably slow down his growth. Soon, Lin Qiu arrived at the university building with the chief instructor, who had given him a ride on his bird. The young man asked if he had done the right thing by turning down such an opportunity, and Lin Qiu said that the whole team appreciated him. With fire in his eyes, the boy exclaimed that he still felt strange, and the gentleman smiled and said he understood him. The commander said that the boy's rank in their unit was now comparable to that of a captain, so he really had something to be proud of. Then the gentleman asked if the fighter wanted him to go to the director and explain everything, but the boy refused the offer. The hero said that he would like to meet with his friends first and said goodbye to the chief instructor. Soon, the brave man entered the dormitory building and was about to knock on the door of the room where he had lived with his friends before. Before doing so, he smiled slightly and wondered how his friends were doing now. Opening the door slightly, the young man heard Zhang San's dissatisfied voice asking who could be banging on the door so early in the morning. Stepping forward, Lin Qiu simply froze in place and fell into a stupor, unable to believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. Standing in the room was a surprised, thin, and rather tall young man wearing glasses. The joyful boy couldn't believe that his brother had finally returned. While the hero initially assumed that he had entered the wrong room, having come to this conclusion, the brave man apologized, saying that he had made a mistake. But that was not the case at all. The joyful Zhang San began to prove that it was really him. And then another resident of the room came out to the boys. The blonde guy said he didn't know what had happened to the bespectacled boy, but he had changed a lot after his post-war training. The hero couldn't believe that it was possible to change so much. But the young man assured him that after a month of intense training, he had indeed lost weight. Rumors had already spread throughout the academy about the legendary Lin Q, who had challenged the strongest instructor, Qin Min. The hero thought that everyone had forgotten about him here. But his friends said that this was not the case at all. Shatton added that everyone on the forum was talking about the daredevil and asked if he was going to the announcement of the results. The slightly flushed fighter wondered to himself if he would see his goddess there. Soon, students began to gather at the stadium, chatting among themselves and waiting for the announcement. Lin Qiu also arrived at the venue, looking around incessantly. His smiling friend immediately understood that his brother was looking for Qin Zhen, because he had been in love with her for a long time. Suddenly, the young man froze in place with his mouth slightly open, as if he had seen something amazing. Nearby was a charming girl who asked in a gentle voice if he had already returned. Putting on a serious expression, the young man answered her question in the affirmative, trying to act as if nothing had happened. At the same time, the beautiful Ouyang Xian noticed him, and the hero himself noted that the goddesses had appeared before him in full force. The brown-haired girl hugged the stern fighter, asking when he had arrived, but he did not like her touch. The beauty began to say that she had missed him all this time, and the young man felt awkward, realizing that Zhen was furious. Taking a step back, the boy asked if his counterpart had come to their goddess to discuss something. At that moment, it was announced that the results would soon be announced, so those present were distracted from their conversations. The owner of the cosmic system, the director of the academy, Ouyang Zhe, was also at the stadium. The cautious Lin Qiu realized that the old man was also there, but his face remained extremely serious. The mustachioed gentleman waved at the young man with a smile on his face, as if beckoning him, which looked a little strange. At first, the puzzled hero assumed that he was not looking at him, but soon realized that his gaze was directed at him. The polite student approached the head of the educational institution and greeted him, and he calmly asked him to sit down. The wary young man asked if everything was really okay, since everyone around them was watching them at that moment. The man said he had heard about the good kid, and promised to meet him when he had some free time. The boy was elated, assuming that Yang Jie wanted to teach him the intricacies of the cosmic system. Sitting down on a chair, the stern Lin said that it was very kind of his counterpart, and added that he would be very grateful to him. The imperturbable Shima Yang wondered why Chu sat next to the head, while the guys around him were completely shocked. Excited, Jen noted in her thoughts that now that the hero was sitting next to the manager, the gap in power between them was becoming more and more obvious. But strangely enough, the beauty did not feel upset and was happy for her friend with all her heart. Soon, the second-year students began their performance, demonstrating combat techniques in unison. The brave man folded his arms behind his head. It was very boring to watch, and he began to think about what to do to occupy himself. He mentally turned to the assistant and asked to open today's skill, hoping to find something interesting. The system congratulated him on obtaining an A-rank skill, Thunder Awakening, which, once activated, allowed him to control natural phenomena. To use it, it was necessary to awaken the thunder system, and the hero, with tears of joy in his eyes, decided to do so. The robot discovered the ability to transform into an animal, and the young man wondered what would happen after another merger. Nevertheless, the curious young man decided to carry out another fusion to see what the result would be. Smiling, the warrior said to himself that they would miss the opportunity to become stronger, so he was ready to go all the way. At that moment, the assistant congratulated him, and the discouraged boy froze in place with his mouth open. The system was pleased that their beast of thunder would be invincible, but the boy couldn't believe what he was hearing. The tired youngster noted that at least he wouldn't have to shout his name for transfiguration. Clenching his fist, the pensive fighter noted that he now had 3 new skills, which was a pretty good result. The robot said that friction electricity generation could only be used in beast form by rubbing his palms together. The joyful youngster had been alone for 20 years, and was quite sure that no one would stand in his way of achieving his goal. Now the warrior had access to a lightning strike, as well as divine punishment, with which he could deliver a devastating attack on the enemy. The daredevil was delighted with his new abilities, but he understood perfectly well that they would be useless against a crowd of enemies. He understood that all strikes were designed to defeat a single target, and hoped that he would be able to perform a group attack in the near future. Calm Lin Qiu asked what his current power level was, and the robot replied that he was still a little short of experience to reach the SS rank. Smiling, the young man noted that he now felt how truly strong he was, and that couldn't help but make him happy. Soon, the demonstrations ended, and with that, the military training came to an end. Jiang Sang, almost in tears, hugged the instructor, thanking him for everything and promising to control himself and not get fat again. The hero was looking forward to the end of the training, but for some reason, he now felt a slight sadness, and the deputy head addressed him from behind. The old man asked the young man to follow him, saying that Yang Jie was waiting for him, which came as a surprise. Soon they arrived at the training hall, which almost no one knew about, as the academy had not yet officially opened. Meanwhile, a professional fighter was practicing various techniques, which looked impressive from the outside. Soon, the elderly gentleman noticed the people who had come to talk to him. The young man wondered if this was normal, and why he had the feeling that the dean wanted to beat him up. As if nothing had happened, the man abruptly asked the young man to attack him with all his might. The kid wondered if all old people liked to get straight to the point like that, and didn't even know how to react to such a request. Closing his eyes, he stood firmly on his feet, beginning to transform into a beast, realizing that he simply had no other choice. The process looked somewhat frightening from the outside, but the warrior himself was endowed with spiritual energy and enormous physical power. After a few minutes, the guy turned into a fierce rabbit with long ears, which was extremely dangerous. Yang Jie, who remained calm, noticed that the boy's strength had increased, and thought the rabbit was quite cute. The daredevil, in turn, began to make gestures with his hands, hinting that victory would come very easily to him. Soon, he activated an additional skill that allowed him to deliver quick blows. A blue portal also appeared, through which he passed to get behind his opponent. The wary gentleman heard rustling sounds and instantly realized that the cunning kid was behind him. A powerful punch landed on an unprotected part of the old man's body, who did not even have time to understand what was happening. The tense dean felt pain in his spine, but simply froze and did not scream. After that, the trickster immediately jumped back into the passageway to completely throw his opponent off balance. The nervous head thought to himself that this kid had the power of thunder and lightning, as well as an attack of at least gold level. Once again, the young man's foot appeared in the blue portal, so it was necessary to remain cautious. The gray-haired man calmly addressed the nimble Lin Qiu, wanting to tell him something important. Suddenly, the mustachioed director asked the boy to show everything he was capable of. Realizing that this could all end in a scolding, the sensible youngster said that he had been scolded for such things before. At the same time, the warrior noted that since the curious Yang Zhe himself had offered, he simply had no right to refuse. Using a powerful lightning strike and the skill of heavenly punishment, the brave man said that the gentleman could now get what he wanted. The very nervous dean was slightly confused because everything had happened too quickly and gone too far. The sweating gentleman noted that the young man's last attack was far above the silver level. Becoming even more interested in the student, the head of the educational institution asked if he had anything else interesting to show. The main character realized that his blows had not caused any harm to his opponent, and that he was only interested in how far he could go. Filling his heart with anger, the brave man clenched his fist tightly, thinking to himself that he would now show something special. He rushed into the attack at tremendous speed, but the old man covered his forehead with his hands, asking him to continue. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the young warrior's face, as if he was beginning to enjoy the fight. Putting his hand out in front of him, the young man asked the old man to be careful, warning him that the attack was very dangerous. With the help of the portal, Lin Qiu reached out and touched Yang Ze's head, who asked why he wasn't attacking him. The cunning fighter's goal was to pull out a gray hair from the bald academy director's head. The boy managed to inflict damage on a master of such a level, and even though it was just a hair, it still caused pain. An angry Yang Ze said to himself that this guy was quite cunning, and he had been told earlier that he was at the silver level. The master was surprised that the trickster had become much stronger in just a month, so he was sure that he had a great future ahead of him. Folding his arms across his chest, the serious dean noted that the kid had done well and asked if he wanted to become his student. Suddenly, the main character fell to his knees and begged him to share his precious knowledge with him. Surprised, Yang Ji said that his cosmic system lacked skills and asked him to consider it a gift from him. From the inside pocket of his jacket, he took out a multicolored sphere and handed it to the discouraged fighter. The delighted young man immediately realized that it was a precious gold-level ball that would be very useful to him. Giving him a stern look, the unshaven director asked him to absorb the rare item right away. Apart from him, there were no other owners of the cosmic system in China, so he began to consider the talented Qiu his successor. At that very moment, the daredevil made a breakthrough to 4 silver stars, which he had been striving for all along. He was enveloped in a bright yellow light, and the man with his arms folded across his chest watched the process intently. The reflection fell on a mannequin standing nearby, which even warmed up slightly in a few minutes. At that very moment, the extremely serious Lin decided to activate his spiritual skill to get everything over with quickly. Taking a fighting stance, the young man exclaimed that he was about to use a cut that posed a great danger. Noticing that the technique had no effect, the surprised young man wondered if the attack's range was really that short. Slightly alarmed, the fighter turned to his teacher, thinking that this was not enough, but at first he heard no response. Unexpectedly, the trick worked and split many of the stones around him in half, scattering them into small fragments. The tense warrior couldn't believe what he saw and just froze, watching what was happening without stopping. Smiling, the guy noted to himself that the skill was incredibly powerful and had excellent range. Shocked, Yang Ji discovered that his student's cosmic system was very different from his own and asked him to explain it in more detail. The polite young man said that he had 3 abilities, one of which was the ability to open any door, and continued with a long story. The man asked if he had thought about opening a special passage, and the hero replied that he always used the skill for teleportation. The proud warrior realized that this was indeed a unique opportunity, but he was not sure that he would be able to open absolutely any door. The thoughtful gentleman suggested that he try it, and the young man, believing in his own strength, did not refuse. After the warrior's level was raised to 4 stars, the distance between the doors increased from 50 to 70 meters. In just a few seconds, a blue portal appeared, after which the young man concentrated as much as possible on completing the task. Looking at the passage with utmost seriousness, he rushed forward, telling himself that everything must change now. They launched a powerful energy attack, which caused a small explosion and raised dust around them. Stone fragments scattered around the room, but this only confirmed that the brave man had done the right thing. Remaining calm, Lin Qiu said that he had succeeded, and the dean emphasized that this was very good. In the center of the training stadium, there was now a huge crater, confirming the power of the main character. Deputy Zhang called the combination of skills excellent, and the fighter found it incredible that his attacks had doubled in speed thanks to his skill. The fighter imagined how he would terrorize his opponents with relentless lightning strikes during battle. Even if the enemy dodged one of his attacks, he could repeat it, making victory easier to achieve. The young man continued to ponder his abilities, and suddenly Yang Qian came to the trio and told her grandfather that it was time for dinner. Looking at Lin angrily and resentfully, the beauty asked in a raised voice what he was doing there. Surprised, Yang Ji asked if the kids knew each other and learned that they were classmates, and his granddaughter asked if he really thought the boy had a cosmic system. The cold-blooded girl told the man that he was just a simple rabbit and asked him not to let him fool him. The angry gentleman asked why she was saying that, and the dissatisfied lady said that since her grandfather had taken Chu as his student, she couldn't interfere. In a low voice, she said that the director was a little scary when he was nervous, and then she began to think about something. Putting on an innocent face, the shy Ouyang smiled and greeted the boy, calling him brother. The boy asked her not to be upset, saying that his attitude towards her would not change, and the dean said that he would now be his granddaughter's teacher. The embittered girl turned her back and expressed her hope that her new mentor would take care of her. After a while, on the street, Yang Jie said that he had some business to attend to, and added that he would return to the office when classes officially began. After that, the young man said goodbye to his teacher, and behind him, the handsome Zhang Sang suddenly appeared. His friend asked what he was doing there, and noted that he had been looking for him for half a day, to which the wary hero replied that he had been invited. Grabbing him by the jacket, his friend started running, reminding him that it was the weekend and he wanted to go somewhere with his brother. Soon they arrived at the office of the company that ranked 3rd in the country, and Lin Qiu remembered that his friend came from a wealthy family. The bespectacled man raised his hand and cheerfully called out to a man he knew who was standing a few meters away from them. It was the second son of the organization named Zhang Er, dressed in a formal suit and behaving calmly. The skinny kid introduced his brother by name, and the hero noted to himself that his parents didn't have a particularly rich imagination. The very surprised brown-haired man asked if he was indeed a close relative of San, who confirmed this without hesitation. The brave man understood the young man, because who would believe him that the chubby kid had managed to lose weight in just a month? After conducting a mini-interrogation, the surprised asked what their older brother's name was, and the younger brother replied that it was Jia Qi. After that, the guys happily shook hands, while a discouraged Chu watched what was happening, standing aside. The changed San introduced the main character, calling him the person who helped him settle in at the academy. The bespectacled boy's brother also shook hands with the main character, smiling at him and expressing his joy at meeting him. Then the brown-eyed man suggested they go inside and talk, and the brave man remarked that business was in his blood and assumed that the young man had heard his name before. Soon, the three young men found themselves in a luxurious elevator, which Lin considered to be reserved for people of high status. Silent Janger watched the door opening, ready to go out first. The boys went into the room, where objects worth a huge amount of money on the market glistened in the light. In a good mood, San said that his respected brother was not only involved in the family business. The emotionless Lin Q looked around, seeing many ancient treasures. The polite brown-haired man asked if his new friend would say anything about all this. Near him, the main character saw a tall blue saucer with white patterns that caught his attention. Using his ability to evaluate treasures, he decided to learn more about the items. But it turned out that the room was simply overflowing with fakes. The cool-headed young man said that most of the items were fake, which upset Janger, who shouted that it was a lie. The angry guy said that he had spent a lot of money on this collection, and even had it appraised by experts, while the alarmed San tried to calm him down. Not at all frightened, the main character said that he could provide evidence if he did not believe his words. With a dissatisfied look on his face, the young man put on white gloves and agreed, but doubted that Lin Q was better than the experts. The rich young man took the precious item in his hands and moved it to another place to begin his analysis. The focused hero began to tell everything about the Yuan dynasty bowl, which had a wide throat, a deep base, and a high leg. He noted that the item could be called a real treasure, and if it was genuine, it could be worth at least 20 million at the most modest price. Putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he had some skills, because he had spent 25 million, and his counterpart calmly asked him to listen to him. It was said that the product was made quite well, but it was not an original, and its fair price was 100,000, which stunned the guy. The businessman, who almost fainted, asked if he had really spent a huge amount of money on a fake with a negligible value. Smiling, Lin Qiu said he understood his upset brother, but suggested continuing the appraisal. He began to point to various valuables on the shelves, saying that they were not worth $1 million, which upset Zhang Era even more. Angry, the young man shouted at him to be quiet, and the hero apologized, but noted that he had gotten too angry. Putting his bad thoughts aside, the rich man said that there would be an auction tomorrow and suggested that he go with him, promising to pay for it. The next morning, the main character woke up in a soft bed and immediately thought that San was probably still asleep. He asked the system to activate today's skill, after which the extraction process began immediately. The robot congratulated its owner on obtaining the X-ray vision skill of rank B, which made him very happy, and asked if he wanted to try it out now. The serious fighter in his head noted that this wonderful ability should be at least SSS level. Now the young man could see through all objects, and it seemed really useful and cool to him. At that moment, the calm Jiang Song entered the room and immediately asked if his brother was awake. The main character immediately turned his gaze to him and froze for a moment, as the ability continued to work. It was not a very pleasant sight, as he saw the bones and skull of his friend, which he had not even thought about at first. Lin Qiu, blue with nerves, wondered if he had turned into a walking X-ray machine. Feeling tense, the guy began to rub his eyes, thinking to himself that all this was very different from his fantasies. His surprised classmate asked what was going on with his brother, who was acting strangely. After calming down a little, the daredevil decided to pretend that everything was fine so as not to reveal his new abilities. Getting to his feet, the youngster replied that everything was fine and asked why his friend was there, reminding him that they had agreed to meet. Smiling, the bespectacled boy said that today he was going to the auction with his brother and handed him a bag of clothes. Meanwhile, a crowd of security guards had gathered in the Tianbao Pavilion, ready to spring into action at any moment. 3 young men soon arrived at the venue and looked around. The main character noticed that even the guards here possessed spiritual magic, and considered this to be very serious. The calm Zhang Er led the small group, but suddenly they all stopped. The polite man pointed to the right place and asked the respected gentleman to go ahead. More and more people gradually gathered in the room, and the young men began to move toward the chairs. Taking his seat in the hall, Zhang Sang said that only the wealthiest people could attend this auction. But Lin Qiu stopped listening to him the moment he saw his beautiful goddess, Qin Zhen. The surprised girl did not expect to see him at all, and immediately asked why he was there. The enthusiastic young man noted to himself that his love was especially beautiful today, but standing next to the lovely maiden was a woman who asked with a serious expression if they knew this boy. Smiling, the beauty replied to her mother that it was Lin Qiu, who was looking at her in surprise at that moment. The mother of the charmer, blue-eyed Wen Shihan, now knew what the young man she had heard about earlier from her daughter looked like. The discouraged young man immediately realized that he was standing in front of his future mother-in-law, who looked very attractive. Looking at him suspiciously, the woman called him the boy who had beaten her precious daughter many times. Suddenly, Zhang Er greeted his aunt and she realized that he was already acquainted with the main character. The young man said that Lin was a friend of his brother Zhang San, which is how they met. Smiling, the lovely Shihan said that Zhen had told her a lot about the young man. The young man said he was flattered, and the lady noted that there weren't many things in this world that could make her daughter talk so much about something. Smiling, the young man emphasized that they were more like sisters, and added that the lady looked very young. The blue-eyed woman noted to herself that the young man was a real master of conversation. The charming Qin asked the young man not to talk nonsense, and he obeyed his goddess in everything. In her mind, Wenxia said that she liked this young man, and it seemed to her that her only daughter was in love with him. The host said that the auction would begin very soon, but before that, he decided to remind everyone present of something. The owner of the pavilion, Yu, said that visitors should familiarize themselves with the rules, emphasizing that everything must remain secret. Smiling, the perceptive Chu realized that they were simply afraid of taking responsibility if someone ended up with a fake. Without further ado, the pink-haired gentleman announced the start of the event and decided to present the first lot. The auction began with a glazed bowl depicting plum blossoms from the Song dynasty. The young man said that the starting price was 2 million yuan, with a minimum bid increment of 100,000 yuan, and asked the guests to place their bids. The smiling Zhang Er asked if it was a fake, and Lin Chu thought to himself that he was being impatient, as it was only the first lot. The extremely serious hero continued to observe the situation, thinking about everything incessantly. At one point he was greatly surprised and said that it was genuine, but worth no more than 5 million yuan. Immediately, the rich man who was confident in him rose from his seat and exclaimed that he was ready to purchase the item for that amount, but the brave man considered it foolish. The emotionless Li Zhenyu asked if anyone else present wanted to make a bid. 2 wealthy-looking men were almost asleep in their chairs, and no one else said anything to the auctioneer. After that, the auctioneer banged on the table and congratulated Mr. Era on purchasing the first item for 5 million. The hero asked if there was gambling here, and his friend answered in the affirmative, but said he wasn't interested. But the resourceful Lin Chu wanted to have a little fun, considering it a good opportunity to try his luck. Soon, a man in a formal suit appeared at the auction, and immediately recognized the beautiful Zhen and her mother. It was the heir to the Wheaton Company, the confident Sun Ge, smiling at the charming lady. At the sight of him, the girl's good mood vanished, which was immediately apparent on her face. At that very moment, the beautiful lady was taken by the hand by a young man whom she truly loved. The gentleman who had arrived was very surprised, because this beloved boyfriend was not him at all. The authoritative Lin Qiu said that he had been looking for her everywhere, and the charmer froze in place and blushed a little, not expecting this from him. The auctioneer then announced a bid of 300,000, but the slightly tired young man immediately pointed out that it was a fake. The perceptive young man called the landscape with a starting price of almost 500,000 an original. Next was a fairly good fake, namely a painting depicting a girl with a dolphin splashing near her. After a while, Li Zhenyu said that it was time for everyone's favorite part of the event. He added that this time, those present should see for themselves a treasure worth at least 100 million, and asked them to follow him. All those who were interested in seeing the treasure got up from their seats and followed the host. Qin was very surprised and realized that the main character's actions had helped her avoid contact with Sun Ge. The confident young man looked at his opponent, who was angry because the kid had dared to get in his way. The charismatic young man took his beloved by the hand and began to walk away, feeling the angry gaze of his rival on him. The embittered man turned to Uncle Wan, who was standing behind him, clenching his fists. He said he needed all the information about this insolent kid, and his subordinate listened attentively to the young gentleman. The young people continued to walk around the large hall for several minutes, remaining silent. At one point, the completely calm Lin Qiu looked around and came to the conclusion that Sun had left. No longer feeling any threat, the guy simply let go of Qinzhen's hand, which remained red with embarrassment. The shy girl threatened that next time she would cut off his hand, but the hero did not understand why she was doing this, because Ji was trying to hit on her, and he had helped her. The beauty replied that she understood perfectly well, but there was something that bothered her in this situation. Looking innocently at her counterpart, she said that he should have warned her, but in any case, she expressed her gratitude. The joyful young man smiled, thinking to himself that little Qin was incredibly cute and kind. Then the angry lady asked who he was pointing at, but her mother approached and asked the children to calm down, as there were many people around. Polite Wenxia called the children to follow her, and the smiling Lin did not contradict her, and complied with her request. The auction visitors gathered around the colorful stones lying on the floor and began to examine them. The extremely serious hero noted in his thoughts that all this was useless junk, attractive only for its bright colors. The materials were mined in quarries, and outwardly, few people could assess their authenticity, which is how the gambling business associated with them began. The precious-looking stones were constantly being passed around, but it was mostly foolish and naive people who were involved in the game. The items were full-fledged participants in the game, and the game itself was based on the risks associated with their quality and price. The stern-looking Chu assumed that the green specimen was exactly what the auction organizer had described. With the right assessment, one could expect to get an item worth up to $1 billion. Using his X-ray vision, the main character quickly realized that the huge emerald from the hull was a defective item. The daredevil realized that the cunning auctioneer had experts who had long understood this, and that was why the stone was put up for sale. The perceptive young man understood that if someone bought the fake, they would lose everything. And suddenly the evil Sun Gay turned to him. The serious gentleman advised him to stay away from Qin and said that he was not worthy of her. The fearless fighter flashed a smirk and asked if his pathetic opponent was worth anything at all. Adjusting his tie, the man said that he and Jen were a perfect couple, but the hero advised him to get the rubbish out of his head. An angry Sun called him a little brat who dared to stand in the way of his romantic happiness. Picking his nose as if nothing had happened, the frivolous kid asked why his interlocutor was calling him names when he hadn't done anything. Barely containing his anger, the rival glared at him, which slightly frightened Wen Shi and her beloved daughter, but not the brave hero. The determined GE suggested they play a game, saying that the loser would leave town and leave the charming Qin alone. The beautiful girl decided to intervene in the conversation to express her dissatisfaction with her suitor. Lin Qiu said that Jen was not a commodity and could not be treated in such a way, while his opponent emphasized that he had behaved in the same way. An angry Sun asked how the insolent man could hide behind a woman and asked him to accept the bet, saying that the loser would give the winner 100 million. Sticking out his tongue, the insolent man expressed his disagreement with the terms, and the man called him a poor man without a penny to his name. But the daredevil confidently declared that he did not want this because the bet was too small for his gambling nature. Raising his hand, the brave man demanded that the loser pay 500 million and asked if his opponent would take the risk. The nervous gentleman understood that money meant nothing to him, but if he lost, his family would not pat him on the head, and if he backed down, he would lose face. Pointing his finger at his opponent, he wondered if the reckless youngster had such a huge sum. At that moment, the smiling Zhang Er embraced the hero and said that he had the money, but he needed Sun Gei's consent. Also flashing a grin, the young gentleman asked Uncle Wang for advice, who called his opponent a boastful youngster. The rival agreed, but asked Lin Qiu to promise that he would not cry after losing. But this only motivated him. Calm Wen Shi asked her daughter if she was interested in this guy who was willing to do so much for her. The emotionless girl replied that she wasn't in the mood for that right now and pretended not to care. Her mother emphasized that it was time for her to start a relationship. But the beauty did not respond, because she was watching what was happening. The girl asked the woman to stop teasing her, and she laughed in response but did not press her daughter. The lady promised not to interfere in her affairs, saying that she was fine with everything as long as the girl was happy. Auctioneer Li Zhen intervened in the argument, saying that it was rare to see such fire in someone's eyes. He added that all the exhibits on display were divided into 6 categories, depending on their value. Everyone present turned their attention to him and listened silently to his explanation of the prices of the items. The minimum price for the multicolored stones started at just 3,000 yuan and reached over 10 million yuan. The gentleman said that everyone would choose 10 exhibits, and the winner would be the one with the most expensive ones. The first task was completed by an elderly gentleman named Wang, who showed the young man a blue sapphire. Lin Qiu also made his choice, attracting the attention of the emotionless auctioneer. After a brief analysis, the auctioneer thought to himself that his uncle's stone was much better than the one chosen by the young man. Calm Li Zhen wondered if the kid really understood what he was doing and assumed that he was just counting on luck. Spreading his arms wide, Yu asked if they were both ready for the appraisal and clarified who would go first. With a slight smirk on his face, the daredevil pointed to his item and asked to start with it. The specialist immediately turned on the noisy tool and began to saw through the shell to determine the quality of the stone. After a few seconds, the man with the long mustache began to smile, as if he was impressed by the result. Those present were shocked and called what was happening incredible, because before their eyes appeared an ice jade. A professional auctioneer confirmed that the quality of the item was indeed excellent. The color was bright, and it was in excellent condition. After a moment's thought, he surprised the audience again by saying that the treasure was worth 10 million yuan. The delighted crowd began to say that Lin Qiu was incredibly lucky, as not everyone is fortunate enough to find something like this. The serious Uncle Wang stood silently to one side, waiting for the moment when the shell he had found would be opened. At that moment, Lin Chu pointed at him and asked how he would like the stone to be cut. The calm man asked for a straight cut in the middle so that there would be no chips, as this was the best option. His words made the main character smile, but the man himself was dissatisfied, as the gesture seemed arrogant from the outside. The reserved gentleman asked what was so funny, and the young man replied that he had simply remembered yesterday's joke. The auctioneer decided to distract them from their argument and said it was time to start evaluating the item. A specialist dressed in black approached the red stone and began to make neat cuts on the sides. Lin Kyo, who had been focused at first, also set his sights on this specimen, but he didn't think that this old man had such a keen eye. Now the young man realized that he was facing a worthy competitor, so he couldn't afford to relax. At that moment, a slight smile appeared on his face, and he continued to watch the process. The alarmed audience exclaimed that the elderly gentleman had managed to find a gold stone of the highest grade. Smiling, Sunge said that their result was much higher, so he had no doubt about the victory. The attentive Li Zhenyu noted that the item was indeed of good quality, but there was one thing. Suddenly, he said that the cut fell right on a piece of calcite, which reduced the value, and as a result, the final price of was 8 million. The emotionless host announced that the main character's stone had won, which was great news for those around him. The shy beauty Qin told the young man that they were now far ahead. The bewildered Lin Qiu wondered since when the goddess had been so happy about his victory, because he saw sincerity in her eyes. The young man offered to buy her a gift in honor of their win, surprising the beautiful woman, who froze in place. The proud lady replied that their arguments had nothing to do with her, and the young man decided to simply choose the next stone. Looking at the remaining items, the guy thought to himself that a difference of 2 million was an excellent result. Soon it was announced that the second batch of items had ultimately fallen apart. Keeping his cool, the independent host said that the last batch remained, which would determine everything. The fearless hero looked at his competitor with a slight smile on his face, believing that victory would be his. Serious Sunga said that the kid was only 2 million ahead of them, considering it a trifle, while Uncle Wang thought deeply. The man said that they had spent a huge amount of money on stones, but the youngster had barely paid 1 million. The slimmed-down Zhang Sang and the shy beauty Qin admired the confidence of their closest ally. The calm gentleman noted that this young man was definitely an expert, so he should not be underestimated. The auctioneer said that they had to choose the last item and noted that at the moment, Lin was still in the lead. The old man was unsure about the remaining stones, and Sun understood that if he lost, they would lose 500 million, but he did not want to take on such responsibility. Gritting his teeth, he firmly said to himself that even if there was a gap between them, it would be easy to turn the victory in their favor. At that moment, his stern gaze fell on one of the stones in the pile, causing his pupils to instantly shrink. The determined man pointed to the stone wrapped in green shell, asking in a raised voice to cut it open immediately. Outraged, Zhang exclaimed that the approximate value of the item was 10 million and was sure that the insolent man clearly knew something. With a sly smile, the gentleman replied that they had only discussed the value of the cut cobblestone, and there was no mention of the uncut one. The cunning man was sure he had won, because even if the item cost 10 million, the second one would definitely be beyond his rival's means. A surprised Zhen called him unscrupulous, while the imperturbable Lin found his rival's excessive confidence amusing. The daredevil offered to raise the stakes and said that the loser would give his copy to the winner, but Sun objected that they had not agreed to that. Those around them began to discuss that the brown-eyed man was simply scared and decided to back down, but he did not like this opinion of himself. Nevertheless, the nervous man agreed to his opponent's terms, which alarmed Uncle Wang standing behind him. The mustachioed old man noted to himself that the main character's skills were good, but this time he would surely meet his end. Seeing the small shell in the young man's hands, the astonished people assumed that he was so frightened that he had stopped thinking clearly. The unperturbed auctioneer asked if the boy was sure of his choice, since he had chosen a tiny fragment, and he confirmed it with a serious face. Without objection, Li Zhenyu placed the item on the table and began to analyze it, without being distracted by outsiders. An angry Sun Ge shouted that his specimen should be cut open first, wanting the boy to understand his mistake. His request was immediately granted, and the autopsy began, which he watched with trepidation. A few seconds later, Mr. Wang, who was standing nearby, looked very surprised, as if he had seen something unexpected. The auctioneer informed the puzzled participant that his stone was empty, which no one present had expected. The very nervous gentleman shouted to make another cut, saying that he did not believe what was happening. A few seconds later, he was completely convinced that there was nothing inside, and there was no arguing with that. The smiling Yu said that although the disappointed son had expected to get more, these pieces could be valued at 15 million. The slightly dejected G said to himself that he was now ahead of his opponent, but it was too early to relax. Looking sternly at him, he thought to himself that he had still beaten the youngster, because such a gap could not be overcome with a stone worth 3,000. The auctioneer asked if the youngster was ready to cut his small stone, but he unexpectedly gave a negative answer. With a smirk on his face, the brave man asked to simply polish the cobblestone, but his intentions were unclear. Surprised, Legion warned that the probability of the specimen turning out to be something valuable was almost zero. Those around him could not understand what the boy was counting on, since the cobblestone was worth only 3,000. But the cleaning process began nonetheless. Just a minute later, those present opened their mouths in surprise and simply froze in place, not believing their eyes. What shocked everyone was that the main character managed to find an imperial emerald in a pile of junk. Zhang Er, who was rooting for the young man, noted that the gap between the competitors was simply enormous, because the price of the item was huge. A joyful San called it incredible that his brother had managed to find a real treasure for mere pennies. The authoritative young man looked very seriously at his desperate rival, expressing his hope that he would admit defeat. The man, covered in sweat, said in a trembling voice that he simply did not have that much money. The polite auctioneer asked if the young man would sell him the stone for 60 million yuan, which already sounded tempting. After that, active bidding began, with various people offering fabulous sums. The most persistent of the crowd was Li Zhenyu, who offered a whopping 100 million for the young man's treasure. The young gentleman noted that this was an excellent price and promised to buy the rest of the boy's jewels. Smiling, the calm hero said that this would save him from unnecessary trouble and thanked his counterpart. Just a minute later, the long-haired man took the colorful items and silently went about his business. The young man was left with the last valuable red item in his hands and began to think about what to do with it next. Suddenly, the surprised young man noticed Qinjin and her mother Wenshi standing nearby, looking at him. The charming girl felt warm inside because she was pleased to see Lin Qiu. The beauty assumed that the young man wanted to give her the red jade and wondered whether she should agree if he confessed his love to her. The excited lady was confused and did not know what to do next because she was not ready for a relationship. But unexpectedly, the smiling young man pushed her aside and handed the precious stone to her beautiful mother. The noble young man said that this was their first meeting, and he did not yet know the woman's tastes, but he hoped she would like it. The future mother-in-law called him a kid and noted that he was handsome, while the hero wondered if she was too straightforward. The lady admitted that she liked the young man and hoped that he would not disappoint her, and the young man thanked her and promised to work hard. Meanwhile, the worried son was subjected to moral pressure from the guards and began calling his father, begging for help. Mocking him, the hero was sure that the pathetic fool was on a short leash with his old man and couldn't do anything without him. Barely holding back tears, the weak-willed Ji threatened that the kid would get a surprise from him. Soon, a satisfied Lin said that a huge amount of money had been transferred to his account and expressed his deep gratitude. The joyful young man wished his disappointed competitors good luck, and they, with their heads bowed, began to leave the room. Inside, the cunning kid was very happy, because in just one day he had earned a fabulous 600 million yuan. At the same time, he understood that this money would not be enough to purchase a sufficient number of spiritual spheres to hatch the dragon egg. Impressed, Zhang Er suddenly complimented him, saying that he had been simply inimitable today. The young man immediately looked at the rich man, realizing that he could get even more money with his help. The calm hero turned to his brother and said that he had a request for him, and he listened attentively. The rich man said that his friend could ask him for anything, and was ready to provide him with any necessary assistance. The serious young man said that he would like to help him acquire spiritual spheres with the money he had won. The businessman replied that for the most part this was not a problem, but emphasized that the money would not be enough for the spheres of the cosmic system. The daredevil understood that these influential guys had more serious connections than he did, and said that he would be grateful for any help at all. His comrade promised to set aside something suitable for him if he found it, and the hero thanked him in advance. Late in the evening, a tired Lin Qiu arrived at the dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, asking his assistant to get to work. At that very moment, the process of extracting the daily skill began, which the emotionless young man watched silently. The fighter received the SS rank Jade Rabbit skill, which surprised him a little and made him think. The shocked young man asked if it wasn't strange that he hadn't received a single E-level ability in 3 days. Then the warrior asked why he needed another transfiguration skill, and the system said that the spirit beast was fully compatible with him. The delighted host confirmed the acceptance, and the fusion was successful, after which he turned into a cosmic moon rabbit. The satisfied boy asked if the system was sure that this was the full name of the skill, and it replied that it was too long to pronounce. Nevertheless, the name was pronounced, after which the main character asked to open the abilities panel. He acquired the skill of Lunar Roar, which gave a whopping 500% boost to all characteristics, which surprised the fighter. Smiling, the curious young man expressed his desire to try out his new combat abilities as soon as possible. Without wasting any time, the young man got out of bed to stand on a flat surface and begin training. Then, concentrating, he placed his hands on the floor, ready to make his first movements. Showing determination and anger, the warrior activated the transformation, and rabbit ears immediately appeared on his head. Looking at himself in the mirror, the young man noted his excellent appearance, and although the transformation took a lot of energy, he considered the buff to be cool. The system said that based on his current level, the host would be able to hold out during the full moon with maximum power output for 1 minute. The young man was a little upset because he considered this amount of time insufficient for a normal battle. Then the robot said that the capabilities had increased 5-fold, and now the warrior had 5 minutes to work with. At that moment, a very surprised Zhang Sang entered the room, intending to wake his brother. The stunned boy couldn't believe his eyes, and the imperturbable Lin Qiu didn't even notice him at first. Feeling awkward, the young man immediately slammed the door, saying that he hadn't seen anything at all. The calm hero wondered whether he should kill his old friend to keep him quiet. 2 days later, more and more students began to gather at the academy, many of whom were not in a good mood. The surprised, bespectacled man noticed that a crowd of people was returning to college, and Lin reminded him that classes had begun, and this was obvious. A tense girl was walking nearby and suddenly asked 2 guys to help her with her heavy luggage. The wary fighter asked if his friend had heard anything, and he replied that he hadn't. The young men continued to stand in place, keeping their serious expressions, and the persistent stranger addressed them again. The serious-looking fighter looked away and glanced at the girl asking for help. Lin Yunyuan, who had 9 gold stars and a shadow system, was dissatisfied and asked if the boys had gone deaf. Unwilling to talk to the girl, the brave man asked her a little rudely what she wanted from them. The angry lady thought to herself that no one had ever ignored her so openly before and called the boys bastards. The girl assumed that the two were trying their best to get her attention, but Lin Qiu didn't care about her. The arrogant lady told them to just take her luggage to the first floor, and the brave guy asked why they should do that. First, Yuan pretended not to hear, and asked the young man again, hoping to hear a different answer. But the righteous hero asked why they should help her, and whether she always behaved so arrogantly when asking for help. The excited girl mentally noted that his words made sense, but the guys she had met before simply swooned when she addressed them. Now the beauty politely asked the young men for help with her luggage, and said she would be very grateful to them. The emotionless young man asked if she couldn't have asked that way from the start to avoid conflict. Smiling, the brave young man said that he would not stand aside, since the beautiful lady had admitted her mistake. The girl noted that she had not seen the young men here before, and asked if they were freshmen, and what their names were. Surprised, Zhang Sang introduced himself and his friend, and then asked if it wasn't right to start by telling her about themselves first. The calm Yun said that she was a third-year student at the academy and didn't know what else to say. The bespectacled young man emphasized that she was the most beautiful girl in the city, and the unflappable Lin reminded them that they needed to help her with her luggage. Looking at the red-haired lady, he began to remember his beautiful goddess Qin, even comparing them in some ways. Picking his nose, the unshakable young man noted to himself that the girl looked good, but still fell short of his beloved. As if excited in her heart, the student thought to herself that the boys were new here, so their attitude towards her was forgivable. At one point, the beauty said that she needed to talk to the team, because she hadn't seen them in a long time. The boys stood in one place for a few seconds, hearing strange cries somewhere nearby. Very alert, Zhang Sang's eyes bulged as if he saw danger approaching him. In a panic, he shouted that he had gone blind, but in reality, someone's pants had flown into his face, making the guys around him feel awkward. Feeling ashamed, Yuan said she would return it to its owner, and remarked that newcomers always cause problems. The calm, bespectacled boy said that the girls' dormitory was an incredible place, and his friend agreed with him. The next day, during the first class, the calm students sat watching a presentation on the digital board. Among them was the pensive Qiu, who noted in his mind that the first lesson was devoted to spiritual animals. A well-known professor in China and a polite man named Zhang Mei introduced himself to the students with a smile on his face. The student behind him admitted that he had no idea the teacher would be such a famous person in the country. The bored hero wondered if anyone could understand spiritual beasts better than him in the system. Suddenly the young man became very tense, which was evident from his expression, but the essence of the problem was not clear. Noticing the notes in his notebook, the young man concluded that there was a mistake in them. He found several such oversights and thought deeply about the issue in order to correct everything. The young man began to edit everything diligently, but at one point, an observant teacher approached him. The slightly frightened young man immediately turned his attention to the person who had distracted him from his important work. The polite gentleman calmly asked what the student was writing in his notebook and asked permission to look at his notes. The unflappable Lin Qiu did not refuse the pleasant gentleman and immediately handed him his notebook. With a slight smile on his face, Zhang Mei began to look through his notes, trying to draw some conclusions. The elderly man asked to be allowed to sit down and then continued to carefully review the information. At one point, he glanced at the young man and asked his name as if it meant something. The teacher asked for proof that civets were not nocturnal animals, and the young man replied that they had poor eyesight in the dark, and that this could be seen in real life. The teacher noted that there were studies confirming their nocturnal activity, and the young man said that it was all about their keen hearing. The serious Sima Yang noticed that the professor was consulting with Lin, and he didn't like it very much. The dissatisfied blonde immediately stood up and, turning to the teacher, reminded him that they were in class. The professor said that there were several errors in the textbook, so he wanted to discuss them with Qiu, and asked the rest of the class to prepare for the next class. The beautiful Wu Yang admired the hero who decided to rewrite the book, but Jen was not enthusiastic about her words. Professor Mei dismissed the students to go about their business, asking them not to distract them from the important discussion. The dissatisfied crowd got up from their desks and headed for the exit, while Lin remained alone with the old man. The serious young man asked why they were in such a hurry, and the man replied that every mistake they failed to notice could cost someone their life. These words motivated the main character, who flashed a smile, expressing his willingness to investigate. The calm teacher suggested continuing so as not to waste time on empty talk. Soon the students gathered for an advanced mathematics class, which required attentiveness and perseverance. Lin Qiu entered the classroom and rejoiced inwardly, because there was a free seat next to his beautiful goddess. But his plans were thwarted by Yang Qian, who said that she was having trouble with arithmetic, and suggested that they sit together so that he could explain everything to her. The discouraged boy said he wanted to sit with Jen, but she asked him not to worry about it. His deskmate continued to hold the hero's hand, and he felt awkward and remained silent. The boy couldn't find his place, then noticed that his beloved's eyes were burning with rage, and the girl next to him asked what was wrong with him. Soon, the satisfied students gathered at the academy's training ground for combat practice. The kids assumed that their teacher was probably some strong man, but they were wrong. The harsh Lin asked why Wu Yang was following him around all the time, and she replied that she wanted him to help her with her studies. The boy, who was on the verge of tears, realized that if the persistent girl continued to follow him around, the goddess would kill him. At that moment, a beautiful lady approached the students and noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The woman with cat ears said that she would be teaching them martial arts this semester. The joyful hero immediately recognized teacher Han Jun, and Zhang San noted that she was a real beauty. The lady warned that before the start of training, each of them would have to demonstrate their strength to the others. The upset fighter, whose spiritual beast was a rabbit, didn't really want to do this because he knew everyone would laugh at him. The smiling Nin announced that the serious Qin Zhen, who was ready for anything, would be the first to perform in front of everyone. The combat student immediately stepped out of the crowd and activated her ice skill, putting a lot of effort into her demonstration. Next up was the confident Wu Yang Qian, who summoned the power of fire, making everything look spectacular. Finally, it was the turn of the confused Lin Qiu, who stood still and didn't know what to do. The shy boy asked the teacher what to do, and admitted that he had nothing to show. The calm woman remembered that he could turn into a rabbit and asked him to do so, saying that no one would laugh. Gathering his strength and exhaling, the young man decided to listen to her request and do it. Clenching his fists tightly, the brave young man began the transformation process, which took a lot of energy. His face was frighteningly serious, and long ears grew out of his head, emphasizing the success of the transformation. Within a minute, every part of the young fighter's body was endowed with incredible strength, and the crowd froze in amazement. The delighted girls couldn't believe that this was the animal form of Lin Qiu, who was shy about showing himself. Many wanted to touch the cute ears of the stern warrior, who suddenly rushed forward. Seizing the right moment, the young man made a high jump, as if aiming at something not far from him. His powerful blow hit a stone mannequin in front of him, which was immediately destroyed by the incredible force. The main character drove the female audience wild, who now looked at him differently and wanted to get to know him better. The imperturbable Qin Zhen noted that he was more handsome than last time, while the playful Wu Yang called her brother cute. The cunning beauty quietly thanked her grandfather for finding such a charming guy. The teacher asked Shima Yang to speak, realizing that if this continued, the girls would faint. The guy looked seriously at his opponent, who was smirking slightly at him, greatly annoying him. Gathering his composure, The young man thought to himself that now the beauties around him would see his strength. Transforming into a fighting eagle, the blond boy exclaimed that his transformation was much cooler than that of the pathetic rabbit. But his classmates looked at him in bewilderment, saying that he was not even fit to be the shoes of the respected Lin Q. The boy, whose face was contorted with anger, almost cursed the hero, who was not to blame for being liked by everyone. The cool-headed Han Jun said that she had seen enough, and promised to develop a training plan for them based on their abilities. Then the charming lady suggested that the boys run a couple of laps as a warm-up. An excited Zhang San reminded her that military training was over and asked how far they had to run. In response, the teacher silently pointed her index finger, but this did not make it any clearer to the children. Nevertheless, the children assumed that they only had to run one lap, which made them feel calm. Smiling, the teacher noted that this was not the case and was about to say the actual number. Unexpectedly, she announced that they would run endlessly, which caused nervous Sima Yan to become dissatisfied. The woman said that when their physical training reached the gold level, they would no longer have to do this. The silent Lin Q thought to himself that she cared so much about him, and then stepped aside. The angry blonde asked why he was standing still, and the boy teasing him replied that he was not allowed to. The angry student exclaimed that everyone whose physical fitness level was below gold had to run, but the hero was not one of those guys. The polite Jun offered to test him personally, and the calmed-down Yang said that now they would see what the youngster was capable of. The fearless fighter expressed his readiness to begin the test, and the lovely lady asked him to give her his hand. The beautiful lady squeezed his palm slightly, which looked a little strange from the outside, but the hero did not resist. The surprised student noted to himself that his opponent had a soft and rather weightless hand. Gathering his patience, the young man repeated in his head that he must not be distracted now. After conducting a brief analysis with the help of a handshake, the lady was able to draw some conclusions for herself. Remaining calm, she inquired when the protagonist's strength had grown so much. After that, the young man's hand was released, and an important discussion began between them. Serious Han confirmed that Lin had achieved gold, so she allowed him not to run with the others, which stunned Ma Yang. The lady asked why the crying blonde was staring and not running, but he couldn't say a word to her. Then the teacher turned to the brave boy again and asked if he knew about the competition that would take place in 2 months. The young man immediately remembered the words of the deputy director, who had boasted about the grand prize of 5 million and the special fields. He confirmed that his place was already taken, and the sad lady said that she wanted to send him there, but she couldn't believe that someone had already beaten her to it. Then the woman said that there was someone else in their class who would also be participating in the competition. The guy, who didn't show much emotion, calmly asked who she was talking about. His counterpart immediately replied that she was talking about Zhang San, but at first, the fighter thought it was a little strange. The teacher said that thanks to the Four Eyes' ability to boost everything by 10%, he would be an excellent support player. The brave man asked if there would also be team competitions, and asked for more details about the contest. Han Jun was alarmed that a place had been reserved for him, but he knew nothing about it, and noted that the old man had not warned her about the boy's participation. It was said that there would be 6 people on each team, and there would be the same number of individual fights and 1 team fight, with points awarded to the winners. Each group had the right to take substitute players, and it didn't matter that Zhang San's level was lower, because he would be simply irreplaceable in battle. Lin asked how long his ability would last, and the teacher replied that it would last about 2 minutes, which could be decisive in battle. The stunned hero was afraid to imagine who his opponent would be, while the woman hoped to take second place. The guy asked why she was giving up so quickly, and whether the enemy side was really that strong. The serious lady mentioned Jiang Hu, with an extremely rare awakening of destruction, whose level was 3 platinum stars. The characteristics of the potential opponent caused a stern look on Lin Q's face, who sank into thought. With a smirk on her face, the lady noted that the opponent was called a genius, and that was why he was the main contender for victory. She believed that Old Man Lu wanted the brave man to gain experience rather than compete, and that such competitions were the best teacher. At one point, the beauty managed to touch the shocked guy's soft hair, and she was convinced that he was indeed a rabbit. The fighter's current level was silver, and his physical training was gold, and although he would not be able to reach platinum, he was obliged to reach his current peak. There were 2 months left, so the youngster still had a chance to become stronger, while the other students were already tired of running. The smiling Hanjun assumed that they were wondering why she was making them run laps. It was said that by improving their physical fitness, they would reduce the side effects caused by other people's abilities. Remaining calm, the charming lady declared that they had run enough circles for today. Then she turned her attention to Zhang San and Lin Chu, saying that she would be waiting for them at the training ground in the evening. As it began to get dark, The hero wondered if all this was somehow related to the upcoming competition. Confident Chen Long, with 1 platinum star, loudly asked the boys who they were and why they were in their place. Surprised, Yun Yuan emphasized that they were freshmen and should not be there under any circumstances. Keeping a straight face, the brave guy replied that their instructor had invited them, and thought to himself that it was a small world. The red-haired girl asked if the treating consultant Han was coming, and the young man immediately gave a positive answer. Then the team captain Long introduced himself, as did Yun, the owner of 9 gold stars. The hero with the transformation system and his companion, the healer Zhang Sang, also shared information about themselves. Smiling slightly, the group leader asked what was so special about them that they had been invited to the site. At that moment, Han Jun approached the group and instantly drew everyone's attention. The charming lady asked why they shouldn't test each other's abilities without further ado. Discouraged, Q thought it was foolish to demonstrate their strength against gold and platinum, which were obviously much stronger. The young man felt like crying, and he wondered if the teacher wanted him dead. The woman turned to Zhang San, saying that he would not have to fight, but he would have to show his skills. Without saying a word, the support player focused and readied his main ability. The fighter's outstretched palm was directed at the group of people in front of him, who were watching him in surprise. The first to be hit by his powerful energy was the beautiful Yuan, who was slightly alarmed and at first did not even understand what was happening. The excited girl said to herself that she could feel her strength increasing and her body burning. Smiling, Commander Chen said that the guy who was increasing his strength would definitely be useful to them in battle. The upset hero said that healers were always torn apart with their hands, but it wasn't that easy for him. The captain suggested that the brave man fight Dai Biao, who had the lowest rank because he was a reserve fighter. The holder of 5 gold stars looked sternly at the youngster, asking him to show him his strongest form, because otherwise he would lose. The slightly wary young man noted that the difference between them was too great, so there was no point in talking about it. At that moment, the embittered warrior activated his transformation, and long ears appeared on his head. Without warning, he rushed to attack his opponent, exclaiming that he would give it his all. Jumping relentlessly from side to side, the brave warrior resorted to using a rabbit kick. After receiving a rather powerful blow to the stomach and chest, the nervous Dai Biao wondered if this kid really had silver. The fierce warrior did not even think to show him mercy and continued to attack him in every way possible. At one point, the youngster put a lot of pressure on his opponent by putting his fingers together and raising his hand sharply. It all ended with the nimble Lin Chu knocking his opponent off his feet with a blow, and he flew away like a feather. At that moment, there was a powerful explosion, which looked impressive but greatly alarmed the rest of the team. The stunned audience couldn't believe that the boy with silver had managed to defeat the strong Biao. Nevertheless, the tenacious enemy emerged from the thick smoke, showing his readiness to continue the difficult fight. The stern man admitted that he had underestimated the boy, but noted that he was no longer capable of fighting and asked him to simply admit defeat. The thoughtful brave man noted in his mind that his opponent's defense was very good, so his attacks did not cause any damage. The stern Dai exclaimed that he would show him no mercy, then began to transform into a werewolf. Now his eyeballs were very red, and the young man was very alert, but he did not give in to panic. The people behind him mocked Biao, calling him ugly, and he, being angry, told them to shut up. Clenching his fists tightly, the angry fighter shouted that he was absolutely serious about his intentions and statements. Without wasting time on empty talk, he made a sharp lunge, wanting to deal with the kid as quickly as possible. A spectacular duel ensued in midair between the rivals, which even Captain Lun watched with tension. The daredevil with bruises on his cheeks understood that he had to find his enemy's weak spot, whose defense was very difficult to break through. He decided to retreat for a moment and jumped from side to side to prevent his opponent from attacking him. Focusing on using his next ability, the young man hoped that this time he would succeed. Firing powerful bolts of lightning, the stern Lin Qiu said that now his opponent would have to taste something new. The fearless Dai Biao was ready to accept any gift from him, so he continued to stand firm. But in an instant, the man lost his confidence because the youngster managed to paralyze him with his tricks. The cold-blooded fighter continued to prepare blows for him, saying that this was only the beginning of the show. Suddenly closing in, he launched another lightning-fast attack, instantly confusing his enemy. Still, the werewolf could still function, so he clenched his fist tightly, smiling slyly. The young man had to jump back again to think through his next moves and avoid mistakes. The brave young man did not even think of giving up, and his expression did not reveal any sign of discouragement. Gathering his strength again, he fired a long energy beam at his opponent, hoping to defeat him this time. The observers noted that the daredevil was quite good, and the captain, who had initially laughed at him, agreed. An angry Dai Biao suddenly stopped and shouted at the young man to stop this charade. The serious man asked if Lin Q was playing with him, but received no answer. Raising his hand and putting it behind his head, the werewolf smiled slyly, as if pursuing some goal. At tremendous speed, the warrior rushed into the attack, knocking the youngster off balance, as he had not expected anything like this. The stunned young man began coughing up blood, amazed at the lightning speed of his opponent, who had caught him off guard. He was in great pain at that moment, but he held on until the very end, realizing that he couldn't lose so easily. Lin Kyo, briefly confused, froze in place, and a blue-haired girl noticed him. Hiller, a 7-star gold star named Wang Hui, noticed that the boy was bleeding and wanted to help him. The compassionate girl approached the poor rabbit, promising him that she would heal him right away. The shocked fighter just froze in place, at first not even believing that someone had really decided to take pity on him. Calm Hanjun noted that the main character was fine, and asked the blue-eyed girl not to interfere. Getting to his feet, the serious guy noted that he had relaxed too much and thought he would return. At that moment, his eyes bulged with tension, and he saw something unexpected ahead. The daredevil was once again attacked by the vicious Dai Biao, and he had almost no time to react. Managing to jump up, the brave man exclaimed that they were not done yet, so he gathered his strength to continue the fight. The fighter, focused as much as possible, began to watch his opponent's actions so as not to repeat his previous mistakes. Lifting his head to the sky, the angry young man remembered his ability to transform into a moon rabbit. Closing his eyes and freezing in place, the serious warrior decided to take a chance to try to change the course of the battle. Gazing sternly ahead, he used the Night Lion technique to boost his stats. Very soon, all of the main character's stats increased to 120%, which gave him confidence. The teacher admired the beauty of the young man, and the charming Wang Hui said that he should definitely not be offended. The difference in strength after the transformation did not increase significantly, but Lin Q's enhancement was quite sufficient. The brave man took a fighting stance and now stood firmly on his feet, ready for any blow from the enemy. Making a sharp lunge forward, the extremely serious warrior said that now he would show himself in all his glory. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the wary Dai Biao received a crushing blow to the stomach. The pain-stricken werewolf flew up and then crashed into the wall at tremendous speed. At that moment, dark blood began to pour from his mouth, and his forehead turned noticeably blue, which was an alarming sign. A few seconds later, the fighter's image disappeared, and he wondered to himself if he had really lost. He couldn't believe that the victory had gone to a kid with 4 silver stars who didn't have enough experience. The noble Lin Q approached his opponent and, extending his hand, calmly asked if he was okay. In response, the gentleman smiled as if nothing had happened, mentally noting that the boy was a real demon. The opponents shook hands like men, and now there was no animosity between them because everything had happened fairly. The polite Dai Biao sincerely admitted defeat, and the main character was impressed by his kindness and honesty. His opponent noted that his speed and strength were not enough to win silver, and the young man thanked him, calling him brother. Their conversation was interrupted by the alarmed Hiller Wang, who ran up and asked if the young man was okay. The shocked man asked if his injuries were serious, and the girl replied that she would help the boy and then take care of him. The blue-eyed girl began the healing process, asking Chu to wait a moment, but he, feeling discouraged, said that he was perfectly fine. Teacher Han was sure that everyone present had seen the warrior's strength and asked if anyone had any objections. Captain Chen shook the hero's hand, saying that he was worthy of joining their team, since he had defeated gold while being silver. Then the brave man wondered what he would do when he faced platinum, even though it was not easy for him now. At that moment, he was distracted from his thoughts by Jun, who held out 3 shiny spheres, noting that they were his reward. The playful lady said that if the guy wanted to become stronger, he could come to her at any time and she would give him special training. The next day, Lin Chu sat on his bed and thought to himself that the effect of the beads was too weak, so he decided to give them to the egg. The voice inside the egg quietly said that it would soon break out of the shell, and at that moment, the hero received a phone call. The man reported to his boss that his brother had bought too many gold balls and asked him to pick them up when he had time. Jiang Sang himself said he wouldn't go because he was a little busy, and Cheng Ming was next to him at the time, feeding him with a spoon. The young man said he had an important conversation and really couldn't leave, but in reality he was hugging his girlfriend. The angry fighter immediately understood everything and exclaimed that the Four Eyes had traded his best friend for a skirt. Then he began to imagine how pleasant it would be to spend time with Qin Zhen and wondered when she would become his girlfriend. Returning to seriousness, the warrior got out of bed and said that his career came first and decided to go after the beads. Soon, the young man found himself in a long corridor and walked forward silently. But a stranger in a business suit had his eye on him. The man reported to Uncle Wang that he had spotted the target and asked if he should proceed, but Wang exclaimed that there were too many prying eyes in the city. After a short time, Lin Chu arrived at Zhang Er's office, who was already waiting for him. The rich man smiled at his friend, holding a small box in his hands, the contents of which were very good. He said that there were about 100 gold and a couple of platinum spheres inside, but he couldn't find the ones related to the cosmic system. Taking the package of jewels in his hands, the hero expressed his confidence that it was not easy to find such a large quantity. His comrade promised to continue the search, and the grateful Chu called him his brother and said goodbye. In his thoughts, the wary young man noted that he was right, because the academy was watching him all the time. What was happening made him smile slyly, but it did not scare him at all, as it was to be expected. Taking out his mobile device, the guy recorded a voice message to the fat man asking him to check his messenger. At the same time, he began to silently observe his friend's actions, as if wondering what was so insidious about them. Smiling, Lin thought to himself that they would see what these foolish guys had in mind. As if nothing had happened, the fighter began to walk forward with the box in his hands, while the guards behind him became very alert. The stern man immediately reported to Uncle Van that the target had entered a dark alley, and that it seemed suspicious to him. The gentleman dressed in black smiled and ordered his subordinates to act immediately. The daredevil held the package tightly in his hands, as if waiting for the observers to appear so he could teach them a lesson. A few minutes later, 3 burly men appeared in front of him, clearly with malicious intentions. The burly men looked at the young man as if he were prey, and their insolent expressions made it clear that they wanted to rob him. Putting on an agitated expression, the youngster began to say that he had no money, hoping that they would spare him. Then he turned on the acting and began to annoy them with his tenderness, making them blush with shame. Without responding, one of the thugs snatched the box from his hands, causing the boy to freeze in shock. Putting the cardboard box over the boy's head, the thugs began to lead him away, while he struggled and screamed that they were stealing him. Late at night, the kidnappers brought Lin Chu to Mr. Wang's office, who remained calm. The serious man ordered his subordinates to stay downstairs and report immediately if anything happened. Left alone with the young man, he tore the box off his head, allowing him to see again. Smiling, the old man noted that the young man was finally here, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time to talk. The fearless fighter's first question was what order the pathetic old man had received this time. The man said that he should not even think about getting out of there, and the warrior promised himself not to do so until he knew all their trump cards. Sun Ge sat at a luxurious table with a glass of wine, certain that the nimble youngster could easily run away. Putting on a sly face, the rich man asked how the main character felt about cooperating with them. Completely calm, Chu noted that all this was more like kidnapping than a desire to discuss joint work. The rich man knew that he was a skilled deceiver, so he offered to work together, promising to share everything equally. Considering the idea absurd, the young man asked why he should do all this if he was just going to do all the work and get only half the reward. The embittered son threatened that he should quickly realize his unfavorable position. The angry gentleman had no intention of arguing with him and, giving him a chance, advised him not to argue. Previously, the nervous Lin had not paid attention to this, but now he noticed that Uncle Wang was the platinum system of electricity. The cunning Ji said that for the money the kid had previously won from him, the old man had lost his soul, and this had to be corrected. The daredevil said that he had given all the money to Brother Zhang, but in his heart he hoped that San had guessed everything. He was really hoping his buddy would bring help, but suddenly there was a huge explosion in the building. What was shocking was that the fearless Qin Zhen appeared out of nowhere and defeated the guards at the entrance. A few seconds later, the warrior lady was already in the office of the scoundrel Sun Ge, which greatly surprised everyone around her. The stern girl immediately noticed Lin Q, who had been taken prisoner and was being forced to cooperate against his will. The very nervous young man immediately wondered why the bespectacled man had brought his goddess to such a dangerous place. The excited beauty hugged the rabbit, asking if he was okay, and then said that she had heard everything from San. The lovely lady admitted that she was scared to death because the hero was a very important person to her. The young man, blushing with embarrassment, did not even expect his beloved goddess to be so concerned about him. The young man promised not to make her worry anymore, but the proud Zhen pretended not to care. The embittered Ji ordered Uncle Wan to kill this degenerate who dared to touch his beloved woman. But in an instant, the elderly gentleman, standing still, felt a tremor in his body, and beads of sweat ran down his face. Being very nervous, the old man wondered what had suddenly happened to him. Sun, tense, shouted at the main character, asking what he had done, because now they simply could not move. The unflappable fighter said again that it was not his doing, and it turned out that everything was much more complicated. What was unexpected was that Zhang San had brought the elderly director Yang Ji, who possessed powerful strength. Wang, who was sweating profusely, almost fainted when he saw the legendary master who had the ability to destroy them in an instant. The dean noticed Lin Qiu, who was focused on communicating with his charming goddess. The surprised old man thought that something serious was going on here, but it turned out to be something trivial, and he noted in his mind that the young man resembled him in his youth. The shy Qin asked the young man not to get any ideas, but he looked at her with a sparkle in his eyes. Plucking up his courage, the brave young man gently took his beloved's hand, wanting to tell her something important. Looking intently into her eyes, the hero confessed that he had always liked her and asked her to be his girlfriend. The incredibly beautiful lady melted after these words and felt a peace in her soul that she had wanted for a very long time. Angry Sun Ge again put in his 2 cents, loudly declaring that he would not let go of the kid who infuriated him. At that very moment, he threw a wooden chair at the young man, eager to interfere with his happiness with the girl. The embittered Zhen immediately noticed his insolent move and decided to teach the stupid scoundrel a lesson. Unexpectedly, the combative lady struck the degenerate, who had dared to interrupt their important conversation, directly in the jaw with her heel. Caught off guard, the man collapsed unconscious on the floor, and the beauty called him a moron as she stretched her wrist. Deciding not to dwell on the ridiculous situation, Lin Qiu suggested that his beloved continue the conversation, and she agreed. Taking the goddess by the hand again, the guy asked if she would be his girlfriend, and she immediately agreed. Enjoying his peace of mind, the hero pressed his lips to Qin's head, who was blossoming next to him. The crying son couldn't bear to watch this and asked in a raised voice how his love could treat him this way. Giving the fool a stern look, the determined lady told him not to dare talk to her. Stroking the beauty's head, the calm Lin asked her not to pay attention to it, saying that he would figure it out himself. At that moment, the brave man headed towards Gay, who was sitting on the floor, glaring at him maliciously. Crouching down, the extremely serious fighter suggested returning to their conversation after a short but intense pause. The beaten gentleman said that they had nothing to talk about and admitted defeat, emphasizing that the warrior could take his life. His loud statements brought a smirk to the face of the main character, who decided to explain everything to him in a way he would understand. Taking his opponent's phone, the young man said that he was not interested in the rich man's life, but his intentions were unclear. Scrolling through the smartphone screen, the unperturbed young man noted that he really needed money, which made his enemy nervous. At that moment, the young man dialed a number from the phone book of the alarmed gentleman, who did not understand what he was up to. The call was answered by a nervous man who exclaimed that if his son was calling him for no reason, he might not return home. Lin Qiu quickly realized that this was Sun Ge's father, who was keeping his insolent offspring in fear. The brave man told the major that his son was being held hostage and that if he wanted to save him, he had to transfer 1 billion to the account provided. After that, the phone call ended, and the young man waited for the money to arrive. Qinzhen was curious as to why her beloved needed so much money. Hugging the charming girl around the waist, the mysterious Chu replied that it would be one of his wedding gifts. The shy lady emphasized that she had agreed to be his girlfriend, not to marry him. The insolent man's father called and said that his son's life was worth more than 1 million, and if they did not agree, they could deal with him. The main character noted that there was no need to rush and expressed confidence that they would come to an agreement. The daredevil demanded a little less than 1 billion, but the stubborn miser exclaimed that he would not give a penny more than 2 million. At that moment, Director Jie unexpectedly approached Lin Qiu, wanting to take the phone from his hands. The elderly gentleman decided to calmly talk to Sun Jae's father in order to resolve the dispute and end on a good note. The tense chairman of Huiteng Group, Sun Jian, sitting in his office, felt puzzled. The old man reported that the rich man's son had kidnapped his student, and although he was not hurt, his honor had been damaged. The agitated man promised to break the scoundrel's legs and give them 2 billion if they didn't make a fuss. The director agreed to his terms, but warned that if it happened again, his company would be liquidated. The young man asked if the money would be transferred to his account, and Yang Jie confirmed this, saying that with age he would understand that finances meant nothing. The young man agreed, but at his level of development, money was very useful. Soon, a notification arrived that 2 billion had been transferred to his account, and upon learning this, Sun burst into tears because it belonged to him. Kneeling on the floor, the boy understood that his father would never forgive him, but there was nothing he could do to fix it. Unexpectedly, the main character threw him a gold coin, which seemed somewhat strange and incomprehensible. The brave man told his puzzled counterpart that he now looked like a pathetic beggar from the train station. Then the fighter smiled and realized that he had achieved everything he wanted, so now he could leave peacefully. The cool-headed Uncle Wang noted that they would meet again someday and asked his opponent not to die before his time. The fearless Lin Qiu responded by expressing his hope that they would rot away quickly and never be heard from again. The young man knew that the old man was angry and asked if he really thought he could fight him in his current state. The calm Master Jai looked at Sun Ge, who was covered in sweat and seemed to be smirking at him. Managing to restrain their emotions and saying nothing, the defeated men began to leave. The bristly dean said it was time to get out of there, and added that he would give the main character a ride in his car. Smiling, the boy asked him to wait, saying that he needed to check something important for himself. The youngster took a paper bag out of his inside pocket, and the nervous Yang asked why he hadn't left such a valuable item in the storage room. The boy confessed that he had a dragon egg that absorbed spiritual spheres like crazy. This news somewhat stunned the master, who became curious to get to the bottom of the matter. The master asked why the youngster didn't try to hatch the egg sooner, and why he was carrying these beads around with him. The fighter replied that the embryo needed the highest quality spheres to awaken, and he didn't have enough of them. It was not so easy to kill high-level spiritual beasts because only a fool would waste such valuable spheres on a pet. Yang Zi listened attentively and wondered if there was no other way to speed up the process. The warrior replied that it could be nourished with his own energy, but that would take too long. The pensive gentleman asked if it was possible to use another life force, hoping to hear a positive answer. At that moment, the young man wondered why he hadn't thought of this before. He understood perfectly well that the stubborn egg needed a lot of energy, but it had to be his. Looking at the precious fruit, Lin realized that he could try using the power of wind and electricity, considering it his chance. Without much emotion, the dean asked if the young man had decided to try, and he, being joyful, confirmed it. The man suggested that he use his lightning control skill, and he wanted to get started as soon as possible. Focusing on the dragon embryo, the daredevil stretched out his hand in front of him, summoning the power of natural phenomena. The beam of energy was directed exclusively at the egg, in the hope that this time everything would work out. Pleased with himself, the young man noted that his plan had worked, while the academy director watched his actions closely. The young man told the master that he wanted to try something else, but he wasn't sure if he would succeed. He asked if the elderly gentleman could put up a cosmic barrier around him, to which he immediately received approval. The perceptive youngster unexpectedly took explosives with a detonator out of his inventory, which made his intentions even more unclear. Looking intently at the bomb, the brave boy thought to himself that the loot from last time had finally come in handy. With slow movements of his finger, Chu set the timer for 60 seconds, figuring that would be enough time. Moving to a safe distance, the daredevil asked the dean to get ready, raising his hand. At that moment, the young man clicked his index and thumb together, as if activating something. A smirk remained on his face, and he looked calm, because the professional knew exactly what he was doing. In an instant, the large room was enveloped in a bright blue light that could blind an ordinary person. Very quickly, the countdown timer reached 0 seconds, indicating that the results of the actions would soon appear. Soon, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, raising a large amount of bluish smoke. But the shocking fact was that even after such a blow, the dragon egg remained completely intact. Suddenly, 2 eyes and a mouth with sharp teeth appeared on the shell, smiling maliciously at the people standing in front of it. Surprised, Lin Qiu immediately realized that the precious fruit was capable of absorbing any energy from which a conclusion could be drawn. At that moment, the guy began to imagine the mushroom cloud from the explosion, as if thinking through his next steps. The cunning warrior realized that if he used a nuclear bomb, this little one would hatch prematurely. Wary Yang Jie was unsure about this idea and began to dissuade the young man, warning him that his mistake could lead to disaster. Smiling, the brave young man asked the master not to worry and to trust him, noting that his youthful enthusiasm was overflowing. Completely convinced of the young man's courage, the man noted that he was worthy of being his apprentice, and this thought never left him for a moment. Focusing on the task at hand, the director asked if his young comrade was ready to begin. Moving to a safe distance, the young man agreed with his comrade, who heard him clearly. Being fully prepared, the comrades began to act, which looked impressive from the outside. They combined 2 different elements in one strike, hoping that it would cause an extremely powerful explosion. Their tremendous efforts soon bore fruit, just as Lin Qiu had expected, so they had nothing to worry about. After a while, the dean said goodbye to his student, asking him to absorb the spheres and get some rest after today. The focused fighter did not even think that the special training with his mentor would be so intense. The charming Qin suddenly entered the room, already missing her beloved. With a spark of love in her eyes, the beauty said that it was time to sit down to dinner, as it was almost midnight. The surprised young man wondered why she was there, as he had not expected to see her at all. Jumping up from his seat, the hero said that his beloved could have just called him and not bothered to come. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the shy beauty's short skirt flew up, making her feel very uncomfortable. The frightened lady immediately began to cover herself, and the excited young man exclaimed that he had not seen anything. With a sweet smile, Lin called his love charming, and then suggested they have dinner together. The confident young man shocked Jen by taking her by the hand, and then leading her somewhere. The beloved couple soon went out into the street and headed to an establishment to have a bite to eat in a crowded place. The worried girl asked him to let her go because everyone was watching, but the daredevil didn't care about those around him. The pensive goddess remembered that they were now a couple, so there was really no need to worry about it. After a while, the couple met Ouyang Chen, who called out to Chu, calling him handsome. The surprised girl immediately noticed that the hero was happy next to the blue-haired Chin, who was pressing her body against him. Inside, she was overwhelmed by the realization that they were dating, and she just froze in place. The completely calm young man asked the girl to meet his new aunt, which shocked her. Angry Ouyang wondered if he didn't know that Jen was her main rival, and yet he asked her to call her something. The beauty, in turn, felt a pleasant warmth in her heart, because he was now someone's aunt. Still, she reminded him that they were classmates and suggested they have dinner together, while the brown-haired girl was furious but remained silent. It wasn't easy for the girl to control her emotions, but she tried, and soon, the three of them gathered at the table with delicious dishes. Late in the evening, the couple stood alone, where Lin said that he would have to train hard because the competition would start in 2 months. The young man said that he would not be able to spend much time with his beloved, but she understood that he had to try hard because she had heard that his opponent was strong. Anxious, Q was afraid of losing in the first round, but his loved one asked him not to worry too much about it. But at one point, the angry girl realized that this bastard was playing a joke on her again, because a smile appeared on his face. Giving the guy a slap on the back of the head, the strict lady ordered him not to return without victory, otherwise she would beat him to death. Unexpectedly, without saying a word, the brave man grabbed his beloved by the wrist, causing her to fall silent immediately. The brave man pulled the surprised Jen towards him and hugged her waist, promising to work hard and asking her not to miss him. Smiling, the young man thought to himself that the old Chin would have pushed him away long ago, but now everything was different. The shy beauty fixed her hair and smiled sweetly with a sparkle in her eyes, promising that she would wait for him with excitement. Her sincerity impressed the blushing young man, who felt a pleasant warmth in his heart. The young man gently embraced his beloved girlfriend around the waist, preparing to say some important words to her. The charmer asked him to let her go, but the persistent young man declared that he would never do so for the rest of his life. 2 months later, the day came when Jiang Sang said that today they were leaving for the capital and asked if his boss was nervous. The hero replied that they were reserves and had nothing to worry about, but he was upset that he had reached the peak of silver and still couldn't break through to gold. However, thanks to physical training, the fighter was no worse than a high-level 3-star fighter. The guy diligently studied such martial arts as Tai Chi Chuan, as well as the internal style of Wushu, Baguazhang. Recently, the warrior had mastered a number of combat skills and swordsmanship, and had also attended the Chinese karate school Wing Chun. The system had recently been obsessed with fighting, but thanks to this, the brave man's combat skills had indeed greatly improved. At an unexpected moment, Zhang Sana was called by the charming Cheng Ming, next to whom stood the shy Zhen. His comrade nudged the main character with his shoulder, saying that they had come to see them off, but he couldn't understand why Qin was there. Moving towards her, the young man asked if she really didn't want to say goodbye and already missed him, and heard an affirmative answer. Smiling, the young man warned that a crowd of people would soon rush in, which his beloved hated. The charming lady was very pleased that her beloved remembered various little things about her, so she smiled. The young people pressed themselves close to each other, and overcome with emotion, gazed into each other's eyes, enjoying being together. Sincerely wishing Lin Qiu good luck, the excited Zhen asked him to return victorious. The blushing young man was overjoyed, feeling that someone close to him believed in him. The shy beauty then turned around and walked away silently, feeling sad in her heart. Touching his lips with his fingers, the fighter promised that he would definitely win and not disappoint his girlfriend's faith in him. Very soon, people began to gather in the square, also waiting for their departure to the capital. At the head of the group was Teacher Han, who said that the students should give their all and not disgrace the academy in the competition. Confidence was evident in the eyes of each participant, and they all promised to prove themselves worthy. A few minutes later, everyone boarded the passenger plane and began the rather short flight to another city. Upon arrival, the students began to disembark, and outside, journalists were already waiting, eager to interview them. The gentleman heard that this year, Teacher Junning had 2 first-year students, and wondered if there were enough people. The deputy director of the educational institution replied politely but firmly that no one would be giving any comments. The smiling teacher asked Lin to ignore them, noting that the reporters were just trying to provoke him. The young man calmly replied that he didn't care, and then continued walking in the right direction. Soon, everyone gathered at the bus, where the senior member exclaimed that all 7 teams were present. The journalists were still waiting for people, wanting to ask them something, which made the atmosphere tense. Unexpectedly, Teacher Han asked why Chu had decided to enroll with them. The serious lady noted that there were hundreds of similar academies in China, and after the exams he could have chosen something else. Then the lady emphasized that this year, as many as 8 trained teams were participating in the competition. Hearing this number made the main character tense up, and a drop of sweat immediately ran down his cheek. Deputy Wen said that there were also groups from the academies of Tian, Gus, Fengtian Jinmen, Jilin, and Jiangling. It was said that these guys would not be easy to deal with, and Teacher Han emphasized that they would discuss this in more detail at the meeting. Soon, everyone gathered in the conference room for a meeting for the contestants. The calm woman first decided to explain the rules of the competition, noting that there would be 2 rounds in total. The first round consisted of 6 singles matches and 1 team match, in each of which the players received different numbers of points. In other words, this way they would be able to play against all their opponents, and the 4 best groups would advance to the finals based on their scores. Teacher Ning said that Chen Long, Yun Xuan, Zheng Hao, Wei Dong, Wu Tong, and Lin Qiu would participate in the individual matches. The thoughtful hero added that it was like horse racing, and if the order was chosen correctly, a weak team could earn points. The lady emphasized that the group match, in which Xu Lin, Bian Xin, Zhang Sang, and 2 other players will participate, is in the foreground. The deputy believed that they were already guaranteed 2 points in the singles matches, as Long and Yuan had platinum stars. The very surprised daredevil turned around and looked at his red-haired comrade, who was smiling at him. Teacher Han said that when the time came for the team battle, they would still be able to score at least 4 points. The captain noted that 2 platinum stars and 2 gold 9s, combined with the reinforcement of the healer, would make the group virtually unbeatable. After that, the lady showed a folder with papers containing information about their opponents. The vice president asked the students to rest, get themselves ready, and give it their all, after which the meeting ended. Suddenly, a stack of white sheets hit the head of the pensive Lin Qiu, who at first did not understand what was going on. The emotionless guy turned his head to see who had done it, but he wasn't surprised at all. The lovely Yuan said that tomorrow was the debut and asked the rabbit to do his best, while the charming Wang Hui looked at him with a smile. The beauties discussed the fact that their opponent was Tian Academy, while the young man was left alone with the documents. For the first few minutes, the young man sat silently at his desk, trying to get in the mood for work. In his mind, he asked the system for help, and it immediately began the process of awakening his skills. Soon, the host was congratulated on acquiring a D-rank skill, the ability to fly aircraft. But he did not understand how it would be useful to him. The fighter hoped to receive something that would raise him to gold, but instead he gained the ability to move through the air. After gathering his thoughts, Chu began to walk toward the office exit, realizing that he now needed to find an airplane. Suddenly, the stunned young man froze in place, his eyes wide, as if something unexpected had happened. Out of nowhere, a joyful Shen, who had missed the master very much, rushed at him with open arms. The surprised young man's first question was what she was doing here if she was supposed to be on duty. The cute blonde replied that she was on assignment because their group was responsible for security at the competition. The fighter, who did not reciprocate her feelings, asked her to behave calmly, emphasizing that the girl was too active today. Behind the happy beauty at that moment was a conspicuous man with rather tall hair. Alerted, Lin Qiu immediately turned his attention to the man in front of him as he stood out from the rest. It was Zhang Hu, who possessed a rare type of destroyer awakening, who asked if this young man was really Shen's teacher. The charming Xin introduced her nephew to her mentor, noting that he was the best in the capital. At that moment, the warriors looked at each other seriously, and the hero remembered that, according to the data, he was facing his most important opponent. The angry girl asked why her relative did not call the respected man uncle. The bewildered Zhang wondered to himself why a 20-year-old boy would be called that. Ready to fight, the brave young man used his ability, wanting to test his opponent's strength. The tense Chu immediately sensed energy worthy of a 3 platinum star holder, and realized that he should not be underestimated. Shen stood between the boys and told her nephew not to dare be rude to her master. The young man did not contradict his aunt, as he respected her and had been raised differently. Through gritted teeth, the dissatisfied young man called the hero Uncle Lin, although there was no sincerity in his eyes. His angry face pleased the warrior, and he himself did not want his sister to think that he had behavioral problems. Behaving somewhat arrogantly, the brave man allowed the boy to leave, saying that the adults needed to talk. Not giving in to provocation, the fighter told his aunt that he was leaving, and she calmly said goodbye to him. The hero noted that the boy had a difficult personality and asked if he was really the nephew of the charming Shen. The lovely girl replied that his grandfather, the deputy director of the capital's academy, was friends with her great-grandfather, and that she and Jiang Hu had grown up together. The beauty admitted that she had come here specifically for the serious Lin Q, who could not return her feelings. But it turned out that the student had accumulated many questions and was eager to get answers to them. The shocked master emphasized that this book was thicker than any other, but he had to figure it out. The incredibly kind blonde suggested discussing work matters at the nearest cafe. Soon they found themselves in a quiet establishment, where Zhang San unexpectedly walked in, behaving casually. The bespectacled man immediately recognized Brother Lin, sitting at the same table with the very attractive Xin. The hero enthusiastically explained all the topics that were not entirely clear to his assistant. The comrade stealthily approached the busy young man in order to touch him and scare him. Putting his arm around the warrior's neck, the bespectacled man said he would tell his sister that he was trying to sit on 2 chairs. Serious Chu asked him not to talk nonsense, noting that he was simply studying with his student. This statement aroused even more interest in Zhang San, who at first did not believe that the girl was studying with his brother. The cool-headed mentor decided to introduce the charmer to his curious friend, who was still standing by the table. The lovely girl stood up to shake hands with her counterpart, saying that she was the head of the logistics department of a special unit. The friendly young man rejoiced inwardly, affectionately calling his friend a bastard, because even such a girl could not resist him. The hero said that he had a competition tomorrow, so it was time to call it a night, and the lady promised to come and cheer him on. The next day, it was announced that the competition would be broadcast live on television and the internet. Standing above everyone else, Chen Long asked everyone to take their seats, saying that the opening ceremony would begin soon. With a serious expression, he raised his hand, encouraging everyone to prove that they were the best, and those present agreed with him. At one point, the team captain felt people standing behind him, so he decided to turn around. At the head of the group was the provocateur Jiang Hu, who emphasized that Luo's team had been losing badly for the past 2 years. The restrained gentleman first looked at him calmly, not falling for his provocations. Nevertheless, the angry fighter exclaimed that this time he would make the scoundrel regret his foolish words. The fearless opponent asked with a smirk if he really thought he could scare him, and Chen became increasingly angry. The opponents stared intently at each other, knowing that each of them would give their all in the fight. Those around them were stunned by the warrior's powerful aura, and it was difficult for anyone to stand near them. The intimidating Jiang asked his opponent to look at his comrades, who were so frightened that their legs were shaking. Zhang San, who was under intense pressure, clenched his jaw tightly, his eyeballs bulged, and his eyebrows tensed. Suddenly, the sarcastic Lin appeared, called Hu his nephew, and asked if it was normal to talk to elders like that. The tense boy, sweat on his face, began to justify himself, saying that what had happened was accidental. Reluctantly, the young man called the hero uncle again, trying to remain reserved and serious. The brave man did not scold him, but Zhang San looked at him with wide eyes, surprised and confused. The beautiful Shen interrupted the conversation, curious to know what had happened in that short period of time. The lady asked if her nephew had done something wrong again, and he, feeling anxious, assured her that this was not the case. The woman asked him not to cause any trouble during the competition, and to talk to her if he didn't like something. Then the beauty winked at Master Chu and his friend San, wishing them luck in the upcoming match. After these words, the host greeted the dear audience, signaling the start of the competition. The charming actress Liu Mengna said that it was a great honor for her to share such joy with those present. Many men in the crowd looked lovingly at the beautiful lady, dreaming of spending their lives with her. At that moment, the first contestants were invited to the stage, who were the team from the capital's academy. The next participant was a group from the Shanghai Academy, led by the stern Captain Chen. The main character asked Zhang San how he was feeling, and he replied in a trembling voice that everything was fine. Soon those present were asked to take their seats, and now Lin Q and his friend were sitting in chairs. The brave man noticed that his comrade was now on edge and realized that he needed to try to comfort him somehow. Suddenly, Xin approached the master again, wanting to ask him a question that interested her. The young mentor replied that he was a little busy at the moment, but she asked him to explain something to her that would only take a couple of minutes. Remaining reserved, the young man noted to himself that he would have to go through this anyway. In turn, Liu Mengni decided to introduce today's judges, starting with the famous Chinese shield, Shu Bo Yang. The attacking fighter rose from his seat and bowed slightly, showing respect to the audience and participants. The brave Lin did not think that the judging would be so serious, and had never even dreamed of meeting people of such stature before. Next, they mentioned the martial arts master of the space system, Wu Yangze, as well as the director of the Beijing Academy, Shi Tu-wei. After that, the floor was given to the rector of the capital's academy, who appeared to be a confident man wearing glasses. The gentleman greeted everyone, saying that he was glad to witness the birth of a new generation, and declared the competition open. Then festive fireworks exploded, and the fearless Lin Qiu realized that a heated game was about to begin. Very soon, the opening match between the Beijing educational institutions and the Jinmen Academy began, promising to be spectacular. Confident Jiang Hu looked at his opponent like a predator looking at its prey, knowing that victory would be his. The captain of the opposing team, the nervous Xiao Yang, wondered why they had met in the first round. The independent referee first asked the boys to get ready, and then announced the start of the match. Throwing himself into the attack, the fighter with tall hair on his head said that the main character had greatly angered him today. Now the warrior could finally prove himself, so he swung his fists mercilessly. But his opponent managed to dodge. Extremely tense, Yang realized that he would definitely lose to this evil guy, but decided that if he did, he would do so with dignity. At that moment, he resorted to using fire techniques to try to intimidate his opponent and break his fighting spirit. Smiling in response, the very brave Jiang emphasized that this was just a pathetic attempt to show himself in a dignified manner. Having ruined his opponent's plans, the brave man clenched his fist tightly and asked if he wanted to continue or end the game. At that moment, the weak-willed boy raised both hands in the air, smiling and saying he was giving up. The self-confident kid hoped that Sister Shin had seen his impressive play and changed her opinion of him. But he was shocked to see the girl sitting on a bench, discussing something with Lin Qiu, looking very happy. Yongku couldn't understand what this man was doing here again, and the beautiful girl next to him seemed to be feeling very comfortable. Clutching his fists and jaw, Hu promised himself that he would not forgive this, and the insolent man would get what he deserved. In an instant, the surprised hero felt hostile energy and wondered what had happened. With his eyes wide open, Zhang Song began to stare at an unknown point, asking his comrade to pay attention to it. Meanwhile, another girl was knocked down on the battlefield, and she exclaimed, almost crying, that she was staying. Judge Bo Yang said that in the second match, a member of the Jingmen team was defeated again, and the girl with the ice system won. The calm Chu noted that the capital's team was very strong, while Teacher Han thought that Jiang Hu was the only platinum holder in their group. The woman noted that Lin Xin's breakthrough was quite unexpected, and the hero clarified whether something was wrong. The woman had expected to see one powerful fighter here, but now they would have to deal with two at once, which was very problematic. Deep in thought, the daredevil noted that the guys were indeed much stronger than they had expected. Soon, the audience witnessed another defeat, and the fourth match ended with a victory for the Jinmen Academy. Han Junning watched the fifth round nervously but tried to remain calm. The lady said that only the capital's team had platinum players, and for the rest, gold was the ceiling. The lovely host Liu Ming asked everyone to turn around and give a warm welcome to the next contestants. Two cool-headed fighters entered the arena, one with his hands on his chest, and the other with his hands in his pockets. The calm brown-haired man said that he was no match for the opposing captain, so he decided to surrender before the fight even began. This statement greatly surprised the commentator, who froze in place, thinking at first that she had misheard. The lady invited the next fighters onto the field, saying that both of them were at the peak of the gold level, so everyone could expect a spectacular battle between a tiger and a dragon. The stern Yang Guoqing, with his wind system, had never faced his opponent before, and knew that she had shadow abilities. The first thing the young man did was use one of his skills, keeping his focus on his opponent. The extremely serious Yuan took a sharp combat knife in her hands, ready to start the battle at any second. Her main opponent, in turn, began to cover his body with his hands, hoping that he would manage to survive. The girl made a tremendous effort, but did everything consciously so as not to make any mistakes. Her gaze was cold and focused, which greatly emphasized her professionalism and toughness. Yango was stunned by her lightning speed, which was quite difficult to resist. Unexpectedly, the combative lady went behind her opponent, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening, and froze in place. The ruthless Lin Yun immediately reached out and touched the back of the sweaty boy's head, who didn't know what to do next. The excited opponent asked when she had managed to break through to platinum, and the mysterious lady replied that it was none of his business. The host announced that the player from the Shanghai Academy had won the match, and then it was decided to continue. The hero noted in his thoughts that the girl's shadow system skills were truly something else, as they made her practically invincible to her opponent. Unexpectedly, the beauty hugged Lin Qiu, gently asking how he would rate her very short match. The charmer wished him luck, and the young man said to himself that Tian Academy had won the fourth game. On the small screen of his tablet, the young man watched the results of the fights, thinking about the pressing issue at hand. Today, the slightly disappointed guy wanted to get a new useful skill, but he ended up with an unnecessary E-rank disguise. The lovely Liu Mengni noted that at that moment, the score was 3 points in favor of the Tian Academy. The audience was about to witness the last singles match, where the first player was Huang Fan, who had awakened the Thunder System. Lin Qiu was supposed to play for the Shanghai Academy team, which surprised the host, as the fighter was at the silver level. The brave fighter was pleased that it was finally his turn to prove himself, something he had been waiting for so long. At that moment, the young warrior took off his backpack, and the surprised commentator asked what was inside it. Without attacking, the young man took out a dragon egg, smiling and calling it his incredibly durable armor. His action stunned not only the girl, but also his potential opponent standing nearby. Finding the woman's reaction very strange, the main character confirmed that it was indeed the fruit of the legendary predator. The bewildered Huan called him an idiot, wondering if he was really going to fight with such a ridiculous thing in his hands. The serious warrior asked if this was against the rules, and his opponent seemed to lose his voice for a moment. Calm Liu Mengni said that there were indeed no such restrictions, so she declared the match open. With a slight smirk on his face, Chu stroked the egg, promising to feed it soon and asking it to be good. His opponent thought to himself that this kid was usually a loser, and he couldn't find an easier opponent. Remaining calm, Fan advised the boy to simply give up, assuring him that he would not be able to win. Finding his statements amusing, the daredevil emphasized that this was true, and allowed his opponent to strike first. Raising his hand, the focused warrior threatened to throw the sarcastic fool off the battlefield, since he refused to admit defeat. A thunderous attack was used at that moment, but Lin showed no emotion and continued to stand in place with the egg in his hands. His opponent apologized to him but warned that even gold players could not withstand this attack, let alone silver ones. A few seconds later, he wondered angrily why it was so quiet around him and where the cries of congratulations on his victory were. The puzzled guy first assumed that his opponent had simply died, and then decided to turn around and see everything with his own eyes. At that moment, the brave man was standing with the dragon fruit raised in his hands, which had protected him from the powerful lightning strike. Stunned, Huang immediately exclaimed that this was simply impossible, but the harsh reality was what it was. His heart was instantly filled with rage, and spreading his arms wide, he made another attempt. The psychopath launched a series of thunderous attacks, but the hero managed to dodge each one and remain unharmed. The fighter, blue with shock, wondered if the egg in his hands was made of rubber, since it did not conduct electricity. Gritting his teeth incredibly hard, the embittered warrior shouted that now they would see how the kid would come back from the next trick. Enraged, Fan remained in a fighting stance and pressed his attacks on Lin Qiu, who was not afraid at all. With a smile on his face, the brave man continued to shield himself with the dragon fruit, confident that he would remain unharmed. The incredibly powerful object absorbed all the force of the lightning that was directed at him at that moment. In his mind, the young man noted that the egg was capable of absorbing any explosion, so Huan's pathetic tricks were no match for him. The discouraged opponent wondered what kind of monster this was, whose actions were beyond comprehension. Overcome with anger, he pointed his finger at the hero and exclaimed that it was cheating, and asked the judge to take a closer look at him. The 3 judges were slightly puzzled, but Situ Wei said that there were no rules prohibiting the use of eggs. The fearless Lin confidently said that he was waiting for proof of dishonest play on his part. The kid, who had no proof, simply shut his mouth, realizing that he would not be able to prove anything. Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the Shanghai Academy, the students called the brave boy a damn smart guy. The guys continued to express their opinions, while the calm Zhen silently watched her beloved on TV. Smiling imperceptibly, the beauty thought to herself that Chu was always full of surprises. The beauty did not know what to do or where to go, because she missed her beloved very much. The assertive Huang said at the time that his physical training was at a gold level, and he was confident that he could defeat the enemy. The fearless hero advised him to take action, as he had not yet seen his skills in full glory. The angry man called him a freak, and asked him not to be so arrogant, because he considered himself an excellent fighter. The completely calm warrior realized that he was offering to fight without using his abilities, and was happy about this, because he would be able to use his skills. The brave man warned that he would not resort to the fan system, and threatened that otherwise he would get the egg again. With his words, the calm guy angered his opponent even more, and then asked him to show what he could do. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, the reckless opponent rushed to attack with his fists. But his blows were useless against the agile Lin Qiu, who was in good physical shape and had quick reactions. This once again provoked the hot-headed Huang Fang, who continued to try to attack him. The extremely serious hero understood perfectly well that this was his precious chance to change the course of the battle. Unexpectedly, the trickster grabbed his opponent's wrist, who immediately froze in place. Then the merciless fighter twisted the arm of his bewildered enemy, who noted that his skills were too strong. After that, the brave man pressed on his opponent's pressure point, and his arm was dislocated in an instant. Fan screamed in pain at the top of his lungs, not even having time to understand what was happening. But no one could help him at that moment. The cold-blooded Lin, without a word, put his palm to his neck, and the kid just passed out. Alerted, Huang tried to understand what was happening, sweat dripping down his cheeks. The emotionless Chu asked again what the fool had said earlier, but heard no response. The jubilant crowd immediately rose from their seats and, raising their hands, began shouting the brave man's name, calling his actions excellent. Impressed, Liu Mengni called it incredible that the hero defeated Huang Fang without even using any skills. The loser couldn't believe that he had been defeated by a silver-level guy, and the Shanghai Academy was declared the winner of the competition. The youngster acknowledged his defeat, and the stern warrior raised his clenched fist, making his seriousness clear. The lovely hostess, in turn, named the people who were to fight in the next match. Behind her stood a young man who whispered something to her, after which she said she understood everything. The girl exclaimed that in the team match, the Tian Academy had surrendered in advance, so the Linyang Educational Institution won by a large margin. Teacher Han promised to add a couple of points to the final score of the talented fighter upon his return from the competition. The upcoming battle was to take place between Gu and Jin universities, which had previously been kept secret. The tense Junning emphasized that the captain of the first academy was platinum level, which alarmed her. The woman had heard that the girl had awakened the abilities of an angel of light, but Lin Qiu's face remained emotionless. The beautiful Hanfu Yimeng appeared before the audience, mesmerizing them with her long blonde hair. The extremely serious hero, looking at her, understood that it would be very difficult, but tried not to get nervous. The teacher said that the enemy team had a platinum-level commander, and that everyone on the team was female. The slightly surprised young man noted that this was very cool and unusual, because he had never encountered anything like this before. At the same time, the guy didn't understand why they would put a healer in a single match if he wouldn't be of much use. The experienced Hanfu moved around, closing in on her cool-headed opponent. Her brave opponent was also alert and continued to stand firmly on his feet, which emphasized his professionalism. The captain of the Jin Academy, Zhou Mo, sternly declared that her pathetic attacks were nothing against him. He continued to use various tricks, showing cunning, to at least hurt the girl somehow. The combative lady, moving towards her goal, covered her head with her hands, carefully watching her enemy. Choosing the right moment, she tried to attack the nimble guy again, but he managed to dodge. The stern lady had no intention of giving up and summoned her ability faster and faster, making a titanic effort. She activated her enhancement skill, which allowed her to form a large energy sphere. Wiping his face, Zhou Mo noticed that his opponent was still healing, so the fight was not over yet. Gathering his strength, he rushed back into battle, swinging his arms non-stop, but it had no effect. At one point, the exhausted commander simply fell to his knees, realizing that it was the end. Barely holding back tears, the young gentleman declared in a trembling voice that he was giving up because he could no longer continue. The cold-blooded Hanfu finished the process of healing herself, looking at him without any emotion, and was declared the winner. Seeing their strength, everyone suddenly fell silent, and thanks to the healing technique, the women from the Gu Academy easily won the team battle. This concluded the first day of the competition, and according to the results, the capital's team was in first place, followed by the team from Shanghai. The mysterious teacher Han soon raised her pen to her mouth, telling her students that they had something to discuss. The smiling woman noted that she was expecting them at a meeting at 7 o'clock in the evening, and the students heard her clearly. The very tired hero felt that his brain was severely exhausted, so he decided to rest a little. But in an instant, his face became surprised, because an insistent person appeared in front of him. It was the charming Shen, who wanted to congratulate the master on his victory and talk a little. The persistent girl said she had a question for her mentor, but Zhang San decided not to waste time and simply left. The guy understood that he had no other choice, so he just had to adapt and be patient. The girl was curious to learn something about the laboratory, and the main character listened to her attentively. Suddenly, the young man's condition worsened significantly, and he began to clench his jaw involuntarily. The young man frightened Shin, who was sitting next to him, by clutching his heart, and couldn't understand what was happening to him. The fighter assumed that this was a hint that it was time for him to break through to gold, and decided to open his inventory. From inside, he took out a shiny blue sphere that could help him in the process. The brave man tried his best to do it, but his efforts were unsuccessful. However, he was confident that today he would definitely succeed. At that very moment, the young man made a tremendous effort. which resulted in him advancing to the 2 gold star level. Not only did the warrior's spiritual power increase, but he also gained new skills, which was a cause for celebration. Lin Qiu needed to use the energy of the cosmic system to form an invisible shield around his body. Clenching his strong fist, the daredevil wondered if he had finally awakened the thunder that would help him greatly in the future. His friend San had long been looking for the person who had awakened this ability, so the circumstances were a plus. The wary young man turned around and saw that the smiling teacher and the other kids were looking at him. The slightly confused boy asked what was wrong with them, as everyone stood frozen in place, remaining silent. The teacher reminded him that they had agreed to meet at 7, but someone had apparently forgotten about it. The shy student apologized, saying that he had suddenly felt a breakthrough and was very happy. The completely calm lady assured him that everything was fine and continued to smile at the young man. She added that such a process could not be postponed, otherwise the chance would be lost, and Captain Long said that their team would definitely win. His friend was upset because he was the only one left with silver, and Lin told his brother that he couldn't control it. Then Han Jun asked what their impressions of the game were, and Zhang noted that Gu Academy was stronger than he had thought. The woman emphasized that if their opponents continued in the same vein, they would not survive the match, which sounded very loud. The surprised commander asked what his counterpart was talking about, because it didn't seem like the strong guys were having a hard time today. The main character noted to himself that the fight was indeed a spectacle, but he did not understand what the teacher meant. At one point, the perceptive young man asked if it was true that it was all because of the number of players with platinum. The lady confirmed this, calling the rabbit smart, and then added that the enemies were very strong, but that was precisely their weakness. It was said that they would not be able to use only a powerful fighter in battle, and when they were out of the game, it would not be difficult to deal with the rest. Impressed, Zhang San declared that Miss Han was the best, and she smiled and suggested discussing tomorrow's game. The teacher said that their main rival was Jinmen Academy, and noted that the students' task was to win at least one match. The teacher added that they would first enter the top 4, and then start giving it their all, so they needed to conserve their strength. In the end, she suggested that the students take a little rest, and as a result, everyone began to disperse. Lin Qiu sat down on a chair and decided to call his beloved Zhen, whose angelic voice calmed her. The young man smiled because his beloved answered the phone right away. But suddenly he heard a loud noise. The girl taking a shower slipped on the wet floor and hit herself hard, experiencing severe pain in her back. Stunned by the goddess's beauty, the young man almost lost consciousness, and blood even flowed from his nose. He immediately told the excited lady that he had broken through to the gold level, and she was amazed at how quickly it had happened. The hero replied that he had either let go of the situation and stopped worrying, or it was all thanks to the experience he had gained during the matches. The angry girl said she would cheer for him and asked him to do his best, then abruptly ended the call. The young man smiled and said quietly that his Zhen was also training, but he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. The next day, at the stadium, host Meng greeted everyone, confident that everyone had noticed the changes that had taken place around them. The lady said that participants were now prohibited from using weapons without permission, and pointed to the place where they could be obtained if necessary. The emotionless Lin Qiu hoped that this wasn't because of him, but the gaze of the guys standing nearby fell on him. It was announced that the Shanghai Academy and Jinmen would face off in the first match, and the fighter decided to awaken his new skill first. He was pleasantly surprised when the system wrote that he had gained an S-rank aura enhancement skill. Then the robot asked if the young man wanted to activate his newly acquired skill right away. After concentrating, the young man decided to do so, and soon the assistant congratulated him on achieving his 3rd gold star. The stunned audience couldn't believe how he had managed to advance to a new stage again. Han Jun was amazed, and thought to herself that the young man was incredible, because he had made another breakthrough. Soon, the host welcomed and invited the first players, who were Lin Qiu and Chen Jishuo. The brave man asked if it was true that they couldn't bring any protective gear with them, and she replied that everything they needed could be found at the stand. At that moment, both opponents approached the table and grabbed the necessary equipment, ready to use it in battle. The holder of 9 gold stars understood that the youngster would be as good at fencing as he was, because he had combat skills. When asked if the insolent boy dared to fight him, the brave Chu immediately gave an affirmative answer. Fortunately, thanks to the system, the hero knew a lot, so he was not afraid of fighting a powerful opponent. The embittered Chen Ji called him a crazy bastard, and was eager to end the duel with his victory as soon as possible. Taking a fighting stance, the stern warrior held his sword in front of him, saying that now the youngster would appreciate his skills. Behaving as if nothing had happened, the brave man noted that the youngster was too rude in his remarks. His calm demeanor further enraged his opponent, who was already eager to tear him to pieces. Remaining cool-headed, Lin Qiu moved at tremendous speed, swinging his sword and not allowing even a scratch on his body. Smiling, he emphasized that his opponent had a very good strike. But that didn't mean anything yet. Suddenly focused, the warrior knocked the weapon out of his enemy's hands, which looked impressive from the outside. Stunned, Chen Ji had no idea how this could have happened, but it was all real. The ruthless hero was not going to stand on ceremony and swung again, saying that the fool was no match for him. Lowering his dissatisfied gaze, the opponent made a soft sound, but it didn't seem like he was going to give up. Rubbing his shoulders, the sparring partner apologized, noting that he had gotten carried away, and then said that now they would start the fight. The bewildered Chu wondered if he should have won according to the rules of fencing, and mentally called the boy a cheater. Looking at his opponent, who was using a powerful technique, he froze in place, feeling a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Suddenly, Chen Ji's ears became like those of an elf, signaling his transformation. In an instant, he spread his arms wide and spread his legs wide, which alarmed the fighter a little. The guys behind him called him a cute raccoon, who even had a two-colored tail that attracted the attention of the audience. Calling him over, the fearless Shuo said that now they would see what the little guy was capable of. The boy covered his face with his hand in response, hiding a smile because his opponent now looked very funny. Focusing on his feelings, the young fighter noted in his mind that compared to him, his opponent was just a child. At that very moment, the transformation into a moon rabbit took place, which was completed very quickly. The girls, stunned by his beauty, almost fainted, because the guy looked simply stunning. The ladies around him fell in love with the main character, and he smiled back, staring intently at his opponent. The self-confident warrior called the long-eared creature a nobody, making him angrier by the second. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, the raccoon rushed into battle, using a special combo skill of 7 attacks. At that moment, a huge watermelon was cut in half right in the air to make it look ridiculous from the outside. Satisfied with himself, Lin Qiu continued to show off various tricks using his combat skills. Blocking the attack, the kid said that if the big-eared Ji wanted, he could give him half of the fruit. Alerted, Chen Xiu noticed that the enemy was moving rather slowly, but he still managed to dodge his attacks. At one point, he realized that he couldn't escape from the rabbit's clutches, and his forehead instantly turned blue with nerves. With a sly grin, the daredevil said that right now, the stupid kid would get what he deserved. Unexpectedly, his outstretched hand touched the chest of the tense rabbit, who did not have time to understand anything. With incredible force, the opponent was thrown aside and became very confused, but it was already too late to react. With a crash, the young man, who had lost his coordination, crashed into the floor, which instantly shattered into pieces. The stern Lin Qiu said that they would end it there, as he no longer wanted to waste his precious time. Pleasantly surprised, Liu Mengni noted in her mind the hero's crushing power and brilliant fighting skills. The beauty caught herself thinking that she was very attracted to him, but she came to her senses in time and remembered her duties. The winner of the last round was announced to be the cold-blooded warrior, who did not like it when attention was focused on him. Ignoring her, the young man moved aside, and the lady noticed that he had turned his back to her. The lady saw the bag on the floor and immediately picked it up, telling the young man that he had forgotten his precious egg. The young man asked if his sister could be a little more specific next time, but she just stood there silently. The host said that Jinmen Academy had withdrawn from the next round, so the winner was the Shanghai team. The young man rejoiced inwardly, noting that the competition was very simple, and he was convinced that in battle, everything depended not only on level, but also on skill. Suddenly, a crowd of charming girls rushed up to him, eager to meet him. The young man was surrounded on all sides by the young ladies, who asked him if he had a girlfriend and told him how cute he was. Taken aback, Lin Qiu's first thought was to ask what was going on, but he didn't rush to answer anyone. The shy boy apologized, saying that he already had a girlfriend, so he couldn't get to know them. In his mind, the self-satisfied young man proudly said that the crowd would never get a man as elegant as him. Judge Bo Yang decided to ask his colleagues for their opinions after the last 2 rounds, as it was already possible to draw conclusions. The smiling two-way replied that he had managed to take a close look at the players, and Yun Xuan, Zhou, and Lin Xin were the ones who interested him the most. The serious Yang Jie, in turn, suggested taking a closer look at Lin Chu, but the second jury rejected his level. The man emphasized the fact that the talented fighter had gone from silver to gold in just 3 months. The blonde man assumed that the youngster now had several high-ranking stars, and the tense two asked where the academy had dug up such a monster. Smiling, the old man expressed confidence that the hero would surprise them greatly next time. After a while, the sweaty and very tired young man reached the room where he could finally rest. Falling onto the bed, he said to himself that getting rid of the rabbit lovers was not easy. The main character could relax a little, as he was not supposed to participate in tomorrow's match. But unexpectedly, Master Yang Ji entered the room and expressed his desire to talk to the young man. This surprised Lin Qiu, as it was already late, and the teacher had come to talk to him. The master asked what the young man knew about the world competitions and offered him some tea. The fighter had heard that the competitions were held every 4 years, but they were not broadcast live, so he did not know the details. While drinking the hot beverage, the man noted that academic events are very different from world-class events. He said that no one knows the details because the rules change constantly, and the fighting scenes may be unacceptable to watch. The survival rate at the World Championship was low, which prompted Lin to ask why these competitions were still being held. The dean replied that this issue had been discussed many times, but everyone agreed that without competition, it would manifest itself in other ways. Now Qiu understood that the results of the competition determined the distribution of benefits among countries, and if they were cancelled, a fierce struggle for interests would begin. The serious director emphasized that all this did not yet concern the hero, as he was too young. But at the same time, he expressed high hopes that the talented warrior would take part in the event. His unexpected statement greatly alarmed and even confused the young man, who at first thought he had misheard. The old man admitted that the young man's demonstrated skills in the space system made him think, and he tensed up in response. He added that there were 6 months left until the World Championship, and the fighter's speed of progress would help improve the team's effectiveness. But there were many dangers around, so the gentleman did not force the young man, who understood that he might not return. It was quite difficult to make a decision, since he did not encounter such a person every day. But the hero did not give up. Showing composure, the warrior said that he grew up in an orphanage, so if his country needed him, he simply could not refuse. The brave man made the choice to participate, and was completely sincere, because he understood that it was his duty. The proud Jai noted that he was worthy of being called his student, and after the competition, he promised to personally take care of his training. The man emphasized that the young man had excellent potential, and that the student league was his chance to prove himself, and he promised to give it his all. The director asked the brave young man to do everything he could so that he would not lose face in front of the other 2 judges tomorrow. The kid said he wasn't included in the team for tomorrow's competition, so everything had to happen the day after tomorrow. The dean promised to talk to their supervisor and also reminded them that Lin Qiu should come tomorrow to cheer on his teammates. The next day, host Liu Meng announced that the Shanghai Academy and Gu's educational institution would face off in the match, and Yang Jie would be the referee. An admiring Zhang Song noted that the opposing team had some real beauties, while the hero tried to figure out what the master had in mind. Smiling, the guy said he would pass on the bespectacled man's words to his girlfriend, and he begged him not to. Unexpectedly, the guys were hugged by Wang Hui, who asked them who they liked the most. The blushing young man replied that the players from the capital's academy were stronger, and Lin agreed with him, but added that the girls from Gu were also very good. The cool-headed fighter soon spotted the female fighters who had finally arrived at the stadium to show themselves again. At the head was a charming lady with long hair and huge wings that glistened in the light. Her shoes tapped softly on the floor, which she also illuminated with her brightness, making her appearance more impressive. The fearless woman firmly stated that they must win the team match, so they would make a tremendous effort. Nervous Xiangwu told Lin Xin that they needed to deal with them quickly, as he sensed something suspicious. The vice-captain of the team heard his order and immediately put her skill on standby to get everything done as quickly as possible. At that very moment, a rather serious battle broke out between the opponents, which the leader watched from the sidelines. In his mind, he said that he would wipe out his opponent at any second, but he did not understand why she was not doing anything. The girl with devil horns on her head looked at him emotionlessly, as if plotting something. At one point, the woman ordered all her comrades to step back, which slightly alarmed the little girl with emerald eyes. Deputy Commander Xu Shirui clearly heard the order, and began to carry it out, trying not to interfere. At that moment, several girls jumped aside to avoid being hit and remain unharmed. Surprised, Lin Xin asked if they were surrendering, while the wary Jiang Hu still couldn't understand what the enemy was up to. Hanfu Yimeng, on the other hand, was not going to stand on ceremony and decided to resort to using the skill of the Court of Light. The stunned capital team gradually began to understand what was going on, so everyone became alarmed. The battle-ready lady now posed a great danger, and a huge blade appeared in the space. Even Lin Qiu was stunned, as the situation was heating up with every passing second and promised to get even worse. One glance at all this horror was enough to understand that the lady's ability was so strong that it was even offensive. The lost sword of the great god flew straight at the frozen people, whose lives were hanging by a thread. At that moment, a very powerful explosion thundered, throwing the guys aside. The main character began to cough due to gray smoke entering his lungs, and everyone around him became very alarmed. Now, In the center of the stadium, there was a rather impressive crater, which caused tension among the people. A very nervous Lin Qiu knew that he could have tried to intercept the sword, but he was literally blown away. The smiling Yang Ze said that this year's favorite was losing to the Gu Academy by 1 point. Going outside, the hero began to tell on the phone that the blade was literally stuck in the center of the stadium, calling it incredible. An admiring Chin said she saw it live, and the guy admitted that he didn't think these girls would be so strong. The beauty really wanted to see it in person, as there were many talented guys participating in the competition. The brave ones remembered the words of the academy director, who said that only the best in the country participate in the world championship. The pensive young man wanted to tell his significant other something, and she was ready to listen to him attentively. The cool-headed fighter asked if Jen would be ready to find a new boyfriend if he died. His unexpected question shocked the lovely girl, who was frightened and immediately thought that her beloved was terminally ill. Smiling, the young man looked at his biceps and replied that he was as healthy as an ox, so it was something else. It turned out that the young man just wanted to ask about it, and the angry lady exclaimed that she would definitely be ready to look for someone else. The young man realized that Chin would be able to survive his death, and her gaze at that moment was agitated and she was silent. Showing his strong love, the hero promised to live a long life for her sake, and said that he wanted to teach their child spiritual practices. His words shocked the charming lady, who was imagining herself holding the baby in her arms while Lin Qiu whispered something to him. At that moment, the alarmed young lady said she couldn't talk anymore and abruptly hung up the phone. The brave man assumed that she was just embarrassed, but behind him stood Han Juning, who wanted to discuss something. The teacher said that his performance in previous games had been excellent and added that she would sign him up for the next competition. The young man realized that the master had taken care of everything and said aloud that he could be relied upon, which puzzled his counterpart. Smiling at the young man, the lovely woman asked him to take care of himself, calling him the star of the college. The shy boy smiled and said that the lady was just flattering him, as he did not consider himself to be anyone special. The next day, the brave young man was in the center of the stadium, where he was about to face a powerful opponent. Taking up a fighting stance, the warrior prepared for a long battle, carefully thinking through all his next moves. His opponent was a fearsome fighter with sharp black claws and an alarming fierce gaze. Tense Lin Qiu hoped very much that they had not put platinum against him as soon as he stepped onto the battlefield. Without ceremony, his opponent rushed into the attack, swinging his arms, but the nimble young man managed to dodge. In his inner voice, the cold-blooded man noted that this youngster was good, but he was no match for him. After that, the main character was still hit and suffered a minor injury, but he could still move. Realizing that he had to react very quickly, the daredevil jumped aside, still remaining on his feet. In his mind, the stern Chu noted that the enemy had decent skills for platinum and realized that he would simply beat him at this pace. Licking his filthy fingers with his tongue, the enemy ordered the boy to turn into a beast, otherwise he would have no chance. The extremely serious fighter firmly said that he would not turn into a beast and would not lose either. The surprised opponent asked if he was so stupid that he didn't understand that he risked simply being knocked out of the game. Smiling slyly, the main character mysteriously said that yesterday the stars told him that today someone would be struck by lightning. At that very moment, he filled his body with incredible power, which now posed a danger to his overconfident opponent. The guy, frozen in place, raised his head, hearing thunder rumbling all around. But he didn't look scared. The merciless Lin Qiu exclaimed that now the scoundrel would receive divine punishment and get what he deserved. A huge wave of energy was directed at the red-haired fighter, who was confused and simply froze in place. However, managing to react, the trickster began jumping from side to side, remaining unharmed. Not at all discouraged, the brave man summoned the opening of a portal to prevent any actions by the cunning enemy. Now the main character had to stay focused to avoid any mistakes. The calm fighter watched his maneuvers and did not rush to move so as not to get hit. Stunned, he saw that Lin was using a cosmic system that not everyone possessed. Before he even had time to understand what was happening, the guy was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning that went right through his skeleton. The stunned judges couldn't believe it, and now Bo Yang understood why the old man had insisted so much on the talented boy's candidacy. The smiling Han thought it was not surprising that the dean wanted her to register the brave boy as a participant in today's game. Stunned, Yun asked how he managed to change the direction of the lightning, and San replied that it was all thanks to the abilities of the cosmic system. The boy understood that since the hero had dared to show his skills, he no longer intended to hide them. The serious Captain Long realized that the youngster was in the second stage of transformation, and that he would not be able to defeat him. The teacher asked the boys what was on their minds, saying that thanks to this trump card up their sleeve, they were one step closer to victory. Meanwhile, the mysterious Zhu Shandao was hiding from the rain in his apartment, watching the fight live. Smiling slyly, he ordered the guys to prepare for the operation, realizing that they would have to kill the outstanding boy. At that moment, the main character was declared the winner of the round, as he had performed well and managed to win. The delighted audience was eager to take pictures of the youngster, whom they genuinely liked. The young man, with a smirk on his face, silently wondered why he was so excited about this victory. Then the guy saw Master Yang Ji ahead of him and asked him why he was there. The gentleman placed his hand on his shoulder and calmly said that he needed to follow him to a certain place. A few seconds later, a rapid teleportation process began, during which the two men looked each other in the eyes. Soon they found themselves in a quiet room filled with shelves and glass cabinets. The cautious Lin Qiu immediately asked what kind of place it was, and the dean replied that it was the office of a certain snob. The young man was not quite sure who he was talking about, but judges Si Tu Wei and Bo Yang were also in the room. The jury noted that the battle was excellent, calling it unsurprising, since the brave man had used a cosmic system. The man with glasses said that the young man had no future with old man Ji, but if he joined them, they would do everything he asked. The angry dean asked if the bespectacled man had a conscience, and if he was capable of teaching the young fighter to use his special skill. The two gentlemen stared at each other silently, while Chu watched in surprise. Sitting down at the table, C2 calmly said that it was time to get down to business, while the young man simply froze in place. The smiling Yang told the hero about the World Championship, and he already knew about the danger, but clarified whether he knew everything about the space system. The discouraged boy replied that this was not entirely true, thinking to himself that the master himself had asked him to reveal himself. The serious judge said that the fighter's life would be in danger, and that he would be hunted down now that his abilities had been revealed, which sounded shocking. The director promised that he would be assigned security, but the boy did not like the idea of being under constant surveillance. The man asked him not to worry, saying that they would give him a friend to look after him. This statement greatly surprised the main character, who began to wonder who it could be. Suddenly, the friendly Shen Xin entered the room and said that she and the master had not seen each other for a long time. The shy young man blushed, and the happy beauty said that from now on she would be with him 24 hours a day. Suddenly, she put handcuffs on the young man and locked them, which was quite bold and confident of her. The charmer looked into the guy's eyes, saying that she would be with him every second, and he asked her not to restrain him. Then the girl said that she had a lot of questions, and Lin Qiu began to consider himself a guinea pig. Even more unexpected was the appearance of the smiling Yunshuan, who admitted that she had been looking for her brother for a long time. The girl also hugged the blushing boy, asking about his employment, and then said that she needed him. The discouraged boy soon realized that this was his salvation in the events to come. Calming down, he decided to trust the process and agreed to go with his red-haired sister wherever she said. At that very moment, the boy was handcuffed again, but this time to the arm of the second guard. The main character no longer resisted, as he understood that this was his chance to have a more peaceful time. Suddenly, he rushed to run away with Zhuan, and Shen threatened that next time she would prepare more questions. The guys reached the corridor, where the lady asked why they had run away, and the guy asked if she was afraid that Shin would catch up with them. The beauty called him popular because there were many girls around him, and he asked her not to talk nonsense. Serious teacher Han drew attention to herself when she realized that everyone had arrived and decided to start the meeting. First, she said that their opponent was very difficult and expressed her hope that they would work hard and make it to the finals. Then the homeroom teacher divided the team players into singles matches and team battles. The main character emphasized that the woman had chosen the strongest players, but the opponent's level was still higher. Holding her fists for her favorite guys, the lady believed that they would be able to overcome any obstacle to victory. She also said that Lin Qiu was their trump card, and added that the older members of the team should show the younger ones what they were capable of. The smiling Chen Long agreed with her words, and the brave man's heart was warmed by Han Junning's motivational words. The team captain confidently raised his fist, exclaiming that the Shanghai Academy would only move forward. The next day, host Liu Meng announced that today the audience would witness the battle of the century, and decided to invite the players onto the stage. At that moment, the team from the capital was in first place, with the Shanghai team trailing by only 2 points. It was announced that Jiang Hu and Chen Long would face off in the first match, and they were asked to prepare for the start of the fight. The stern captain knew perfectly well that he was no match for his powerful opponent, but he had no intention of giving up. The self-confident guy was ready to prove himself again, and the brave one threatened that even if he lost, the team would get even with their enemies. The angry enemy immediately clenched his fist and rushed at him, eager to shut him up as soon as possible. It looked very impressive from the outside as the opponents struck simultaneously and clashed hands in battle. Each experienced unbearable pain in the knuckle area, and even Luna's jacket was torn, which was unexpected. The host noted that due to the opponent's fierce blow, Chung would not be able to gain any advantage from his strength. The main character noted in his thoughts that although Jiang Hu was inferior in power, the aura emanating from him was simply deadly. Being extremely focused, the long-haired man formed another energy-charged ball in his hand. The destruction system had a unique feature, which was that the fighter was able to destroy the enemy's spiritual energy. The merciless warrior's skill began to destroy Luna's body, who understood that if he continued, it would lead to serious injury or even death. The very nervous team leader realized that truth could not stand up to a super-powerful opponent. Staring sternly ahead and standing still, he began to mutter something, but for the first few seconds he couldn't muster the courage. Nevertheless, red with anger, Chen loudly admitted defeat because his life and health were more important to him. With a sly smile, Jiang Hu calmly emphasized that it was a wise decision in the current situation. Maintaining a skeptical look, the captain said that even though he had lost, his team still had every chance of winning. Soon, two girls entered the stadium, so the battle promised to be spectacular and quite interesting. The lovely Liu Meng said that the next participants would be the charming Yun Xuan and Lin Xin. The commentator suggested that the two platinum-level beauties would show the audience an entertaining game. Without further ado, the blue-haired girl resorted to using ice and snow techniques. Her wary opponent froze in place, then realized that the shards posed a great danger to her. The cunning lady said that they would see how the naive girl would manage to dodge a very powerful attack. In response, Yun smiled, making it clear that she was not afraid at all and would make every effort to win. Suddenly, the red-haired lady appeared behind her opponent, who tensed up, not having had time to understand what was happening. The fierce warrior held a knife to the face of the agitated Lin Xin, who asked how she had managed to do it. Madame replied that her gold-level attacking shadow skill had handled the task with ease. She glared at the worried girl, who was now no longer sure of her victory. Satisfied with herself, Xuan said that dodging the icy arrows that left large marks was easier than easy. On the verge of tears, the blue-haired beauty took a step forward and exclaimed that she was giving up. The Shanghai Academy was declared the winner of the second round, and Yun asked why her opponent had conceded defeat so easily. Then she hugged the little girl from behind, asking if she was okay, while Lin Chu and Zhang Sang watched the cute scene with smiles on their faces. In the next match, the eager and confident protagonist was to face Ji Han. The brave man told himself that he needed to try hard, since the teams were currently tied. At the same time, he was completely calm and understood that he could easily deal with this ridiculous kid. The holder of 9 gold stars behaved arrogantly, saying that today he would show his opponent what he was capable of. Eager to start the fight, the warrior smiled at his opponent and asked where he got so much confidence. The angry kid immediately rushed into the attack with a thorny plant in his hands, advising his enemy to watch him more carefully. But at that very moment, he became very wary when he saw a portal appear near him, which was very strange. The daredevil responded by recommending that the nervous guy learn from him and acted with lightning speed. Without ceremony, the fighter delivered a crushing kick to the youngster's back, causing foam to pour from his mouth. Knocked off balance, the young man lost his coordination and fell on his stomach, his eyes rolling back. In the end, he fell onto the stone floor, which cracked and deformed badly. Frozen in place, Liu Meng declared Lin Chu the winner, saying it was the fastest round in the history of the competition. A crying Jihan called the hero not a human being, and then they began to carry him off the battlefield, while the warrior said that he did not think the blow would be so strong. Soon the singles matches came to an end, and the host announced that the group round was about to begin. The lovely lady suggested that everyone welcome the esteemed players, who were the stars of the show. She then drew the audience's attention to the stern Jiang Hu and his comrades, noting that they had high ranks. The serious commander did not think they would lose by 2 points, but told himself that he would give his all in the team battle. On the Shanghai Academy side, the audience saw 1 platinum player, 1 gold player, and even a player with 3 silver stars. Puzzled, Meng thought about the main character, who realized that the cosmic system had confused her. With a frightening look, Zhang said that if their opponents were fielding silver players against them, they might as well admit defeat. The fearless Chu asked in a confident voice if he was afraid of losing, and Chen Long, standing behind him, supported his words. The extremely stern commander turned to the girls behind him and asked them to prepare for a difficult battle. The wary leader of the enemy team asked his comrades to be careful, noting that the cunning opponents were up to something. At the same time, the prepared group of people took up combat positions, using their skills to cover each other. Meanwhile, their opponents stood as if at an event, taking no action whatsoever. Stunned and very angry, Hu shouted, asking if they were mocking them and where their formation was. Smiling slyly, the cunning Qianlong calmly turned to Zhang San, who understood him instantly. Focusing as hard as he could, the healer activated his blessing to protect his comrades. Gathering their strength, the brave guys rushed into the attack, each thinking about their next steps. Eager for battle, Zhang Hu ordered his comrades to deal with the rest, while he decided to get rid of the kid. At that moment, he began to form a charge of energy in his hand, staring intently at the frozen boy. Unexpectedly, the boy jumped back, keeping his cool, which seemed rather incomprehensible from the outside. As if nothing had happened, he smiled at his opponent, saying that his mission was accomplished, so there was nothing keeping him there anymore. This maneuver provoked intense anger in the captain of the enemy team, who wanted to destroy the insolent boy. However, the shaggy-haired man calmed down when he realized that the youngster had simply retreated, and now his opponents had one less man. Then he turned around and, seeing his enemies smirking, wondered where his teammates had gone. As it turned out, the brave fighters had long since dealt with his henchmen, who were now lying on the ground. Qianlong, who was extremely tense, couldn't understand how this had happened, but it was all true. While he was desperately trying to attack Zhang San, the beautiful Xuan reached Lin Xin again and held a knife to her face. The main character, in turn, approached another opponent from behind and mercilessly kicked him in the spine. The team's mage looked fearlessly into his opponent's eyes, and calling her baby, asked if she would leave on her own or if he should help her. The team leader also did not stand aside and delivered a crushing blow to the jaw of his opponent, who did not even have time to understand what was happening. The defeated boys apologized to their boss and began to cry that the tricksters had simply led them around by the nose. Satisfied with themselves, Chu and Chen smiled at each other, discussing how Zhang Hu would not be able to fight 4 of them at once. The reserved young man realized that their strategy was to rush in and quickly win. With a sly grin, the guy, who had no intention of giving up, assured them that he still had something to surprise them with. The very nervous Long immediately realized that they were now back in the danger zone, so something had to be done urgently. He said they needed to attack while the buff was still active, because the enemy had to be stopped before he activated his ability. Not afraid of his opponent's actions at all, the confident Hu asked if they really thought they could defeat him. Filled with rage, the brave warrior nevertheless used a powerful skill that destroyed everything in its path. The team of experienced fighters understood that each of them was in danger, but still decided to move to the sides. Shocked, Lin Qiu noted in his mind that the enemy's strength was simply incredible, so no one could relax. The shocking fact was that even the clothes on the frightened Zhuan's body were torn to shreds. Another member of the group lost coordination and simply fell to the ground while still remaining conscious. The leader clenched his teeth and kept his fists ready, trying to determine the exact location of the scoundrel. Suddenly, a mage appeared on the battlefield, realizing that he couldn't just lie there while the players were in danger. He immediately used powerful magic, which allowed him to briefly protect his comrades and give them a buff. The young man said that the guys couldn't withstand this powerful attack, but the commander didn't want to believe it. Gloating, the cunning Zhang Hu politely asked the referee to announce the results of the match as soon as possible. The serious blonde man said that something had to be done, otherwise the situation risked getting much worse. At that moment, the energy was directed at the nervous kid with the tall hair, who didn't have time to understand anything. In a rage, he shouted, asking who this man was who dared to attack him. Through the thick smoke, he could see the black silhouette of the mysterious brave man who had stood up to him approaching him. It was the cold-blooded Lin Qiu, who called his opponent a boy, reminding him that he was still in the ring. The daredevil looked at his opponent with a slight smirk, holding a lightning strike in his hand, ready to end the fight in an instant. The bewildered kid asked the referee if this was true, and he confirmed the main character's rightness and decided to explain the situation. It was said that thanks to his ability, the fighter was able to teleport upwards, so he did not fall under attack, and this was not considered an out. Looking serious, the gentleman said in a raised voice that the competition was continuing, so the players could not relax. The stern Zhang Hu caught himself thinking that he had completely forgotten that the youngster had the ability to move through space. The completely calm young man emphasized that if you don't try, you'll never know. The warrior understood that his only advantage now was his mobility, but if they continued, he would be the first to exhaust his energy. He regretted that it was daytime, because at night, he could use the power of the moon lion, which would give him a chance to win. His serious opponent couldn't believe that the youngster had really decided to fight, and noted to himself that his fighting skills were quite good. For a few more seconds, the young men stared at each other in silence, each thinking about his next move. The persistent Lin Qiu understood that he simply could not back down, so he decided to turn into a rabbit. Then, unexpectedly, he resorted to activating the powerful lion skill, which was already alarming to the audience. Glaring viciously at his opponent, the warrior rushed into the attack, striking with his ferocious expression. Zhang Hu, frozen in place, did not expect to see another transformation. Xuan was stunned, and the host fell in love with the guy. The delighted girl couldn't believe that the young man had another beast inside him and wondered what was going on. After gathering his thoughts, Shenxin's nephew decided that he needed to calm down and think everything through again. Pointing his finger at his opponent, the fighter reminded him that he was still a rabbit, and the daredevil declared that today he would teach him a lesson and called him a boy again. The hero asked the system to calculate how long he could last if he used all his strength, and learned that with energy conservation, he had 10 minutes. Smiling, the confident warrior said quietly that this would be enough to calm the kid down. At that very moment, the brave man used his combat technique again, without wasting his spiritual power. Then he formed a huge ring of lightning and threw it at his opponent, remaining on his feet. Covering his face with his hands, the stern Zhang Hu prepared to jump aside to remain unharmed. But in an instant, the extremely puzzled fighter noticed that his opponent had simply disappeared somewhere. After becoming alert, the gentleman turned around because he heard strange rustling behind him. A powerful burst of energy flew out of the portal, hitting his arm and making it clear how serious the situation was. The nervous young man noted to himself that Lin Q was a serious opponent and his power was on par with platinum. Filling his heart with anger, he told himself that it would not be easy to deal with his abilities, but that things could not go on like this. Gathering his strength, the young man told himself that he needed to attack immediately before the situation worsened. Activating a powerful skill, he rushed into battle with a stern expression, his fist clenched tightly in front of him. The fearless Lin, in turn, wanted to see how good his moon lion form was as soon as possible. At that moment, the opponents clashed fists, but a huge blue barrier appeared in front of each of them, which looked very impressive. The tense Zhang Hu immediately realized that the boy's strength was equal to his, and that changed the situation. Using his enhanced vision, the warrior, red with rage, shouted that the boy was still far from him. The main character had to clench his jaw due to the intense pressure, but he held on until the very end. The enemy exclaimed that the fool had not fully studied his abilities, and as a result, he was thrown back. Lin Qiu immediately began to rise, thinking that the enemy's skill had practically destroyed his cosmic shield. The warrior, whose face was covered with numerous abrasions, now understood that another attack from his opponent would be the end of him. An agitated Yunxuan wanted to rush to his aid, but Captain Qianlong asked her to calm down. The worried girl told the coach that they had to help the young man somehow, because he was in a very difficult situation. Calm Hanjun smiled and asked her since when she had started caring so much about others, and the young woman couldn't think of an answer at first. The unflappable woman asked her not to worry, noting that they had a strong guy on their team whom she believed in. Meanwhile, the ruthless Zhang Hu advised the young man to admit defeat before the situation got even worse. However, the fighter, who was determined to see it through to the end, got to his feet and looking at the floor, suddenly started laughing, which looked strange from the outside. Grabbing his wrist, the mysterious brave man glared at his opponent, also asking him to surrender. The next second, the guy suddenly just disappeared. So now the shaggy-haired guy had to be on his guard. The surprised young man was a little confused because his opponent had disappeared without warning. A few seconds later, the main character emerged from the portal behind him, noting that the kid was thinking correctly. The wary fighter felt a drop of sweat running down his face and decided to turn around, doing so cautiously. Without losing his composure, the warrior clenched his fist tightly and rushed into battle. But the nimble Lin Qiu had already thought through his moves in advance. Suddenly, the trickster disappeared into weightlessness again, making his opponent even more nervous. The daredevil moved relentlessly through the portals, while his opponent remained furious, not knowing how to act in such a situation. Now the young gentleman was constantly in the brave man's sights, and there was nothing he could do about it. Continuing to attack from all sides, the young man asked with a smile on his face why his opponent was standing rooted to the spot. The trickster asked Zhang Hu to try his rabbit punch and, without ceremony, swung at the back of his head. Next, he used his spiritual blade, and everything that was happening further undermined the young man's fighting spirit. In the end, the main character activated a curse, depriving his nimble enemy of the ability to move. The tense young man noted in his mind that the cosmic system was indeed not easy to deal with and called Chu elusive. The daredevil was convinced that the difference in strength was indeed great, since all his attacks had caused only minor damage to his opponent. Moreover, the young man had almost no energy left, so he needed to think about his next steps. Gaining confidence, Zhang called him a boy and expressed confidence that his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Glaring at the kid, the fighter rushed into battle, shouting that it was time for him to prove himself. But in an instant, the unperturbed Lin simply stretched out his hand in front of him, and asked his opponent to stop. The hero said that he had taught the boy a lot today and hoped that he had found something useful for himself, and then simply said goodbye to him. Stunned, Hu asked the insolent boy what he was talking about, his mouth agape in shock. Realizing that they had been fighting for a long time, but the coward had decided to just leave, the brave man decided to use his spiritual skill of destruction and end it all. At that very moment, the process was disrupted by the actions of a professional, which stunned the guy even more. Not ashamed to admit it, Lin declared that he was giving up, and the discouraged Zhang didn't even know how to behave. The embittered fighter shouted that the marriage couldn't just go away, and he responded by sticking out his tongue and smiling silently. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, the furious warrior decided to throw a punch to calm himself down somehow. With all his might, the psychopath charged at the stone floor, which instantly cracked and deformed. He also experienced intense pain for an hour and began to clench his jaw, but it did not make him feel any better. The unperturbed hero emphasized that young people today are very nervous, and then continued on his way. Shen Xin's angry nephew threatened that they would meet again in the final and that he just had to wait. The fearless guy continued to tease him, saying that the girls from Gu were also aiming for the finals, so there was no guarantee they would meet. Host Lu Meng announced that Beijing Academy won the match by a margin of 3 points, but the brave players' teammates were not upset. Teacher Han emphasized the fighters' excellent work, and Captain Long said that this match was only necessary for the points. Smiling, the young man agreed with his words, promising that next time he would not give up and they would win. At that moment, the concerned healer Wang Hui approached him and touched him with her gentle hands, wanting to examine him. The young man tensed up and his pupils shrank, as if something shocking had happened. Feeling intense pain inside, the young man lost consciousness and fell freely to the ground, frightening everyone around him. For the first few seconds, the unconscious young man did not even breathe, which caused even more concern among his companions. Shocked, Wang immediately rushed to help the guy because she cared about him. Soon, the main character slowly opened his eyes, feeling unwell and trying to understand what was happening. The first thing he saw was the charming blue-eyed girl who was giving him first aid. The surprised boy, with blood coming from his nose, wondered what had happened and why she was near him. The girl asked him not to be afraid, saying that she and Zhang San would treat him, and the lovely Yun Xuan was also nearby. The two healers began the healing process, and the red-haired girl gently held Lin Qiu's hand. She immediately hugged him because she was very afraid for him, and the young man asked if he had really lost consciousness. The teacher said that he had fainted due to exhaustion of spiritual energy, and the crying lady confirmed this. Scratching the back of his head, the shy boy understood the situation and began to get up from the floor. At that moment, a blonde with red horns sticking out of her head caught the team's attention. The stunningly beautiful Hanfu Yimeng asked the hero in a gentle voice if they could talk in private. The beautiful lady expressed her desire to ask him for a favor when they stepped aside, accompanied by Han Junning. The concerned lady asked the warrior to admit defeat in the individual match between their academies. This statement somewhat surprised her two opponents, who asked in unison if they had understood correctly. The alarmed girl said that the fighter's skills were capable of blocking her, and that there were 2 platinum members in their group. The beauty did not want to humiliate the young man, who felt uncomfortable and began to scratch the back of his head. The boy's coach understood everything, and smiling promised that they would definitely consider the offer. Then the shy Hanfu said that she had one more small request for the outstanding young man. The charmer confessed that she was his fan and asked if she could take a photo with his transformation. Feeling slightly puzzled, the hero turned into the rabbit that the blonde was in love with. After the guys took a photo together, another girl saw it and immediately wanted to do the same. Soon, the news began to talk about freshman Lin Qiu, emphasizing his great popularity. A crowd of beautiful girls gathered around the young man on live TV, eager to touch him and talk to him. The recording caught the eye of an angry Qin Zhen, who was faithfully waiting for her beloved at home. After a while, the sweaty and tired guy left to go about his business, realizing that if his girlfriend saw this, he would be in big trouble. The exhausted fighter activated the skill awakening process, and was immediately congratulated on receiving an SS rank skill. The robot said that the ability would warn of fluctuations in spiritual energy within a radius of 100 meters. Realizing that now no suspicious character would be able to approach him, the brave man decided to try it out as soon as possible. Lin Qiu, who was as focused as possible, immediately saw his closest comrades, which was a good result. In the captain's room, he felt strong vibrations and heard Zhang San talking on the phone. Unexpectedly, Shen Xin, who had already missed him greatly, pressed herself against the master. With sweat on his face, the young man looked at her, thinking to himself that he hadn't done it on purpose. The lovely girl asked what the mentor was doing, not expecting to see her next to him. Smiling, the hero noted that she had arrived just in time, as he realized that he could test his new skill on her. The calm lady did not quite understand what he was talking about, but silently followed the respected teacher. On the way, the beauty told him that, according to her grandfather, a hunt for the master might begin. The brave man replied that, on the contrary, he planned to use his strength to lure the snake out of its hole. He said that if enemies appeared, they could take action, and his intentions even alarmed his opponents. Keeping his cool, Lin Qiu sensed the presence of the two ladies behind him, who were exactly what he needed. Suddenly, the confident young man pulled Shen, who was blushing with embarrassment, close to him, not expecting such a reaction from him. Behaving like a hunter, the brave man asked his companion to be careful, knowing that they were being followed. The hero added that there were two girls behind them who had been watching them since the beginning of their walk. His surprised partner asked if he wanted to take action now, but the fighter replied that there were too many prying eyes around and decided to find a quieter place. As if nothing had happened, the couple continued on their way, and their pursuers did not lag behind them for even a minute. At one point, the main character stopped, stretched, yawned, and asked the strangers to come closer. The beauties said they were his fans and asked to take a photo with him. The guy called their cover story very stupid, then asked who had sent them to him. One of the surprised girls said that they really just thought he was cute and had no ulterior motives. The distrustful Lin called their excuses disgusting and was still convinced that it was all an act. The perceptive fighter pointed out that the women's smiles were too forced and their faces looked like masks. Secondly, it was said that they were walking mountains of disproportionate muscles, and their hands were covered in calluses, so they clearly worked with weapons. The most important factor, the young man noted, was their X-ray vision, which ordinary people on the street did not possess. The young man sighted the dagger on the hip of one of the women, which immediately caught his eye, as further evidence of his keen observation. The shocked women called his skills incredible, because he was able to figure them out so quickly. The young man asked to be called Holmes, and an admiring Shen said that he was a true master. Now the ladies realized that they could not continue to deny their position, since they had been exposed. The wrestler's opponents were the snow leopard Ba Qi and the shadow cat Qi Qiu, who had come to deal with him. The discouraged warrior noticed a poisoned knife on the leg of one of his opponents, which already alarmed him. The angry girl soon noticed that the quick-witted young man had figured everything out, but she dismissed the thought, considering it unimportant. Without ceremony, the warrior ladies rushed into the attack, reminding themselves that they were the target of today's hunt. Tense Lin really wanted to deal with them, but Shin came to his defense, asking him to protect. The brave lady did not even think of taking a step back, because she had a convincing trump card in her hand. At that moment, she resorted to using her devilish skills, which gave her incredible strength. Then the blonde activated her demonification ability, preventing her rivals from striking with their daggers. The shocked mentor marveled at the fighting spirit of his student, whom he called the true mistress of poisons. Looking at their useless knives, the discouraged girls tried to understand how the woman was able to absorb the substance and remain unharmed. Without even thinking of explaining anything to them, the nimble Shen made a high jump, intending to grab them by the neck. The woman's sharp claws touched Ba Qi, who felt a sharp pain and froze in place. The same fate awaited the shadow cat Q, who didn't even have time to look at her comrade. Less than 10 minutes had passed, and both girls were already lying unconscious on the ground, demonstrating Shin's professional level. The calm assistant asked what they would do with the bodies, and the master thought deeply about it. Suddenly, Director Yang Ji appeared and surprised the young people by asking them to hand over the women to him. Smiling, the brave man emphasized that they were mercenaries, and the man began to examine them. The gentleman said that if they had nothing to do, they should return to the academy and ask the young man to be careful. Then he dragged the unconscious ladies away, and the puzzled young men did not contradict him. After that, the main character's attention was drawn to a dagger lying on the ground, which looked very expensive. The young man thought that the knife was worth a lot of money, so he decided to take it, and said that it was time for them to go. The young man noted that her spiritual energy was flowing freely, so he inquired about what was happening with his partner. Unexpectedly, the beauty made a breakthrough to 4 gold stars, which she took in stride. The imperturbable Lin Qiu watched the events unfold closely without pausing to reflect. The surprised fighter asked what level his comrade was at now, and she replied that she was at the 4th. The crying young man said that raising her rank by absorbing poison was too much, and the joyful demoness said that she was still far from him. Late in the evening, the young people returned to the competition participants' dormitory, where they walked silently down the corridor. At one point, the wary hero stopped in his tracks, trying to understand why his door was ajar. Excited, he immediately went inside and was stunned by what he saw, as he had not expected it at all. In the room was the incredibly cute Qin, who was waiting for her beloved with a gift in her hands. The joyful young man was happy to see his beloved, who had come to him from another city. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes and thought he was dreaming, but then he lovingly embraced the silent beauty. The young man wanted to kiss his partner, but she tearfully said that she had come to cheer on the academy. Then the charmer handed him a box of delicacies, saying that she had prepared them especially for him, because he needed to watch his diet. The delighted young man blushed with joy, and his heart was warmed by the fact that his beloved had really prepared bento for him. In return, Lin Qiu could only offer her a hug, but she asked him not to cause any trouble, reminding him that they were not alone in the room. After that, the daredevil decided to introduce the beauties to each other, and, pointing to Qin, called her his wife. The lovely Shen greeted the beautiful lady, saying that she was responsible for the master's safety. The concerned girl immediately asked if her loved one was in danger, and he didn't know how to respond. The young man understood that if she found out everything, she would definitely ask him to stay, and he did not want to involve her in this. The brave man calmly assured her that he was in no danger, but this did not reassure his beloved. The lady was sure that Lin was hiding something, but he just smiled and promised to tell her about it later. Upset, Jen stepped aside, saying that if he didn't want to share with her, he didn't have to. At that moment, the determined young man embraced the beauty, saying that everything was fine and nothing would happen to him. The brave man asked if anything could happen before he married her, and the proud lady reminded him that he was still on probation. Someone knocked on the door unexpectedly, and the three young people immediately turned their attention to the entrance. The young people's peace was disturbed by the serious-looking dean, Yang Jie, who would not have disturbed them over trifles. Without any preamble, the man said that he needed to talk to Lin Qiu immediately about a serious matter. The cool-headed guy looked at his beloved girlfriend, and then, without asking any questions, moved towards him. First, the hero asked how the interrogation was going, and the master replied that the girl belonged to the Black Rose organization. Its members have no names, only call signs, and all members of this group are women involved in the murders of high-ranking officials. The elderly gentleman emphasized that before they could find out anything, both captives were poisoned. This news greatly alarmed the partners, who listened attentively to the academy director. The completely unperturbed Lin Qiu realized that if their opponents were able to kill with impunity, then there must be a traitor among their allies. He remembered the words of the vice dean, who said that the enemy had infiltrated them, and asked the guys to be extremely careful. The young warrior realized that if the enemy had managed to infiltrate their ranks, then they really did need to be prepared for anything. A few seconds later, the door opened, and the charming Jen's foot poked out. The beauty asked why her beloved wasn't coming in, because she had been waiting for him for a long time. The angry girl noted to herself that the guy was hiding something from her, and it was starting to annoy her. Unwilling to endure such humiliation any longer, she announced that she was going home, even though she had not been there long. At that moment, the hero approached her and gently took her hand, intending to talk sincerely and explain everything. He suggested that his significant other stay a little longer, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time, which surprised her greatly. The young man, flushed with nervousness, assured her that it wasn't on purpose and that he really just wanted to talk. Realizing that there was no lie in his words, the charmer smiled, noting to herself that he was still the same. Stepping aside, the beauty reminded him that tomorrow was the final competition, so her beloved needed to rest. Not wanting to distract him any longer, the lovely lady continued down the corridor, thinking about the matter at hand. The serious Lin Qiu did not know if the killers had any accomplices, but he understood that there was only one way to protect Qin. The lady told herself that she had to find some way to support her beloved, even though he refused to tell her anything. The determined hero said to himself that he had to become stronger, and his beloved held the same position. The next day, host Liu said that today, in the final, viewers would be able to see the legendary battle between the strongest teams. It was said that they would witness a battle between the Beijing and Gu academies, whose leaders were looking at each other at that moment. The people in the competition hall watched closely, feeling a thrill inside. The extremely serious hero understood that if the Gu group won, then his team would have every chance of winning the final. In addition, with the new high-level skill, the chances had increased, so the warrior tried not to worry about it. Unexpectedly, the fearless Hanfu and Meng used the spiritual skill of light here, which looked quite frightening. The fierce Zhonghu was not going to stand on ceremony and resorted to activating the Dark Star ability to counterattack with dignity. At that moment, the opponents attacked each other, which looked incredibly spectacular and vivid from the outside. Puzzled, Captain Long emphasized that his opponent had become even stronger, so everything could change dramatically. The shocked lady did not expect such an outcome and was even a little confused, but she tried not to show it. The nimble fighter constantly moved from one point to another so as not to become an easy target, which greatly angered the girl. In the end, the stern blonde was simply thrown into the air, without even having time to understand what was happening. The lady landed on the ground with a crash, raising huge clouds of dust and even destroying the stone floor. The commentator called the battle beautiful and asked the audience to congratulate the Beijing Academy with warm applause on their well-deserved place in the final. The pensive teacher Han realized that they would still have to face each other in the decisive battle. The coach asked the guys not to take on too much, and Yun Xuan asked why they shouldn't put this guy in his place. The extremely stern Chen Long watched the enemy's actions and began to think about his future plans. Deep in thought, the hero noted to himself that they were inferior to the enemy team in strength. But there was one thing. Suddenly, he raised his hand and asked what day it was, and a surprised Junning replied that it was the 15th. The woman asked why he was asking, and the young man, smiling slyly, realized that the moon was almost full. The lovely host Lu Meng said that Gu Academy was in 3rd place, and added that the long-awaited final awaited everyone. She added that the captains of the teams, who were fully prepared for this, would compete in the first match. The warriors, who hated each other, faced off again in a duel where each of them was eager to fight to the end. Without any preliminaries, Long rushed into the attack, activating his spiritual explosion skill with a shout. The nimble Jiang Hu, with a smirk on his face, noted that small fish should know their place and not stand out. At that moment, the powerful opponents attacked each other, but both covered themselves with their hands to avoid injury. It was very difficult to maintain coordination in such a difficult situation, but the experienced warriors did not give up. The rivals kept their eyes fixed on each other and stood with their legs wide apart, which allowed them to act quickly. Smiling, Hu said that in just a couple of days he had made another breakthrough, so he was not afraid of anything. As a sign of his gratitude, he asked his opponent to try something, then activated a powerful skill. The daredevil used the spiritual skill of the 9 tripods, and the fury in his eyes undermined the fighting spirit. Hui, concerned, said that they had no chance in this battle and that it would be better to admit defeat. But Junning said that the leader had made this decision himself. The agitated lady said that if the persistent warrior gave up, he would not be able to forgive himself. The battle looked increasingly frightening from the sidelines, as the anger in the eyes of the combatants grew with every passing second. The tense Jiang Hu knew that the enemy had the advantage in strength, so he understood that the battle would definitely not be easy. Suddenly, Captain Chen Lun managed to deliver a crushing blow to his solar plexus, causing the boy to spit blood. The fighter almost lost his coordination, but he still managed to stay on his feet because he was in good physical shape. The extremely focused commander told himself that he had to defeat the scoundrel before he could use his trump card. Without wasting any time, the brave man rushed into the attack, using his spiritual skill, Junei, along the way. The blow landed on the jaw of the enemy, who did not have time to react and almost lost consciousness. Filled with intense hatred, Jiang Hu grabbed his opponent's wrist and said that he would now die. Then the merciless enemy grabbed the leader's leg, knocking him off balance, and began to taunt him in every way possible. In the end, there was a small explosion, which sent both of them flying several meters away. Despite everything, the opponents tried to beat each other up, but very soon both of them ran out of energy. The excited allies were very worried about the captain, who was not even visible behind the rising columns of smoke. Serious Jiang said that now his opponent would not be able to continue participating, but he replied that he did not want to regret not trying. Smiling unexpectedly, blue-eyed Hu called him a true warrior who took a serious risk. Commentator Meng stunned many people by announcing that for the first time in the history of the competition, a draw would be declared. Concerned, Wang Hui began the process of healing the commander, but everyone already understood that he would not be able to continue fighting. Getting to his feet, the young gentleman apologized to his comrades, admitting that he had been too impulsive. The main character patted his comrade on the shoulder, asking him not to worry and promising that as long as he was there, they would definitely not lose. Smiling, the self-confident Jiang Hu asked if the young man was taking on too much by making such statements. Even though he had won last time, the kid still didn't give up, so it was decided to teach him a lesson. The fearless fighter called his opponent a kid, and sarcastically promised to take care of him in the near future. Teacher Han noted that Lin Qiu was indeed good because he was not afraid of competition, but he could not relax. The lady assumed that after the next match, the score would change to 3 against 2 points, and continued to watch. The emotionless hero silently watched the match, which did not even arouse his particular interest. Then Lady Ning decided to say a few words about the final battle, but the daredevil suddenly addressed her. Smiling slyly, the confident warrior asked to be allowed to take command of the group. His sudden statement caused a slight shock to the lady, who at first thought she had simply misheard him. The brave man asked to be left to deal with the enemy leader, and a disconcerted Hanjun asked if that was really his plan. A few minutes later, the rivals gathered in the ring and stared at each other viciously. Alarmed, Yun Xuan tried to dissuade the main character from his intentions, but his position was very firm. Showing 2 fingers, the fearless fighter said that he would no longer be himself if he failed to accomplish this task. Host Liu Meng asked the opponents to get ready, saying with a smirk on her face that the game was now open. The loyal comrade said that every member of the team would listen to the new captain because they trusted him. The next minute, the ordinary soldiers rushed to attack each other, and everyone showed their fury with a desire to fight. The unperturbed Lin Qiu smiled from the sidelines, because this time he was prepared, and the guys just needed to help him a little. The fighters acted very quickly and professionally, and he silently assessed their actions and fighting spirit. One of the attackers soon immobilized his opponent with a plant with thorny spikes, preventing him from doing anything. The beautiful Xuan wrapped her arms around the shy Lin Xin, who begged to be saved, and then said she was giving up. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Hu's team was defeated and could no longer do anything. The fierce warrior thought to himself that his opponents had once again decided to get rid of the extra players. He asked if Zhang San really thought he could defeat him, and declared that he would force them to retreat. The excited, bespectacled man replied that he was not going to interfere, and the hero was surprised that he was still on the battlefield. After gathering his thoughts, the healer raised his hand and used his Blessing of Glory ability to help his friend. Smiling, the young man began to leave the ring, promising not to bother the enemy team's captain anymore. Enraged, Zhang Hu shouted that this was too much, but it was too late to change anything. After calming down a little, the young gentleman noted that even the main character's animal form would not help him cope. But in response, the daredevil pulled down his lower eyelid and stuck out his tongue, making it clear that he didn't care about his words. Barely restraining his rage, the fighter added that no matter how hard the kid fought, he would still win. Glaring fiercely at his opponent, the shaggy-haired guy clenched his fist tightly, resorting to using his destruction skill. Not wanting to waste any more time, he rushed into battle, believing that he would finish it very quickly this time. The main character managed to teleport behind him, and then brought his lightning strike combat readiness. The enraged opponent shouted, asking how the insolent man dared to fight him in such a way, considering it unfair. Smiling, Lin asked how he could use dirty tricks, and why he should be forbidden from using his advantage. Standing in one place, the completely calm young man looked at the large window, where a little bit of the sky was visible. He noticed that it was late at night and the moon was already full, which presented new opportunities for the fight. At that moment, the young warrior's hair stood on end, and his fists began to clench involuntarily, which was already an alarming sign for the enemy. In just a minute, the brave man transformed into a fighting rabbit, which was even more dangerous. With all his attributes, the guy was supposed to get a 500% boost to all his abilities. Showing confidence, the fighter said he would give the boy a chance to try his luck, and expressed hope that he would not regret it. Not at all frightened, the smiling Zhang Hu realized that he just needed to push a little harder, and he was ready for it. Without saying a word, the shaggy-haired boy moved towards his opponent, whom he wanted to slam face first into the ground. What was shocking was that the nimble kid managed to dodge the incredibly powerful attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the daredevil swung his leg at his opponent, but he blocked it in time. Outraged, Hu asked if the kid had said he wouldn't use teleportation, and he replied that he hadn't. The warrior noted that the pathetic boy was too slow and simply unable to keep up with him. Using an energy charge, Lin Qiu ordered him to prepare to learn a lesson from his uncle. The extremely wary guy managed to use his ability to create a barrier that protected him from the approaching target. He made a tremendous effort to keep the dome in place to prevent the foreign object from hitting him. But suddenly, the icy dagger pierced through and wounded Zhang, who immediately began coughing up dark blood. Even more frightening was the huge and rather deep cut that appeared on his back, requiring immediate medical attention. The stunned judges began to suspect that all this time the hero had been pretending to be weak, even though he was so strong that even platinum was no match for him. What was happening struck even the warrior's closest comrades to the core, and they began to doubt that they knew him well. The conscious opponent wondered how the guy had managed to become so powerful in just a couple of days. Grabbing his own wrist and smiling, the brave young man called him a boy and asked if they would continue fighting. The cold-blooded young man stared silently at his opponent, knowing that victory would definitely be on his side. He took advantage of his opponent's exhaustion and mercilessly punched him in the jaw, spitting out blood. The stunned Zhang Hu wondered what had happened, because he hadn't even had time to understand anything. The daredevil had no intention of stopping and jumped up in an instant, wanting to do something else. With a sly grin, the sarcastic team captain asked the boy to feel his love. Suddenly, his hand was raised to the boy's forehead, and it was clear that he was about to slap him. This was followed by a light snap of his fingers and an energy charge that amplified the action several times over. In the end, the confused opponent simply flew backward, unable to resist. With a loud crash, the boy crashed into the wall, which instantly collapsed and began to rise in columns of smoke. Without making the slightest movement, Hu lay on the ground with his mouth open. While the spectators held their breath in excitement, the unperturbed hero approached his unconscious enemy and stared at him, remaining silent. Smiling, the satisfied fighter confidently said that he had won a difficult fight and had not let people down. Jen's beloved and close friend Zhang Sang were proud of the brave man who had proven himself so well. Soon, the team began to be joyfully congratulated on their victory in the competition, even though it had not come easily to them. The guys were happy because now they were considered champions and could boast about their achievements. Fans wanted to take pictures and chat with Lin Qiu, who tried not to refuse anyone. The calm Yang Jie said that victory was good, but he regretted that the guy had revealed his abilities so early. The gloomy man was sure that now the hunt for him would be even more fierce, and that had to be accepted. The serious two-way said that the first 6 months would be the most important, and their colleague added that they needed to apply for special protection for the fighter. The lovely host Liu Meng announced the competition over, and Captain Chen Long asked the hero to go first. The young man asked if that was possible, and the commander replied that he would not be able to participate next year, so he decided to transfer his authority to him. His noble statement brought a smile to the young man's face, who agreed with him, but something bothered him. Taking hold of the shiny golden cup, the fair hero said that this victory belonged to all of them. Together, the two boys lifted the important award high, followed by the joyful cheers of the team members. Overcome with happiness, the captain burst into tears, admitting that this moment had been his dream for many years. The smiling Lin Qiu asked him to calm down, even though he understood perfectly well the emotions that could not be compared to anything else. The commentator said that now they would move on to the promised prize for the winners. The confident judge Bo Yang emphasized that it was an exciting spectacle, and behind him a girl was approaching with a tray in her hands. The beauty was carrying an object covered with a towel, and a sign with a 6-digit number was also visible. A satisfied Chen Long said that they were using the beads wisely, and the hero was curious to see what sphere he had won. The lady in the red dress soon approached him, and now he had the opportunity to take his reward. The young man slowly pulled the white cloth aside, wanting to keep the intrigue going a little longer. A few seconds later, greatly surprised, he asked where his item was. The judge promised that they would find a suitable ball for him and give it to him when the time came, and he asked them not to forget. The beautiful Liu Meng turned to him and said that this year, an award for the best player had been added. Her statement intrigued the young warrior, who immediately began to ponder it, drawing conclusions. Very soon, the young man realized that they were talking about him, so his expression changed to one of surprise. The lady noted that she had gotten carried away and almost forgot to announce that Lin Qiu was the best player. The beauty said she wanted to invite a special guest, weapons expert Feng Peng. The diamond-level owner looked at the main character with a slight smile, holding 2 spheres in his hands. The extremely serious young man understood that they had never met before, but for some reason, his counterpart seemed familiar to him. Being polite, the young man thanked the gentleman, respectfully calling him brother. The completely calm blonde man said quietly that he was always ready to do him a favor. At that moment, the main character realized that this was the voice of the black traitor he had captured earlier. The wary man noticed his strange expression and asked if something was wrong. Pretending that nothing had happened, the young man lied that he was so happy about the reward that he was speechless. The imperturbable Feng Peng turned and began to leave, asking him to continue in the same vein, and the young man expressed his gratitude. The stern warrior understood that it was better not to rush, because he knew nothing about this man, and decided to discuss the matter with the master. Soon, a joyful Chen Long approached him, saying that they were going to celebrate their victory. The young man said that he would first discuss something with the director, so he would join the others a little later. Keeping his cool, he approached his mentor, who was looking for him and wanted to exchange a few words. The master wanted to talk about the sphere promised to the young man, and he replied that he would be happy to listen to him. But first he had something to say. Unexpectedly, the young man declared that he had information about a traitor, which greatly alarmed his counterpart. Deciding not to attract the attention of outsiders, the distrustful dean suggested talking somewhere else. Undercover agent Feng said on the phone that Lin would not be attending the banquet, adding that he would keep an eye on him and report back if he found out anything. Soon, the hero gathered with the 3 championship judges in their office, where no one could disturb them or eavesdrop. The gray-haired director asked if the young fighter was sure that the blonde-haired Peng was a traitor. The warrior recalled the weapon stolen several months ago, and was sure that he had encountered him that time because he recognized his voice. Yang Jai had previously suspected that there was a mole among them, and Bo Yang said that Feng was Lao Zhang's student and also his future successor. Now everyone had a picture in their minds of the cunning blonde reaching for the sniper rifle with greedy hands. The cool-headed Lin Qiu emphasized that if the traitor took this position, their enemy would get the whole package of information. The calculating judge said that they would put the scoundrel under surveillance and see if they could catch a bigger fish. It was said that he needed the help of a brave man to extract a confession from Feng Peng, and he was ready to do so. A few minutes later, the main character and the director went out into the street, where each was lost in their own thoughts. The lovely Shen Xin waved to them, after which the old man said that they were just about to go to a banquet and invited her to join them. Mole reported that the target had left the building, but the old man was going with him, and asked his comrades not to make hasty decisions. Soon, the team members gathered at the table with delicious dishes, led by Captain Chen Long. Zhongsan took a seat nearby and immediately called his brother over, inviting him to sit next to his beloved. The young man was pleased that his beloved had saved a place for him, and she exclaimed that it was just a coincidence, but she couldn't lie. The young man hugged the slightly angry Qin, and his close friend noted in his thoughts that they were a harmonious couple. Behind him, the beautiful Shen suddenly approached him, apologizing, which attracted his attention. The lady asked the bespectacled man to switch places with her because she had to defend her mentor. Without any fuss, the young man complied with her request, and now the blonde was sitting next to the teacher. Delightful waitresses were working tirelessly everywhere, one of whom said that the fragrant lamb was ready. The dish was placed on the table, and the wary Shin looked at it with a serious expression, as if something was wrong. Suspicious, the girl began to sniff and determine whether there was any risk in eating the food. In order not to cause panic, the lady whispered in Lin Qiu's ear that the young lamb was poisoned and should not be eaten. The very attentive fighter used his skills without saying a word to verify her words. Looking through the tray, the young man did indeed notice green traces resembling poison on different parts of the meat. The hero did not think that his opponents would dare to act so openly, and promised himself that he would not let them escape in such a case. Getting up from the table, he approached Master Yang Ji with a glass, calmly saying that he had a toast. The young man whispered that the food was poisoned and one of the officials was armed, so urgent measures had to be taken. The director doubted that the killers would really go that far, and even if nothing happened to him, the others could die. The angry dean shouted, asking if they were not taking him seriously, since they dared to do such a thing right in front of him. One of the frightened girls said in a trembling voice that she couldn't move, and that it was the result of the gentleman's efforts. Feeling very excited, she looked at the stern Lin Qiu, who was their target for murder. The serious fighter asked if the silly girl liked to carry a sharp dagger on her hips, thinking that no one would notice. The worried girl began to justify herself by saying that she carried it for self-defense, but no one believed her anymore. Keeping his cool, the young man offered her a piece of meat that looked appetizing but was actually poisoned. His request shocked the lady, who seemed to lose her voice for a few seconds and looked strange from the outside. Suddenly, a small trickle of blood flowed from her mouth, after which she clenched her teeth, but her intentions were unclear. Shen exclaimed that the treacherous bitch had broken the capsule with poison, which angered the main character. The restrained warrior asked the bodyguard to stop because he wanted to do something first. The undercover agent collapsed at that moment, greatly frightening her comrade, who could do nothing. A few seconds later, the girl closed her eyes and lost consciousness, and silence reigned briefly around them. Smiling confidently, Lin Qiu asked the master to send someone to pick up the girl. The man unexpectedly created a barely noticeable barrier around her, which further alarmed the waitress, who was now left without support. The gentleman asked her not to be afraid, promising that his people would take care of everything, and allowed her to go on her way. The innocent lady almost cried from excitement, but decided not to waste time and began to leave. Together with the other employees of the establishment, the lady headed for the exit, afraid to even look back. The brave man expressed his desire to follow her, and the director asked Shen to stay with the boys, saying that he would go with him. A few minutes later, the cunning lady reached the roof and made a leap to jump to another building. Agent number 25 reported that the mission had failed and her comrade had been killed, but she had managed to escape. The dispatcher asked her to run away immediately, telling her to report everything to her superiors, after which the girl continued moving. She jumped non-stop from side to side, leaving the dangerous area faster and faster. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu and his partner were on one of the roofs, which offered a good view. For the first few seconds, they silently scanned the horizon, trying to see anything interesting. The guy asked if they should call the others to help them, but the dean replied that he could handle it himself. The gentleman said that today he would show him what the space system was capable of, and the boy waited eagerly. The determined director added that he would take care of everything, then calmly began to descend. The young man remained on the hill and watched him, hoping to see something useful and new for himself. In his mind, he called Yang Ji a true master who skillfully used his abilities. In an instant, the fearless man burst into the room, but immediately heard women screaming. It turned out that he had stumbled into a women's bathhouse, where frightened girls were bathing and screaming at the old man to get out immediately. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, the serious gentleman flew out the window like a bullet, his bald head even reddening with shame. Lin Kyo was amazed that the master had finished so quickly, and remarked that he was incredible. The owner of the bump on his head did not think that at 4 in the morning, such a large number of people would be taking showers. The flushed young dreamer began to imagine this scene and froze in place for a moment. Looking at his watch, the old man said they would wait a little while for the ladies to get dressed before taking action, and he was sure that this time everything would work out. A few seconds later, the director rushed off again, promising to return soon. Less than half an hour later, angry women ran out into the street, eager to deal with the insolent scoundrel. Not at all afraid, the experienced fighter used time freeze to protect himself in the future. A large perimeter around him was covered by the skill, which once again emphasized his professionalism. The observing hero noted that the mentor was very cool, since he had surrounded everything with a temporary barrier. The young man himself decided to use the fire portal to move closer to him and help in any way he could. A moment later, the brave young man found himself near his partner, whose actions he continued to monitor. Beads of sweat began to roll down the surprised young man's cheek, and he froze in place, as if he had seen something shocking. He was amazed that, thanks to Yang Ze's skills, the entire female squad was frozen and unable to do anything. The bewildered Chu called it a real wax museum, which was considered mild sarcasm. The serious warrior asked what the master planned to do with them, since he had chosen this course of action. The master replied that since they still had no evidence against the traitor, he would temporarily send the girls to the capital. He added that before the troops arrived, they needed to search the place thoroughly, and the brave man promised to do his best. The main character, looking around, believed that he would be able to find something useful, so he was in a good mood. The young man asked his mentor not to worry and promised not to let him down, and the man nodded in response. Standing still, the guy concentrated and used the ability that was supposed to help him. Glancing at a nearby wall, Lin Chu noted in his inner voice that there really was something there. Deciding not to waste any time, the fighter approached it closely and lifted a small hatch, then saw steps. Pushing the fence aside, the brave man saw the descent below and realized that it could be dangerous. Shining his bright flashlight, he did not sense any abnormal energy fluctuations, so there was no threat. Without hesitation, the brave man began to descend with a serious expression on his face, continuing to light the way and trying not to miss anything. The warrior tried not to make loud noises with his footsteps, but at the same time moved quite confidently. A few seconds later, the young man froze in place with an extremely surprised look on his face, and his phone almost fell out of his hands. Ahead, he saw a huge amount of shiny gold and bags of money, as well as rare spheres. The apprentice reported his findings to the master and called this place a real surprise, which was easy to see. The young man, eager for riches, flexed his arms a little, and then began to rake up everything that would fit in his pockets. At one point, the young man stopped in front of a turquoise curtain that was slightly open. Keeping his cool, Lin reached out and touched it to move it slightly to the side. Then the wary hero froze in place, trying to understand what he was seeing right in front of him. Soon he realized that it was a powerful portal, but he had no idea where it led. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the young man used his ability to sense an aura, but it wasn't very strong. Behind him appeared a tense Yang Jie, who asked if the fighter had found anything. The serious guy replied that there were hundreds of people behind this passage, and it already sounded quite loud. The decisive gentleman immediately used his ability, asking the boy to step back immediately. A powerful fire charge flew out, resulting in an explosion that created a wave. After a few seconds, the light smoke began to dissipate, and the partners looked carefully ahead. Soon their faces became stunned, as if something shocking to anyone was happening ahead. The warriors were struck by what they saw with their own eyes. Little girls locked in iron cages. The wary director assumed that they were future members of the Black Roses, but they were being held here against their will. Feeling unbearable anger, the main character slammed his fist against the wall with all his might to somehow calm his emotions. Red with hatred, the fighter wondered how anyone could attack small, defenseless children. Opening the cage doors, the calm guy asked the girls to come out, saying that they were safe now. The excited blue-eyed girl said that one of them had believed such a trick, and in the end had ended up very badly. The concerned young man thought about how to convince them, and soon took a pink lollipop out of his pocket. With a slight smile on his face, Lin Chu held out the sweet candy to the little girl in front, letting her know that he was not a threat. The young man asked the children not to be afraid, assuring them that he had come to save them, and they were very surprised to see the sweet treat on a stick. Suddenly, the girl with red hair hit her friend's hand, and the lollipop began to fall to the ground. The distrustful girl asked her close friend not to touch anything, believing that the stranger was deceiving them. She was sure that the boy would mock them, and remembered how the merciless scoundrel had beaten them with a whip before. This news stunned the main character, who began to feel even more anger towards the scoundrels. Seeing that his comrade's emotions were boiling over, young Jie, standing behind him, put his hand on his shoulder in an attempt to support him. The elderly gentleman decided to do his part and try to calm the boys down, then used his fiery ability. His powerful energy enveloped the frightened girls, who were hugging each other, hoping that everything would be all right. A few seconds later, the women who had been bullying them were lying on the ground, and it was already a sure step. One of the evil lady's eyes rolled back, and her mouth remained open, which looked eerie, crying with happiness. The blue-eyed girl couldn't believe that the kind strangers had really defeated the villains. Smiling, Lin Q, who was slightly red-faced, confirmed that they had dealt with the villains, and that the children were now free. The boy began to ask how the children had fallen into the hands of these scoundrels, and where their parents were. Then he looked at the pensive face of his red-haired counterpart, and realized that they still didn't trust him. The young man felt a little awkward because he didn't know how to prove that he was not a threat. Still, the little girl found the courage to say that she had no one, and had grown up in an orphanage. She remembered her early childhood, when her father brought her to an unknown man, and they started talking. The girl was told that she would be taken away to play, but instead, she was handed over to terrible people who abused everyone. The stunned hero exclaimed that the scoundrels dared to raise their hands against orphans, and Yang Jie ordered by phone that all members of the Black Rose be interrogated immediately. The nervous man said that they needed to find out absolutely everything, then send inspectors to all the orphanages in the country and show no mercy. The angry director did not think that the organization would take in children left without parents, and promised that they would sort it out. The calm Chu turned his attention to the little children who were silently looking into his eyes. Then the young man told his mentor that he wanted to ask him something, and he listened attentively. Taking a small piece of paper out of his pocket, the young man expressed his fear that the children might end up on the streets. He added that he had some savings, and would like to spend them on building houses for these children and on their education. Shocked, Yang Ji assured his comrade that he could rely on him, not expecting such generosity from him. Patting the blue-eyed girl on the head, the hero said that he was also an orphan, and was sure that a bright future awaited the brave girl. The delighted little girl felt incredible warmth in her heart, and asked if he really thought so. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, the beauty hugged her savior, calling him good, and he was shocked. Suddenly, a blond man in a white shirt entered the room and addressed the academy director. It was Sun Lei, captain of the Blue Dragon Squad, who thanked him for the information and said that they would check all the shelters in the country. The dean calmly said that now that everything was under control, they should go back because they still had work to do. With a mysterious smile, Lin Q agreed with his colleague and did not confirm that it was time for them to leave. The next day, in the conference room, Yang Zhe said that Shen Xin, who was the brave man's bodyguard, would be arriving very soon. The man needed to discuss yesterday's events with someone, so he started to leave, and the hero did not hold him back. The guy realized that he needed to level up a bit, otherwise he would simply go crazy with the blonde's endless questions. The system congratulated the host on obtaining the E-rank Master Firearms skill. The owner of this skill was proficient in all types of similar items, which was a very nice addition. The young man asked how many spirit spheres he could absorb, and the robot replied that his abilities had no effect on the number of beads consumed. Smiling, the fighter said in his inner voice that it was time to embody the Thunder System sphere. Focusing as much as possible, the young man began to imbue the precious item with energy, doing so very carefully. At the same time, he studied the spiritual skill of the god's strike, and from the outside, he looked very fierce and frightening. But the process was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Shin, who gently took the master by the hand. The lovely blonde said that her grandfather was ready, and the young man lost his concentration at that moment. Suddenly, the girl was enveloped by the main character's powerful energy, as a result of which she began to be overwhelmed by strange feelings. The beauty abruptly hugged her mentor and asked what it was, but he was puzzled by what was happening and simply remained silent. The slightly agitated fighter replied that they were just testing a new skill, and that there was nothing wrong with that. Deciding to quickly change the subject, the young man said that it was time for them to go and began to move forward confidently. Shen, delighted, noted the coolness of the master, whom she liked more and more with each passing day. Meanwhile, the stern Feng Peng was on the phone asking how the Black Rose could have been completely destroyed, but the call was abruptly interrupted. The blonde-haired man always kept an eye on the organization's communication channels, so he didn't think anyone would be able to reach him. Realizing that the situation was heating up, the traitor opened the closet where the American-made pistol was kept. He confidently took the cold object in his hands and stared at it silently, thinking about something incessantly. The extremely serious mole said that he would show his enemies the weapon developed by old man Zhang Hong if anything happened. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, which greatly alarmed him, as he was not expecting any visitors. Holding the firearm behind his back, the young gentleman approached the entrance, intending to see who had come. It was Yang Ji with some young people who had come to thank the blonde man for his help before leaving, and to invite him to dinner. Feng replied tensely that it would be unnecessary and wondered why they had come at that particular moment. The director asked if he was embarrassed, and Feng said that was not the case at all, but he decided to accept the offer anyway. After a short while, the group left by car and soon arrived at their destination. The lovely Shin asked where they were going to have dinner, while everyone else looked at the mole who had stepped aside. The stern Shi Tuwei noted that the scoundrel had betrayed his country, but still had the audacity to accept the invitation. Pretending to be innocent, the young man turned around and asked calmly what they were talking about. For the first few seconds there was silence, but everyone looked at the man who had become a stranger to them. The cold-blooded Lin Qiu emphasized that it was Feng Peng who had earlier asked for 100 million yuan instead of 70 million. The stunned man quickly realized that he was talking to the hero, but it was hard to believe. The brave man smiled, and the blonde-haired man said it was not surprising that the group of mercenaries had suddenly disappeared, and admitted that he had suspected him from the very beginning. No longer willing to hold back his anger, he abruptly reached for the pistol hanging from his belt. Clenching his jaw in hatred, the traitor declared that now that everything had been revealed, he would deal with each of them. At that moment, Director Yang joined the game, using his skill to build a protective barrier around them. Without thinking twice, the mole fired a loud shot, believing that he would be able to destroy everyone as quickly as possible. Alerted, Jai held the dome with all his might, but was slightly frightened when he saw the projectile approaching him. It was striking that the enemy had managed to break through the strong defense, so the situation changed dramatically. Shen Xin, agitated, quickly covered her mentor with her body, asking him to protect himself. The young man, frozen in place, understood that he had to do something, otherwise his comrade risked dying. Being emotionless, the fighter used a fire portal to reach out to his opponent with his hand. The situation was getting more intense with every passing second, but the main character knew what he was doing, so he wasn't worried. Less than 5 minutes later, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, but the brave man still kept his cool. The fearless warrior wanted his opponent to give him the thing in his hands because it was quite dangerous. A very nervous Feng Peng ordered him to get out of the way immediately, continuing to threaten him with a firearm. Cornered, the traitor lost his vigilance and did not notice that Director Jie and Shi Tuwei were already standing behind him. The determined Dean resorted to activating space compression, which made his opponent tense up even more. His extremely serious colleague used purple lightning and directed it at the helpless traitor. Immediately, blood spurted from Feng's mouth, and he experienced severe pain and lost his coordination. Rising from his knees, the desperate Peng said that he had almost succeeded and reached for his gun. The young gentleman was only a few millimeters away from the handle, but the stern Lin Qiu noticed this. The daredevil stepped on his opponent's palm with all his might, preventing him from carrying out his insidious plans. Grabbing the beautiful gun, the fighter emphasized that it looked quite powerful, so he wanted to try it out. Thanks to his skill as a firearms master, all the characteristics of the barrel floated in the warrior's head, and that was commendable. He noted to himself that no matter how formidable the enemy was, he would hardly be able to resist the pistol. A few seconds later, heavy fire began on the target, during which the hero showed not even a drop of mercy. The trees that had been hit by lead shells now had large craters and thick white smoke billowing from them. The bullets had great penetrating power, but the constant reloading made the gun less convenient to use. Stunned, Feng Peng asked in a trembling voice how he had managed to master a weapon that was new to him so quickly. The serious Shi Tuwei asked the kneeling boy how he could betray his teacher and his homeland. The stern mole said that his mentor had treated him well, but asked what good it had done him. It was said that his new comrades had given him enough money to live the life he had always dreamed of. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, emphasizing that he did not regret his decision for even a moment. Director Yang Jie asked if money was really that important, and the protagonist confirmed that it was. The man threatened to slap the student, and the frightened Lin Qiu immediately said that one cannot betray one's homeland for pieces of paper. Then the brave man said that Feng was worse than a child, and he laughed in response, muttering that it was not as easy to escape from there as it seemed. The old man expressed hope that the blonde man would cooperate with them and promised that they would then consider leniency. Suddenly, a small trickle of blood flowed from the mouth of the tense traitor, which was an alarming sign. The trio in front was stunned by this, but at first, no one understood what was happening to him. The nervous hero immediately exclaimed that the mole's condition had worsened, and that his life was now hanging by a thread. A few seconds later, the guy was lying on the ground with a blue forehead, showing no signs of life. The daredevil said that he must not be allowed to die, and the beautiful Shen looked on with great admiration. She rushed headlong to the wounded Pan and suddenly made a high jump, realizing that this was her chance. The blonde took on a demonic form right in the air and reached out with her bony hand toward the body of her opponent. Grabbing him tightly, she began to absorb the poison that was in the body of the man in pain. Sitting down comfortably, the charming girl focused on enjoying the process. Very soon, the young man opened his eyes and now had the opportunity to continue his life's journey. He was shocked to realize that he was not dead, and those around him began to silently look into his eyes, assessing the situation. The calm Lin Q immediately explained to him that his student Shin had absorbed all the harmful substances from his body. This news stunned the blonde man even more, as he had never met such people before. The lovely lady said in a gentle voice that she could do this indefinitely, and asked if the traitor wanted to test her. Approaching his opponent closely, the cold-blooded warrior said that now he would answer all their questions. The blonde man promised to do so, but hoped that they would let him die, because if they didn't, his wife and children would be in danger. The slightly surprised director gave him his word, then prepared to listen carefully. Earlier, Feng Pan had been informed that 2 mercenaries were in their hands, and he had been ordered to poison them. During the conversation, his face was extremely serious, and he remained honest and sincere. Tense, Yang Jai first asked who had given him the order, and if there were other accomplices. The young man replied that this person was well hidden, and he did not know who he was, let alone whether he had any accomplices. The calm gentleman then asked why they needed information about the weapons. The young man replied that this information was key to the development of new firearms by the people in hiding. The unperturbed Lin Q clarified whether it was correct that the cunning individuals wanted to arm themselves at the expense of their research. The serious Feng confirmed this, and then expressed his hope that they would keep their promise, since he had already told them everything. Not wanting to waste any more time on idle talk, the desperate young man put a pill on his tongue to heal his wounds. But suddenly, his face tensed up and turned blue, and blood flowed from his mouth again, which frightened him greatly. Concerned, Shen Xin immediately realized that he had accidentally swallowed poison and needed urgent help. The agitated girl ran to the young man, but she was stopped by the hero, who asked her to let the man go in peace. The reserved Yang Jie asked the boys to let him deal with the traitor's body, which was no longer of any use to them. The alarmed young man noticed that something was wrong with his comrade, who seemed to have lost consciousness. Suddenly, the demoness opened her mouth wide, and his hair stood on end, signaling another evolution. Discouraged, Si-Tu-Wei noted that these guys were real monsters, breaking through so quickly, and the director agreed with him. The next day, the trio stood at the airport, preparing to return, where Lin Chu thought only of his beloved Qin Zhen the entire way. Soon, the team boarded the plane, where 2 suspicious men with serious expressions were already standing. A few minutes later, the bandits began threatening the passengers with weapons, ordering everyone to stay put and hand over everything they had. The main character, with a bored expression on his face, wondered if they were really doing this in such a banal way, and he was not afraid of them at all. Suddenly, the system reported that the host was in danger, so he was forced to acquire the skill of diffusing E-grade explosives. The very nervous fighter could not even imagine that the plane had been mined, and that they were all in danger. The calm warrior understood that he needed to find the bomb as quickly as possible, since there were many innocent people on board. Within seconds, the observant young man spotted the explosive device. He told the stunned pilot that the plane had been mined, and added that the hijackers had to be dealt with immediately. The decisive director asked to be put in charge and immediately resorted to using his ability to attract attention. The next minute, the old man was behind the tense bandits, who sensed his presence. Even more surprising was that the dean tied them up in an instant, demonstrating incredible speed. Extremely serious and wasting no time, Lin Q rushed to the place where his main target was located. It turned out that the scoundrels had hidden the explosives in a box under the wash basin, where hardly anyone ever looked. There were only 5 pitiful minutes left on the timer, during which the daredevil, even with all his desire, would not have been able to do anything. The alert young man understood perfectly well that he would not be able to defuse the bomb in such a short time. Grabbing the explosives with his hands, the brave man shouted to the master that a barrier had to be created immediately. The alert man instantly complied with his comrade's request, further frightening the bound opponents, At that very moment, the young man took advantage of the inner space and took out the dragon egg, which he could not break in any way. The perceptive young man threw the precious object directly at the bomb, hoping that everything would work out. When there was only a minute left on the timer, the warrior tensed even more, and his heart began to beat faster. Very soon, there was a spectacular and incredibly loud explosion that could have taken many lives. Soon, thick gray smoke began to dissipate, and from behind it peered the fruit of the predator, which remained intact. Smiling sweetly and looking at the egg, the boy emphasized that everything was fine, so there was no reason to worry. Then the stern fighter's attention turned to the two scoundrels who had dared to threaten civilians. Glaring at them, Lin Qiu asked who had ordered them to do this and advised them to tell the truth. Bowing at his feet, they began to shout in unison that a mutual acquaintance had offered them some extra money, but they didn't think it would turn out this way. Scratching the back of his head, the young man asked the master what would be the best course of action in this situation. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound nearby and tensed up, as they didn't understand what was happening at first. Flight attendant Anna unexpectedly asked the passengers if anyone who knew how to fly a plane would come to the cockpit. The alert hero thought to himself that this aircraft was cursed, and realized that he had to help. The determined fighter said he knew how to do it, and Yang Ji and Shen Xin were shocked because they didn't know about his abilities. The director thought the kid was just bragging, while the blonde became even more proud of her teacher. The excited girl said she heard gunshots, after which the pilot stopped communicating. The confident fighter declared that he would solve all the problems, which shocked the red-haired lady. At that moment, he opened the door to the navigator's compartment, and the flight attendant was unable to hold back a scream out of fear. The shocking fact was that there were two bloodied men inside, one of whom was holding a gun. Puzzled, Lin Qiu wondered what was going on, but couldn't find an answer. Dean said that he had questioned the prisoners and learned that someone was supposed to back them up in the cockpit, but they didn't know who. The pensive hero said that after the death of the captain and the second navigator, they had lost their main lead, and the onboard system had also been destroyed. Suddenly, the plane began to shake, and a nervous Yang Jie asked his young student to do something about it. The young man, keeping his cool, said that he had no other choice, so he decided to take extreme measures. The brave young man unexpectedly grabbed the steering wheel and assured those around him that he could handle the controls. As he leveled the aircraft, the daredevil said that everything would be fine now. The dispatcher reported over the radio that the aircraft had deviated from its course and asked for an immediate response. Smiling, the guy said that they had encountered some problems, but now they were back on track. After a while, the main character successfully landed the aircraft on the runway, saving the lives of the passengers. Soon, everyone went outside and began discussing the recent event, and the guy looked at Anna with a smirk. The director said it was intentional murder and asked the young guys to return to the academy, while he decided to start an investigation. Mila Shen was about to ask her mentor some questions, but he replied that he needed to meet a friend and suggested they discuss it later. The girl did not bother him and said that they would see each other later, after which she began to walk away in an unknown direction. The young man asked the robot to explain why the skill had awakened today, and it replied that his life was in danger. The system said that it had many other functions, such as quickly restoring the owner's spiritual strength. The delighted young man asked how he could quickly restore his energy, but the assistant warned that it was not worth it. The robot was glad that the host's conscience had finally awakened and added that he needed help replenishing his mana. The assistant promised to tell him about it when the warrior got the diamond, and he thanked him for everything. Soon, the hero and Shen Xin were walking down the academy corridor, but something seemed very strange to him. The wary guy couldn't understand why they hadn't met a single person the whole time. Then he opened the door and saw his happy friends in the room, among whom was his beloved Qin Zhen. An enthusiastic Lin Qiu smiled and said loudly that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and the guys congratulated him. The beautiful Cheng Ming noted that her brother had done well in the competition, and added that they had all been rooting for him. The curious Zheng Hongyang was the first to ask who the pretty blonde standing next to the brave man was. The young man replied that she was their new student, who looked at everyone with a smile on her face. The friendly Zhang Song greeted his sister Xin, and everyone else was very happy to see her. The green-haired friend nudged his brother with his elbow, saying that he could have left the girl with them. But the hero pointed out that he had misunderstood. Deciding to change the subject, the brave man gently took his beloved Zhen by the hand and suggested they go for a walk together. His confident actions impressed the beauty, who missed the affection of her beloved. The guys went for a walk, and the bespectacled man told Hong Yan that he was lucky that Chu was busy with his sister and paying attention to his nonsense. After a while, the couple sat down on a bench in the park, where Lin asked the girl for forgiveness, but she did not understand why he was doing this. The lady hoped that the guy hadn't done anything serious, and he, being slightly alarmed, assured her that this was not the case. The young man said that he wanted to spend the money he had earned on their wedding, which surprised his counterpart even more. The interested beauty asked him to tell her what had happened to the money, and the young man replied that it had happened after the competition. In a few minutes, he told her the story of the Black Rose and the captive children, which shocked Qin. The brave man asked if his beloved was angry, but she stroked his head and said that he had spent the money to help poor children. In an instant, Chu felt a pleasant warmth in his heart, and his cheeks flushed, which was noticeable to the naked eye. The hero hugged the girl, promising to work hard to provide her and their children with a secure future. His words made the shy beauty feel awkward, as she thought it was too early to talk about children. Hugging his beloved even tighter, the guy noted that he hadn't seen her for several days and asked if she had made it to the gold. Waving her arms lovingly, the charmer replied that he was rushing things and asked if it wasn't time for him to slow down a little. A few days later, the focused fighter sat in his dorm room and pursued some goal. For a while, his eyes were closed, and he was thinking about something non-stop, trying to materialize his thoughts. The young man concluded that he had indeed overdone it, because Qin and his two had hit him, but his body still ached. He concluded that he could remedy the situation by absorbing 3 spiritual spheres, namely speed, wild awakening, and the roar of the king of beasts. This unusual move significantly improved the warrior's physical condition, and he noticed that he looked even more attractive in the mirror. His assistant asked him to stop admiring himself, saying that it was time to awaken the skill. The host was congratulated on obtaining the SS rank physical enhancement skill, and now his strength corresponded to 3 platinum stars. Smiling, the brave man told himself that he could now absorb the beads given to him by his mentor. Focusing once more, the young warrior decided not to waste any time and to do it quickly. Spreading his arms wide, he relaxed and surrendered to the process, hoping that it would bring good results. Now the fighter could create gaps that tore through space, and the indicator would increase as the level rose. The young man felt that he was very close to reaching the 6th gold level, so he was in a good mood. At that moment, a loud phone call rang with a melody that made him feel even better. Lin immediately said that he had good news, but Yang Ji interrupted him, saying that everything was bad, and adding that they needed to meet at the site. Then the man hung up, and the confused guy was slightly taken aback and didn't even know how to react to this. A crowd of students had already gathered in the main courtyard of the academy, looking at the principal and his deputy. The calm hero tried to understand what had happened, since the teacher had suddenly summoned so many people. The beautiful Qin noticed that her beloved had also arrived, and the Deccan immediately demanded the students' attention. The gentleman announced that a terrible riot had broken out 100 miles from their city, and it already sounded frightening. The shocked students began to look at each other and whisper to each other, not yet knowing what would happen next. The director said that several nearby academies had sent their teams to help, adding that they would also take part. The news shook even the stern Lin Q, and the frightened Jen immediately clung to her significant other. The fighter had learned many new skills recently, so he was confident and intended to volunteer. The elderly Yang Zhe added that the boys would be able to keep all the spiritual spheres found in the danger zone. His beloved said that the area had always been controlled by the state, and suggested that the rebellion was indeed special. The brave Lin already imagined how he would defeat the tiger and rejoice in his new victories. The excited young man said that he would make a lot of money when he returned, and gain even more respect. The brave man raised his hand and declared that he would do everything possible to ensure the safety of the group, and Qin volunteered to follow him. The young man was afraid that the charmer would be in danger, because there were golden-level beasts there, but that didn't stop her. The beauty gave an adequate assessment of her abilities and assured him that it was really important to her. With a sweet smile, the lady asked if her beloved, who made her feel completely safe, would protect her. Her words made an impression on the blushing rabbit, whose ears were already sticking out of his head. The hero said that she had to promise not to leave his side, and the girl complied with his request without hesitation. Suddenly, the serious Lin Q remembered something important and thought deeply, calculating his next steps. He asked the master to fill the item with spiritual energy and said that it would help the lady deal with gold and platinum level animals. Surprised, Qin took the combat pistol from his hands, noting that it was very cool, and now she was fully equipped. Then the fighter handed her the dragon egg, saying that his beloved should use it as a shield in case of danger. The young man decided that he should ask Shen Xin to follow his other half and protect her everywhere. The lovely lady, who appreciated his concern, gently touched the young man's face, smiling sincerely at him. Calmly, the girl asked him not to worry and promised that she would be fine. Taking his beloved by the hands, the main character said that he would definitely protect her, and she believed him completely. Director Yang Jie watched the couple from a distance and decided not to interfere, allowing them to be together before departure. The man thought to himself that he was lucky that this guy had come to them, and that he had brought his beautiful girlfriend with him. The gentleman also realized that the lady had awakened the ice system, but he was not sure whether to let her into the ruins. A few days later, a long yellow bus was driving through rocky terrain where the road was very steep. All the platinum-level beasts were under control, and after a detailed inspection of the area, it was confirmed that the danger was not so great. The guys who arrived at the site were asked not to worry too much, and Lin Qiu and his comrades soon came out. The surprised young man noticed that the other academies were already there and began to look around with the others. The young man asked Brother Lun why there were only girls here and where the boys had gone. The smiling Zhangsun replied that these were beauties from the women's academy, where there were no boys at all. The hero, frozen in place, had heard something about them and asked if it was difficult for the ladies to cope without male support. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder and addressed him by name, and the stern warrior immediately turned around. The lovely Huangfu Lengkui said she had heard about the brave man and asked if he wanted to transfer to their school, Gu. The beautiful Chao noted that they hadn't seen the brave man in a long time and introduced the director of their academy, whom he recognized immediately. The young man declined the offer, saying that he was very happy at his own college. The head noted that their university was full of beautiful women, whom the young man introduced, but he still did not change his mind. The blue-eyed lady also mentioned her shy girl, who asked her aunt to be quiet. Faithful Lin said that he already had a significant other, who was steaming with anger. The hero hugged his beloved, saying that he loved her very much, so she had nothing to worry about. The lady emphasized the young man's good taste and suggested that the two of them transfer to Gu Academy, where they would be much better off. The persistent fighter thanked her again for the offer, but assured her that they were really quite happy at their educational institution. Surprised, Yimeng asked how her aunt could say such a thing, and Leng Kui said that she liked the young man. Breathing a sigh of relief, the young man said that it was as if he had been set up on a blind date, and it had exhausted him. Soon, Dean Yangze said that the area was under the control of the Suzaku team and had already been surveyed. It was said that the temperature in the ruins had suddenly dropped significantly, so each of the students had to put on the jackets that had been prepared. The students complied, and the teacher added that the spirit beasts were not prepared for such a change, which enraged them. Finally, the director asked everyone present not to forget to help each other, and they listened to him attentively. At that moment, a rather large portal opened, through which all the volunteers had to pass to begin the task. At the front of the line stood the fearless Zhen, who felt calm next to her loved one. The alert lady was the first to sense a strange aura and began to ponder it, remaining calm. Suddenly, her beloved took her by the hand, giving her another dose of warmth and confidence. Smiling slightly at his other half, the brave Lin Qiu said that it was time for them to go inside. Reassured, the beauty agreed with him and began to take steps forward, now completely fearless. Soon, the young people stepped into the portal, fully prepared to begin their important task. After a short time, the hero began to cough violently, spitting out water. The team found themselves in an area surrounded by icy mountains, which looked beautiful though. The trembling guy said that it was much colder inside than outside, but all we could do was endure it. He added that fortunately, there were no spiritual beasts nearby, so they should be safe. The nervous Lin Qiu suddenly ordered his comrades to find shelter and hide, as if he had seen a threat nearby. It turned out that there was a whole herd of huge mammoths nearby that could wipe them all out in an instant. The fierce animals were ready to tear apart the intruders who had come to their land uninvited. The extremely serious hero immediately grabbed his beloved girlfriend, remembering that he had to protect her at the cost of his own life. He picked up the beauty and began to jump aside, trying to find a safe place to wait out the threat. With a smirk on his face, the fighter noted that they were very lucky, because they had only just arrived and the spiritual beasts had already surrounded them. The observant mammoths began to look around carefully, trying to see where their enemies were. The wary teammates began to think about what to do next, because there were too many targets and they clearly couldn't handle them all. The assembled warrior said he would distract the animals to buy them time to maneuver. Then, he turned to Hanfu Yiming with a request to protect his beloved Qin Zhen while he was doing this. The very serious commander asked his comrades for their attention and ordered them to open the field immediately. At that very moment, the fearless warrior rushed headlong forward, while his comrades acted as discussed. The focused demoness with wings flew up and began to use her ability to strengthen the others. The trio immediately received a boost in strength, but the situation was still tense and no one relaxed. Making an incredibly high jump, the brave Chu decided to pounce on one of the mammoths. He landed with a crash and struck the ground, causing several animals to scatter in different directions. Thanks to the girl's technique, the team members became much stronger and more resilient, and the hero found her interesting. Continuing to move intensively, the young man decided to try out new skills, as he had a great opportunity to do so. Clenching his fist tightly and rushing into the attack, the warrior resorted to activating his awakening, intimidating the beasts in his path. Without a shred of mercy, the brave man delivered a crushing blow to the mammoth's head, nearly turning its brain to mush. In that instant, the huge animal lay on the ground, and thick columns of gray smoke rose around it. Lin, who always went all the way, grabbed his opponent by its long horn and lifted it above him with a sharp movement. It looked very impressive from the sidelines as the strong man tossed the mammoth, whose weight exceeded his own several times over. The merciless kid continued to beat his opponent, making him scream in pain, which frightened the others. The bruiser continued to destroy all the spirit beasts in his path, and soon most of them no longer posed any danger. Shocked, Qianlong wondered if it was too outrageous to treat a giant animal this way, and his comrade asked if they should intervene at all. The daredevil ordered them to stand back and not interfere unless necessary, and they did not argue and remained silent. Smiling, the fighters realized that they could simply reap the fruits of the main character's labor, who had given them his blessing. The warrior himself put on a serious face, showing his readiness to continue fighting, as if he were not tired at all. Suddenly he crowed at the top of his lungs, which looked very silly from the outside and caused Spanish shame. Angry at his failure, the guy wondered if this was the roar of the king of beasts, while his surprised comrades giggled at him. At one point, the alert Lin Q seemed to realize something and froze in place, staring at one spot. The young man realized that the group control skill would be very useful to him and continued to observe the mammoths. Turning his gaze to his teammates, he ordered them to immediately activate their abilities and not ask any unnecessary questions. The guys did not contradict the captain and immediately complied with his request, their faces serious. Very soon, the whole group was ready to attack the spiritual beasts with full force so as not to let their leader down. The terrified animals began to scatter, realizing that their enemies were too strong, but some of them lost their coordination. The main character silently watched the fleeing herd, which had decided to simply get their paws off the battlefield. The bewildered young man emphasized that he had overestimated them, thinking that they would fight like madmen. In turn, the discouraged Qianlong admitted the possibility that the commander had underestimated his abilities. One of the observant guys asked his comrades to look at something, as if it were something important. It was mesmerizing to see one of the dead mammoths suddenly glow with a bright yellow light. A few seconds later, there were 6 golden spheres lying on the icy ground, which were of great value. Very soon, several more piles appeared, which delighted the main character. An enthusiastic Lin Q, with a smile on his face, asked why the guys were standing there like they were rooted to the spot, and asked them to collect the valuables immediately. The lovely Han Fu Yi Meng said that they were not worthy of it, because he had dealt with the mammoths himself, so he should take everything for himself. The noble warrior handed one of the spheres to his counterpart, saying that they had all contributed to the task. The young man decided to give the next gold bead to his beloved Zhen, who was very excited. Suddenly, the worried girl said that she felt like something was tearing her apart from the inside. The experienced fighter immediately understood that too much energy had accumulated in her body, and she was close to breaking through. The brave man called Shen Xin over and ordered her to look after the girl, while he went to collect the remaining spheres. The demoness Hanfu said that Lin had saved them a lot of time and gotten rid of the beasts, so she handed him a bag of balls. The young man asked if she didn't need them, since there were so many, and he hadn't expected such a gift at all. The calm Qianlong smiled and said that they wanted to achieve everything themselves, so they made that decision. Unexpectedly, the blonde with angel wings suggested that the team captain divide them into small groups. This statement shocked and stunned the leader, who had not even thought about it before. One of the boys said that they were here for the experience, and with a professional, they would hardly have the opportunity to gain it. The hero assumed that the boys were frightened by his display of strength, but decided to agree and give them the green light. From a deep pocket in his jacket, the commander took out several blue shells that could be useful to the fighters. He said they were signal flares and asked them to signal him if anything suddenly happened to them. After that, the young man waved to his comrades and wished them luck, asking them to take care of themselves with all their might. Then he smiled calculatingly, thinking about the next steps that would improve his well-being. Holding the dragon egg in his hands, Lin Chu promised to take care of it and collect the best spheres for it. Placing the precious fruit on the ground, the young man took 2 steps back and watched as it absorbed the spheres. The fighter decided to wait until Zhen made a breakthrough, and then continue on his way without worrying about anything. He watched intently as his beloved was enveloped in a bright pink light, which looked alarming. The warrior said he had time to explore the ruins, which were much larger than the ones they had explored last time, At first, the daredevil thought it would be great if half of the beasts here were gold level, and judging by the beads, that was the case. Suddenly, the young man sneezed loudly, feeling a slight pain in his ribs, but he did not dwell on it. The system said that under normal conditions, mammoths lived in meadows or forests at a comfortable temperature. The weather conditions here were not suitable for most of the beasts of the ruins, and it was not surprising that they suddenly became enraged. The main character concluded that everything here had changed unexpectedly, and turned his gaze back to Chin, who was entering a new stage. The beauty slowly opened her eyes, feeling harmony inside, and did not even say anything. The girl suddenly moved up a centimeter, raising her head, and her hair began to flow in the wind. A few seconds later, Lin asked if she had made a breakthrough, and a joyful Jen confirmed that she had evolved to gold. The shocked lady first asked where the rest of the team was, and why only they were here. Putting on an act, the guy squeezed out tears and replied that they had been abandoned. But the lady couldn't understand what he was talking about. The young man said that they had all left because he was too strong, and his counterpart asked him not to whine, being sure that he was fine. Shen Xin, standing next to them with a smile on her face, asked where they were going now, but the guys had completely forgotten about her. The calm hero suggested killing monsters and leveling up, as it would be very useful to them in the future. In turn, the surprised Chin looked somewhere, as if she had seen something interesting. The girl stared intently at the thick bushes that glistened in the sunlight. The lovely lady said that she had a feeling that something was calling her, and Lin Chu decided to simply trust her instincts. But at one point, the guy became very alert and looked more closely at the indicated place. The guys decided to move forward, and as it turned out, there was a mammoth eating hay nearby. Peeking out from behind the plants, the hero immediately spotted the beast, realizing that battle was inevitable. At that very moment, he was noticed by the terrified predator, who opened its mouth in shock and froze in place. The trickster immediately rushed at it, and the panicked animal turned around in tears and ran away. The young man grabbed his opponent by the tail, saying that since they had met again, the mammoth would become his riding assistant. The smiling beauties immediately ran to his aid, knowing exactly what to do. Both girls jumped on the shaggy beast, which had not even had time to understand what was happening, but had already become a captive. Petting the distraught predator, the compassionate Lin Qiu promised not to kill it if it behaved well. Then the young man jumped up to climb on top as well, and then began to control his new companion. The daredevil said it was time to leave, but the wary Shen had not yet settled down. Nevertheless, the strict bodyguard saluted the master, showing her willingness to go with him to the ends of the earth. The shy Zhen, in turn, gently pressed herself against her beloved, but she felt awkward about it. Smiling, the young man noted to himself that her touch was very pleasant, but he chose to keep it to himself. Serious Shin shouted at the master to pay attention to something, as if there was danger ahead. The girls felt that a threat was approaching them, but the young man did not quite understand her words. Then the lady noted that something was clearly wrong with the mammoth, but the hero remained calm and did not rush to conclusions. He considered it a reasonable option to use his ability to assess the situation around him. Ahead of them, the young people encountered a large number of black-winged locusts, which were alarming in their ability to reproduce. The reserved young man could not understand why there were so many of them on their path, and the concerned Chin asked what they should do next. The stern warrior gave his mount a slap on the back, ordering it to run forward immediately before they were bitten. The creepy insects immediately noticed their actions and became active, not wanting to let their enemies get away so easily. The blonde asked why they were running away if their enemies were weak, and Chu replied that even diamond-level warriors would not be able to defeat them. His beloved asked if the director and the others didn't know about such a large swarm of locusts, and the guy suggested that climate change was to blame. Suddenly, one of his comrades cried out that the insects were heading for the exit, so they had to act quickly. Lin, who was focused, realized that if the enemies entered their world, it would lead to a terrible catastrophe. Jumping off the mammoth, the brave man said that this would not do, and decided to prevent possible consequences. Already tense, Qinjin was very afraid for her loved one, and did not want to let him go alone. The brave man asked the girls to go first, firmly stating that he would try to stop the locusts on his own. A huge number of aggressive insects were ready to deal with the young man who thought himself a god. The fearless fighter took up a fighting stance, and used his ability, ready to repel the onslaught. His brave companion activated her freezing skill, as well as the 1,000 miles of ice technique. At that moment, many insects froze in the air and were covered with a thick shell, no longer posing any danger. Shocked, Lin Qiu never imagined that his other half could prove herself so worthy in battle. The persistent lady exclaimed that she couldn't let her beloved fight alone, and Shen added that they wouldn't leave him. The young man stroked the beauty's head, saying that she must be able to stand up for herself, and she smiled at him, feeling warmth in her heart. But it was too early to relax, because a whole bunch of locusts were still on the loose and posed a threat to them. The boys stood with their legs wide apart, showing their readiness to continue the battle, while Shin remained on the mammoth. In a rage, the warrior called his opponents arrogant insects that meant nothing to him. Without further ado, he used his thunderstrike technique and slammed his fists into the ice beneath his feet with all his might. The power of the attack was so great that most of the flying bugs were knocked right out of the air. Some simply dissolved into space, turning to dust before doing so. Smiling, the fearless warrior noted that the effect of his ability was excellent. After that, he resorted to using God's punishment and the Thunderlord's strike to deal with the stragglers. Severe Zhen activated the zero-temperature skill, directing it at the remaining horde of fleas. She glared maliciously at the vile mosquitoes that were tormenting them, preventing them from returning to their world. In an instant, the entire locust guard turned their attention to the girl, who froze in place. One of the nasty insects attacked the girl with a light attack because she had provoked it. The alarmed girl was slightly confused, as a result of which her pink blouse was torn in the chest area. What was happening frightened Lin Qiu very much, but his beloved assured him that everything was fine. She was just a little tired. Although the guys got rid of most of them, there were still too many insects, and it was draining their strength. Clenching his jaw nervously, the warrior decided that he had to try to change something before it was too late. The determined fighter activated his spiritual ability to tear space, while his beloved watched in surprise. At that moment, a large number of locusts lost the ability to attack him, which was very cool. The brave warrior confirmed that the effect was good, but unfortunately it was too energy-intensive, although a couple of such attacks could completely destroy the enemies. Nervous Lin asked how he could quickly restore his spiritual power, and the system advised him not to use this function. The harsh master asked her to simply do it, saying that it was a matter of life and death, after which all recommendations were dropped. The robot said it would help him this time, after which the main character's mana began to recover rapidly. Within a few seconds, his serious face was clearer, signaling that he had regained his full strength. Taking a fighting stance, the brave man said that he was going into battle again, so his opponents had better watch out. Shocked, Zhen and Shen simply froze in place, watching his reckless actions with wide eyes. A few seconds later, the young man emerged from the portal that had appeared, and now there was a starry sky above his head. A whole crowd of bees gathered in front of him and instantly turned their attention to him, considering him an enemy. A whole swarm of two-colored insects began to fly towards the opponent, who had come to them uninvited. The brave man did not stand on ceremony and immediately used his ability to keep them at bay. Then he activated a thunderstrike aimed at the swarm of gnats, which was slightly frightened by his actions. The fearless young man asked the robot to replenish its energy, and now this process took only a moment. The merciless fighter decided to summon a space rift to consolidate his success and secure victory. The confused bees began to lose coordination, and the enemy's ability to do anything was reduced to zero. The mammoth and the girls sitting on it continued to watch the battle of the master, who was performing very well. In her mind, the lovely Shen Xin imagined her mentor in good physical shape without a shirt. The professional's resilience fascinated the young student, who wanted to learn a lot from him. During the last few seconds of the fight, a smile appeared on Lin Qiu's face, confirming his fighting spirit. Smiling, the enthusiastic warrior called infinite spiritual strength a wonderful discovery for battle. After jumping, the cool-headed guy said that they were done here and could finally go back. Pointing at himself and flashing a grin, the young man asked his beloved if he was cool after that. Unexpectedly, his beloved girl threw herself at him with a strong embrace, causing the young man to be very surprised. A concerned Zhen said that he had scared her to death with his maneuvers, which put his life in danger. Gently hugging his companion, the hero lovingly called her silly and promised that he would not die until he married her. The cunning Shen Xin, who admired the master more and more, interrupted the young couple's conversation. The assistant asked if his spiritual power was really that great, since there were millions of locusts around. At that moment, the gambler's pupils seemed to turn into dollar signs, as he realized he could make a lot of money. The young man said that now they would all become rich, and once again rushed headlong somewhere. The delighted young man began to collect a large number of precious spheres, which would be very useful to him in the future. But soon, Lin Qiu looked at his dirty hands and realized that he would not be able to find anything else. The stunned kid with a blue forehead realized that there were no more finds in the area and instantly became upset. He was upset that there were no spheres higher than silver nearby, and there was nothing he could do about it. The crying hero decided to take quantity over quality, saying that such beads would also be useful to them, and picked up a dragon egg. The young man placed the predator's fruit on the ground and took a step back, and small bees began to gather around him. The precious embryo was endowed with a great deal of energy, which was what the caring young man wanted. Hugging the treasure, the boy decided to give it the opportunity to be of maximum use, because it meant a lot to him. A few minutes later, he climbed back onto the mammoth and decided to continue on with the girls. The fighter knew that he did not need the robot's help to regain his strength, and believed that now was the time to use today's skill. The boy had acquired the ability to speak the language of spiritual beasts, which allowed him to communicate with them. The young man immediately realized that he had a good chance to communicate with the long-nosed beast carrying them on its back. The hero soon addressed the animal, and it was shocked to realize that he was speaking to it in the same language. The mammoth asked how it was that the boy understood him and what he knew about their race. The youngster asked him to tell him something, and the horned creature thought he would want to hear about the pillar of blue smoke that had appeared about a month ago in the middle of the night. The strong man assumed that a rare treasure had appeared in that place, one that deserved attention. Interested, Lin Qiu asked if he could take him there, because such an opportunity could not be ignored. The spirit beast heard that many people wanted to get their hands on the valuables, but he knew for sure that when they appeared, the weather started to get colder. The wary hero wondered where this ray of light came from and decided to discuss it with Zhen. The charmer said that even though she had encountered such dangerous animals, she was still impressed, and the delighted Shen called the master amazing. After a while, the group reached the central part, where only bare snow-covered trees were visible. Surprised, Qin asked if her beloved thought that the creature calling her was to blame for everything. The young man replied that, according to the master, everything had been cleared away. But for some reason no one had taken the strange thing. The young man said that it was useless to speculate about it, and suggested that they simply go and check it out, and the feisty lady agreed with him. But at one point, the girl felt something strange and looked ahead in surprise, trying to remain calm. Serious Lin noticed the change in her expression and wondered what had happened. The alert lady felt an unusual call, and then suddenly everything disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The main character wanted to use Zhen's intuition to find the treasure, but now he would have to come up with another plan. The brave man said that they would have to split up, and the determined Shen Xin surprised her comrades by immediately running off somewhere. The focused fighter resorted to activating his ability to survey the area and draw conclusions. He understood perfectly well that the chances of finding the jewels were slim, but he thought it was still worth a try. The beautiful Qin knelt down and began to look through everything, asking her beloved to search elsewhere. Enchanted by her beauty, the young man ran off to do his business, while the mammoth looked at him with slight bewilderment. In the evening, the three friends gathered around the fire and discussed their findings, while the spiritual beast took the opportunity to go to sleep. The brave young man said that the area was large, so the search would take some time, and suggested continuing tomorrow. The next morning, the young man began to stretch, saying that it was very pleasant to finally get some sleep. He asked why the student was so serious in the morning, but she did not answer right away. The girl finally said that the mammoth had suddenly disappeared, which greatly alarmed the master, who did not understand what was going on. The lady added that if the beast had run away, they would have noticed tracks, but in their situation, there was only one option left. The perceptive girl declared that someone had stolen it, and the hero suggested that the enemy was at least as powerful as a diamond. Excited, Qin suggested returning, as she did not want the guys to be in danger because of her. The guy thought about it. Could it be that the enemies had taken the animal away without a sound, because they were here with the beautiful Zhen? The brave man said that they needed to come up with a new plan, and asked his beloved to take the backpack, saying that he would protect her. Then both girls started walking forward, and the young man walked behind them, thinking about what to do next. The hero asked if the system knew anything, and she replied that the solution to this question lay within his competence. The fighter asked if it was a human or a beast, and the worker replied that he needed to learn to act independently, but could help with awakening skills. Lin Qiu gained the ability of omniscience, which increased his hearing acuity 100-fold for a short period of time, which could be useful to him. The young man concluded that the enemy was not as strong as he had thought, and believed that he had a chance to get the mammoth back. He began to look around, continuing to ponder what was happening. Suddenly, something dawned on the young man, and he was so struck by it that his expression changed. The confident warrior said he knew who their enemy was, and his tense comrades looked at him in surprise. Both beauties asked him not to drag his feet, and to tell them everything as soon as possible, as they were tired of doing nothing. The young man decided to consider the possibility that someone had stolen such a huge animal from right under their noses. The hero said that the thief must be another spiritual beast, and his companions looked at him in bewilderment. Still, Zhen agreed that the animal was quite capable of such a thing, and Shen noted that it would not be so easy for them to deal with it. The cool-headed Lin Qiu suddenly put his index finger to his lips, asking them to be quiet. His keen hearing allowed him to always be aware of what was happening around him, and he decided to take advantage of this. Somewhere nearby, a fierce predator with red eyes was hiding, watching the young people. The reserved fighter quickly spotted the enemy but decided not to give himself away. The commander said that somewhere about 500 meters away from them was a creature that they had to get rid of immediately. At that very moment, he created a portal right next to him, hinting to his comrades that they would have to go through it. The guys decided not to waste any time and immediately jumped into the passage, realizing that they had to act quickly. The first to spot the enemy was the angry Shen Xin, who clenched her fist resolutely, preparing to strike it in the head. The blow was so powerful that the green-skinned elf began to spit blood without even having time to take anything. The bald man became even angrier and began to hiss menacingly, hoping to put psychological pressure on the pathetic children. Suddenly, he jumped back and simply disappeared into space, which looked very impressive from the outside. The hero said that it was a cosmic wanderer who was extremely maneuverable, so it was not worth chasing, because they would only get into trouble. Alerted, Qin asked if he had ever encountered such beasts before, since he seemed to know something about them. The guy replied that it was an extremely vicious diamond-level predator that always returned to its offender. Licking her lips, Xin said that she was more afraid that the monster, which possessed a large amount of poison, would escape. Then the demoness began to giggle maliciously, and her astonished comrades said in unison that there was a devil in their team. Sirius Lin said that, according to the mammoth, the flash appeared suddenly, but he didn't notice any energy on the wanderer and didn't understand where the treasure was. At that moment, the enemy was hiding in the bushes and watching the trio, waiting for the right moment to attack. The focused warrior again used his keen hearing and realized that the target was nearby. Remaining silent, he pointed in the right direction, and the determined ladies understood him immediately. Soon, the young man sat down under a tree and said that they should rest a little, and the girls agreed with him. The charming Jen gently leaned against her beloved and felt a strong warmth and calmness next to him. A few minutes later, a strange hissing sound came from the bushes, which was an alarming warning. The hero couldn't feel his hands and reminded himself that he needed to catch the enemy, and also said that he needed more spiritual strength. His limbs were numb because both beauties had snuggled up to him to keep warm and had fallen asleep very quickly. A few seconds later, the lovely Qin opened her eyes and gently took the young man's hand. Smiling, the lady assumed that the guy's hands were numb, so she decided to give him a light massage. Feeling warmth in his heart, the young man wondered if he was really so lucky with his girlfriend, since she always took care of him. Then he concentrated as hard as he could again, using his ability, because he couldn't relax. The alert fighter asked his comrade to be quieter, as there was already a threat nearby. As it turned out, at that moment, a space traveler who had come to take revenge stumbled upon their small camp. Calm Shen Xin was still in the realm of sleep, while her companions thought about what to do next. Smiling insidiously, the predator said that he needed the blonde, as he remembered that she was a demon. Eager to deal with the girl as quickly as possible, the trickster rushed to attack, and the situation became very tense. The trio of guys was ready to take on the big-eared scoundrel who dared to disturb their precious peace. The merciless enemy made high jumps to prevent them from counterattacking. The angry lady cried out that she would give him a good beating for such arrogant behavior. At that very moment, the fearless warrior used her devilish ability, ready to face her opponent. Without a hint of doubt in her actions, she bravely threw her fist, but the spiritual beast grabbed her arm. Slightly agitated, the girl couldn't believe that her plan had been ruined in an instant, and now it was more difficult for her to do anything. The cunning scoundrel began to mock her maliciously, convinced that no one could defeat him. The alarmed lady wondered what was happening, as she couldn't move, and the scoundrel was slowly approaching her. With a sinister grin, the monster said in his language that they would all die, and he would continue to live happily. The worried blonde was enveloped by the enemy's blue portal, which was ready to end the performance. Stressed, Jen asked what they should do now, since the ruthless predator had captured the girl. Smiling and scratching the back of his head, Lin Chu asked if they shouldn't be worried about the demon instead. Unexpectedly, the brave Shen broke free and delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the insolent creature's chest with her knee. She relentlessly pounded her opponent in various parts of his torso, using her skills. The hero, watching this, said that he was confident in his student, while his beloved froze in shock. The brave blonde delivered precise blows to the jaw of the big-eared creature, causing it to cough up blood. The nervous teacher asked her to just grab the beast, warning that next time it would be almost impossible to catch it. The girl decided to heed her mentor's advice and said she would do so now, but at that moment the predator became very angry. Alarmed, Chu cried out that the target was escaping, so they had to act as quickly as possible to stop her. Glaring fiercely at the wretch, the wanderer said in his own language that the game had only just begun, and there was still much to come. The wary boys froze in place, staring at the blue portal and wondering what else to expect from the cosmic beast. Tense Lin noticed that his other half was in danger because the monster was behind her. The confused beauty did not know how to behave in this difficult situation. But she had no way of escaping because her movements were restricted. The large passageway was pulling the charmer in more and more, and she continued to call for help from the main character. The brave man clenched his yellow fist and decided to rush into the attack, which at first glance was a rather foolish decision. The space wanderer was extremely intelligent and cunning, and his strength was comparable to that of a platinum-level warrior. While the other beasts fought for the treasures, the cunning monster simply watched from the sidelines. Finally, after dealing with the last winner, he teleported away with the jewels and then disappeared to survive. Extremely nervous, Chu tried to come up with a plan to rescue his beloved girl, but nothing came to mind. Suddenly, his mind was overcome with rage, and using lightning he shouted loudly that he would destroy the scoundrel if he laid a finger on Zhen. The young man rushed forward headlong, asking his assistant to help track down the enemy. The system guided him directly on the move, and the hero asked it to track the opponent's location further. Racing at tremendous speed, the young man hoped very much that his other half was okay. The sneaky stranger didn't stop for even a second and kept holding the girl tight so she wouldn't get away. The perceptive girl assumed that he was moving so actively because Lin Chu was following him. The warrior lady realized that she was the enemy's original target and told herself that she had to find a way to hold out until her beloved arrived. At one point, she noticed the backpack in her hand, which the main character had given her a little earlier. The girl took a dragon egg out of the bag, but she didn't know what it was for or how to use it. Without thinking twice, Qin threw the precious object into the beast's mouth, which made it even angrier. The very nervous traveler had no idea what to expect and ended up just freezing in place. The shocked lady wondered what kind of fruit had absorbed all of her opponent's spiritual energy, depriving him of the ability to do anything. Looking at the monster covered in sweat, Zhen thought to herself that compared to the egg, this creature was just a pathetic ant. Earlier, the beauty had seen Lin Q sharing mana with the dragon embryo and realized that she had underestimated him. After that, the determined young lady reached into her backpack again and took out a black pistol. Holding the firearm confidently in her hands, she said to herself that she had to try to shoot. Realizing that the situation was heating up even more, the eared gremlin tensed up and even became confused. Deciding not to stand on ceremony, the stern lady fired several shots at her opponent. The angry predator began to jump around, hoping to survive, even though it was very difficult for him. Out of anger, he clenched his jaw tightly, realizing that he needed to be more careful, but it was easier said than done. Soon, one of the bullets hit the ferocious monster's arm, which made it very wary, but it did not cry out in pain. An enthusiastic Qin Zhen exclaimed that she had hit the target, but it was too early to relax. Smiling, the animal noted in its own language that the projectile had caused it very little damage, so now it was not afraid of anything. The girl became very wary, realizing that her opponent was completely unharmed and that she was now in danger again. Opening its mouth wide, the toothy predator made it clear that it was ready to pounce and tear her apart. It made a sharp, high jump, landing above the girl, who simply froze in place out of fear. Smiling sweetly, the beauty quietly called her enemy insolent, as if a brilliant idea had popped into her head. She remembered how Lin Chu had given her a gun, saying that it had special bullets, and that even the strongest creatures could not withstand it. Now the girl held the firearm much more confidently and was ready to fire the decisive shot. Pulling the trigger, the lady said that now the bald monster would try something new for himself. The extremely tense wanderer continued to rage, as he had increased his level thanks to the treasure. In the end, he did not have time to react, and the bullet passed through him, leaving a wound in his mouth. A few seconds later, the cosmic beast fell to its knees, and it was clear that it no longer posed any danger. Meanwhile, the main character and his student Shen rushed headlong to help their comrade who was in trouble. Using his ability, the main character marked the location of his beloved and realized that she was behind thick bushes. The tense blonde also noticed the light from the spiritual weapon and exclaimed that they were somewhere nearby. The serious fighter began to move forward, carefully peeking out from behind the plants and looking around. At that moment, he saw Zhen standing on her feet, who had proven herself in battle and had not even been injured. The completely calm girl turned around and saw her other half, whom she had already missed. The beauty said that she had figured everything out, and the guys noticed the monster lying on the ground. Smiling sweetly, the charmer asked if they agreed that she had proven herself to be very cool. Unexpectedly, Lin Q hugged his beloved girlfriend tightly, saying that she had scared him to death with her actions. Feeling the warmth of her loved one, Qin asked him not to be afraid, assuring him that everything was fine. The surprised guy asked how she did it, and she thanked him for the egg and the gun. The young man immediately realized that it was all thanks to Master Jai's bullets, which had greatly helped the girl in the fight. Smiling as she hugged the dragon embryo, Zhen noted that if it weren't for him, she didn't know if she would have survived. The young man stroked the baby, noting that it had done a great job and hoping that it would hatch soon. Alarmed, Shin suddenly asked the master to look at something, and he immediately listened to her. The three of them glanced at the space traveler lying on the ground, who was no longer showing any signs of life. In an instant, the body of the spiritual beast glowed with blue sparkles, which looked mesmerizing. A few seconds later, the remains simply dissolved, and two beautiful beads appeared in their place. Delighted, Chu pointed out that these spheres were strange, while the dissatisfied girls covered their eyes because of the blinding light. The hero asked what it was, and the system replied that it was a ball of ice soul and called it a real treasure. The young man smiled, realizing that the precious item would still be useful to him, so he decided to take it. Then the noble warrior handed his findings to his beloved, saying that they were perfect for her and she should absorb them. The delighted lady declared that it was these spheres that had been calling her all this time, and therefore, what had happened was not in vain. Concentrating as hard as she could, the lady took one of the beads in her hands and stared at it intently. At that very moment, the warrior lady had another breakthrough, which her comrades calmly watched from the sidelines. The guys were shocked because several transitions happened in a row, which they had never encountered before. Shen, who was amazed, emphasized that the magic balls were indeed very powerful, while the mentor simply remained silent. The boy asked if the improvement would have any negative consequences, and the robot replied that the spheres would also improve physical fitness. Qin stood still with his eyes closed for a while, and the assistant added that the beads would help accumulate more mana. The delighted young man said that he wanted that too, and the dissatisfied system asked if it wasn't enough for him. The boy assured her that he had everything he needed, but in reality, he was drooling at the mere thought of the spheres. Stunned, Shin suddenly told the master that the snow had melted, but it sounded a little strange. The main character suggested that after absorbing the beads, the climate had begun to return to normal, so there was nothing to worry about. The breakthrough of the charming Qin Zhen was already coming to an end, and the guys continued to look around. The cool-headed Lin Qiu concluded that the magic balls were the source of all these changes. A few seconds later, the transition ended, and the calm lady froze in place, slowly coming to her senses. The excited young man asked how she was feeling, and the cutie replied that she had never felt so good. Holding out her open palm in front of her, the girl said that she had awakened a new skill, namely, the ice domain. It was said that in this area, the use of any skills increased by 50%, as did mana regeneration. The enthusiastic young man asked his beloved girlfriend if it wasn't wonderful to have such an ability. The playful beauty smiled slightly and asked in a gentle tone if he wanted her to cover him in battle. Thinking it over, the young man reminded her that his student was standing there and could see everything with her own eyes. He said that since his other half had made a breakthrough, the two of them would cover him for a short time. At that moment, a very bright light began to shine directly into the sky. So for safety reasons, those around them had to close their eyes. The highly focused fighter sat on the ground, while the excited Zhen watched him intently. Shen was amazed that the master had jumped 2 levels at once, and Qin was also very happy for him. Soon the warrior said that not only had he become stronger, but he had also acquired a new skill, which was a good result. Smiling, the confident Lin Qiu asked his companion where she would like to go. He took a step towards his beloved and gently took her hand, once again making her feel warm and calm. The girl, blushing with shyness, did not quite understand the question, so she looked into his eyes. The loving guy asked her not to close her eyes, but the beauty didn't even know what to expect from him. The young lady tried to understand what the young man was going to do, looking at him with particular interest. The main character hugged the lovely Zhen tightly, and at that moment, their bodies seemed to dissolve into space. The excited charmer soon climbed out of the portal, while the surprised Shen Xin continued to watch everything closely. Pleased with himself, Chu said that he had the ability to move an enemy to any chosen location, and that this ability belonged to a space traveler. He began to boast that the skill had a range of more than a kilometer, and his admiring student called her Master Cool. Then the group leader said that the problem had been solved, and suggested returning. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, there was an alarmed green-eyed boy who realized that they had been lied to. At that moment, an enraged mammoth appeared before the fighters, posing a great danger to their lives. The spiritual beast swung its trunk sharply, without even thinking of showing compassion to the terrified people. Shocked, Qianlong noticed that the name Lin Qiu was written on its limb, which he did not expect at all. Suddenly the hero himself appeared and asked his allies if someone had attacked them, since they were running away. Behind the surprised fighter stood two lovely ladies who silently watched the events unfolding. The green-eyed boy said that his little friend had scared them, and the smiling young man hugged the trunk of the cute animal. One of the comrades emphasized that they had been ordered to return, so there was no point in wasting time. A few minutes later, the boys returned to their world, where director Yang Jie expressed his joy that they were all safe and sound. But at one point, the man was greatly surprised when he noticed one of the team members. He was amazed by the fact that in just a few days, the beautiful Jen had managed to break through from silver to platinum. The gentleman took Lin Qiu aside and asked her to tell him what had happened there that had enabled the girl to evolve so much. The serious young man began a long story, explaining everything gradually and in detail so as not to miss anything. The old man did not think it would be so dangerous there and was sure that they had cleared everything out. And in the end, he praised the talented young men. Then Jai asked the hero if Qin would now want to take part in international competitions. The determined young man replied in a raised voice that she would never do that, but it sounded as if he had decided for her. The warrior hoped that the master would not offer his beloved such a thing, and promised to do everything in his power to prevent her from participating in the terrible contest. The discouraged dean was on his side, but noted that it was all voluntary, and the brave man said that time would tell. Then his gaze shifted to the smiling beauty, who was lost in thought and pleased with herself. The persistent young man promised himself that he would not let anything happen to his loved one. At that moment the phone rang, and Yang Jie answered it and immediately changed his expression. The deputy reported that the Americans and Japanese had sent a team for an academic exchange, but many of their students had been injured. The alarmed director did not expect to hear such news, but calmly said that they would arrive at the scene soon. Meanwhile, fireballs were flying everywhere on the battlefield, posing a great danger to life. One of the participants received a powerful blow to the chin from a blonde hunk, which nearly knocked him unconscious. The nervous teacher Han Jun shouted for them to stop because it was already too rough. Quite a few people gathered at the Shanghai Academy sports ground to watch the match. The ruthless blonde man approached his opponent and stepped on his chest, staring silently into his eyes. Then the American Luca used a gold-level fire system, noting that only dogs lived here. The tense woman asked Zhang San to help the man immediately, because he was a healer. Unexpectedly, another blonde kid put his hand on her shoulder and said that wouldn't happen. Fitch, a military martial arts master from the United States, said that injuries and deaths were inevitable during battle, so he asked not to interfere. The nervous lady exclaimed that it was just a school competition, while her opponent smiled slyly. The sarcastic Luke asked Bart to look at this sultry girl, who was trying not to give in to provocation. The insolent man promised that when he was done with all this trash, he would definitely turn his attention to her. Then the self-confident guy asked which of the losers would be the next opponent who dared to stand up to him. He called his opponents ridiculous, and the tense spectators wondered if it was right to intimidate those who were weaker. Using a fireball, Lucas said he would give the man lying on the ground a chance to admit defeat and promised not to kill him. Gritting his teeth in anger, the warrior said he would rather die than bow down to the blonde bastard. The self-confident American ordered him to shut up, since he had decided to die, and then began to carry out his plans. The bearded man was in severe pain and felt a burning sensation all over his body, but he endured and did not give up until the very end. A bright yellow light enveloped the sports field and even blinded the blonde man who had released it. But as it turned out, the culprit was not the arrogant Yankee at all, because he himself became somewhat alarmed. Unexpectedly, the stern Yang Jie arrived on the battlefield and asked who dared to do such a thing in his academy. Stunned, Han Jun did not expect the director to return, but he only said that he had seen enough. The dean asked the serious Shen Xin to teach the Americans a lesson, and not to forget to watch their breathing. Nervous Luca initially thought this was ridiculous, but he still took a fighting stance, ready for any outcome. The stern lady did not stand on ceremony, and immediately used a demonic strike, throwing him away from her. The guy, who had lost his coordination, was in the air for a few seconds, but remained conscious. During this time, he coughed up blood incessantly, trying to understand how such a fragile girl could have done this to him. The stunned blonde man shouted, asking how Shen dared to use this technique against him. Without further ado, he activated his fire ability and rushed headlong into battle. Shocked, Shin clearly realized that she had to do something immediately. Otherwise, she risked being attacked. Director Yang unexpectedly came to her defense, asking if the bully enjoyed mocking the weak. Alarmed, Fitch reminded him that they were guests here, and Lin Qiu asked if all Americans were so shameless. The main character emphasized that they had beaten many of their people without remorse, and they could no longer tolerate the injuries of one Yankee. The angry kid said that this guy was the weakest of them, and that the Shanghai Academy had been losing for 3 days in a row. Suddenly, a smiling girl intervened in the fight and asked to be allowed to resolve the issue. The leader of the national team, Angel, said that now that the main players had returned, a real match could be held. Old Man Ji said that he was also up for some exercise, and asked what the lady thought about it, while Chu admired the master's coolness. The wary girl noted to herself that it was not easy to deal with the owners of the cosmic system. She called the dean's joke a good one, but emphasized that they had come here for his students. The distrustful and very stern gentleman understood perfectly well that Angel was here for the talented Lin Q. The lady had heard that the main character possessed cosmic abilities and had been singled out as the best player in the competition. The lady believed that such a strong freshman could become a big problem in future world competitions and decided to test him. The reserve director inquired how they planned to conduct the combat event. The lady, with a smile on her face, suggested that everyone take turns fighting the Shanghai student in individual matches. The old man called it too troublesome and said that instead there would be a single round where all the opponents would face his guys. The young woman thought he was crazy, but the cunning Fitch emphasized that the advantage was on their side, so he did not think to argue. The serious Yang said that if they lost, they would give the Americans access to their weapons designs, and if they won, he would receive an equivalent reward. The extremely stern gentleman emphasized that if the Yankees did not agree, there was no point in continuing the conversation. The woman replied that they needed to discuss it, and Jia gave them 5 minutes, warning that if they did not make a decision, they would do as he said. An angry Fitch called him an insolent old man, then continued to follow Angel, who was thinking incessantly about the matter at hand. The brave Chu thought this was too much and asked if the master would really give the Americans access to the research in case of defeat. The man confirmed this, but added that he had not specified when he would do so, and the young man said that he did not doubt him for a second. The foreigners stepped aside and began to think about their next move, keeping their cool. The blonde-haired kid reported the situation to the general, who asked if he was sure of his words. The young man emphasized that Zoa was on their side, so there should be no problems. The commander-in-chief said that in that case, he could congratulate them in advance on obtaining the Chinese developments. A sly and satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face, after which he thanked the commander. Less than a minute later, Fitch raised his hand and told his counterpart that they agreed to his terms, then asked to see the guys. The director said that experienced Lin Qiu, Shen Xin, Yun Xuan, and Qin Zhen from the Shanghai Academy would participate. The surprised girl asked if she could help in any way during the competition, and her beloved replied that the dean had carefully weighed everything and there was nothing to worry about. The serious beauty remembered how Luca had stepped on their friend's chest, and her beloved realized that she was ready to take her anger out on the guests. The young man gently took his other half by the hand, wanting to calm her down and give her a boost of motivation. He said that she should think about her own safety first, and the lady noticed that her beloved really did notice everything. Smiling sweetly and feeling warmth in her heart, the charmer promised that she would be careful during the fight. Raising her hand, the young lady said she would go first, if the dean did not mind, and he did not object. The fearless maiden immediately stepped in front of the opposing team, who looked at her sternly. Nervous Fitch understood that they had gathered information about the best fighters, but knew nothing about her, and decided to send the cannon fodder first. Without thinking twice, he ordered the seemingly foolish Audrey to go ahead, while he prepared to watch the fight closely. Keeping her cool, Qin Zhen asked them not to bother, but the meaning of her words was not entirely clear. Unexpectedly, the combative young lady advised them to attack together, noting that this would save precious time. The loud statement stunned the enemy group, where a drop of sweat ran down each member's cheek. The angry blonde called her an arrogant bitch in his mind, whom he wanted to calm down and bring down from the clouds. Not wanting to stand on ceremony any longer, the angry boy ordered his best fighters to teach the haughty girl a lesson. Not at all frightened, the focused warrior resorted to using her spiritual skill. With a sharp wave of her hand, she also activated the 1,000-mile ice technique to immobilize the crowd of opponents. The agitated rivals began to complain that they could not move because crystals had enveloped their legs. The cold lady picked up a sharp arrow and calmly asked them to watch closely. Slowly pulling back the bowstring, she prepared to release the icy projectile to show herself in all her glory. A large number of projectiles flew toward the Americans, who panicked even more. In that terrible moment, the entire group was seriously injured, and human blood splattered in all directions. Stunned, Fitch didn't even have time to understand what was happening and didn't know how to react, but miraculously survived. The shocked man wondered what was wrong with this girl and how she managed to level up so quickly. An enthusiastic Lin Qiu happily called his beloved strike excellent, and she smiled sweetly at him in response. A satisfied Chen Long said that thanks to the couple, he could leave the academy with peace of mind. The shy young lady blushed deeply, and the hero asked his friend not to forget to come to their wedding. The slightly angry girl suddenly pulled her partner's hand away, as if something was bothering her. Looking a little serious, she asked the young man to be quiet, and his nose turned slightly blue with embarrassment. But at the same time, the beauty felt a rush of warmth and love in her heart again, and her beautiful purple eyes sparkled. In her thoughts, Zhen said that after talking with her beloved, she felt that they were becoming closer to each other. The team began to rejoice for their comrade, while the embittered Fitch did not stop thinking for even a second. Gritting his teeth in nervousness, the blonde-haired boy told himself that he simply could not lose in the next round. At that moment, he used his fiery charge and unleashed it without warning, but Qin's icy ability destroyed it. Suddenly, a female voice asked her comrade why they had sent her into battle, and the young man froze in place. It was Linda, who was ranked second in the US national team, who seriously asked to leave the girl to her. The dissatisfied lady turned to Jen, who was chatting with her friends, without even calling her by name. Taking a fire charge in her hands, the sarcastic woman said she could wait if the little girl needed time to recover her strength. The completely calm girl replied that she hadn't used a drop of energy, so there was no need for that. An enthusiastic Linda introduced herself and said that she had 5 platinum stars, and then called her opponent a worthy adversary. Without warning, she dropped a fireball on the ground and wished her luck, after which a fire began to rage. Even Fitch, who did not know what to expect from his comrade, was alarmed by what he saw. Tense, Lin Qiu understood that the situation was heating up, as the Americans also had opposing forces. He was nervous and thought a lot, realizing that his other half had only just reached platinum. Both rivals stared at each other relentlessly, each thinking through their next moves. The blunt Linda once again resorted to using her ability, asking the girl to watch carefully. The brave warrior activated an ice shield that prevented even a drop of harm from reaching her. At the same time, the girl noted that her opponent's strength was truly incomparable to that of her previous opponents. Still, she had no intention of giving up, so she suddenly made a high jump, preparing to attack from the air. In mid-air, the fierce lady spread her arms wide, sharply using the technique of the onset of winter to teach the scoundrel a lesson. Feeling no tension at all, the fearless girl emphasized that the blow was too weak against her. The owner of 5 platinum stars immediately released a fiery charge, hoping for success. Less than a minute later, a powerful and very frightening explosion thundered, but the opponents remained safe and sound. The tense Jen realized that she was also inferior to the American in strength, but the faith in her soul still did not fade. Suddenly, she raised her hand and used the ice blast again, ready to fight to the last drop of blood. Aiming sharply at Linda, the combative young woman exclaimed that she had snow and ice techniques at her disposal. The woman, frozen in place, was slightly confused, but continued to maintain her fighting spirit and believe in her victory. Realizing that danger threatened her from all sides, the lady began to move in different directions so as not to be an easy target. The extremely nervous lady wondered what was going on, and noted that her opponent's attacks were becoming more damaging. The American woman smiled slyly, thinking to herself that everything that was happening was curious. Unexpectedly, she put up a shield in front of her, continuing to use fire attacks to protect herself. The stern Qin activated the absolute zero technique, and the enemy used the dance of thunder against her. Thoughtful Fitch tried to understand how the girl managed to hold out against Linda for so long, adding that the difference in their strength was barely noticeable. The battle-loving lady acknowledged Jen's strength, and added that if she hadn't been on the same level as her, she would have lost. Still, the self-confident lady emphasized that the little girl was far from her, and launched another powerful attack. Suddenly, the cold-blooded maiden agreed with the first part of what the haughty lady had said, but decided to refute the second. The fearless girl firmly stated that she was not weaker than Linda, who looked at her in surprise. Immediately, a small crystal wall appeared in front of the American, who froze in place, stunned. A few seconds later, a huge ice stake grew, which frightened the self-confident rival. Extremely serious, Qin emphasized that the silly girl knew nothing about her true power yet. Then the girl threw a bunch of ice spears at her opponent, but she didn't stand still and kept moving. The tense woman wondered why the brat was still standing if she was 4 levels stronger than her. Choosing the right moment, the determined lady made a high jump. What was more surprising was that she appeared right behind the nervous Zhen, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The angry girl immediately turned around and looked into the eyes of the cunning lady, who was smirking at her. Calm Linda stretched out her gentle hand, and unexpectedly called her opponent sister, despite their past hatred. Touching the blushing face of the lovely beauty, she suggested a draw, as she was convinced that they were truly equal. Smiling, the charmer agreed, thinking to herself how incredible it was that, thanks to her new strength, she had managed to hold out until now. Shocked, Fitch couldn't believe that the second trump card of the US team had simply taken it upon herself to propose a draw. The charming Linda continued talking to her former rival, while the guy looked at them both angrily. Still, he told himself that it didn't matter, since her family members were masters, and decided that it wasn't worth getting involved. The beauty asked the captain not to lose heart, hypothesizing that the girl was the enemy's dark horse and that she had worn her out. Acting playfully, the lady asked her counterpart if he thought anyone else could surprise them after all this. Wiping the sweat from his face, the slightly tense blonde agreed, and Yun Xuan suddenly passed by him. The young man looked around, watching his comrades and remembering that Zoya was the strongest of them. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl was choking her opponent, and soon the Shanghai Academy was declared the winner. The brave Chen Long, in turn, ended the round spectacularly with an uppercut, causing his opponent to spit out his own blood. A very nervous Fitch couldn't understand how it was possible that his guys were losing one after another. An agitated Angel said that they only had 3 people left, and the crying youngster did not think that their opponents would be so strong. The lady added that she had not been able to find out enough about a well-known guy named Lin Qiu. The tense boy noticed the opposing team standing nearby, mocking him. Concerned, Wang Hui offered to help the commander, but he calmly replied that there was no need. The confident gentleman said that they would see if he could surprise the hero in the ring, and the brave man wished him luck. A few seconds later, the heavy foot of an unknown man who had come to kill stepped onto the battlefield. It was a member of the Canadian national team named Dick, who firmly stated that he would be Chen's next opponent. The big guy asked if the fool thought he could fight after his injury and advised him to admit defeat right away. The daredevil realized that the bully was not so simple, because he not only possessed strong spiritual energy, but also sensed his injuries. Keeping his composure, the leader of the group turned to Lin Qiu, who was standing behind him, wanting to say something to him. Smiling, he asked if it was true that a fighter would not give up so easily in such a situation. Smiling in response, the young man confirmed that real men never retreat and fight to the end. The fearless warrior asked his opponent to come closer, while the main character ordered him to approach and apologize. An incredibly angry Dick shouted that they were crazy and threatened to show them how big the gap between them was. No longer wishing to stand on ceremony, the enraged bruiser resorted to using his spiritual skill of gravitational field. Lung, who was in a state of rage, stared at him fiercely, ready for any outcome. The tense fighter realized that his opponent possessed a rare system, so he couldn't relax. Gradually gathering strength, the young gentleman realized that he needed to take immediate action. Spreading his arms, the daredevil shouted loudly that the strong man could try to knock him out of the ring if he could. Smiling, the Canadian noted that he even felt sorry for killing him, and abruptly activated a 20-fold increase in power. Every millimeter of his fingers was filled with ruthless power that could burn through his enemy's body. Suddenly, the captain of the Shanghai team felt intense pain in different parts of his body, which made him nervous. A few seconds later, the man began coughing up blood, realizing that the pressure was too great. Drenched in sweat, Chen realized with horror that he could no longer hold on, and his end was near. Suddenly losing his coordination, the commander fell to his knees and began to breathe heavily, while Dick looked at him arrogantly. With no intention of showing even a shred of mercy, the Canadian held out his hand, eager to finish him off. He began to approach the helpless opponent's head with his fiery hand, who no longer posed any threat. But unexpectedly, the thug's cunning plan was thwarted by the cold-blooded Lin Qiu, who used the power of thunder. At first, the tense giant couldn't figure out who dared to break into the fight and stand in his way. The main character, who had turned into a rabbit, looked at him sternly, protecting his comrade with his back. The young man emphasized that his brother had done a great job, while the exhausted Chen Long could barely stand on his feet. Without hesitation, the daredevil created a large portal near him to immediately evacuate the wounded from the battlefield. At that moment, they both jumped inside and found themselves at a safe distance from the Canadian, who was frozen in place. A few seconds later, Lin Qiu managed to get his teammate out of the trap, but it was too early to relax. Coughing up blood, the captain admitted defeat to the young man, who listened attentively. It was becoming more difficult for him to breathe with each passing moment, and the coughing caused pain in his chest and lungs. Seeing their commander in pain, the excited healers Wang Hui and Zhang Sang rushed over. The main character asked the wounded man to stop talking, emphasizing that he had done an excellent job in the fight. Dick, still standing, laughed loudly, mentioning Lin, who immediately took notice. The big guy noted that the kid had entered the ring and then left it, and according to the rules, he had simply lost. The fool began to tease the boy and stick his tongue out at him, and the angry fighter asked where he got such shamelessness. Disgruntled spectators began to complain that this was too arrogant behavior and that it was unpleasant to watch. One of the observers said that the player had simply disgraced the country, so respect for him had disappeared. Meanwhile, a charming girl was lying in her room, excitedly watching the live broadcast of the competition. The pensive beauty said that Lin Chu was a good fighter, and called him a very cute rabbit. Enjoying his delightful smile, the charmer quietly said that she was already flying to him. The lovely Chung Ming promised her subscribers that she would always show the hero's actions live, and asked them not to forget to buy gifts. Calming down and scratching the back of his head, the brave man suggested that there should be no problems now. Captain Angel said that the boy should continue, but a slightly puzzled Fitch did not understand what she was talking about. The woman asked him not to forget that the purpose of the visit was an exchange, and also demanded that he not dwell on victories and defeats. Smiling, the Canadian expressed hope that the kid understood his jokes, while the puzzled Chu asked what was going on with him. The serious man calmly extended his hand to his opponent, introduced himself by name, and asked how he was doing. Unexpectedly, the sarcastic kid gave him an obscene gesture with his finger, telling him to get lost. Such public humiliation greatly angered the big man, who now wanted to punch the kid in his insolent face. Using his ability, the Canadian exclaimed that they would see how much strength the boy had in him. Without further ado, he lunged forward, but the quick-witted boy jumped aside to avoid becoming an easy target. The boys were lucky enough to jump away and remain unharmed, while the fighter wasted one of his blows. Seizing the opportunity, the cool-headed warrior activated his slashing technique to inflict damage on his enemy. Steadfast Dick also did not stand still and constantly changed position, using various types of defense. Keeping his cool, the young man noted in his mind that his opponent had studied his profile, but he was too naive to think that was enough. With a titanic effort, the fearless Lin raised his hand to the sky and unleashed an attack of thunder and lightning. The stunned Canadian realized that such an attack was not easy to counter, and even froze in place for a moment. At the same time, he clenched his fist tightly, charging it with energy because he had no intention of retreating. Due to an excess of strength, the Hulk even began to shake in place, and his teeth almost broke against each other. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, but he noticed that he wasn't in any pain, which made him even more alarmed. Finally, it dawned on the man that he had platinum rank, while the pathetic kid had only miserable gold. Pulling himself up and laughing maliciously, the big guy threatened to prove to the kid that he was a special fighter. At that moment, he activated a 50-fold increase in his own power, which was a very compelling argument. Shocked, Lin Cho realized that the situation was becoming increasingly difficult, but he did not intend to back down. The big guy began to recall his path to perfection, which had taken him a long time and required titanic efforts. The arrogant guy boasted that he had been training every day for a year, so such attacks would not work on him. With the help of a magical charge, he tried to attack the boy who was standing a few meters away from him. With a sly grin, Dick said that the youngster would not be able to withstand his blows, and that today would be the day of his demise. For a few seconds, the opponents stared intently at each other, thinking about their next moves. Smiling fearlessly, the hero expressed confidence that he had correctly understood his arrogant opponent. The young man asked him not to think that he would be unable to use his powerful skills in such conditions. At that very moment, thunder and lightning began to rumble all around, which were the warrior's precious abilities. The man, frozen in place, raised his head with trepidation in his heart and began to watch the horror unfolding. Stunned, he wondered where such a seemingly pathetic kid got such a long-range weapon. Deciding to look at his opponent again, the discouraged Dick noticed that he had simply disappeared somewhere. In the next few seconds, the disoriented bruiser was struck by an electric shock, experiencing incredible pain. The situation was so dire that he began to cough up dark blood, and thick veins appeared on his forehead. Jumping out of the portal, the daredevil confidently exclaimed that this was only the beginning, and called the fool a strong man. At tremendous speed, the fighter rushed into the attack, asking if the Canadian really thought he knew the meaning of the word mercy. At the last moment, the brave man activated his rabbit kick technique and hit the shocked man right in the face with his heel. The big guy didn't lose his balance and was still standing, but he was pretty bummed out after what happened. Gritting his teeth in anger, Dick emphasized in his inner voice that this guy was simply terrifying. The extremely serious young man said that he could kill him with one blow, but would not do so. Without warning, the trickster swung his arm at his opponent, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Delivering a crushing blow to the frozen Canadian's stomach, the fighter for justice asked if he liked intimidating the weak. This was followed by a series of attacks, each of which was well-deserved, as the scoundrel had done a lot of bad things. Still standing on his feet, the big guy wondered if the little guy's strength, agility, and power were really that awesome. The bold young man immediately grabbed the insolent man by the collar, wanting to explain everything to him in a way he would understand. Keeping a serious look on his face, the hero asked if he could swim, and the man replied in a trembling voice that he could not. The young man said that in that case, he would enjoy an unforgettable adventure, and used his skill again. Stunned, Angel and Fitch watched the situation from the sidelines, having no idea how the unpredictable Lin Q had done it. The drowning Dick began to panic, and the smiling young man said that he would also like to go on vacation to the sea right now, even though the enemy was splashing around in a shallow pond behind the academy. The alarmed blonde ordered his subordinates to immediately search for the drowning man, while the captain continued to watch in shock. The embittered fighters understood that the situation was very serious, and none of them wanted to provoke the powerful Chu. Matsuda, a Japanese man, and his colleague Hashisakyo, a master of close combat and swordsmanship, were tasked with dealing with the hero before his spiritual power was restored. Stunned, Youngji immediately recognized these men as dangerous people who were best not to mess with. The director warned his student that these guys were disciples of a great master and noted their high talent. It was said that they had begun training at the age of 3, and their mana made them virtually invincible in battle. The nervous man added that their fencing skills were beyond description and suggested sending Shen, but the stern Lin refused. The daredevil unexpectedly asked if the mentor had a sword, and then expressed his desire to challenge the tough kids. His statement further shocked the elderly gentleman, who understood that he could not refuse him this courtesy. Without further ado, Jai used the call of the inner space to retrieve the necessary item from it. A second later, his hand firmly grasped the black hilt of the sword that had never failed him in battle. The dean replied that he had a cold weapon, but he could not have imagined that the main character would decide to use it. Taking the blade in his hands, the fighter smiled slightly and called it excellent, already imagining how effectively he would swing it. His opponent asked him not to brag too much, but the young man said that thanks to the sword, he would achieve results with half the effort. Bowing respectfully, the rival asked the master to take care of him, and he promised to do everything in his power. After that, Hashisakyo felt calm, while Matsuda couldn't understand why his students were behaving this way. Tense, Chu noted that the Japanese man had good maneuvers, so he couldn't relax. The noble warrior said that his opponent would make the first move because if he did, the young man would have no chance. Looking serious, the fighter with the mohawk abruptly pulled his katana from its sheath, saying that he would not be gentle in this case. Without ceremony, the samurai leaped, eager to attack from the air and impress those around him. The focused hero recognized his opponent's talent in his inner voice, whose movements were strong and smooth. The swordmaster swung his cold weapon very effectively, seeking to put moral pressure on his opponent. In turn, the brave man said that this strength was not enough, and added that the young man should find himself a better mentor. He managed to block the blow at the last moment, destroying all of the Japanese man's plans. The wary Hashisakyo could not believe that such a thing was possible, but that was the reality. Now the stern Matsuda understood why this powerful young man was talked about so much, because he really was worthy. His opponent said that since the gentleman had managed to block his attack, his skills were strong enough, and asked him to show him his true strength. Smiling, the young warrior was convinced that the request was sincere, so he did not want to refuse. The daredevil said that his country's technique focused on delivering a single deadly blow. Throwing himself into battle, he struck his opponent with lightning speed, which was very difficult to resist. In an instant, Lin Q was within an inch of the Japanese man and struck his blade, which shocked him even more. With another flash of a grin, the imperturbable warrior asked if the young swordmaster had seen enough. Extremely nervous, Hashisakyo did not even respond at first, because he simply could not string two words together. Still, the young man admitted that it wasn't enough for him, and the brave warrior said that it wasn't his fault that he hadn't remembered anything. The tense young man did not understand how he had managed to pull it off, and feared that his skills surpassed even those of Matsuda. Unexpectedly, the young samurai fell to his knees and admitted defeat, asking Lin to become his mentor. The wary Chu froze in place with his mouth open and immediately assumed that he had simply misheard. The bewildered young man did not expect this turn of events, and said that he could not grant the request at this time. Then, with a confident expression on his face, he suggested that Hashisakyo change his citizenship so that it would be possible in the future. An angry Fitch exclaimed that he was going too far, and a shocked Matsuda was sure that the treasure of the country would not dare to betray them. The main character apologized, admitting that he had overreacted, but the long-haired master cried out that it was too late for that. The stern warrior said he would advise the young fighter to find another martial arts mentor. With a sly look on his face, he remarked that his opponent was worse than trash, and he was stunned and seemed to lose his voice for a moment. The angry blonde called the brave man a bastard, but he just smiled in response, maintaining his position. Putting his hand on Hashisakyo's shoulder, the brave man patted him and noted that his words were very true. Stepping aside and smirking, Lin Q said quietly that he knew perfectly well that the young man would hesitate. Extremely tense, Fitch noted internally that something was clearly wrong here, but he couldn't draw any conclusions. He realized that the heroes' team had defeated all their rivals, and they had even tried to lure some of them over to their side. Gritting his teeth with nerves, the blonde-haired American realized that if this continued, it would simply be the end for them. Smiling in unison, Director Yang Ji and his student gave a thumbs up, saying they would take everything. Clutching his head, their opponent realized that if the boss found out about the result, he would kill him without hesitation. Behind him, the guy suddenly heard a woman's voice saying that she didn't often see him so confused. It was an intellectually gifted 6-star platinum player named Zoa, who surprised her friend with her appearance. The joyful young man now perked up, remembering that they had such a powerful player and that there was nothing to fear. Those around them were delighted by the incredible beauty of the uniformed girl, who was pleased to hear the compliments. Surprised, Lin Qiu asked his mentor if their opponents were using their trump card as bait. At that moment, the girl unexpectedly blew him a kiss, showing the sparkle of her green eyes. What was happening alarmed and even stressed the main character, who did not understand whether she was serious. The nervous director said that the kid shouldn't fall for it, but he replied that he wasn't that stupid. The charming Zoa greeted the handsome guy, saying that she was the owner of 6 platinum stars. The fierce fighter also introduced his rabbit ability, realizing that he needed to deal with her as soon as possible. At that moment, the brave man created a huge portal near him, and the audience silently watched his actions. The cool-headed young man told himself that he needed to use the cosmic system to knock his opponent out of the field and end the game. Without saying a word, the guy jumped into the passage that had appeared, acting very quickly and unexpectedly. In an instant, he was behind Zoa, who was standing still, a slight smirk on her face. Glaring at her, the daredevil summoned the technique of the cosmic exile, which took up quite a lot of energy. But at the last moment before striking, the lady activated her mind-binding ability to stop him. The stunned guy immediately realized that he simply couldn't move, and this completely changed the situation. Then he crashed to the ground, not badly injured and still conscious. But that didn't make it any easier. The tense young man wondered how the girl's abilities could be stronger than his cosmic system. At that moment, the beauty, as if nothing had happened, approached her opponent and stepped on his lower abdomen. She explained that the technique completely took control of her opponent's body, which meant that he was under her control. Showing off her exquisite beauty, the lady said calmly that Lin Qiu belonged entirely to her. The charmer said that the hero was truly the most beautiful rabbit she had ever met, and asked why he was so cute. The shy young man asked her to keep her hands to herself, noting that he was a family man. The cunning lady suddenly knelt down, as if she was about to do something, but it was very difficult to understand what. The alarmed young man didn't even know what to expect from her, but the slightest guesses slipped through his mind. Without warning, the cheeky Zoa grabbed his fluffy tail, making him blush even more. The green-eyed girl said that he fit perfectly in her palm and called him very cute again. The charming Jen couldn't just stand by and watch what was happening, and she began to clench her fists in anger. Looking stern, the young lady said that this was unforgivable and wanted to take revenge as soon as possible. An angry Qin cried out that even she had never touched the tail, while Zhang San and Cheng Ming held her hands trying to calm her down. The girl said she had won enough fights and wondered if she could leave her beloved with this woman. The cunning Zoa licked her lips, saying that the boy's body was as fluffy as his funny ears. Nervous Yang Ji shouted at her to stop immediately, threatening to expel her from the battlefield. Discouraged, the hero simply could not move, wondering how he could get rid of his opponent. The system detected that the host's body was producing above normal levels of dopamine, so an S-rank mental barrier was forcibly activated. The assistant asked if he wanted to use the skill, and the young man answered yes without hesitation. At that moment, the warrior suddenly jumped to his feet, stunning his opponent, who was frozen in place. Then the shackles were simply torn apart and scattered in the air, and the brave man now looked at Zoa with a malicious grin. The stunned blonde couldn't believe that the young man had simply broken his bonds without even making a special effort. Keeping his cool and remaining silent, the fighter stared at her intently, thinking about his next move. Without hesitation, he activated the space traveler and instantly swung his fist. However, the lady did not lose her composure and managed to jump back in time, remaining unharmed, but she did not feel any better. Alert, Zoa did not understand how the boy could be ordinary gold if he had truly escaped her control. After gathering her thoughts, the lady decided to try again, because she couldn't just give up. The daredevil, in turn, stood in one place, knowing full well that she had decided to make another attempt. The shocked woman noticed that he had become immune to her attacks, and it couldn't go on like this. Without wasting any time, the lady rushed into battle again, quickly moving from side to side. She shouted, asking if the boy was ready to admit defeat, afraid that she would no longer be able to control herself. The fearless Lin Q did not succumb to her provocations and began to jump around so as not to become an easy target. At one point, the boy stood still again, smiling as he prepared to say something to his opponent. He relaxed as much as possible, thinking that he was no longer afraid of the attacks of the naive and very angry Zoa. The pensive blonde couldn't understand how he managed to withstand her blows when it was beyond the power of an ordinary person. The perceptive fighter once again used the huge portal, which had never failed him in battle. The manipulator Tso asked if that was all the fool was capable of, and realized that she had no other tricks up her sleeve. Not wanting to waste any time, the brave man jumped into the fiery passageway to get behind the enemy lines. In the same moment, he was already behind the agitated Zoa, preparing to do something unusual. The young man spread his fingers and swung at the beautiful girl, who froze in fear. The shy lady said to herself that she would never let the boy defeat her. Suddenly, the brave man's blow landed on the girl's right thigh, and she instantly blushed with shyness. The alarmed girl asked in a trembling voice what Lin Q was doing, his expression confident. The warrior continued to punish Zoa, saying that he had asked her not to touch his ears, nor was she allowed to touch his rabbit tail. The shocked spectators found what was happening fascinating, but the angry Jen clearly did not like it. The dissatisfied beauty wondered if her beloved had really decided to do it right now. Unable to contain her emotions, the lady asked in a shout how she was, and the disheartened Lin realized that it was over for him since she had seen everything. Exhaling, the hero let go of the blonde, thinking to himself that he was just trying to defend his honor and had done nothing wrong. Then the tense Chu noticed that he couldn't turn into a rabbit, and tried to understand what was going on. The warrior also noticed that he was unable to sense the movement of spiritual energy. The enraged Zoa wanted to take revenge on him as soon as possible for the public humiliation, so she immediately rushed to attack. The enraged girl swung her fist, but the nervous guy was lucky enough to block it. He quickly used his ability to defend himself, but he couldn't relax. The wary young man thought that his opponent didn't have much strength left, and this motivated him to continue the fight. The angry blonde did not give up trying to destroy him in front of the audience, while the brave young man continued to defend himself. The stern hero told himself that he still had a chance to win, so he didn't even think about giving up prematurely. The lady, blue with nerves, must have been physically stronger than the young man, but he somehow managed to neutralize her attack. The completely calm rabbit closed his eyes and managed to block another blow with his bare hands. At one point, the perceptive fighter realized that he had a precious chance to do something. Without warning, he held out his palm, using the power of thunder and lightning. The fair-haired maiden's plans were instantly destroyed, and her red dress was now covered with numerous holes. The stunned girl wondered how she could have lost and why she had revealed her secret ability. The extremely serious Lin Q emphasized that her physical strength was good, but her skills were lacking. Smiling, he said he would show her a real fight so that she could finally draw important conclusions for herself. Unexpectedly, the brave man summoned a ferocious rabbit that had come down from the mountain, which gave him mighty strength. At tremendous speed, the guy rushed into battle so as not to give his opponent even a chance to recover. A merciless blow was delivered immediately, and Zoa, frozen in shock, could not even move. The daredevil continued to prepare another charge to quickly deal with his opponent, on whom he had already spent a lot of time. In the next few seconds, there was a very impressive kick, which made the blonde's hair stand on end. The frightened girl tried with all her might to block the blow, but the young man pressed down on her with crushing force. The observant woman noticed that his techniques were constantly changing, which alarmed her even more. No one could understand how the kid had achieved such results at the age of 18, because it would take decades to do so. A stunned Fitch watched the fight intently, but at the same time started calling someone on the phone. The boss said he was disappointed with the performance, and asked his subordinates to try not to screw up completely, promising to help. The excited young man promised to carry out his order, and now feared that they would get a dressing down from him. Drenched in sweat, the young man realized that he would have to take the blame, as Zoa could die suddenly. Feeling emboldened, Lin Q was ready to demonstrate the latest technique that would end the battle. The alarmed blonde quickly blocked his attack and shouted for him to stop, which looked ridiculous from the outside. The guy asked if she wanted to retreat, and the woman calmly replied that she had already played, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Putting her hand on her chest, the blushing lady asked to be allowed to ask one question. The arrogant kid replied that he was too busy and didn't want to continue talking to her at all. Puzzled, Zoa asked if he had lost his mind, and the young man said he just wanted to joke with her and gave her permission to continue. The nervous lady asked how he managed to block her technique, and the hero replied that he simply merged their minds. The stunned woman asked why it no longer worked and hoped to hear a detailed answer. However, the fair-haired maiden simply admitted defeat and the young man noted that she could not withstand his superiority. Remaining calm, Yang Ji thanked the guys for a great game and was ready to announce the result. The unshaven man had no idea how the perceptive rascal had managed to pull it off without revealing himself. The director declared that the Shanghai Academy was the winner, after which the kids began to rejoice. The extremely serious gentleman patted the happy student on the shoulder, noting that he had indeed performed quite well. Suddenly, the calm Fitch addressed the dean, which surprised and even alarmed him. Bowing respectfully, the American admitted defeat and said that they were ready to fulfill their promise, but asked to wait a little longer. Stunned, Jai had never seen such an unscrupulous person before and considered such behavior to be over the top. Lin, who remained calm, asked if the Yankee didn't take them seriously and thought they could just come and go as they pleased. The dissatisfied and angry kid shouted that he had a name, but the main character didn't care at all. The cool-headed director asked to say a few words, after which the boys fell silent and listened attentively. The stern man agreed with Chu, reminding them that this was a student exchange, so they couldn't just wave their fists and leave. Fitch, dripping with sweat, asked if they were going to be held there by force, and the old man said that until they got what they had been promised, no one would leave. The tense opponent emphasized that they were trying to deprive them of their personal freedom, and asked the dean to think about his students. The head of the Shanghai Academy smiled slightly, and asked if the pathetic fool was threatening him. The radical Yang asked if the Yankees' position was a reflection of his country, and threatened to kill everyone if that was their personal belief. The nervous blonde threatened that they had plenty of strong fighters, and the wary angel agreed. The pensive girl imagined how the old man would deal with her closest comrade in a matter of seconds. The lady said that the director was a true martial arts master who had killed many warriors, so it would not be easy to defeat him. The enraged boy was still ready to rush into battle, as indicated by his clenched fists. But a few seconds later, his face became shocked again, as something unexpected happened nearby. A thick curtain of fire appeared around them, preventing the potential opponents from seeing each other. Soon, the silhouette of an unknown man with gold-rimmed glasses became visible. One of the three great fighters, and Shengxin's grandfather, Tai Chong, said that he did not think that all kinds of scum would come to China and cause trouble. His delighted granddaughter asked why he was there, while a surprised Lin Qiu silently watched the situation unfold. Stunned, Fitch concluded that reinforcements had arrived for his opponents, making the situation even more difficult. The great man asked if the scoundrel couldn't visit him, and the charmer noted that he was busy and almost impossible to catch at home. Then the man with scars on his face said that it seemed to him that his comrades were having some problems. After that, the elderly gentleman turned his attention to the main character, saying that he had been watching him play. The stunned young man froze in place with his mouth open, not even knowing what to say or how to behave. The warrior asked the young man to help him with translation, as he did not speak English very well, and the enthusiastic young man was ready to do so. The young man said he would be his translator, and asked the American to listen to his uncle carefully. The brave man looked at his counterpart as if he were a victim and pointed his finger at him, asking who had invited him to China in the first place. Extremely dissatisfied, the Yankee shouted loudly, asking if he thought it was normal to get personal. Then the kid said that Lin Qiu could stop translating because he already understood everything on his own. The hero, picking his nose, noted that Tai Chun had asked him to repeat everything he said, so he continued to carry out the task. Smiling, the guy said that the old man could continue, and he decided that he needed to end this farce as soon as possible. The determined gentleman asked the American side to call his boss, with whom he wanted to speak. His statement stunned Fitch even more, and for a moment he just froze in place with his mouth open. However, the alarmed young man realized that he had no choice, so with trembling fingers he began to dial the number. A few seconds later, he handed the mobile device to the great master, hoping that everything would be fine. The angry boss immediately shouted that he had asked for a little time to make a decision. Serious Lin handed the phone to his uncle, saying that the opponents were clearly up to something, because their goal was to delay the process. At the old man's request, the confident hero said that if they did not get what they had been promised, the Americans would have to face the consequences. U.S. Commander Patton asked for the students to be returned, and promised that the deal would then be closed, but the brave man was not satisfied with the terms. The man exclaimed that the Chinese would receive what had been promised within a week, but the young man said that they were expecting 7 tons more, because the students needed to be fed. The angry gentleman promised to send his people to them, and asked them to wait, and the young man accepted the information. The general ordered 52 tons of stones to be prepared for shipment to China, and his nervous comrade asked if he really intended to give them away. A tense Patton noted that all the boys were now being held captive by their rivals, including Linda and Zoa. He exclaimed that they simply could not allow this situation to interfere with their plans and ordered them to act quickly. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu threw the phone back into its owner's hands and decided to talk to Master Tai Chun. The satisfied young man noted that everything was ready, and the smiling warrior emphasized that it was good work. Unable to hold back his tears, the agitated Fitch concluded that it was all over and that he was doomed. The elderly gentleman said that everyone could leave, as everything had already been decided, and the hero wished him a safe journey. An angry Chin asked how Zoa was doing, and the smirking boy replied that she was doing great. The angry girl exclaimed that she wanted to discuss something with her beloved, who was so frightened that he almost dropped his eyeballs. The beauty grabbed the guy by the ear, and he begged her to just listen to him, desperately wanting to explain everything. Chung Long and Zhang Sang, red-faced from shock, watched what was happening, thinking to themselves that Lin was a real lucky guy. 2 days later, a tense Fitch sat in the VIP lounge, hoping that his boss would call him soon. The other fighters were sitting with him, waiting for the government to evacuate them from China. The calm Matsuda suggested that the young man with bags under his eyes take a rest, but he replied that he just wanted to go home. Suddenly, the phone rang, and at that very moment, great hope appeared in the young man's heart. The excited young man learned that the cargo had been shipped and said he would report it immediately. The enthusiastic American said that the academy director needed to be informed that they could now return home. But when he left the room, the wary young man saw traces of a strange energy right in the air. The aura surprised him and seemed somewhat strange, so the Yankee pondered it for a while. Nevertheless, he decided to follow the traces of mana, wondering what was going on here. At one point, the student stopped at one of the doors, from which bright blue rays were emanating. Without thinking twice, the blonde entered to look around and understand what had caused the aura to appear. Master Tai Chun was in the room, telling his students that the effect would be better if they practiced for about a month. Among the students was the focused Lin Qiu, who felt as if all his energy was about to burst out. Soon the class was coming to an end, and suddenly a burst of mana spilled out, emphasizing his professionalism. The joyful hero said that thanks to spiritual power, he had managed to make a breakthrough, and the smiling Jen added that it was great. The wary Fitch concluded that the Chinese were indeed engaged in spiritual practices right now. The young man also realized that the source of energy was the extremely focused director Yang Jie. At one point, the man with yellow eyes shouted furiously, frightening the American who was watching unnoticed. Discouraged, Kyo emphasized that the mentor's aura was incredibly strong and no one could compete with him. An admiring Tai Chun agreed with his words, continuing to watch the dean with a smirk. The first student congratulated the master, noting that he seemed to have rejuvenated after the important procedures. Wiping the sweat from his face, the slightly tired old man asked the little rascal not to flatter him. Grandfather Shen Xin said that it was not so easy to pump energy into the owner of a spiritual system at such a speed, and called Ji a good fellow. A smiling Fitch entered the room and reported that the promised cargo had arrived, so they could be evacuated. He asked if the Chinese would let their team go, but everyone present first gave him a stern look. A happy Lin Qiu called it a nice gift to his teacher in honor of the breakthrough. But the bewildered young man did not even understand what it had to do with anything. The dean asked him to call his comrades and tell him more about everything, and promised to help them. The still tense young man said he would do everything right away and hoped very much that they would be able to get out. Meanwhile, at the port, American sailors were unloading cargo while the commander waited for the Chinese to arrive. Suddenly, the cool-headed man noticed a strange aura, which was a sign of this. A few seconds later, the director appeared with his student and the other students waiting for the exchange. The Yankee said that they could check the cargo, and if everything was in order, allow Fitch and the others to board the ship to return home. Remaining calm, the polite gentleman handed all the necessary documents to a slightly surprised Yang Jie. The dean immediately turned to the first student and asked him to review the information on the papers. The brave man used his ability, realizing that the Americans had spent a lot of money to deliver the provisions here. Looking through the boxes, he saw that they had also sent shields and armor made of azure stone. Being serious, the guy told his mentor that everything was fine, so the deal could be safely closed. Not wanting to keep anyone any longer, Jie let the students go, who were very happy to be returning home soon. The happy guys headed for their manager, knowing that in a few minutes they would board the ship. A wary Fitch asked what Capella was doing there, and noted that he couldn't even imagine what they had gone through. Hearing the name of the long-haired Yankee, Lin Qiu immediately wondered if he had met him somewhere before. He soon remembered that this was the name of Commander Lin Chun's sworn enemy, who was eager to avenge the scars on his face. The young man decided to take a photo of the potential target to show later. Carefully, he took out his phone and pointed it at Capella, who was talking with his comrades. But behind him, there was suddenly the lovely Zoa, who who was looking at the young man with a sparkle in her eyes. Coming closer, the girl asked in a low voice what he was doing. The frightened boy turned around sharply when he saw the charming lady behind him, who was clearly not indifferent to him. The hero noted that she had frightened him to death, and the blonde wanted to say something to him before leaving. The beauty declared that the next time they met, she would cut his hair and tie it into a scarf, which sounded rather strange. The brave man replied that by that time he would become even stronger, and the dissatisfied green-eyed woman said that she would not come alone. The charmer said that there were plenty of people in the US who could beat up the young man, but he would hardly be ready for that. After that, the proud lady turned and started to leave, while the discouraged Chu stared at her back. Scratching the back of his head, the fighter decided that it would be worth studying the world rankings of masters a little to be ready for anything. Behind him was Din Yangji, who said that they needed to deliver everything to the base, so it was time to go. Soon, both fighters teleported to the right place, because they simply couldn't waste time. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong's son, who was the chief master, was at the magical weapon research base, where his work was being evaluated. At that very moment, the main character and the dean of the Shanghai Academy arrived, immediately attracting attention. At first, the partners silently looked at the young genius, wanting to talk to him and find out the details. The men said that the management was overjoyed thanks to the gift from the director, whom everyone respected. The blonde gentleman introduced his brother's son, named Chu, and added that the pistol he had given him earlier was his creation. Surprised, Lin took the firearm in his hands to examine it and draw some conclusions. Smiling, the young man turned to his counterpart and said that he had come to return his rightful property. The delighted young man expressed his gratitude, adding that the item was very important to him, as it had belonged to his deceased father. But at the same time, he said that he would not accept the gun just like that, and declared that he would do something special for the main character. Din Yangjai asked if the first student would go with him when it was all over, or if he would prefer to stay at the research base. The confident fighter replied that he would like to ask Zhang about weapons, which surprised him greatly. His counterpart emphasized that the warrior first needed to get in shape, because with such thin arms, he would not be able to learn anything. Although the daredevil had not learned weaponry, he had awakened his skill in casting and believed that he could overcome all difficulties. After thinking it over, Chu decided that he had a good candidate in front of him, so he wanted to work with him. Hugging his friend, he began to walk forward, asking him not to touch anything with his hands and just watch him. A few minutes later, the young men were in the workshop, where various types of rifles hung on the wall. The main character silently looked around while his companion sat at the table and thought about something. The bewildered guy asked if Zhang had made all these weapons, which he confirmed, and asked if he had any wishes in this regard. The master asked what Lin liked, and he replied that he did not have a favorite weapon. The professional said he would make any automatic weapon for him, but the young man replied that he would choose something else. With a stern look on his face, the ruthless warrior expressed his desire to receive a spear with which he could stab a person. Zhang Qiu was so shocked by what he heard that he dropped the pen, thinking at first that he had misheard. The stunned young man could not believe that his counterpart really did not want a firearm at all. The boy realized that they had always studied firearms and had never thought about such weapons, even though a spear was an excellent tool. Filled with desire, he said that he urgently needed to make a drawing and select materials for the work. Not wanting to waste a single second, the nimble craftsman rushed off somewhere in a hurry, while Lin stood silently watching him. The hero decided to awaken a new skill, after which the system immediately began the process. The assistant did not please the host by congratulating him on obtaining the E-rank forging skill, which seemed useless to him. The young man decided that the robot was eavesdropping on him, and he exclaimed that he had nothing to do with it. At that moment, Zhang Qiu returned to the room carrying a box with blueprints and special materials for making weapons. He said that they would use star steel for the body and a diamond for the tip, considering it the ideal choice. The master added that this was his way of expressing gratitude for the excellent idea. But the emotionless hero noted that they did not have any precious stones anyway. The pensive craftsman did not understand how this could be, and Lin suggested that he had simply taken it and run away somewhere. Smiling, the brave man asked if his counterpart had heard of the method of forging steel with ordinary ice. Soon, Master Ni, who possessed the necessary system, arrived, and Chu said that this was the power they needed. After gathering his thoughts, Lin asked his comrades to study his instructions so as not to make any mistakes. First, he asked the guys to increase the power, and immediately after that, the corresponding red button was pressed. At that moment, they saw the result in the form of a fiery flame, which looked very impressive and unusual. Then the hero began to hum a melody, and the tense Zhang wondered whether to continue, because usually at this stage he would already have taken out his weapon. Soon, the brave man himself looked at the object being made with surprise, freezing in place for a few seconds. Being slightly tense, he grabbed the spear handle, saying that now they urgently needed ice. Without further ado, the young lady joined in and, using her skills, provided him with the necessary amount of material. Finally, the first results of the forging were visible, namely a golden tip glistening in the light. Confident in his actions, the young man said that this was enough, and then decided to move on to the hammer. He gripped the tool tightly and began to hammer the weapon, shaping it as needed. His shocked comrades watched with wide eyes from the sidelines, as they did not expect Chu to be such a pro. A surprised Zhang noticed that the diamond had indeed become much stronger, and an admiring blonde noted the incredible power of the young man's blows. Blushing with delight, the girl thought to herself that the spectacle was mesmerizing, and that watching it was a pleasure. A few minutes later, the master craftsman finally finished forging the spear and proudly raised it up. With a gleam in his eyes, his counterpart asked to look at the weapon, and the young man did not refuse him the courtesy. In an instant, the sharp object was dropped from his hands, tipped down, and the boys began to watch it closely. The weapon managed to make a deep hole in the table, which once again emphasized Lin's professionalism. Stunned, Zhang simply froze in place, looking at the result of the work and drawing some conclusions in his head. The satisfied young man said that his brother had done an incredible job and emphasized that the tip was super strong. The delighted young man was eager to know the secret of the daredevil, who was in no hurry to share all the details. The fighter immediately remembered Shen Xin's gaze and realized that his friend could become a student just like her. Asking the boy to calm down a little, the warrior promised to pass on to him the knowledge he could, but nothing more. The enthusiastic boy said he would get a notebook and expressed his desire to have the same spear. The beautiful girl was also counting on the exhausted teacher, and he realized that he was again expected to work as a tutor. After a short time, the joyful Zhang Chu finished filling the spear with power. The young man said that its power had increased by 20%, and that it could be charged with spiritual energy. Interested, Lin asked if it was possible to increase the power a little more by working on the body. Out of curiosity, the brave man decided to touch the sharp tip with his bare finger, resulting in a slight puncture of the skin. The bewildered fighter felt a slight pain, at first not even understanding how he had managed to injure himself so quickly. The hero said that the weapon had absorbed his blood, and the surprised Zhang asked how this could have happened. The master wondered if he felt any changes, and the young man replied that he liked the spear even more. Confident and not wanting to think about it too much, he simply said that they would call the weapon bloodthirsty. The brother asked to be taught another forging method so that he could share it with his colleagues, and Lin promised to share what he knew. The satisfied young man said that if he needed anything in the future, he could just ask. At that moment, the smiling warrior remembered his beloved Qin and asked if the craftsman could make a bow for his girlfriend. The professional promised to personally take care of this project, and the lady was stunned to learn that the handsome man had a significant other. Very soon, the sound of a steel hammer striking the workpiece incessantly began to ring out in the room. It didn't take long to make the compact bow, and then Lin gave a lecture to all the employees, because it's better to teach a person how to fish. Everyone in the audience listened very attentively to the young man who was knowledgeable about forging. Zheng Qiu's progress was truly amazing, and the hero even considered him to be practically comparable to himself. A week later, the young man was in the capital, where Yang Jie, the director of the Shanghai Academy, had also arrived. The dean thanked him for his tremendous help, and the young man replied that his brother had also helped him a lot. The old man had heard that thanks to him, the effectiveness of the weapons produced by Ni had increased significantly, and the young man confirmed this. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and took out a golden spear, as if he was going to ask for something. The fighter asked if the blonde man could recharge it, and the man replied that it was a piece of cake for him. Stretching out his hand in front of him, Mr. Shu used his ability, maintaining his concentration for a while. At that moment, the weapon was enveloped in rays of red mana, which gave it powerful strength. The spiritual energy in the man's body suddenly spiraled out of control, and he wondered what was happening to the spear. In just a few seconds, the blonde man began to sweat profusely and breathe heavily, and his condition deteriorated sharply due to fatigue. Then he returned the weapon to its owner, who called it excellent and said that it would be very useful. The exhausted gentleman noted that the spear had sucked all the strength out of him, and the young man said that he greatly appreciated his nobility. After Uncle Shu started to leave, the young man said goodbye to him with a serious expression. With love, Master Ji tapped the boy on the head, reminding him that he was his student, and he said that he could not have dreamed of a better teacher. The boy said he had a couple more things that needed recharging, and the angry director asked if he had gone mad. Meanwhile, students gathered in the Academy's martial arts history classroom, busy with their own affairs. Among them was the lovely Qin Zhen, who was thinking about her beloved the whole time. Looking at Lin Hu's photo, The girl kept wondering when he would return to her. Memories of him caused her slight emotional pain, but suddenly, a portal appeared behind her. The smiling hero suddenly poked his head out of it, having come to finally see his other half. The completely calm young man attracted the girl's attention by asking her if she was studying hard. Almost crying with joy, the beauty asked how he ended up here, and the guy replied that she thought about him, so he came. Then the charmer turned her attention to the unusual writhing object in the young man's hands. The shocked lady realized that it was a magic bow, which was difficult to obtain even with money, and Lin said that his feelings for her were priceless. The proud lady asked why the young man was saying this right after returning, and he replied that it was all thanks to her. The young lady reminded him that exams were coming up soon and he should get down to his studies, and the brave young man hugged her, suggesting they return to the lecture. The young man also asked Chin if she wanted to bet on who would get more points, and she replied that he was always skipping class and would definitely fail. The boy said that if the girl won, he would let her kiss him twice, and if he lost, he would do it, which sounded shocking. The shy and blushing beauty began to wave her hands, and the boy laughed, saying that he had many such offers. In her inner voice, the girl emphasized that Lin Q was indeed smart, but also called him a scoundrel. Then the director asked the platinum-level students to gather on the platform and mentioned the main character among them. Very soon, a crowd of people arrived at the designated area, where the dean was already waiting for them on the podium. The serious Yang Ji announced that a volcano had erupted in one of the provinces, causing the evacuation of people. The thoughtful daredevil understood perfectly well that students would not be involved in such incidents. The tense man said that some residents had been trapped, and that the economic losses were impossible to calculate. He expressed great hope that volunteers would come forward to help the country despite the dangerous situation. Most of those present, including the fearless Lin, immediately raised their hands, wanting to go to the hotspot. The young man did not know whether it was justified or not, but he thought that a space system specialist could be useful to the group. At that moment, the academy director banged on the table and loudly asked anyone who wanted to sign up to come forward. Meanwhile, in the affected province, a powerful volcano continued to erupt, which looked very frightening from a distance. The city was in serious danger, so the team needed to act as quickly as possible. Upon arriving at the scene, the serious Chu was the first to point out that it smelled like rotten eggs. Terrified civilians were running around everywhere, begging for their lives to be saved, as they could do nothing themselves. The extremely tense hero immediately wondered what kind of hell was going on here, but no one could give him an answer. The dean ordered everyone to split into groups to search for those trapped in the traps, and to evacuate civilians immediately upon discovery. The young man asked what the teacher would do, and he replied that masters of his level had their own mission. The old man said that there was a city not far from here where spiritual beasts lived, and he was worried that real chaos might begin. During the story, the gentleman was extremely serious and sincere, which could be understood from his expression. Surprised, Lin realized that it was not about the volcanic eruption at all, and the director confirmed this and said that he needed to meet with his colleagues. After that, the manager rushed off at lightning speed, while the young man remained standing in place. Behind him was a shocked Shen, who said she had received a call and learned that the information had been accepted. The excited girl said that they needed to meet with the captain to discuss the plan, and added that they had settled on the roof. Without showing any particular emotion, the young man agreed with her, then concentrated on using his ability. Taking the beautiful Shin and Chin by the hands, the young man asked them not to let go of him so that he would not get lost in the process. A few seconds later, the trio found themselves on top of one of the buildings, where the allied team was already waiting. The bewildered Chow Guy immediately noticed the young man, whom he remembered well. The man was happy to see Lin's brother and said that he had arrived just in time because his help was needed. The boy, sweating profusely from nerves, asked how he could help and was ready to do anything. Unexpectedly, the stern commander began to transform into a spiritual beast, suggesting that they discuss everything on the way. At that moment, a huge eagle with sharp claws appeared, capable of flying long distances. The captain immediately grabbed the young man with his talons, although he did not particularly like this method of transportation. At the scene of the incident were civilians who had fallen into a trap, standing on a rock, surrounded by nothing but lava. Alarmed, Lin Qiu quickly noticed the people, and Chow Guy said that it was dangerous to be so close to the magma. The victims called for help, and the hero believed that transforming into a bird was useless, because even the flapping of his wings could affect the integrity of the rocks. The stern commander in the body of an eagle said that it was necessary to look around more carefully to avoid mistakes. The worried young man exclaimed that a large rock was falling nearby, which could even kill people. The alarmed young man asked his brother to urgently warn the rescue team in order to somehow influence the outcome. Then the daredevil suddenly let go of the bird's talons and jumped down, saying he would help those in need. Using his ability, he descended harmlessly and nervously asked everyone to get ready. Suddenly, the brave man grabbed his spear and swung it in the air, which looked terrifying. The stunned civilians below did not even know how to react to this, so they just stood there with their mouths open. A few seconds later, the warrior stuck the sharp weapon right into the stone floor, causing the frightened crowd to fly up. Keeping his cool, the fearless Lin Q resorted to opening a portal to evacuate everyone. Each of those trapped was immediately placed in a blue passageway for further transport to a safe area. The rest of the guys were glad that the hero had successfully teleported the civilians who were in danger. A joyful Chow guy in the body of an eagle said that now they were all safe, but the brave man was still near the magma. The extremely serious captain noticed the young man's legs, which caused him concern. The sweaty guy replied that he was in platinum-level physical shape, so it was no big deal. Grabbing his comrade abruptly, the commander said that he urgently needed treatment, so he decided to evacuate him immediately. An enthusiastic Lin Chong soon saw them in the sky and exclaimed that they had returned, which was a cause for joy. At that moment, he took the wounded Lin by the arm and slowly led him forward, worried about his health. The young man was laid on the ground, after which the agitated Qinzhen began to walk towards him. The worried girl's first question was what had happened to her beloved, who was constantly risking his life. The young man, who was still conscious, smiled and asked her not to worry, saying that it was nothing serious. The proud Chow guy noted that Chu was a real man, and the alarmed healer began to help the rabbit. Within a few seconds, the wounds had completely healed, for which the satisfied young man thanked Sister Jiangxi. The charmer looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes, happy that he remembered her name. Full of energy, the young man got to his feet, and the lovely Qin patted him on the shoulder, saying that he needed to take better care of his body. The commander asked what their next plan was, and the soldier replied that if any help was needed, he would be happy to provide it. Unexpectedly, his beloved announced that she would also go with him on the mission, which surprised her counterpart. The brave man said that it was too dangerous and that he had to warn everyone, after which the situation became clear to the beauty. The crying lady did not want her beloved to put his life in danger, and he looked warmly into her eyes. Nevertheless, the young man allowed Zhen to go with him, but on the condition that she would not leave his side even for a minute. Captain Guy threw the radio to the warrior, asking him to stay in touch and saying that if they needed his help, they would contact him. As they parted, the man asked the young people to take care of themselves, and the daredevil said it was time for them to go. A few seconds later, a special portal appeared, and the lovers entered it without hesitation. Soon, the fearless fighter and his other half found themselves in ruins, where it was not very pleasant to be. The surprised girl noted that there were flames everywhere, and the hero decided to use his X-ray vision and keen hearing to check everything out. At one point, the alert young man heard something strange behind him and decided to check it out immediately. The cutie said that one of her abilities had a cooling effect, and the young man called his wife the perfect partner, but she didn't like it. Deciding not to dwell on it, the serious Chu turned his attention to something that seemed to be bothering him. The young man heard someone crying nearby, and the discouraged lady asked where the sounds were coming from. Without thinking twice, the brave man grabbed the stunned girl by the hand and rushed off somewhere, using his skill. A few seconds later, his foot appeared from the blue portal, and he arrived at the desired location. Looking around, Lin saw a small fire nearby, near which he thought he saw a human silhouette. It turned out that there was indeed a crying child sitting there with a frightened cat in his arms, begging to be saved. The wary boys began to think about what to do, because everything around the boy was burned and it was dangerous to approach. Even more frightening was the sudden collapse of a darkened board, which began to fall on the innocent boy. The excited hero shouted at him, but it didn't work, and something had to be done urgently. The fighter rushed headlong to help the child, activating the portal, and Qinzhen almost fell over because of his sudden actions. The crying child and his pet noticed the passage in front of them, but at first, they didn't understand what was happening. Before them stood a brave warrior who had managed to grab the board and prevent it from falling on them. After a while, the young people and the boy returned to the team's meeting place. The brave young man and the beautiful Qin were on roughly the same level, and this was important to him. They had to save everyone before the volcano became more active because human life is priceless. The young man did not have time to come to his senses before evening fell, and, sitting on a branch with his beloved, he said that the rescue work was finally complete. The shy girl said that they needed to eat something after a hard day, and her companion agreed. The serious warrior remembered that it was time to awaken today's skill, and the system quickly carried out his instruction. The young man gained the ability to perfectly recognize human speech by the movement of their lips, but this caused him slight confusion. Exhaling, the young man decided that the main thing now was to fill his empty stomach and get some rest. But unexpectedly, the peace of the beloved couple was disturbed by a crowd of people, the leader of whom, for some unknown reason, began to laugh. Chen Qi, who possessed the power of transfiguration, asked how the young men were doing, while Zhao Wei, who stood nearby and possessed the power of poisons, simply grinned. Waving his hand, the man said that they were volunteers and asked if the young people were injured. Smiling, the daredevil replied that none of them had been hurt and they were just relaxing in a quiet place. Then he went downstairs, and the gentleman with sideburns asked if they were also part of the rescue team. The main character introduced himself by name and asked how to address them, and Chen clarified whether he had won the championship. Keeping his cool, the fighter wondered how the stranger knew so much about him. The man also revealed his identity, saying that he had seen the brave man's fight on the internet and called him a real star. The shy young man began to scratch the back of his head awkwardly and smile, not even knowing how to behave in such a situation. The caring Chen Qi offered them a rest and said that they could watch over them, but the young man asked the team not to bother. Sleepy Jen immediately came down and asked who these people were, and her beloved replied that they were just volunteers passing by. The perceptive hero silently asked the tricksters not to think that he had fallen for their cheap ploy. Together with his beloved Lin, he sat down under a tree, knowing full well that they were wolves in sheep's clothing. The brave man decided that he needed to use his abilities so as not to waste all his spiritual energy and avoid detection by his enemies. Smiling, the warrior realized that his new skill could be useful, while the robot emphasized that it was just another coincidence. The cunning Chen quietly asked if they would start now, while boss Zhao Wei was only concerned that the nimble youngster would run away from them. His comrade emphasized that they had an army of elite soldiers, but the leader reminded him that, according to intelligence reports, the kid with the space system was as strong as a diamond. The stern-looking Chu was now convinced that his cunning opponents really did have a plan to capture him. The sweating young man came to the conclusion that the scoundrels had done everything they could to get to him. Unexpectedly, he gently touched the charming Jen's hand, as if wanting to say something important to her. Slightly blushing with surprise, she wondered why her beloved had suddenly done this. And she felt awkward because there were many people around. After a few seconds, the beauty realized that the young man was writing something directly on her palm. Soon she became very agitated and began to look closely to understand his message. It turned out that Lin Q wanted to say that it was very dangerous here, so she needed to run away urgently. The shocked lady wondered if the huge crowd around her were just ordinary bandits. The perceptive hero quickly realized that his devoted lover did not want to leave him here alone. He wrote on her palm that this way he would not have to be distracted by protecting her in battle. After that, the brave man proudly straightened his shoulders and smiled, making it clear that he would overcome all difficulties for her sake. The worried beauty was about to object, because she really didn't want to leave her other half in trouble. The fearless fighter smiled at her, his eyes radiating calmness, which Jen liked very much. Suddenly pulling his beloved close, the serious Chu asked her not to just walk away from here. His life partner looked down sadly and began to think, realizing that she could not argue with him. Hugging the young man, she wrote with her fingers that she would go and find reinforcements to help him. After that, the persistent lady began to run away, and Lin, confident in her, simply smiled, feeling calm. Now the brave man could act calmly, because his beloved was moving further and further away from the danger zone. Alerted, Chen Qi sensed something was wrong, and turning around, noticed that the girl had disappeared. Putting on a calm expression, the man asked where she was going, and added that he could send a couple of his guys with her. The serious young man replied that there was really no need for that, because Qin was no longer a child. Scratching the back of his head, the slightly shy gentleman said that in that case, they would no longer bother him. The altruist suggested that the volunteers were tired and offered to have a snack together, and the man with the sideburns noted his kindness. For several minutes, the whole team had been satisfying their hunger after a hard day that had drained all their energy. Smiling, the young man said to himself that the fools had no idea that he knew everything. That was why they were so calmly eating the food from his hands. And that pleased him, because everything was going according to plan. The emotionless guy asked if his brother, who was just standing silently to the side, was hungry. The man replied in the negative and suggested that they just sit down and rest, as well as exchange a few words about life. Tired, Chu noted that the food was very tasty, but Chenchi still did not want to fill his stomach at that moment. Taking some sheets of paper out of his pocket, the gentleman promised to try his gifts next time. Impressed, he said that his daughter was a big fan of the hero and asked for an autograph for her. The young man said that he could easily sign the photo, and his counterpart noted that this was excellent. Smiling, the confident warrior said that he had many copies, enough for all his brother's relatives. In his mind, the slightly bewildered Chen called him narcissistic, but the kid emphasized that kids like that. Soon, the team of volunteers began to disperse, having filled their bellies, and the young man took out his phone and began to read something. Serious Chi thought that the boy's girlfriend had only left for a moment, but she hadn't returned for 15 minutes. With a stern face, he silently pointed at the kid, letting his comrades know that he clearly knew something. Then the man turned to the young man and said that it was time for them to go their separate ways, since they had taken a break. The fearless Lin Q called him an old man and asked him to stop pretending, assuring him that he would not succeed. His emotionless counterpart asked if it was true that the perceptive youngster had already figured everything out. The young man said that since he was so smart, he should have guessed why he had decided to treat them to food, while the fool realized that they had been poisoned. The boy said that the poison would not have taken so long to work, and the surprised gentleman agreed with him. The wary Chen Qi added that Zhao Wei would have immediately understood if there were poisonous substances in the food and drinks. The mysterious fighter, with a sly smile on his face, said that he had only added a couple of folk remedies to improve his opponent's digestion. He advised them not to use their abilities because the consequences could be unpredictable. The enemy boss activated his ability out of spite, asking if the kid really thought he could take him down with something like that. The fierce opponent exclaimed that now the insolent boy would see his powerful ability and pay for everything. But suddenly, everything went wrong, and he only let out a bad smell, causing confusion among his own comrades. Blushing with shame, Choi realized that Lin had lied, and now he was convinced that things were very bad. At the same time, he couldn't stop, so he ran away, while the laughing hero emphasized that there was a terrible stench around. The serious Chen Qi was secretly glad that he had not agreed to eat the snack offered by this nimble young man. Creating a fiery portal around himself, the daredevil wished the guy's luck, saying that it was time for him to go about his business. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, the experienced warrior rushed into the attack, making a sharp and rather long leap. Right on the move, he turned into an enraged werewolf with huge fangs and sharp claws, capable of tearing apart anyone in his path. However, the gray-haired man failed to catch up with the nimble creature, who managed to escape completely unharmed. Behind the boss was a subordinate in pain, saying that he couldn't take it anymore. It was Wei Dong, the owner of the ability of perception, who was extremely focused on something. The stern Chen Qi asked his companions to wait for him there, wanting to catch up with the youngster and saying that he couldn't have gone far. Remaining in the body of a predatory beast, he said cautiously that he had found his target. Realizing that he couldn't waste even a second, the animal rushed off at high speed. On the ruins, the criminal saw the huge shadow of Lin Q, who seemed to be trying to lure him into a trap. One of the fake volunteers was already lying at the feet of the fearless warrior, which showed his determination. Smiling, the young man noted that Chen was quite fast, but added that he was still no match for him. Maintaining a confident appearance, the hero called his actions excellent and was convinced that victory would remain on his side. Without hesitation, the daredevil jumped into the portal, as if continuing to follow some plan of action. The wary enemy in the form of a predator turned around and began to look closely at the people behind him. The cold-blooded warrior decided to start with the frightened comrades of the scoundrel who dared to attack him. At that very moment, many suffered serious injuries to their necks, and blood began to spatter everywhere. One of the tense fighters asked the boss to take care of himself, as none of them had control over the situation. Continuing to smile brightly, Lin Qiu said that he had to deal with each of them, so he had no intention of giving up. Without a second thought, the young man resorted to using the golden spear to finally test it in combat. He found it incredible that the weapon really absorbed the enemy's blood to restore his spiritual energy. The young man concluded that with such a weapon, he could fight without stopping, which was to his advantage. But from his inner space, the youngster unexpectedly took out round objects that looked like magic beads. It turned out that they were combat grenades, which the brave man had collected a whole bunch of, saying that he would show his opponents something interesting. One of his opponents was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of his head, because they had never seen anything like this before. Pulling the pin out with his teeth, the sarcastic Lin asked the frightened boy to catch the first aid kit with a smirk on his face. The warrior relentlessly pelted his opponents with shells to prevent them from doing anything to him. At that moment, an incredibly powerful explosion rocked the area, forcing the survivors to flee. The enraged Wei Dong threatened to deal with the insolent man who dared to use such dirty methods against them. Taking pleasure in it, the hero used the portal to catch up with each enemy and pelt them with grenades. Out of fear and panic, many were unable to hold back their tears and screamed loudly. But that didn't make it any easier. The enemy noted in his thoughts that what was happening did not cause him any particular harm. But the scene looked quite humiliating. Sweating profusely from the tension, Choi said in a low voice that he no longer had the strength to hold back. The sarcastic Chu asked how the enemies managed to stay in their pants, and whether it was comfortable to suffer with all those buttons in their situation. One of the dissatisfied fighters exclaimed that if they didn't get rid of the scoundrel today, he would no longer be with them. Focused and extremely serious, Wei said that there was nothing to worry about, but the beast was already behind him. The young man spread his arms wide, filling his mind with rage to launch a devastating attack. The main character understood that all he had to do was aim accurately to deal with his important opponent. Stretching out his arm in front of him, the nervous warrior ordered the predator to attack the insolent man. In that moment, Lin froze in midair, realizing that he had to react very quickly, or it would be the end. The enraged animal began to swing its sharp-clawed paws, which even alarmed the young man a little. The tense fighter wondered how Dong knew that he would appear in this particular place. Without thinking twice, the young man jumped back into the portal to at least try to move behind the enemy. Keeping a cool head, he wondered how the mage managed to react so quickly to his actions. Suddenly, the young man became very alert again when he heard sharp sounds a few meters away from him. It turned out that the predator, with eyes yellow with rage, had found him again and was running at high speed to attack. The trickster managed to react and instantly jumped aside, but it was too early to relax. He did a somersault in midair, after which Chu landed without taking his eyes off the monster. A barely noticeable smirk appeared on his face, and he realized that the situation was very difficult. Then Lin simply froze in place and began to observe the actions of his opponent, who had no intention of stopping. The stern-looking Wei once again resorted to activating his magical ability, trying in every way to confuse the insolent creature. It finally dawned on the main character that it was he who was controlling the hungry beast that had been attacking him all along. The cold-blooded young man assumed that his opponent had the ability to see the trajectory of his enemy's movements. Nevertheless, without further ado, he used the portal and found himself behind the focused young man. Without showing even a drop of mercy, the warrior stunned Choi by striking him directly in the arm with his spear. The boy screamed loudly in pain and blood, which greatly frightened his remaining comrades. Being nervous, he asked the confused healer to quickly heal him, rather than just standing there rooted to the spot. The agitated healer replied that he could not help, and together they turned their gaze to the seriously wounded man nearby. The tense boss said it was time for them to return, and Chen Chi admitted that Lin was indeed strong, since he was able to inflict such serious wounds. In turn, the hero raised his head and looked at the moon, which gave him some opportunities. The young man noticed that his opponents were serious, but today was a full moon, and he could take advantage of that. Transforming into a fighting rabbit, the brave man firmly declared that he would play along with the pathetic fools a little. Keeping a cool head, the guy laughed softly, ready to put on a spectacular show. Jumping sharply off the ground, he gripped the spear handle tightly and rushed to attack the confused group of people. Angry Chen Chi spread his legs wide, saying that he would not allow the scoundrel to harm his comrades. Without even thinking to listen to him, the daredevil swung his spear in midair, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Gritting his teeth with nerves, the man with the sideburns watched him, not even knowing what to expect. At that moment, human blood splattered everywhere, but it was unclear who had been seriously injured. Stunned, Chi turned his head and saw his teammate with a deep wound on his neck that looked gruesome. With a trembling hand, the gentleman reached out to the dead man, asking how the insolent Chu could just take it and do this to his guys. His heart filled with hatred with every passing second, and he said he would not forgive this scoundrel. The enraged Chen told Wei Dong that the plans had changed, and that they now had to get rid of this kid right away. The main character noted in his mind that their thoughts coincided, as he had exactly the same plans. The tense comrade reported to the boss that the target was 20 meters to the left and impressed him with his accuracy. The embittered leader said that the boy was asking for death, but that didn't stop the stern-looking guy. Infusing his spear with powerful mana, the angry warrior aimed at the chest of the bandit, whom he wanted to deal with as quickly as possible. The extremely serious man asked if the young fool really thought he could compete with them. Suddenly, the experienced fighter appeared behind Chu, who wanted to test how far his physical training had progressed. The fearless young man turned sharply and held out his palm, fully prepared to meet the blow. At that terrible moment, the opponent's hands collided, resulting in a powerful burst of energy into the atmosphere. Gritting his teeth from the tension, Lin made a titanic effort to maintain his coordination in this difficult moment. In the end, Chen Chi proved to be stronger, and managed to knock the young man off his feet and throw him several meters away. The young man flew at high speed and crashed into the ground with his back, experiencing pain in various parts of his body. A cloud of thick gray smoke formed around him, and his opponent was already celebrating his victory in his mind. Smirking, the gentleman noted that this golden trash had decided he was on the same level as him, but now he was dead. But in an instant, the man became very alert, looking closely at the dissipating fog. Wiping the sweat from his face and smiling, The hero casually called him a mediocre master, and nothing more. Tense, Chen couldn't understand how the kid managed to survive such an attack if he didn't even have a platinum rank. The brave man asked if that was all he was capable of, but in his mind he emphasized that the enemy was strong, so fighting head-on was not so easy. The duel was not over, so the warrior prepared to fight to the last drop of blood. Focused, Wei exclaimed that the danger was 1.5 kilometers to the right. The emotionless Lin concluded that this boy with super perception would have to be eliminated first. Without ceremony, the daredevil rushed forward, aiming to destroy the thorn that was preventing him from acting. Nervous Dong immediately said that the enemy was above him at that moment, so something had to be done. At one point, the tense young man noticed that he couldn't move, but there was no explanation for this. Right in the air, the main character activated his ability, and the alert enemy quickly spotted him. The embittered Chu tried to observe the important royal combination when swinging his spear. Thanks to his concentration, he managed to do everything right, ultimately delivering a powerful blow. At that moment, his opponent was enveloped in the blue mana of the brave warrior, signaling the success of his actions. Then the young man landed on the ground to continue the fight and not become an easy target in the sky. Smiling, the satisfied fighter thought to himself that if he had known that the move would work so well, he would have used it much earlier. After that, the cold-blooded warrior turned his attention to the confused Chen Qi, who was standing aside. The stunned man asked in a trembling voice who he was, since no one could defeat him. The arrogant young man said that he had hidden his strength purely for fun, and his angry opponent exclaimed that he was simply a liar. The enemy, covered in sweat, realized that if the kid was really that powerful, he would not be able to escape. Summoning his courage, the desperate fighter ran into the attack, deciding to take a heavy risk. The daredevil thought to himself that the old man was quite aggressive, but he was not afraid at all. The impudent Lin jumped and swung his spear at his opponent, who froze in fear. The excited Qi turned around and started to run away, but this only provoked the young blood. The confident young man doubted that the pathetic coward would be able to hold out for long, but he still did not allow himself to relax. The nimble young man began to swing his sharp spear, but the alarmed Chen dodged in every way possible so as not to become an easy target. The gray-haired man noted in his mind that the kid had tricked him, because it didn't seem likely that he would be able to pull off the trick again. The old man also noticed that his opponent's energy was almost depleted, so he was in no hurry to give up. Suddenly, he jumped up and twisted his body in the air to do a backflip. The stern Chen Qi firmly stated that the situation had changed, hinting that he would now decide the course of the battle. The tense young man did not know what to do, because he had almost no mana left and would not be able to hold on any longer. Taking a fighting stance, the extremely serious opponent asked if that was all the pathetic boy was capable of. Summoning the red-eyed predator, the opponent said that now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. The pensive hero understood perfectly well that he could not easily defeat his opponent with his combat skills. In an instant, the smiling youngster remembered the dragon egg, but the man laughed loudly, considering it a trifle. The angry fighter shouted that he would destroy this cursed fruit, along with the insolent man who had killed his comrades. He immediately used the spiritual skill of a blow from the underworld, and the young man put up the embryo to protect himself. The enraged criminal did not stop and attacked fiercely, but it had no effect. A few seconds later, Chen Qi screamed in pain, and blood began to flow from his fingers. The stunned bandit did not understand what was happening, while the young man remained completely unharmed. The nervous opponent continued to suffer, wondering where his spiritual energy had gone. The brave boy seized the opportunity and quickly put the egg aside, grabbing a spear to strike. The merciless warrior decided to end the fight, as he had already spent a lot of time on it. Unexpectedly, he pierced his opponent's chest and lifted him off the ground, saying that questions could be asked in the afterlife. The stunned Chen began coughing up blood even more violently, but he did not even have time to understand what had happened. Then the fighter pulled the weapon back, and his dying opponent fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back. The sharp tip was heavily stained, but it immediately absorbed the liquid, filling with power. The brave man finally breathed a sigh of relief, but an unknown man with white wings appeared on the horizon. The guy soon heard strange sounds behind him, and turned around to see two people in the air. One of them was the nervous Captain Chao Guy, who immediately asked if Lin Q was okay. Accompanying him was a martial arts master and part-time team commander, Zhu Qing. Looking around, the man noted that everything around him was not as he had imagined, and asked if they had come to help or to clean up the trash. The shy young man smiled slightly, admitting that he had been a little hasty, but nothing could be done to fix it now. Then the gentleman decided to introduce the charming woman next to him, who smiled sweetly at the young man. The surprised young man mentally noted that the allies had a wonderful captain, and silence reigned for a moment. The boy sharply pulled the spear toward him, accompanied by a spectacular yellow light that one could watch forever. The hero said that he had left the man lying on the ground alive, assuming that he might have useful information. A wary Zhu Qing asked if he had really taken down a whole crowd of guys by himself, and the daredevil confirmed it without hesitation. The sound of eagle wings could be heard nearby, and it turned out that the rest of their comrades were flying up to join the trio. Among them was a worried Zhen who had already missed her future husband greatly. The beauty immediately threw herself into the young man's arms, saying that she had been very worried about him. Blushing with shyness, the girl asked if he was hurt and asked to examine him. Smiling, the young man pulled back his shirt, saying that he could take it off completely if the charmer asked him to. The shy girl asked him to get dressed quickly, noting that he was different again, but the young man just smiled in response. In turn, the serious Chow guy said that they needed to collect all the bodies, and Lin agreed with him. The frivolous youngster said that there was no need to fear their friends, and the man asked if he had really dealt with everyone. The ally, barely holding back his nausea, asked why these guys smelled so bad, thus drawing attention to himself. Smiling, the hero warned that they would all have to be thoroughly washed, but did not go into details. After a short time, a dragon egg lay on the ground, surrounded by several bright golden beads. The captain said that he had managed to get it from his enemies, and asked if the dragon fruit belonged to the young man. The young man wondered how he had managed to drop it, and the gentleman said that it had been surrounded by magma, but the commander noted that there was a different volcanic rock around the embryo itself. The pensive Lin Q couldn't believe that the egg had absorbed the lava as well, but that was how it appeared. At that moment, the pensive fighter created a portal near himself and immediately entered it. He found himself in a dangerous place again, as he wanted to conduct a small investigation and draw conclusions. Holding the object tightly in his hands, the neat guy began to bring it closer to the lava to check the reaction. From the outside, it looked surprising that the embryo really began to absorb the magma, and did so with great enthusiasm. The satisfied warrior realized that everything had worked, because the fiery substance was cooling at an unimaginable speed and turning into rock. At one point, the fruit even made some squeaking sounds, but no one paid any particular attention to this. Concerned, Chow Guy asked if his comrade, who was kneeling and hugging the precious thing, had found anything. Calm Lin said he had found a solution to the problem, and the tense man asked him to explain everything quickly. It was said that the egg was capable of absorbing magma, but suddenly someone interrupted the conversation with a sharp address to the leader. The serious Lin Chun said that he had received information that in about half an hour the volcano would erupt again. He added that it would be much stronger than the first one, and this news greatly alarmed both the captain and the brave Chu. The thoughtful hero mentally emphasized that there should be enough time for his spiritual power to replenish, so he was in no hurry to panic. The commander said that people needed to be evacuated, but the warrior wanted to go to the volcano, believing that he should try to prevent the disaster. The tense ally pointed his finger at the terrible phenomenon, and asked if his brother really thought he could handle it. The perceptive young man assured him that the temperature of the dragon egg could definitely be handled, but the poisonous fumes were another problem. Smiling slightly, he surprised Shen, who was standing nearby, by saying that she could go on the mission with him. The serious Chow Ga was concerned about the erupting crater, but the hero promised that he would not risk his life for nothing. The stern warrior warned the blonde that it was indeed dangerous, so she should think carefully about it. The silent girl sank into thought and weighed everything in her mind, realizing that the future was unknown. Nevertheless, the beauty confidently said that she would go with the master, who was even alarmed by her fearless attitude. The nervous captain asked the young people to be extremely careful and not to get into trouble. After respectfully saluting, the partners promised to follow his orders, then decided not to waste any time. Maximally focused, Lin Q glanced at the dragon fruit and said that it was time to begin the task. The strong man swung sharply, aiming to throw the seed into the thick of the battle, hoping for a good result. He had planned every step in advance, so he wasn't worried about anything and simply carried out the mission. A large amount of energy gathered around the dragon fruit, keeping it in a state of combat readiness. The hero asked Shin to hold his hand, and when they reached their destination, to turn around and absorb the poisonous gas. For several seconds, the companions stood in one place, watching the precious egg intently. Slightly surprised, the girl pointed out that the magma around the embryo was indeed cooling rapidly, which looked quite interesting. The tense young man began to cover his mouth with his hands, reminding everyone of the dangerous gases, and the girl remembered her duties. The focused lady quickly began to transform into a demon, as circumstances demanded. In a few seconds, her face became frightening, and devilish horns now protruded from her head. The young man calmly picked up the dragon egg, noting that everything was going according to plan, so they should continue moving forward. He once again threw the tool into the lava, aiming to turn it into rock. Soon, it was said that another section had cooled, and now all that remained was to continue doing so. Gently taking the sweaty beauty Shen by the hand, the young man said it was time to move on. Without further ado, the main character entered the portal, pulling his companion, who obeyed him in everything behind him. The young man concluded that they just needed to throw away the seed and teleport along the cooled fragments. As they approached the crater, the temperature rose, so the caring ally threw a bottle of water to the blonde. The nimble lady grabbed the container to finally pour its contents into her rapidly drying throat. She began to pour cool water into herself without stopping, but there was very little of it to quench her thirst. The girl, her nose reddened, complained that she was very hot and that it was difficult to cope with it. The cool-headed Lin Qiu thought to himself that, judging by the rate at which the liquid was evaporating, they would not last long. Gathering his strength, the persistent warrior said that they needed to move on, as the task had not yet been completed. Taking the dragon embryo in his hand, the fighter said that he would continue the mission alone, as he did not want to endanger Shen's life. The blonde, who was both excited and shocked, couldn't believe it. And the brave man suddenly turned into a rabbit. Once in a safe place, the guy took a bucket of water, saying that they could no longer use the egg. Without warning, the boy splashed water on his friend, who was frozen in place and completely unprepared. The shocked blonde felt uncomfortable because her clothes were now wet. Pouring the rest on himself, the perceptive Lin said that it would help them last a little longer in the hellfire. Serious Chu said that this was necessary so that the vestments would not burn during the transfer, and Shin said that she believed him and asked him not to worry. Without further ado, the brave man took his comrade by the hand and entered the portal, ready for further action. Less than a minute later, the girl began complaining again that she was hot, but she had to endure it. The hero, dripping with sweat, confirmed that the temperature was indeed hellish, and this fact was very alarming. Nevertheless, the partners passed through the passage again, continuing to do what they had to do and not thinking of turning back. Time slowly passed, and they were getting closer to the end of their mission, even though they were losing a catastrophic amount of strength. At one point, a joyful Shin Shin said that they had reached their destination, so they could relax a little. Lin Qiu, in turn, noticed that the air in this place was heavy, and his energy was already almost at its limit. With a sharp swing of his arm and a twist of his body, the young man threw the dragon egg, asking it to do its job. The excited blonde noticed that the master had lost his coordination and was falling due to exhaustion. Without thinking twice, the devoted assistant jumped after him, trying to grab him and pull him aside in mid-flight. The desperate girl didn't know what to do, but it seemed like the end, because even her mentor had lost consciousness. A couple of seconds later, the partners crashed onto the stone floor, feeling intense pain in their backs, but they were still alive. Shocked, Shin immediately wondered why she didn't feel the heat in such a terrible place. Looking around, the beauty noticed that the magma had turned into rock, and Lin, holding the back of his head, complained of pain. Concerned, Lady asked if the master was okay and gently stroked his head. Feeling awkward, the hero immediately noticed that the clothes on his counterpart's body had simply burned away due to the high temperatures. Smiling, the young man emphasized that their plan had been successful, which greatly surprised his ally. The lady couldn't believe that the dragon egg had really absorbed all the lava, and the brave man decided to check it out as soon as possible. Confident in his words, the young man said that it was all thanks to this little guy who saved the lives of many people. Lifting the rather heavy seedling, the young man noted that he had eaten well and even gained weight. Suddenly, large cracks began to form in the ground around the partners, causing tension. The extremely serious Lin was the first to notice this, but he did not understand what was happening at all. The nervous fighter said that the surface temperature was rising rapidly, and the volcano was still active. The blonde continued to suffer from the heat, and the surprised young man noticed that the fruit still did not have enough mana. Judging by the scale, the energy around it was equivalent to 9 nuclear bombs, but the hero couldn't understand how the egg hadn't hatched yet. Shen, who was tense, asked the master to pay attention to the helicopter in the sky that was moving in their direction. Inside the aircraft was a journalist saying that the time of the eruption had come, but nothing had happened. The woman added that lava was no longer flowing from the crater and noticed 2 people waving their hands below. Noticing the egg, the puzzled woman suggested that the strange guys were preparing something right at the source of the magma. Shocked scientists at the test station, seeing the images, began to suspect that they had been wrong in their conclusions. Crying with joy, Qinjin called it all happiness, and Lin Chen was proud of Lin Qiu, who had succeeded. The journalist asked if the guys would fly with them, and the daredevil replied that they still had some business to attend to. After that, the helicopter immediately gained altitude and flew away, while the main character still wanted to wait for the dragon fruit to ripen. The guy didn't know how long it would take, so he suggested taking a break, and the cute blonde supported his idea. A short period of time deprived the young people of the long-awaited sleep they had already begun to miss. Suddenly, the embryo began to behave strangely and even vibrate slightly, which was an alarming sign. The sleepy young man immediately opened his eyes and began to rub them, staring emotionlessly at the cracking egg. A few seconds later, the head of a smiling little dragon suddenly popped out, looking straight at him. The joyful young man immediately began to wake Shen, saying that the long-awaited pet had finally hatched. The cute little animal jumped sharply onto the young man's arm, calling him Dad in its own language, which was very strange for him. The excited boy immediately threw it off him, shouting not to come near him, as he was very afraid of snakes. In tears, the impressionable and very sensitive child asked if he was no longer needed. The nervous hero asked him not to call him Dad, otherwise Qin would misunderstand, and the dragon promised not to do it again. After that, the tame animal went to the still sleeping girl to wake her up and let her know about himself. The little dragon asked if this was the mother with whom his father had incubated him here. But at first, there was no answer. Confused and feeling awkward, Lin confirmed that all this was happening right in the lava. Grabbing the boy by the hair, the serious fighter warned that he would punish him if he continued to talk nonsense. The young man asked why the baby had 3 horns, since dragons usually only had 2. The animal replied that it was a tool for breaking shells, and asked why his father had not helped him. And he asked him not to speak to him in that tone. Then the wary young man noticed an important detail, which he also asked for clarification about. Smiling, the young man asked if the pet understood human speech, and it said that it had learned their language in just half a minute. The boy decided to give it a name so that it would be easier to address it in the future, and suggested calling it a little blackworm. The dissatisfied baby protested loudly and called him Dad again, and the hero asked him to call him Master or Brother. Serious Lin gave the newborn the right to choose a name for himself that he liked. Imagining a huge, majestic monster, the little one asked how to start a devilish dragon, stroking the beast on the head. The warrior said that it was too long a name, and declared that he would call him Xiao He. The little one did not argue. After that, the little dragon turned around and headed for the remains of the shell, saying that he needed to eat it. Watching the process with surprise, Chu wondered what level it was at the moment. Licking its lips, the pet suggested that it was at the platinum rank, which was pretty good. The hero asked why it was so small despite its status, and declared that he wanted to be a knight riding a fierce predator. Little Xiao said that it could grow up to 200 meters tall, shocking his attentive listener. The only thing that alarmed the fighter was the amount of attention he would attract if he flew in on a dragon. After that, the daredevil asked his new friend to demonstrate his abilities, and he was only too happy to do so. Suddenly, the little one turned into a majestic monster, ready to rush into battle at any second. The delighted boy asked to be allowed to ride for a while, and Xiao He did not refuse him this favor. The proud warrior ordered his comrade to fly ahead, and he listened carefully to his instructions and obeyed immediately. Opening its mouth wide, the menacing beast headed into the distance, delighting its master. Riding the mighty creature, Lin Chu felt like a god whom no one could conquer. Suddenly, everything went wrong, and the dragon's condition seemed to deteriorate, which greatly frightened the young man. Directly ahead was a huge rock that was impossible to fly past. The tense hero cried out that they were about to crash, but there was no way to change course. No miracle happened, and at that very moment, there was a loud crash, like a powerful explosion. In the end, everyone survived, but now a nasty bump protruded from the head of the pain-stricken Lin. The angry guy asked if it was done on purpose, and Xiao He said that it was his first flight and he still had poor control. The dragon suggested trying again, but the youngster had had enough, so he ordered him to descend. As soon as they landed, the sleepy beauty Shen opened her eyes, having missed everything that had happened. The puzzled lady asked if this was really the legendary predator, and the master confirmed it with a smile on his face. The hero asked his new companion to become smaller because he did not want everyone to find out about him prematurely. A few seconds later, the animal became small again, and then smiled sweetly at the blonde. The charming girl with red cheeks called it incredible that such an unusual animal could change its size. The mentor suggested that they quickly go down and tell the captain the good news, even though the reporters had obviously already told everyone. Meanwhile, Chao Gai, Lin Chun, and Lin Qiu's future wife stood near the volcano, waiting for their partners to appear. The worried girl looked at the crater, hoping to see the young man she missed so much unharmed. The emotionless girl thought she heard a familiar voice, and the captain asked where it was coming from. Suddenly, someone covered the beauty's eyes with their palms, which alarmed and even slightly frightened her. Qin cried with joy, because the person closest to her had finally returned from a dangerous mission. The brave warrior still had cute Xiao Hai sitting on his shoulder, smiling at everyone around him. After laughing a little, the girl asked where the bump on the young man's head came from, and he replied that it was all because of the dragon's paws. The delighted lady picked up the little animal, which she couldn't stop admiring and wanted to touch in every way possible. She was pleased to realize that the handsome creature had hatched from an egg that had protected her, and that it could even talk. The jealous Lin said that he would have dragon steak for dinner today, and Lin Chun asked him not to hurt his spiritual pet. The man asked if he had absorbed the energy of the volcano, and the guy confirmed it, and turned his attention to the commander talking on the phone. Nervous Chow Guy said that the beasts in the area were angry, and asked if his comrades thought they would try to escape from there. The dragon asked to be taken with them, believing that he could settle everything. And the brave man asked how a little guy like him was going to solve the problem. The cute predator assured his brother that even though his level wasn't that high, he could be very useful. Looking at the captain, who had turned into an eagle, the warrior said that they needed to find a master, and that little Xiao needed a chance to prove himself. After a while, the team found themselves at the entrance to the pink portal, where everyone was nervous in their own way. For several minutes, they all thought about the trials ahead, but no one even thought of backing down. Leader Guy asked where the mentor and the beasts were, and his subordinate replied that they were still inside. Keeping his cool, the man told the main character that it was time to go inside before the situation worsened. A few seconds later, the young man said that, as expected, the concentration of spiritual energy here was simply incredible. Suddenly, a huge boulder collapsed right at the entrance, which could have killed several people in an instant. The cool-headed Lin Qiu quickly noticed the impending danger, but he was not one to panic. The fearless Dean, Yang Ji, came to the rescue, using his abilities to prevent tragedy from happening. The tense director asked why his student was there, and emphasized that it was too dangerous in that place. The discouraged young man replied that he had come to help him, as the task had already been delayed for too long. The gray-haired gentleman said that his level was not high enough for this, and the astonished young man asked what was going on there. Somewhere nearby was a whole herd of ferocious beasts that had become enraged and were now fighting against humans. The fighter asked why the disputes had not yet subsided if the problem with the volcano had been solved, and Yang replied that it was not so easy to calm down powerful predators. The calm young man told Xiao He that now was the time for him to help them, since that was what he wanted. Without much emotion, the old man asked if it was true that this little one had hatched from an egg. Immediately, the spiritual pet began the process of transforming into a powerful creature, which at first seemed harmless. Within seconds, a huge and ferocious dragon stood before the people, ready to carry out any order. The surprised warrior asked if this was reinforcement from the beasts, and the astonished Tai Chun replied that it did not seem so. In a frightening tone, the huge creature asked in its own language what had happened, and then suggested discussing everything calmly. The angry predators began to explain that humans had killed many of their brothers, so they wanted to take revenge on them. The dragon asked who their leader was and asked him to come out to talk and settle the conflict peacefully. The creature was stunned because it was the leader of the small pack. The animal said that it could not back down because several of its kin had died, but Xiao pointed out that the problem outside had been resolved and there was no need to continue. The hairy beast was impressed by him and replied that since everything was stable outside, there was no reason for them to leave. Then the majestic monster suggested that they return, warning that the opposite would lead to great casualties. Showing his determination, he ordered everyone to return home immediately, after which the predators turned around and began to leave. The polite leader asked how he could turn into a dragon, emphasizing that it had always been his cherished dream. After thinking it over, Xiao He replied that he wasn't sure he could help with that, and didn't want to take responsibility for it. Nevertheless, he began to trumpet that his counterpart must find his own path and follow it in order to become a true beast. The bearded man thanked him and said he would work on himself, but asked what he should do with people. The angry dragon shouted at him to leave them alone and focus on himself, otherwise it would be pointless. The frightened little man said that after his words, it was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and then he thanked him again and said goodbye. The animal sped away at great speed, and the proud monster watched him from afar. Smiling, the calm Lin Qiu noted that it was a job well done, and now they could all relax a little. Xiao He, in turn, shrank to the size of a small dragon and returned to his usual place on the boy's shoulder. Tense Tai Chung took the opportunity to ask if this little animal belonged to the young man. The little one politely greeted those around him, calling them uncles and aunts, as well as grandfathers and grandmothers. What amazed everyone even more was the fact that the spiritual pet could speak, and in their language at that. Lin, completely calm, said that the cute animal had hatched from an egg that had been given to him earlier. The smiling Yang Zi emphasized that the young man was lucky to have an assistant with such powerful energy. The man was glad that the situation had been resolved so smoothly. But the hero was sorry that so many masters had fallen in battle. The gentleman asked what reward he wanted, and the delighted young man replied that he needed spiritual spheres from various systems. He added that if they could not be obtained, a couple of diamond balls would suffice, and the serious G asked why he needed so many beads. The young warrior reminded him that he had almost made a breakthrough, and asked if his mentor would like to congratulate him on this. Slightly puzzled, the director asked if the young man was really going to move on to the next stage right now. Closing his eyes and concentrating as hard as he could, the brave warrior said that he had constantly used his spiritual energy during this mission. The amount of mana was the last barrier standing between the fearless fighter and his next evolution. The surprised Dean noted to himself that this young man truly had a talent for improvement. In an instant, the young man's ash-colored hair stood on end, signaling an excessive accumulation of power. A few seconds later, he let out a loud cry, experiencing a sharp pain somewhere in the center of his chest, but at the same time feeling filled with power. Then, drenched in sweat, Lin almost lost consciousness, pressing his hands against the floor, but patiently waited for the transition to end. Alarmed, Young Ji asked if something had gone wrong and if he was okay. But the brave young man felt something strange. He was alarmed by the fact that the skill he had gained after the breakthrough was the transformation into a giant beast. It took a couple more minutes for the main character to recover from the difficult stage of evolution. Wiping the sweat from his face, he decided to study the skill later, and the late director congratulated his student. The man inquired about the battle mentioned earlier by the young man, and he replied that they had encountered a group in the forest that had attacked them. He added that their leader's name was Chen Qi, and the old man replied that he had not heard that name before, but that every diamond-level master in the country was registered. The boy briefly explained that the opponents had disguised themselves as rescuers and then decided to capture him. The thoughtful gentleman emphasized that the motives were indeed unclear, so time was needed for investigation. The hero admitted that he had told them this only so that they would agree to recharge his spear, which stunned those around him. The comrade in the white shirt said he would do it only as a token of gratitude for what he had done. After that, a pleasantly surprised Yang Ji put his hand on his student's shoulder, saying that he was a good man and asking him to follow him. At that moment, they approached the place where the two dead macaques lay, surrounded by other masters. The academy director smiled, saying that the young man knew his stuff, and 3 beads glistened near one of the bodies. Stunned, Lin Qiu wondered if they really wanted to drag away the dead bodies of the man who had just made a breakthrough. Sirius said that the fighter had made a huge contribution to the mission and handed him a stack of papers, and the dean asked him to read them. The interested young man said he would take the sphere and the meat, and the puzzled Yang asked if that was all he wanted. The imperturbable Grandpa Shen handed the daredevil the golden balls he wanted so badly. The boy expressed his hope that they would continue to help him in the future, and the masters simply could not refuse him. Patting the boy on the shoulder with his fist, the mustachioed director called him a scoundrel, noting that everyone understood that he deserved it. After that, he said that since everything had been settled with the volcano, they needed to find the scoundrel Chen Qi who had attacked the boys. Sometime later, at the academy, Lin Qiu said that the problem was that they had no leads and came to the conclusion that hidden forces had appeared in the country. The stern Lin Chun reminded them that they were professional investigators and suggested going to headquarters to see what they could find out. The serious captain said he would contact the young man, who realized he would have to keep his phone with him at all times. The hero showed a photo of a man on his mobile device and asked if the squad commander knew him. It was a photo he had taken earlier of the cool-headed Capella, who was a member of the American delegation. The tense man's first question was where the young man got the photo, but he tried not to show any emotion. The young man replied that this man was part of the group and that his name seemed familiar to him, so he decided to take a picture. The fighter then noted that he was very strong, so he asked his brother not to act impulsively, adding that it was never too late to take revenge. The extremely serious warrior said that rash actions could ultimately backfire on them. His opponent said that he was not so foolish as to give up his life just like that, adding that he would be ashamed to die so ridiculously. An alarmed Tai Chun suddenly burst into the room and addressed the wary Wu Yangze. The breathless master said that the director's students were already there, and he asked what they were doing there. The long-haired gentleman with scars on his face replied that the boys were not far from the hotel. Trying to remain calm, the dean asked the first student to follow him. A blue digital display appeared in front of the captain and old man Chun, who were left alone, and they simply remained silent. Meanwhile, the team of students led by teacher Han Jun-ning stood in the middle of the stone cliffs. Very soon, they saw traces of the portal and became very wary, as it looked quite unusual. the academy director appeared before the allies, along with Lin Q, who was his chief assistant. The young man first silently examined the other students and noticed that each of them was dressed in a black formal suit. Surprised, the young man wondered why the entire school had gathered here. The teacher asked how they could help, and Yang Jie wondered if they hadn't seen the news that the problem had been solved. Zheng Sang, smiling strangely, noted that the damage was enormous, and Han Jun said that the kids still wanted to come and help. The bespectacled boy added that it was necessary to help with the resettlement of people and the reconstruction of houses, and promised to do his best. Pleasantly surprised, the dean was convinced that he was looking at the hope of their country and realized that the future would be bright. The proud man said that in the coming days they must do everything possible to help those affected by the natural disaster. He also stated that everyone who participated in the rescue operation to return to the academy would receive 2 extra points. This news caused unbridled joy among the students, who now had even more incentive to work hard. The dean noted that after the meeting they would all begin restoration work, and Zhang Sang promised that they would give it their all. The calm Yang Jie said that he was returning to the city and asked what Lin Q's plans were, to which he replied that he could not leave his newly arrived comrades. The master asked him to be careful and to come back when he was done, and the young man said goodbye with a smile on his face. Then the main character saw an eagle flying in the sky, proudly and confidently flapping its large wings. Captain Lin Chun and Instructor Chin arrived at their destination, and the young man was very happy to see them. Feeling warmth in his heart, Ming immediately said that the skilled warrior was now much stronger than him, and this made him feel uncomfortable. The teacher said that he had been sent here because he was familiar with the area, and the young man took note of this information. Being sincere, the gentleman said that he was entrusting the rest to the brave young man, which made him very happy. Then the young man climbed onto the eagle, and the commander said he would send him where his help was most needed. Maltz was very pleased that he was taking only him, and soon the warbird began to gain altitude. After a short time, the comrades arrived at the temporary settlement for the victims. Nearby, 2 young men were carrying a seriously wounded man on a stretcher, which was very noble of them. Surprised, Lin Chu looked more closely and said with confidence that these faces were very familiar to him. The charming healer Sun Lei resorted to activating healing magic to provide medical assistance to all those in need. After that, the health of the victims gradually began to recover, and everyone felt a slight warmth in their bodies. The hero felt calmer as the wounded recovered one after another, and Lin Chun noted that this was not bad. The curious boy decided to approach one of the tents and pulled back the curtain to see what was going on inside. Inside, he suddenly saw Jen sitting on the floor, who abruptly dropped a vessel and spilled water on herself. The young man blushed and was stunned by what he saw, as he had not even thought of meeting his soulmate here. The boy asked if everything was okay, and Chin replied that she had accidentally spilled the liquid and was lucky that it wasn't boiling water. After that, the young man felt calmer and decided to start a conversation. In his mind, the hero said that his beloved looked delightful in her white negligee. The shy lady said that all her clothes were wet and decided to take them off because she felt uncomfortable. Her incredible beauty made the young man's nose bleed, and he almost lost consciousness. Smiling, her beloved asked to help her, but the charmer was a little shy. Suddenly, someone called out to the warrior, saying that the commander was already waiting to meet him. The young man was a little upset and thought to himself that everything was happening at the wrong time, but there was nothing he could do about it. At that moment, he fearlessly left the tent, where he was met by a crowd of waiting allies. The group of people, led by Chao Gai, saluted and loudly greeted the commander-in-chief. Thrown off balance, Chu had no idea why they were calling him that when he was just a simple student. Smiling, the captain calmly said that the main force in this mission was the academy's students. After a long discussion, they realized that the only one who could decide everything was Lin, because he had won the league and written an encyclopedia of spiritual beasts. The bewildered young man had a feeling that they just wanted to shift the responsibility onto him. But Guy asked him not to make things up and promised him a reward from the country. Taking a deep breath, the brave man realized that he had no other choice but to obey. First, he asked what was on their agenda, and his counterpart replied that they needed to solve the accommodation problem. The girl with the bandage on her forehead said that there were not enough tents and reminded him that winter was approaching and many would not survive the night. Shocked, the commander-in-chief agreed that the situation was bad and suggested building something like dugouts. The girl shook her head in response, saying quietly that it would not be possible to do so. She explained that such houses required the strength of the earth, and although there were many people, there were few craftsmen who could do this. After just a few minutes of conversation, the hero's head was spinning, but questions of all kinds kept coming. The system warned that the host's brain cells were dying in large numbers, and that this would cause great damage to his health. Immediately, the talent of a rank E master builder was forcibly awakened, which caught the young man's attention. The enthusiastic young man jumped up abruptly, confidently saying that an idea had formed in his head. Surprised and even somewhat wary, Chao Gai and his subordinate looked at him silently, waiting for him to begin his story. Enlightened, Lin Qiu asked for a pen immediately so that he could write down his thoughts on paper. Sticking out his tongue, the interested young man began to scribble something on the sheet of paper with particular enthusiasm. The red-haired lady with large earrings looked at the result with surprise, trying to understand what it was. Maintaining a confident appearance, the main character said that his drawing was ready and intended to show it to everyone present. Having finished the layout, he handed the sample to the lady standing in front of him, who said it was excellent. The woman emphasized that the work was excellent, and a satisfied Chao Gai called the young man an excellent architect, adding that he could be trusted. But then the short-haired lady asked where to find so many resources, and Lin replied that he had an idea about that too. Pointing to a hill nearby, he calmly stated that they would be able to obtain the necessary materials there. The serious captain understood that he was referring to Mount Kaishi, but he did not rush to any conclusions, and tried to listen more. The commander-in-chief added that under normal circumstances it would not be easy, but they had a lot of experienced craftsmen here. The commander agreed that they had enough people to extract and transport the resources, and his subordinates were ready to carry out any order. The newly appointed leader said that Guy would gather the attacking fighters, and Zhu Qing would find those who would help with transportation. It was further announced that Bao Yu would be responsible for the blueprints, and healer Sun Lei would help the wounded. Everyone present listened carefully to the order and was ready to carry it out immediately. The serious leader said that there were 9.5 hours left before dark, so they had to start right away. The system noted that he had become so powerful that he was already giving orders, and the hero said that half of his achievements belonged to her. The young man added that he was very grateful to his assistant, who maintained a childish but warm relationship with him. Bao Yu said that she had questions about the drawings, and the warrior decided to help her, and then go for a run around the neighborhood. After a while, the young gentleman said that there were no problems with the construction, and all that remained was to wait for the stones. Being unperturbed, he asked if the transportation of materials was taking too long, but the people were working to the best of their ability. Not receiving any answer, the main character created a portal near him and immediately entered it. He found himself on Mount Keishi, where his comrades were mining at that moment. Sweating profusely from exhaustion, Chao Gai immediately noticed the commander-in-chief and asked how he had ended up there. Waving to his comrade, the smiling young man asked how their work was going. Then the young man was slightly surprised to see the fearless Zhang Hu pounding the rock with his bare fists. Looking confidently at his opponent, the combative boy said that he had nothing to worry about and showed his completely unharmed knuckles. He continued to gather resources, which even alarmed the commander who had come to watch the process. At one point, the daredevil slapped his comrade on the back of the head, asking in a raised voice if he was completely stupid. The fierce Lin Qiu shouted that he needed stones, not sand, and the crying Jiang admitted his guilt and promised to correct himself. The calm Captain Chao noted to himself that the young man was becoming wiser, but still had work to do. It was said that the boulders were heavy and there weren't enough people to carry them. Even with the help of eagles, the speed of delivery did not increase significantly. All the students gathered worked hard, collecting stones, but it was still not enough for construction. Slightly disappointed, the hero did not think that everything would turn out this way, so he decided not to bother his comrades anymore. The young man approached two guys, asking them to give him a cobblestone, and they asked if he was sure he could carry it on his own. Smiling, the brave young man held up 2 fingers, looking mysterious, which attracted the attention of those around him. He said again that nothing was impossible for him, and lifted the stone without much effort, shocking his allies. Then the young man took advantage of the discovery of the inner space, and placed the resource in it. The discouraged, bespectacled man remembered that this was the same student who had won the competition. The noble leader said he would deal with the boulder, and the guys respected him and began to call him Commander-in-Chief. One of the boys asked him not to be angry at their weakness, and the daredevil smiled in response, assuring him that everything was fine. The emotionless commander asked the rest of the people not to stand idly by and to continue mining. The next minute, one of Lin Qiu's comrades approached him and reported that there was almost no space left. The leader asked his subordinates to take a stone each and follow him, and his order was carried out immediately. The soldier regretted that he was not as strong as Yang Ji, because then he could have teleported everyone with him, so it became clear that he would have to make several trips. The lightly armed hero hummed cheerful tunes to lift the spirits of his comrades and keep them from getting bored. After the commander's song, the red-haired boy felt a surge of strength, and the curly-haired strongman agreed that it was perfect for the situation. Thus, all the team members were in high spirits, and after a short time, they reached their destination. New houses soon appeared at the temporary settlement site. They were simple but provided protection from the wind and rain. Lin Ku's participation significantly sped up the process, so before sunset, all the victims were settled into their new homes. In the evening, the tired young man sat in a tree with his beloved, who had brought him some tasty treats. The crying young man was pleased that his dear wife had prepared dinner for him, and he felt that everything had been done with love. Anxious, Zhen asked if it was difficult for him to take on so much responsibility, and he realized that she had noticed his difficulties. Putting on a serious face, the hero replied that unfortunately, the amount of power was proportional to personal freedom. Then the young man smiled, adding that when he saw the results of his work, he realized that it was definitely worth it. Concerned, Qin said to herself that her beloved was still the same kind boy she knew. The lady asked if Lin knew that the sunset had not been visible from here before, and he asked why. Looking more closely, the leader noticed a piece dug up by his comrades and found the answer to his question himself. The lovely girl snuggled up to her beloved, saying that everything they were doing was definitely for the best. She added that they had created a real miracle and noted that the sunset was beautiful. The next morning, the commander-in-chief was standing in the street when he saw a proud eagle flying toward him. It was the alarmed Captain Chao Gai, who reported that the bridge had been damaged during a violent volcanic eruption. He added that the truck with supplies simply could not pass, and if they did not repair the crossing, they would be left without dinner. The man said that according to experts, the repairs would take a couple of days, and the agitated Lin noted that they could not leave the tired people without food. Thoughtful Qinzhen offered her services to solve the problem, and the surprised young man asked what she had in mind. The resourceful lady explained that if they hired ice masters, everything could work out with freezing, and the young man called it a great idea. The brave man immediately decided to climb down from the tree, saying that they needed specialists who could work with plants. As he fell, he thought incessantly about what to do next in order to get everything done as quickly as possible. After a short time, a whole team of people gathered on the bridge to begin the repair process. The commander asked all the ice masters to come to him, saying that they needed to freeze the river blocking the way urgently. Alerted, Zhu Qing asked if the leader was asking too much, and it was clear from her face that she was starting to get angry. The angry lady shouted loudly, asking if the guy really thought they could do it with such a wide body of water. Picking his ear with his pinky finger, Lin asked what would happen if he increased his comrade's abilities by 50%. After thinking it over and assessing the possibilities, the girl with the bandage on her forehead replied that it would be quite good. Completely calm, the young man asked Zhen to begin, and blue sparkles immediately appeared around her. The focused lady raised her hands and devoted herself to the process, putting in considerable effort. Very soon, the delighted Zhu Qing felt how much stronger she had become. So now she was ready to perform any task. A satisfied Chu noted that the river had frozen, and the enthusiastic warrior said that with such power, she could freeze the entire ocean. Smiling and clenching his fist tightly, the commander-in-chief said that he really liked her fighting spirit. The hero emphasized that it was not necessary to freeze the river to the bottom. Otherwise, the water would stop flowing and there would be even more problems, and his counterpart noted that he was wise beyond his years. After that, the commander gave the order to begin, and the four girls ran toward the reservoir, ready to work. Their hands endlessly released energy, which helped cool the water and turn it into ice. In just a few seconds, a fairly thick layer appeared on the surface, highlighting the good teamwork. The leader asked the boys to try to lay vines across the surface of the ice to increase friction, and ordered Zhang San to enhance their abilities. The plant specialists immediately rushed to carry out the task, putting in a titanic effort. On both sides, the team members directed their energy toward the river, and soon the wheels were able to continue moving. The jubilant crowd began to notice that the guys had succeeded in obtaining provisions, and now they were no longer at risk of running out of food. The main character continued to command the operation, while the blonde-haired guy behind him watched his every move. Smiling, he said that they were no match for the judicious Lin Q, and the serious Chao Gai agreed with his words. The long-haired gentleman, with a proud smirk on his face, said that it would be wasteful for their country not to help such talent. Late in the evening, the friendly company gathered around the table, where the captain congratulated everyone on the successful completion of the mission. Guy and Chu expressed their joy in unison, and then began to raise their glasses of foamy drink. Tired from a hard day, the people gathered around the fire and talked, while others did the same at the table. Calm Chow asked if it was true that the hero was returning to the academy tomorrow, and he confirmed it, saying that he needed to prepare for exams. On this occasion, the gentleman suggested that everyone get a good night's rest, and everyone supported his wonderful idea. But suddenly, the gathering was interrupted by an emotionless young man who drew attention to himself with a slight cough. A young family with a child came to thank the team for saving them and called them true heroes. The serious captain emphasized that it was all thanks to the shy young man, but he also noted that it was the result of their joint efforts. The delighted little girl asked the strong man to show her something, and he thought about turning into a rabbit. The girl immediately remembered him in the form of a fluffy animal with long ears and wanted to see it again. Delighted, she said she had seen him on television and called him the strongest furry creature on Earth. The child said that everyone was eagerly waiting for the guy to show them something, and a trio of fans gathered nearby, eager to see the fighter's transformation. The discouraged hero understood perfectly well that this would not please his beloved, and she was already looking at him emotionlessly. But then the young man thought deeply, and his other half unexpectedly asked him to start acting. Smiling, the beauty noted that it was time for a celebration, so Lin should not refuse his admirers. Smiling slightly, the young man got up from his seat, saying that he would do so, and his beloved girlfriend began to watch. But at the same time, the charmer was a little jealous of her future husband's large number of female fans, and she was not ashamed to admit it. The blushing young man thought to himself that she was very cute, and wanted to admire her some more, but he had to go. Gently hugging Chin, the hero said that she was the only woman who constantly excited him. He confidently took her by the hand and followed the little girl, who was happy that her brother was now transforming. The mysterious Chungming acted as the host and asked if the audience was ready for the show. The blonde invited the main star of the magic show onto the stage, namely the slightly dissatisfied Chu, who did not like the circus. Joyful fans began to raise their hands, and an admiring Zhen looked at her beloved with a smile. The fighter wanted to try out a skill he had recently acquired, which, judging by its name, was supposed to increase his physical size. The daredevil immediately struck the rock with his fist, activating the moon lion technique, and soon ears began to stick out of his head. Enchanted fans began to drool at his charming appearance and immediately started taking pictures of him. Everyone unanimously called the rabbit very cute, and the beautiful Qin found it amusing that she was touched at this stage every time, just like the first time. Soon, Lin Qiu smiled mysteriously, as if he was about to show the audience something interesting. At that very moment, a spectacular and even somewhat frightening transformation began, causing everyone to hold their breath. Soon, a muscular young man with a bare chest, covered in rabbit fur below the waist, appeared before the crowd. A bewildered Chao Gai asked what these strange actions were, while a slightly angry Jin didn't even know how to react to such a thing. The satisfied hero noted to himself that the size of this ability could be controlled independently, and he could even reach 50 meters. Discouraged, Zhang San tried to look surprised, but his face did not show that he was succeeding. The sweaty boy's body was not only covered with fur, but also enlarged everywhere. But fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. The shocked blue-eyed boy asked why his brother's tail was in front and not behind, like all rabbits. The shy Chu wondered why the little boy was bringing up this topic, especially in front of everyone, and didn't know how to respond. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt weak, but assumed that the increase required a lot of spiritual energy. The nervous young man realized that if this continued, he, unable to transform into a beast, would be exposed in front of everyone. Just thinking about it made his blood run cold, and his face contorted because it was so scary. Trying to calm down, the main character created a portal near him, into which he immediately decided to jump. The excited people around him immediately noticed that the commander-in-chief had simply disappeared somewhere, but even Qin Zhen did not know why. As it turned out, the guy had moved to the tent to quickly change his clothes and return in his normal form. At that moment, a delicate female hand gently pulled back the thick curtain, but the young man did not hear it. Tense Lin Qiu, who hadn't had time to pull up his pants, turned around and saw the charming Qin behind him. The shocked girl asked why he was naked, and the guy was confused and didn't even know how to behave. At that moment, the slightly flushed lady turned and left the tent, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. The flustered Jen still couldn't forget it, so she felt ashamed for a few more minutes. The surprised young man looked out of the room and asked if the troubled girl, who didn't know where to go, had seen everything. The agitated beauty said that she had brought him something to eat, and began to assure him that she hadn't seen anything. Then the lady was about to leave, and the nervous Chu remarked that she was just using him, and then pretending that nothing had happened. Shedding a tear, the young man added that the young lady should always take responsibility for him, not avoid it. An angry Jen exclaimed that if he kept talking like that, it would cause misunderstandings, and the sarcastic boy began to laugh. The next day, before leaving, the young man told the guys that they would have many more opportunities to meet in the future. Smiling, the young man asked Chao Gao not to call him leader anymore, because he only held that position nominally. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that they were all behind the commander-in-chief and hoped that they would be able to fight together in the future. The extremely serious captain ordered everyone present to pay attention to him, which was done immediately. Everyone standing around saluted out of respect for the main character, who had helped them a lot and did not abandon them in trouble. Lin Kyo was taken aback by what he saw, but he kept a stern expression and made it clear that he cared. Feeling a drop of sweat running down his cheek, the fighter promised that they would definitely take part in an important battle someday. His comrades said it was time to go back to school, which the young man had already begun to miss a little. His close friends were already waiting for him on the bus, and Qin Zhen was glad that they would spend some time together while riding. Thinking about the pressing issues at hand, the young man began to climb the small steps of the vehicle. The lovely girl noted that after their return, they would truly become heroes, and the brave young man proudly remarked that they were all wonderful. The smiling Zhang Sang objected, saying that most of the students with low grades had not been allowed by the academy to participate in the rescue operation. He also did not neglect to mention Sima Yang and others like him, who chickened out and did not show up either. The polite Lin Qiu calmly pointed out that his friend had indeed shown courage in volunteering for such a task. The bespectacled young man, radiating spiritual energy, said that his older brother had taught him to always help those in trouble. Then the young man added that during the rescue operation, he had successfully broken through to the gold level and awakened the skill of increasing damage. The delighted hero confidently called him his true best friend and expressed his sincere congratulations. The fighter, fired up with excitement, asked the system to grant him some unusual skill, but he was given an E-rank skill, calligraphy, which caused slight confusion for the young man, who began to think that he had terrible handwriting. The robot was pleased that the host was at least aware of his shortcomings, but the angry young man was very unhappy with these words. The curious Qin asked why her beloved was waving his arms, and he realized that he had made a slight mistake. Feeling awkward, the young man began to smile and assure her that nothing had happened, hoping to change the subject. The blind lady called what was happening suspicious and asked if there was something supernatural going on. Suddenly, the bus braked sharply, causing the beauty to fall forward, but fortunately, she landed on the young man's knees. The young man blushed a little, because the situation itself was unusual, and he didn't even know how to behave. The excited girl said that she had bruised her arm on something hard, but there were no tears of pain in her eyes. The young man still felt uncomfortable and decided to ask her what had happened. Concerned, Q exclaimed that she had hit her hand on the acrylic brush under his feet, which he had been unable to find for a long time. Half a month later, the professional skillfully wielded his painting tools, creating various masterpieces and attracting people's attention. The delighted audience praised his amazing work and was now convinced that the young man's calligraphy was truly of the highest level. The master painted a small picture depicting neat Chinese characters. His beloved suggested framing the creation, and the young man, wiping away sweat, noticed that she had believed his stories on the bus. The guys had been back at school for more than half a month, and everyone was diligently preparing for the exam. But the young man's friend had left on business and had not yet returned. During this time, the hero absorbed the spiritual pearls he had received at the Jenu Sanctuary and increased his lightning element skill to a powerful arc. Now he felt much more confident, as he honed his skills and worked on self-improvement every day. The young man also strengthened his beast transformation ability to the level of fixation, and at the moment, he was thinking about it non-stop. Judging by the name, the technique must be something like a tracking skill, and Lin Qiu decided to try it out right away. The puzzled beauty Qin pointed out that they didn't have any nails on hand to secure the picture in a frame and hang it on the wall. The calm girl said she would bring them right away, and her frozen fiancé, his mouth open in surprise, watched her walk away. Smiling, the young man made sure that the location of his future wife was clearly defined through his senses, which pleased him. Suddenly, an angry little dragon named Xiao Hei popped out of the bag and asked if this was stalking, which he considered unacceptable. Having finished his tests, the young man left the room and calmly walked out into the corridor, going about his business. Being a little nervous, he replied in a raised voice to his pet that he was just testing a new skill and had no bad intentions. Then the guy asked if the platinum beast was going to tell him that it could only fly, but he assured him that it could do many things. The little creature released a bright flame from its small nostrils, demonstrating this trick, but it was still too small. But suddenly, the little dragon opened its mouth and enthusiastically blew a huge flame right into the face of the stunned Lin Qiu. The angry young man grabbed its neck and shouted, asking if it really wanted to burn him, while a passerby looked on in bewilderment. The crying pet said that he had asked for it himself and added that, apart from rare spatial abilities, he could do almost anything. With a sly grin, the trickster said that if his master didn't believe him, he could demonstrate his mastery of lightning. Ordering him to return to the bag, the hero mentally noted that his beast was indeed cool, but he clearly had problems with his head, and that was worth considering. Then the fighter decided to try out his new skill, remembering that according to the recording, Chin was in a place where he had never been before. The warrior simply fixed the girl's location and used the door to nowhere to instantly move to her. A moment later, the young man found himself behind a thick pink curtain, peeking out cautiously and looking around. Slightly confused, the young man wondered where he was, but he could already see a woman's shadow ahead of him. He heard Jen's voice complaining that she had gotten dirty, then looked out again and blushed deeply in shock. Very soon it dawned on the young man that he was in the women's changing room, where his future wife was taking off her dirty clothes. The lovely Chung Ming said that she had found the button and was able to hang the calligraphy written by her husband Chin, but she objected that they were just dating. The charming blonde emphasized that it was only a matter of time and asked him to tell her how far they had gone. But the lady seemed to have lost her gift of speech. Feeling awkward, Lin told himself that it was better not to listen to such women's conversations, so he decided to leave as soon as possible. But in an instant, the young man carelessly slipped and realized that now he would not be able to avoid being discovered. The alarmed girls immediately wondered if someone was there and began to carefully peek behind the curtain. Shocked, Jen first assumed that some insolent person was peeping at them, but her friend noted that no one was visible. The tense beauty Chin looked ahead a little and said that the strange sound could have come from that place. The friends decided to get dressed and go outside to check the area, while Zhang San covered the mouth of the hero hiding behind a tree. Realizing that there was no longer any threat, the bespectacled man removed his hand, and the stressed boy breathed a sigh of relief. With a sparkle in his eyes, the boy thanked his best friend for saving him, realizing that if it weren't for him, he would have been beaten up. Feeling disgusted, his comrade admitted that he did not expect his respected brother to be capable of such a vile act. Stunned, Lin immediately realized that his counterpart had clearly misunderstood everything, and now there was a huge misunderstanding between them. In a rage, the main character raised his voice and called the situation absurd and ridiculous. Unable to contain his emotions, he slapped his friend on the back of the head, saying that he was just testing a new skill, and suddenly almost fell. Putting the picture together in his head, a crying Zhang said that when he was looking for his older brother, he saw Chu, all red, coming out of the women's locker room. The brave man repeated once again that it was not intentional and asked what he wanted, and his friend replied that Director Ji had told him to come to his office. The young man thought about the order for a few seconds, then decided not to waste any time and soon reached the right room. Sitting on a chair, the polite student asked with a smile why the teacher had been out of sight for so long. The principal had called him to inform him that after the holidays, he would be training with the other team members in preparation for the world tournament. Banging on the table, the nervous man asked loudly if Lin knew how many people wanted to harm him after learning that he was spatial. Slightly puzzled, the young man replied that he had no such information, so he listened carefully to his mentor. His counterpart said that the venue for the competition was a diamond spiritual mine, which had the same properties as the young warrior. It was said that all the spirits inside were spatial, and those awakened with similar abilities had a huge advantage. Behind the world tournament were interests related to the distribution of resources from the only known supreme-level mine in the world. The tense guy asked if there were places of such rank in the world, and Yang Zhe confirmed this, saying that textbooks should not be completely trusted. He added that not only in their country, but throughout the world, most spiritual beings are either in spiritual mines or training. The thoughtful Lin Qiu now understood something, and asked where the global competition would take place. The director said that spatial locations appear once every 4 years, and the student's task is to obtain as many spiritual pearls as possible. The young man asked if it was true that victory was determined by the number of beads, but the man emphasized that attention was paid to their value. The hero imagined a picture of a man standing in first place with a single golden sphere, while the other two had only trash in their hands. The fighter realized that even if he obtained a large number of spheres, it would not guarantee victory, but a single Zhenyu-level pearl could immediately determine the outcome. Director Yang said that the strongest fighters from different countries would gather at the tournament, and participants must be at least 22 years old. Smiling, the fearless young man asked who would be going to the competition from the Shanghai Academy. Rising from his chair, the calm gentleman noted that they had already decided on almost 10 people. Juchen, with his ice element, was chosen as captain, along with Gu Qiyuan, with his special type, Earthmaster Zhong Li, and Lin Ju and Chu Li Gao as assistants. The man added that the student already knew the rest, namely Zhang Hu, former leader Chen Long, and Hanfu Yimin. But unexpectedly, the mustachioed old man said that the last participant would be Qin Zhen, the young man's beloved girlfriend. Stunned, the young man first thought he had misheard, but the name of his significant other had indeed come from the dean's mouth. Excited, Lin ran out into the street, determined to convince his beloved to refuse to participate in the world tournament. The breathless fighter wondered if there were no other students who had reached the platinum rank besides his life partner. Earlier, Yang Jie had said that there was only one strong diamond-level mage on the team, and with Qin's support, their combat effectiveness would increase significantly. Still, the tense young man kept repeating in his head that he couldn't put Jen in danger, because she was very important to him. A minute later, the young man saw his beloved on the horizon, chatting casually with her best friend. The girls discussed that no suspicious persons had been found, and decided that they had been worrying for nothing all this time. Excited, Xiu abruptly took his future wife by the hand and said, without any jokes, that he really wanted to talk to her. The beauty said that she and the young man needed to talk alone, and the understanding Chengming did not interfere and left. The worried young man asked why she was participating in the world tournament, whether she knew how dangerous it was, and why she hadn't told him anything. There were quite a few questions for a one-minute conversation, but Qin, who remained reserved, decided to ask her own. With excitement in her eyes, the lady asked if Lin Qiu had told her when he was participating in the competition. Turning her back, the girl, who was on the verge of tears, said that the young man would not have refused to participate, so she decided to do the same. She was glad that she would be able to prove herself at the world tournament, at least alongside the hero, because that way she would feel calmer. The lady believed that it was better to share the burden with anyone than to be tormented by fear alone. But he was still not satisfied with all this. Pushing away all sorts of thoughts, the hero told himself that he must not give in to his feelings and become soft. Even despite the threat to her life, the completely calm Jen said that nothing could threaten her when she was with her beloved, and she hoped for his protection. The imperturbable fighter came to the conclusion that it was impossible to change her mind, so he decided to give his blessing. Gently embracing his other half, the sincere warrior promised that he would protect her even in the most dangerous situations at the cost of his own life. He gently kissed the delighted lady on the forehead, saying that in order to harm her, enemies would have to walk over his dead body. The beauty, uplifted by the warmth of his heart, smiled and called him silly, saying that they would both be alive and well. The extremely serious young man agreed with her, vowing that they would definitely be fine and pass all the tests. A few days later, an excited Zhang Song asked his brother on the phone if he had any news about the spiritual pearls that Lin Qiu needed. Surprised, Zhang asked what had happened, and the nervous young man replied that his best friend had changed a lot lately. The observant, bespectacled man noticed that Qiu had been spurred on by something and was now training diligently every day. Currently, the hero, who was as focused as possible, was filling his spirit with mana, becoming stronger with every passing second. The warrior understood that he had to become as strong as possible, because there was very little time left before the world tournament, and there was no time at all. Displaying fury in his grueling workouts, Breo frightened the bespectacled boy standing nearby, who was already gradually getting used to such things. At one point, the young man ran out of breath, and his friend asked him to rest a little, saying that even if he was working hard, he needed to know his limits. Gradually regaining his energy, the brave young man thanked him for his concern, but replied that he knew his limits perfectly well. The system warned Lin, who was drinking water, that if his physical condition did not keep up with the increase in intensity, it could lead to consequences. The cool-headed hero said that he was training so hard to reduce the danger to his beloved Qin Zhen at the tournament. The robot noted that his body could now withstand a spiritual energy level of up to Platinum's 6th rank. The young man said he understood everything and wrote to his teacher in the chat that he needed 1 lightning element pearl and 1 spatial element pearl. The next day, the fighter received the beads that Zhang Er brought, and thanks to them, after a short period of time, he broke through to the maximum. In the final exams, since Lin Qiu and Qin Zhen were at the platinum level, they immediately received the highest score on the martial arts test at. As for the other subjects, the daredevil finished them in 10 minutes and then ran to the sports field to continue training with a blacksmith's hammer. Soon the testing came to an end, and now the students could relax. But the first thing they did was call their parents and tell them everything. Smiling, the hero told his friend that he had things to do with his significant other, so they would not be returning to City R for the time being. A happy Zhang Sang left with his beloved Chengming, telling his friends that they would see each other again next semester. The confident guy said that his beloved would definitely fail, and she pointed out that he had taken every exam without checking anything properly. The boy asked what the difference was, and the furious lady shouted, asking if he thought that active and passive were the same thing. At that moment, a completely different kind of thought crossed the boy's mind, and he blushed but quickly pushed it away. Blood suddenly began to flow from his nose, and the agitated Jen immediately forgot all her grievances and asked what was wrong with him. There was a brief silence in the conversation, and the beauty herself turned her attention to the academy director standing behind her beloved. The calm dean, Yang Jie, asked if everything was ready and then said that he would send the partners to close training. The loving and very fearless couple declared in unison that they could leave right away, which pleased the teacher. Without further ado, the gentleman stretched out his hand and used his ability to transport them to their destination. In just a couple of seconds, their silhouettes appeared in a special area where outsiders were forbidden to enter. A small team of people was already at the training base, waiting for the arrival of the Shanghai school's manager. The first thing the gray-haired man did was calmly ask his counterpart to introduce him to his new colleagues. He pointed to the confident Lin Chu and the charming Zhen, saying that his comrade had already seen their data earlier. After that, the gentleman asked the young people to chat for a while, and he went to meet the rest of the group. The perceptive hero quickly realized that the sharp-eared man in front of him was the very same Zhu Chen who had been mentioned earlier. The young man extended his hand to the captain, saying that he was very pleased to meet him, but the captain did not say a word in response. Suddenly awakened, the man with icy abilities waved his hand, but the puzzled trickster managed to dodge. The commander with the diamond star smiled at the beautiful Qin and, without hesitation, inquired if she had a boyfriend. The discouraged girl didn't even know how to behave in such a situation, so she didn't rush to give an answer. The self-confident guy said that they were just made for each other because they had similar skills. While the shocked Lin watched silently, the enraged fighter realized that this was an attempt to take his beloved away, right in front of him, completely ignoring his existence. The fearless warrior shielded his beloved with his back, telling himself that no man could tolerate such a thing. With difficulty maintaining her composure, Zhen wondered what her beloved was going to do. With a flash of a smile, the brave man asked how the insolent man was talking to his aunt, and emphasized that he had no respect for his elders. Unmoved by the provocation, Zhu Chen asked him not to think that his success in the tournament gave him the right to behave arrogantly. Restraining his anger, he threatened that anyone on the team could take down the youngster and asked who his nephew was. Behind him stood his comrades, ready for battle, each of whom could intimidate a potential opponent in their own way. The perceptive Lin Qiu quickly explained that since the captain called his teacher Yang Zhe his grandfather, he was his uncle. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the brave man asked if he was right, and the thoughtful Zhu understood that this was so, but thought there was a catch. Pushing the boy's arm away, the commander asked him not to behave so boldly, as it made him feel uncomfortable. Both warriors looked sternly into each other's eyes, as if showing their readiness to rush into battle at any moment. Suddenly, a stern-looking director appeared next to them and asked what they were doing there. The elderly gentleman came with the rest of the team, who behaved calmly. The smug Chu noticed that the young man understood that it was wrong to take someone else's girlfriend, but he kept looking at him. The dean said that since everyone was gathered together in one place, they had a whole month of grueling training ahead of them. He added that the first thing they would do was hold internal competitions, as the guys needed to understand each other's skills in order to avoid mistakes. The serious hero listened attentively to the teacher's words, realizing that he would have to fight a new opponent. At that moment, the fighter looked sternly at Zhu Chen, whose face was exactly the same because they had not yet settled their differences. Raising his hand, the fearless Chu declared that he wanted to fight the insolent kid he didn't like, which shocked those around him. The angry young man called him too cocky, and the academy director admitted that he wanted this fight. But the man warned that spears and spiritual weapons could not be used, and that constant teleportation and running away were also prohibited. The discouraged captain couldn't understand why all the restrictions were imposed on Lin, while he wasn't even shown any respect. The imperturbable hero said that if he won, he wanted to become commander, but his opponent believed that he would let them all down if that happened. Curly said that he would give him his place if he won, and these words already seemed tempting to the daredevil. The young man asked what his opponent wanted if he lost, and he began to ponder with a sly smile on his face. Suddenly, the insolent man exclaimed that if Lin lost, he would leave Qin Zhen, who was stunned by what she heard. Covering his beloved with his back, the angry warrior exclaimed that the kid wanted too much, and he asked what his suggestions were. Gathering his composure, the hero sincerely promised that he would obey him without question if he was defeated in the duel. After thinking it over, Zhu Chen accepted the challenge, telling himself that if he lost, he would be ashamed to even be a captain. Surprised by what was happening, Yang Ji suggested not wasting time and starting the trial competition as soon as possible. Everyone was asked to get ready, noting that the competition would begin soon, and the selection of the first pair began. Wu Qiuan and the serious-looking Zhang Hu, who had not made any loud statements before, were called to the conditional ring. The young man had 6 platinum stars and the element of destruction, which was not a bad result for his age. His opponent was a bearded man with a scar on his eyebrow, who was at the peak of his spiritual energy. For the first few seconds, the opponents glared at each other, waiting for the order to start the fight. Slightly surprised, Lin Chu noted to himself that Jiang had also made significant progress over the past year, since he had risen so high. Suddenly, the shaggy-haired young man stunned the hero by shouting loudly and fearfully asking what kind of fight this was. The ruthless opponent rushed into battle like a predator, asking the boy not to distract him and warning that he was about to attack. As he jumped, the strong man dug his toes into the stone ground, which simply cracked as a result. The cold-blooded fighter was ready to deal with the youngster in a matter of seconds, not considering him a threat to himself. Keeping his cool, Jiang Hu used his spiritual skill, reminding himself not to let the enemy get close. Then he activated a destruction technique, creating a powerful wave to push the cocky guy away. The man with strong arms was not afraid at all and simply dodged the blow, continuing to move forward at tremendous speed. The tense warrior noticed that he had a good chance, so he decided not to waste any time. Twisting his body, the extremely serious fighter released an energy-charged ball toward his opponent. At that frightening moment, Wu Qiwan tensed up and froze in place, realizing that his life was in grave danger. Remaining in one spot, he decided to activate his skill to try to deflect the huge ball. With a titanic effort, the man infused his body with strength, but it was still not enough for a counterattack. Alert, Jiang Hu watched his opponent's actions closely, wondering if he had succeeded. It wasn't just external damage, but the most frightening thing was the destructive power that the young warrior had put into the sphere. Meanwhile, the big guy grabbed his outer clothing tightly and began to tear it to pieces right on his body. Smiling slightly, the bearded man emphasized that the kid's technique was quite good, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. The tense Jiang Hu did not take his eyes off him, but still did not see that the cunning enemy was hiding a cold weapon behind his back. The cunning man flashed a smile, admitting that he hadn't been so excited in a long time, and the nervous young man realized that the situation had become more difficult. The strong man used his fiery ability, saying that the warm-up was over, and now it was his turn to show himself. In his hand was an incredibly sharp knife with a wooden handle, capable of taking a life in a second. Stunned, Lin Qiu couldn't believe that Wu Qiwan had used a kitchen utensil in battle. The professional twirled the tool in his hands, showing that he was not to be trifled with. Soon, he had a knife in each hand, which was enough to make the young man nervous. The merciless enemy began to ponder how he could prepare the youngster, who was unable to defend himself. An angry Jiang Hu did not stand still, and used the Dark Star spiritual skill, shooting it at the scoundrel. The armed enemy was not afraid at all and continued to move so as not to become an easy target. The stunned young man noticed that Wu Qiwan did not even bother to dodge, which made him even more powerful. The crazy strong man exclaimed that the blow was very painful, but continued to laugh, even despite the scratches on his body. He said he would die if the kitchen knife came down, and the discouraged fighter simply froze in place. Stunned, Jiang didn't know what to do next, but he needed to pull himself together so that his enemy wouldn't finish him off prematurely. The excited young man exclaimed that he had lost because he had no chance against an armed opponent. The tip of the island's device was right in front of his eye at that moment, which caused him to panic even more. As if immersed in a state of meditation, the gentleman thanked the young man for a worthy fight. After that, he began to walk forward with his eyes closed, while Hu, squeezed like a rag, remained standing in place. Before leaving, the man patted the warrior on the shoulder, noting that his destructive power was quite interesting. The extremely tense young man thought to himself that the murderous aura was real, and that it seemed that they really wanted to destroy him. Suddenly, the young man became even more tense when he heard strange melodies that signaled the use of the fire skill to refresh the mind. The smoke instantly cleared the confused young man's mind, and Chu Ligao, who was blowing into the pipe, asked him not to be upset. He noted that Gu Qiuan simply did not want to fight for the captaincy, so he did not exert himself to his full potential. But in reality, he could deal with anyone. The man had been training his body since childhood, and loved to challenge strong opponents of his level, which earned him the nickname the Obsessed Chef's Knife. After awakening his abilities, the strong man became even more unstoppable, repeatedly participated in secret missions, and developed a powerful aura. Jiang, who was now covered in sweat, was not surprised, but Lin Qiu noticed that the young man was terrified of sharp, cold weapons. The tense fighter immediately sat down on the ground, saying that he had not expected such a humiliating defeat, but nothing could be done to fix it now. The calm Li Gao understood his feelings, as he had fought Qiwang more than once and his results were no better, and the director declared the first battle over. Qiu Li Gao and Huang Fu Yimen were announced as the participants in the second match and were asked to enter the ring. The long-haired guy pressed his flute to his chin, realizing that things were not going well, but there was nothing he could do about it. At that moment, the heavenly maiden began to descend to earth, and the inconspicuous boy looked at her with a serious gaze. The emotionless girl with devil horns kept a calm gaze and did not make any loud statements. The arrogant young man with a smirk on his face wondered how he could raise his hand against such a charming lady. Not wanting to waste time on empty chatter, the blonde convincingly asked him to stop talking. Pleased with himself, Li Gao decided to introduce himself, saying that he had 8 platinum stars and belonged to the support type. Bringing the flute to his lips, the frivolous Chu asked the beautiful lady to be lenient with him. After just a few seconds of playing the musical instrument, the trickster created a large amount of steam around himself. The main character wondered how to fight an enemy who was casting buffs, and the serious Zhu Chen said that the smoke was from the fog on the battlefield. He added that the effect was actually a bronze skill of refreshing the mind and a silver skill of calmness. Thanks to this, the knowledgeable Li Gao was able to protect his comrades from most mental attacks. The team captain said that this was their secret weapon against Zoe from the US, and he was sure that it would be a big surprise for the Yankee. Without further ado, the leader continued to observe, while Lin was slightly surprised by what was happening but remained silent. Coughing, Huangfu Yimeng remained calm, noting internally that the acrid smoke was different from what it had been before. Suddenly, the girl flapped her huge yellow wings and flew up to get a better look. Her tense opponent thought he could defeat her with the help of fog and white rings, but he underestimated her and forgot that she could fly. In the air, the angry lady raised a medium-length pointer, preparing to use one of her techniques. She stared sternly at her opponent the whole time, showing that she could deal with him and win at any moment. At tremendous speed, the woman launched her attack, lowering her altitude, while the young man was momentarily taken aback and simply froze in place. Alarmed, Li Gao shouted at her not to come any closer, saying that she was forcing him to use his strongest move. At the last moment before the attack, the trickster managed to dodge, remaining completely unharmed. The puzzled blonde continued to watch him, not upset by her unsuccessful maneuver. The extremely serious fighter emphasized that she had asked for it herself, and this was already an alarming sign for his opponent. Seeing the wall in front of her again, the reserved Huang Fu suspected something was wrong, as the enemy was trying to hide from her again. The attentive Iman also noticed a very loud sound of air being sucked in, which was not very pleasant to her ears. The tense lady felt a drop of sweat running down the box, but tried not to give in to her emotions. Suddenly, she saw the completely white Chu Ligao ahead of her, who seemed to blend in with the fog he had created. Her opponent asked the girl to surrender immediately, because he did not want to harm her, but could do so at any moment. The assertive woman rushed into the attack again, exclaiming that she would be stubborn and continue to do so. Right in midair, she swung her combat stick again, believing that this time she would be able to hurt him. The attack looked quite impressive, and even somewhat intimidating, but it was still too early to draw conclusions. A small part of the weightless barrier in front of Huang Fu simply disappeared, but she did not achieve any significant results. Her opponent was still unharmed and posed a great threat to the girl's life, but she did not want to give up. The cold-blooded opponent said that her blows had no effect on him at the moment, and if she continued in the same vein, he would have to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the majestic Li Gao stretched out his hand in front of him, which made the blonde tense up, but did not cause her to panic. He warned that his next skill would be too much for the naive Iman to handle, and even flying into the sky would be useless. In just a few seconds, the enemy created a huge golden ring and threw it at the lady. At that moment, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, frightening even the spectators standing nearby. Xinzhen and Lin Qiu coughed loudly due to the smoke, noting that the blow was very strong. Soon the fog cleared, and now the observers saw a huge crater in front of them, which caused horror in their eyes. The stunned hero wondered to himself if even the support fighters were now hitting so hard. Fortunately, Huang Fu survived her opponent's powerful attack, but now she was deep in thought. The girl realized that even if she used the Judgment of Light, it would not help her, so she admitted defeat. Feeling upset, she silently began to walk away, while the cool-headed Li Gao returned to his human form. For the first few seconds, he coughed loudly because he had inhaled smoke, but he was still glad that she hadn't done anything stupid. The young man noted that although his ability was powerful, he was tired of the side effects, as the remnants were excreted from the 7 orifices of his body. Unexpectedly, the noble Iman used a healing spell on him, and the surprised opponent immediately felt lighter. The suddenly blushing young man asked if the lady had a boyfriend, adding that she was beautiful, kind, and that their abilities complemented each other perfectly. The proud lady rejected the young man, saying that he was not her type, and the heartbroken young man simply froze in place. Shocked, Li Gao asked her to think about it some more, and the serious dean announced that Zhang Li and Chen Long would face off in the next match. The student from the Shanghai Academy said that his specialty was strength, while his opponent claimed to have mastered the element of earth. Then the seemingly silly Lin Ju made herself known, exclaiming that her element was fire. The beauty said she wanted to fight the young man, but he called it complete nonsense. The girl asked what was wrong with a 2-on-2 fight if the goal of the competition was to learn each other's techniques, and Long did not object. Director Jai also supported the idea, and announced that Qin Zhen would be paired with the former team captain. The beauty said she possessed the element of ice, and an excited Lin asked her to hold on, hoping that everything would be fine. The playful Zhu Chen called her little sister, expressing his faith in her, and dedicated a beautiful blue flower to her. But the dissatisfied hero abruptly snatched the beautiful plant from his hands, because such behavior irritated him. The angry Chu cried out that the boy had awakened his anger, and now he was not going to show any leniency. Meanwhile, the fighters got to know each other, after which Zhang Li calmly asked his opponents to start first. The focused Qin activated her cold technique, while the confident Chen Long used explosive power. Making a sharp lunge forward, the brave fighter resorted to the ancient technique of 1,000 kun, but this did not scare his opponent. The tense fighter prepared a spiritual trick of the Earth's core against him, hoping that it would help him. A huge rock appeared right in front of the strong man, threatening to crush him and quickly end the fight. A very nervous Lun shouted loudly, realizing that he was doomed, but he was not going to back down. Plucking up his courage, the stern man continued to move forward, successfully dodging all attacks. Smiling, he mentally dismissed it all as child's play, and added that they would see how the youngster's strength would fare against his skill. But out of nowhere, a whole bunch of huge pillars appeared, and this alarmed the gentleman. The nimble Zhen immediately came to her partner's aid, quickly jumping from one fence to another. Taking up a comfortable position, the serious lady created an icy bow, and without wasting any time, began to pull the string. At that very moment, she fired her first promising shot, on which she had high hopes. The huge projectile almost reached the tense Zhang Li, who froze in place, not quite understanding what was happening. But just as suddenly a fiery projectile appeared, flying at the same speed, and this was even more alarming. Right before the warrior's eyes, the two targets converged on the same trajectory, and then it was just a matter of physics. In the end, the flame took the entire blow, and prevented the arrow from reaching its destination. The fierce Lin Ju said that she would not allow another girl to hurt her boyfriend, and a slight smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the alarmed Qin Zhen noticed that there was a sudden collapse of rocks under her feet, which threatened her health. The Earth Element Master spread his palm and menacingly warned his enemies to be careful, as he was about to attack. The worried lady did not have time to understand anything, but suddenly her hair was slightly lifted by the wind. At that moment, Zhen simply fell off the pole, but she put her hand out in time and remained unharmed. The powerful couple, in turn, activated their fiery abilities and rushed into battle, trying to put moral pressure on their opponents. The stern-looking Zhang Li resorted to using the spiritual skill of the heart of the earth, and his partner did not forget about the Phoenix Strike. The fiery power was directed at the two confused young men who realized that there was nothing they could do. Frightened, the beautiful Qin burst into tears, realizing that now everything was bad and they clearly could not win. A few minutes later, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, causing strong vibrations underfoot. The surprised girl quickly realized that she was unharmed, so the first thing she did was look ahead. Suddenly, the caring Lin Q appeared next to her, and her eyes bulged from the shock. Ahead, the beauty saw a huge crater with smoke, and the stunned Chen Long stood silently next to them. The main character saw that the situation was critical, so he quickly teleported to save his future wife. Stunned, Qin asked if this was a violation, but Yang Zhe pointed out that the outcome of the fight was obvious, and they had already learned enough about the skills of both sides. He also emphasized that even if the young man had not saved the others, they would not have been harmed, as Lin Ju and the others knew their limits. The tense lady realized that she had lost after all, and her smiling lover silently stroked her head. Kajin was approached by her rival, who called her magnificent, and admitted that her flame had weakened when she activated her ice domain. After that, the green-eyed woman turned her attention to Lin Ju, holding a white sheet in her hands, while he didn't understand anything. The charmer suddenly asked if he liked grass, ate rabbit meat, and was as fast as all rabbits. The angry hero replied in a raised voice that he was not a herbivore, so he could not tolerate such stupid questions. He exclaimed that he was just turning into a rabbit, and threatened that if the girl continued, he would file a complaint against her for slander. Anxious, Lin Ju clung to her beloved, asking with fear in her eyes why he was shouting like that. The brave man said that if he didn't explain now, his reputation would be ruined, and Yang Zhe declared that in the end, he would face Zhu Chen in battle. Admiring Qin Zhen sincerely believed in her beloved, and Zhang Hu said that he was their last hope. The fearless warrior said that taking down this curly-haired guy would be a piece of cake, but he shouldn't have been so cocky. Using his icy powers, the fierce enemy threatened that the boy would soon pay for his insolence. The owner of the beast transformation did not stand on ceremony, and was the first to declare that he was launching an attack. At that very moment, a wave of lightning was unleashed at his opponent, which could knock anyone off their feet. But curly-haired Ju stood still with a serious expression, showing his readiness to repel any blow. With a sly smile, the Diamond Star-level fighter reminded him that he was armed with the ice element. Without a word, he used his skill, and in a second, his body was covered with a very dense protective layer. Clad in armor, his opponent smirked, saying that he was not hurt at all, so he was not afraid of blows. Discouraged, Lin Qiu realized that it would not be easy to defeat him, as the lightning strike had left no trace. Still in a good mood, Ju Chen said that it was his turn to demonstrate his abilities. The merciless enemy launched a massive attack that threatened the life of the persistent hero. The large number of ice chains greatly alarmed the young man, but he knew he would fight to the end. In the end, the young man did not have time to do anything and was surrounded on all sides, so the situation was heating up. His eyes were strained and he was shocked by what was happening and simply froze. A gloating Chen admitted that he did not expect the pathetic chatterbox to be unable to withstand even one of his blows. Xin, alarmed, wanted to rush to her beloved's aid, but Zhang Hu asked her not to rush. With a serious expression, he asked the girl to look closely at the expression on the treacherous captain's face. The surprised lady did not quite understand what he was talking about, but she listened to him and began to look closely. At that moment, the commander's smile was as cunning as ever, but it was completely unclear what goal he had in mind. The enemy advised the frozen Lin Qiu to surrender, warning that the next attack would not be for him. Then he remembered that the young man simply could not speak, and decided to give him that opportunity. Soon the brave young man smiled, saying that he would like to see it, and it was clear that he was not afraid of the enemy at all. Extremely wary, Ju Chen did not understand the meaning of his words at all, and was even briefly confused. Puzzled, the fighter did a somersault and jumped back, realizing that his life was in danger. Tense, he asked how the insolent man had managed to escape if he was frozen and unable to move. Smiling, the warrior said that he had many ways to avoid the attack, but there was a catch. The guy wanted to see what the captain was capable of, so he created a spatial shield around himself, and the ice just wrapped around him. The next second, a hot flame appeared, which gradually began to free the unperturbed youngster. The brave man abruptly used the portal and found himself behind the stunned enemy, who did not have time to understand anything. Remaining focused and calm, Lin Qiu waved his hand, releasing a lightning bolt at his opponent. The nimble fighter's spatial attack greatly strained the curly-haired man, who had no choice but to hide. He noted to himself that although his armor and shield were helpful, they were too passive, and he couldn't rely on them. Plucking up his courage, the captain exclaimed that he would use his powerful attack to the fullest, and they would see where the coward Chu would run to. The young gentleman was no longer going to stand on ceremony, so without further ado, he began to press with various types of strikes. A large number of ice crystals flew sharply at the main character, who tried not to stay in one place. The ice seal instantly slowed the fighter's movements, so now he had to take the new circumstances into account. The tense young man realized he was in danger, but tried not to panic, so as not to mess things up even more. A mocking Ju Chen asked if he had decided to just give up, even though he had been so tough before. With a slight smile, the unperturbed warrior reached into his huge inner pocket without saying a word. The commander, dripping with sweat, asked what he was going to do if he said he wouldn't use spiritual weapons. The confident fighter abruptly took out an energy-charged blacksmith's hammer, noting that it was not prohibited. Laughing loudly, the curly-haired man asked if he had underestimated him, seriously thinking that he could finish him off so easily. Earlier, Zhang Xu, a master of his craft, had given his friend an item forged from Xuanhua stone. It was the legendary treasure of blacksmiths, a tool used to create weapons of the highest level, worthy of the gods. The daredevil said that now the curly-haired man would learn what it meant to be a storm that swept away everything in its path, and activated the Thunder Limit arc technique. Without hesitation, he rushed into the attack, swinging his hammer in midair, while the captain simply froze in place, watching him. Gathering his courage, the opponent asked if the fool naively believed that this could break through his strong defense. The hero continued to praise the weapon, saying that it possessed devastating power and speed, enhanced by ancient techniques. It looked very impressive from the outside when, in the next second, the powerful attack hit the curly-haired guy right in the gut. The sweaty guy didn't even have time to figure out what was going on, but he was still conscious after what happened. Then huge wind rings appeared, blowing him away like a feather, without even giving him a chance to recover. In his mind, Lin said that even the highest-grade weapons bend under the blows of the hammer. let alone the pathetic diamond ice armor. An enthusiastic Jen congratulated her beloved, and an admiring Jiang-Hu could even believe that the tide of battle had changed so dramatically. The pensive, green-eyed Lin Ju asked if the others had noticed one detail, and Qin listened to her attentively. The puzzled girl noted that the hero had won without even resorting to his beast form, and he replied that it was unnecessary. The joyful director clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself, and then said that it was time to talk about the competition itself. The man suggested healing the seriously injured Juchen first, and then engaging in discussions. The sharp-eared guy was lying unconscious on the ground at that moment, not yet knowing that he had lost to his opponent. Soon, the focused Lin Ju used her healing technique, while the others watched the process intently. After a few seconds, the bloodied young man opened his eyes and gradually came to his senses. The tense Yang Jie was the first to notice that he had woken up, and beads of sweat quickly ran down Lin Ju's face. "Hand me a towel." The brave man called it luck that the captain was all right, as he had already thought that he had overused his strength. Lost in thought, the comrade wondered to himself if the kid in front of him was really that powerful. With a sharp and rather bold movement, the curly-haired boy snatched the towel from his opponent's hands, which was noticed by everyone standing around. His behavior alarmed the hero, and he noted to himself that he really did not want to admit defeat. Nevertheless, the young man declared in front of everyone that he had lost, and added that Lin Q was today's captain. His unexpected statement shocked everyone present, who did not even know how to react to it. Then Ju Chen wanted to say something else, but the brave man was still focusing his attention on him and listening attentively. The bold man abruptly pushed Qin Zhen toward her future husband, saying that he now saw that he was worthy of her. Maintaining utmost seriousness, the guy added that he entrusted the beauty to the warrior's hands with a light heart. The discouraged fighter emphasized in his inner voice that the curly-haired man was not as bad as he had imagined. The young man thought that his ill-tempered rival would threaten him and challenge him to another 300 rounds of combat. But things turned out differently. Breathing calmly, Lin said that his opponent's words sounded quite human, but there was one nuance that caught his attention. He noted that Qin had no connection to Juchen, so he couldn't take credit for anything and couldn't entrust her to anyone. Then, with a slight smirk on his face, the new captain shook his colleague's hand, saying that he would be happy to receive his advice in the future. The pensive Yang Ji was worried that there would be discord between the guys, but now he realized that he had worried for nothing. The director said that today's competition was over and invited everyone to share their impressions. Zhu Li, Zhu Chen, and Gu Qiwan sincerely admitted that they had underestimated these guys before, but now they were convinced that they could be relied upon. After that, the former commander asked for the other side's opinion, and the main character just smiled at first. Serious Jiang-Hu said that their strength left much to be desired, so they would have little chance of surviving in a tournament against similar participants. The dean said that today, they not only got to know each other, but also realized their weaknesses, and that was already a big step towards success. But in his mind, he noted that among all of Lin Q's students, he was like a lone flower standing out from the crowd, and there was nothing to say about him. Clapping his hands, the serious Yang said that he would draw up individual training plans for the students based on their characteristics. It was announced that Jiang Hu, Qin Zhen, Chen Long, and Huangfu Yimeng would go on an internship to the diamond-level ruins under the guidance of their mentors. The shocked hero asked if he had forgotten his name, and the master replied that he had a special task for him. The young man understood his mentor's plan, because sending the boys under supervision was a chance to test their terrifying power in advance. The scene of the world tournament was the most terrifying ruins, and the enemies there were not only beasts, but the danger was many times greater than in ordinary spiritual places. After thinking it over, the calm fighter wondered what he should do next. The boys asked how they should develop, and the master replied that their simple training could be done right at the base. He added that they would fight Lin Q at least 10 times every day, which shocked the young man. The angry young man was unhappy that his task was to be a sparring partner, but the master said that it was all in preparation for the world tournament. The emotionless Zhu Chen noted that this was self-torture, while the smiling Qiwan said that his cleaver was already thirsting for blood. The old man said that when the 5 of them fought the hero, they could attack in turn, not giving him a second to rest. The stunned fighter realized that his mentor was not giving him the slightest chance, and that he would become a living punching bag. Late in the evening, Lin sat on a bench, saying that the spiritual ruins of the diamond level were very dangerous, and Zhen asked him to stop. Stroking her beloved's hair, the smiling girl asked him not to worry, noting that this was an excellent opportunity to strengthen himself. The young man understood everything perfectly, but still could not let his future wife go on such a dangerous venture. The beauty asked if he knew why she was so eager to become stronger, and the guy inquired about the reason. At that moment, When her beloved held the golden cup of victory in his hands, the lady even envied him a little. She didn't want to always look at his back and dreamed of standing shoulder to shoulder with him, bravely fighting together. The lovely Chin admitted that the opportunity to participate in the world tournament with the hero made her truly happy. The young man was shocked inside, but he didn't interrupt and continued to listen attentively to his counterpart. Suddenly, the young man leaned toward his companion, wanting to kiss her tenderly without saying a word. For a few seconds, the couple in love enjoyed being together. But Jen even forgot to close her eyes, pulling away from her lips. The calm Lin Qiu quietly said that he understood everything, and the lovely lady silently looked into his eyes. The hero added that he was even more worried about the charmer, because he knew perfectly well that becoming stronger was not an easy path. Reaching into a deep bag, he asked the beauty to take something with her, noting that it would make him feel better. The fighter added that even if they encountered powerful beasts, little Xiao would be able to negotiate with them, or he could serve as a translator. The master asked the dragon to protect his beloved, threatening to scold him if he did not fulfill the task. The serious Lin also asked his spiritual pet to stop spying on them, as it was uncivilized. Suddenly, you were afraid of Jiang Hu, Huang Fu, and Lin Ju, who, as it turned out, were also curious to spy on them. The guy said it was time for them to go to the spiritual ruins, but the hero, judging by their faces, concluded that they had been watching them for a long time. Deciding not to dwell on the absurd situation, the imperturbable warrior said they needed to move on. Smiling, he gently took his beloved girlfriend by the hand, saying that he would walk her a little further. The young man noticed that Zhen looked happy, and he really wanted to go with the guys to the diamond-level places. At one point, the lovely girl let go of the young man's hand because it was time for her to leave. Calm Qin asked Lin Qiu not to worry about her, promising that she would return from the mission unharmed. There was a slight smile on the beauty's face, but the hero was very different from her, as he was worried. The girl, eager to become stronger, waved goodbye to him, fully prepared to travel to the spiritual ruins. The director introduced the true warrior-level masters, who would protect the young people and explain all the important instructions. Calming down, the young man waved to his comrades, convinced that there was really no need to worry about safety. The system suddenly called him a punching bag and advised him to take care of himself. The hot-tempered guy was unhappy that the robot had jumped out abruptly, and he reminded him that the master had not drawn a card today. The warrior wanted the assistant to restore his spiritual strength instead of his skill during tomorrow's training, but he was categorically against it. A few seconds later, the system congratulated the owner on mastering the life skill of sewing at level E. The disappointed young man felt like an old grandmother, and asked what use such a skill would be to a hot-blooded young fighter. The assistant replied that not everything in life goes smoothly, and the young man noticed a helicopter flying in the sky. He became very alert and began to silently observe what was happening, realizing that his beloved girlfriend was sitting inside. The next day, the team was at the base, where Yang Ji introduced the guys to the best awakened healer in the country. It was a short old man named Hua Xiaotu, the former commander of the Qinglong squad, who would be responsible for treating the fighter's wounds. The imperturbable Zhu Chen added that this master was considered the most promising healer in the world, capable of breaking through to the supreme level. The director added that his presence would ensure that Lin Qiu did not overdo it, as he would keep the warriors in fighting shape at all times. The angry hero asked if the burden on him was too great, and the dean was curious to see how many rounds he could withstand on the first day. The serious teacher announced the competition had begun and immediately wondered who would dare to go first. The confident strongman Gu Qiyuan immediately raised his hand, exclaiming that he was ready to prove himself. Curly said that it was necessary to force the opponent to expend his spiritual strength, and as soon as it was almost depleted, it would be time to counterattack. The fierce fighter tried to put pressure on his opponent mentally, scaring him with his gaze, but he was not very successful. At that moment, he activated his ability, and now he had many arms with which he could even strangle his opponent. The brave man found it amusing that they wanted to deplete his mana, because today he was going to show them how to conserve it to the maximum. The fearless warrior declared that after that, he would beat them up so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them, and that already sounded alarming. Without ceremony, the daredevil made a sharp lunge forward, wanting to end the fight as quickly as possible. He rushed forward at tremendous speed while his opponent spread his arms wide, preparing to take any blow. A very nervous Gu noticed that he had lost the ability to even move, so his situation was not very good. The main character did not even think about stopping, and in a moment had prepared a lightning strike. At that very moment, his strong fist made contact with his opponent's cheek, nearly twisting his neck around its axis. Then the strong man, known for his loud statements, simply fell to the ground, rolling bare-backed across the earth. The imperturbable healer Hua Xiao Tu began to treat his wounds. while Li Gao could not believe that the winner had been decided so quickly. Pointing his index finger, the fearless hero asked the next participant who wanted to test himself to enter the ring. He immediately saw the raised hand of the passionate Lin Ju, whom her comrade asked to prove that she was someone to be reckoned with. Looking into her opponent's eyes, the beauty reminded him that she was a pretty and gentle girl, but it sounded a little ridiculous. Then the lady asked him not to torment her too much and to be gentler, hoping that her opponent would be understanding. After that, the charmer grabbed her braids and began to straighten them, as if plotting something against the guy. Without warning, the cunning lady used her fiery fist gun, giving herself a slight advantage. The angry fighter asked if all girls say one thing and do another, noting that this contrast was simply deadly. The serious guy said that even with a girl, you can't be too rough, and decided to take her out of the game as soon as possible. At that moment, he resorted to using spatial banishment, which slightly alarmed his opponent. The attentive Lin Q followed a clear sequence of actions to prevent even the slightest mistake. Shocked, Juchen and Zhongli had no idea where their comrade had gone, because it all happened in an instant. A couple of seconds later, they turned around sharply and saw the lovely Ju, who had landed rather hard. The girl let out a quiet cry of pain and almost started crying, but she had no choice but to endure the hardship. A concerned Li immediately ran up to his other half, and she said that the rabbit had taken pity on her after all and, fortunately, had not hit her in the face. In turn, the calm hero took a blacksmith's hammer out of his inventory, inviting both rivals to fight him at once. Stunned, Juchen first thought he had misheard and did not expect to see the huge tools again. The angry curly-haired man asked if the kid was getting too cocky, reminding him that one of them was diamond level and the other was at the peak of platinum. In a fit of rage, the partners rushed to attack, and the brave boy replied that now they would test everything in practice. With a slight smile on his face, the young man swung a hefty hammer, wanting to show what he was really made of. Discouraged, Ju didn't quite understand what was happening, and it even seemed to him that none of it was real. The daredevil gave the weapon even more power with a lightning charge, so his opponents had to be careful. Without ceremony, the strongman swung his weapon, sending the boys flying like feathers. A couple of seconds later, both fighters landed on the ground with a thud, feeling pain throughout their bodies. Drenched in sweat, Li Gao couldn't believe that the trickster had dealt with the two strongest members of the team so quickly. Not intending to stop, the hero beckoned him over with a simple gesture of his index finger. The angry warrior asked the frightened guy to get up quickly, while he tearfully begged him to go easy on him this time. The first battle ended in just 5 minutes, as the support player was simply kicked out. In the following rounds, Lin Chu revealed all the tricks of spatial magic, giving it his all. Under his pressure, the guys progressed at an astonishing speed, but his spiritual energy was melting away before his eyes, and it was becoming more difficult to defeat them. Initially, Director Jai thought that the young man would last a maximum of 5 rounds on the first day, but he was able to do much more. The main character's mana was almost depleted, and he realized that the 8th match would most likely be insurmountable for him. The persistent Gu Qiyuan grabbed his swords again, threatening not to give the boy a break to recover his spiritual strength. The brave man asked him to start the fight quickly, thinking that since he lacked energy, his knife skills would save him. The merciless opponent immediately rushed into battle, swinging his cold weapon relentlessly. The nimble warrior managed to parry the blade in time, preventing it from reaching its target and pushing his opponent back. Smiling, the strong man admitted that he did not expect the young man's technique to be so perfect, but he was still confident of his victory. Tense, Lin understood that all he could do was dodge, protecting his vulnerable points, because the kitchen cleaver was magic in the man's hands. Ju, impressed, noted that the youngster was on his last legs, while Ju Chen was shocked that his comrade had managed to wound the enemy. The nervous hero understood perfectly well that if things continued like this, he would simply come to an end, so he had to find a way out. Unexpectedly, he resorted to using the Thunder God's strike, which instantly alerted the arrogant Qiyuan. The stunned brute did not expect the kid to still have enough mana for a super powerful attack. The cold-blooded warrior thought to himself that this was his chance to change the course of the battle, so he decided not to delay. The brave warrior made a titanic effort to maintain his power, and it soon paid off. The kitchen cleaver was knocked out of his opponent's hands, followed by a small spray of blood. The very nervous man realized that he had miscalculated, and now a sharp blade was about to fly into him. Slightly disappointed, Gu Qiyuan thought silently, could he really not defeat even such a seemingly simple young man? Standing in one place, focused on his thoughts, the gentleman told himself that this was a stupid defeat. In an instant, he realized that it was just a weak attack, accompanied by neither pain nor itching. Seizing the moment, Lin Qiu put the tip of his sword to his throat, making it clear that he should not make any sudden movements. The trickster said that he was exhausted and had nowhere to get a real thunder god strike, and then noted that his opponent had lost. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, his opponent raised his hand and calmly said that he was giving up, and doing so with a clear conscience. After him, the confident Juchen entered the ring and exclaimed that it was his turn. Laughing maliciously, the former captain asked to be allowed to finish off the hero, knowing full well that he had almost no strength left. The angry fighter shouted that even though they had made peace, his arrogance still annoyed him, and he really wanted to put an end to it. The fearless warrior said that as long as he had even a breath left in him, he would deal with the youngster in full force. He abruptly created a portal, jumped inside, and in an instant found himself behind his wary opponent. A sharp swing of his arm followed, and the stunned curly-haired boy felt intense pain, but did not have time to comprehend anything. A few seconds later, the youngster screamed at the top of his lungs, and his nose turned blue, which looked quite scary. Stunned, Juchen began to complain of pain in his lower back and shouted, asking how the scoundrel dared to do this. Smiling innocently, Lin called what had happened a pure accident. The enraged rival called him a scoundrel, and the calm master Hua Xiaotu immediately began to treat him. Clenching his fist, the focused hero said that compared to a long sword, he still preferred a spear. Calmly, he said that if he couldn't use a weapon with spiritual energy, he would take the one Zhang San had given him. The imperturbable Zhong Li smiled, noting that this suited him, so he was even pleased with his opponent's choice. He didn't even want to fight Chu, but upon learning that he was also a spearman, the fighter offered to cross swords and test their skills. The cool-headed warrior admitted that this was exactly what he wanted to do, so he wasn't nervous at all. At first, the rivals stared silently into each other's eyes, thinking through their next moves. The brave man had no mana left, so it was easy for him to lose this way, but the cold weapon changed everything. He believed that with a spear he could still hold out, so he abruptly assumed a fighting stance, showing his readiness to begin the duel. The long-haired man said that he had been practicing this art since childhood and would simply win with it, adding that he had rarely met anyone who shared this passion. Focused and using his energy, Lin added that he had also never seen such a master of the spear before. At the same time, the young man analyzed every movement and behavior of his opponent in order to draw certain conclusions. He exclaimed that compared to his perfect mastery of the weapon, the shaggy youngster was still far behind him and struck a sharp blow. This was followed by a series of attempts to attack, but this did not scare Zhong Li, who blocked in time. Nervous Lin Ju and Juchen noted that the rabbit was acting deftly and deliberately, but his stamina was almost exhausted. At one point, the fighter felt exhausted, and now it was difficult for him to even hold the spear in his hands. In the end, the young man simply dropped the energy-infused weapon, which looked shocking. Collapsing to his feet, the sweaty guy admitted that he was out of breath because the non-stop fighting had worn him out. Smiling, the calm Li sincerely admitted that his amazing spear technique was far better than his. The exhausted hero said that he could teach him some techniques if he wanted to. Yang Ji said that the training was over and asked the guys what they thought, while Zhang realized that spatial magic was something to be feared. Excited, Zhou and Zhu said that the whole group had been defeated by one person, and on a real battlefield, they would have died 100 times over. After that, the charming girl turned her attention to the rabbit lying on the ground. Smiling sweetly at him, the beauty said that he would have to train the whole team properly in the near future. Over the next few days, the warrior first accepted challenges and then taught Zhong Li the art of spear fighting. After the first day, the young man thought that once he got used to it, he would be able to withstand all the rounds sooner or later. But reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. Thanks to the guys who had grown in strength, the young man also progressed at a furious pace, and his physical fitness level jumped to Platinum 5th rank. Soon, the serious director Yang once again announced that training was over, and the team members could now rest. Today, the main character lasted only 5 fights, and he noted in his thoughts that the young people were becoming more and more powerful. Suddenly, the young man heard a familiar voice calling his name loudly and joyfully. It was his brother Zhang Chu, who had missed him greatly and hugged the young man tightly. The puzzled young man asked where he had come from, but Master Ji had forgotten to mention it, so he asked the blacksmith to explain everything himself. Looking mysterious, the armorer began to draw out the intrigue, trying to formulate a clear sentence. Grabbing his hammer sharply, the young man confidently said that he had come to properly reforge the boys, and advised them to walk the bright path of evolution. The discouraged hero did not understand what was happening at all and simply froze in place with his mouth open in surprise. The skeptical Lin said he didn't want that, and the excited Zhang asked him not to say that. After that, the young man silently crouched down and reached for the lock of the large box to open it. He said that only their country had successfully developed spiritual weapons, and if they didn't use their advantage in the tournament, they would simply miss their chance. A few seconds later, the small chest was opened, revealing steel corsets and other odds and ends. The master, pleased with himself, said that the most important thing he had created was a set of protective armor for each of the fighters. It was said that in spiritual ruins, attack was a secondary matter, and it was much more important to protect one's own skin. The blacksmith asked the guys to unpack their weapons and equipment, which they did without saying a word. Juchen, who was interested in this, noted that the gloves enhanced energy projection skills, which was a good result. The professional also added that the flute for Qiu Li Gao and the spear for Zhongli had been remade into spiritual versions. The delighted guys noted that the work was done amazingly well, and they had no complaints. The former team captain said that he would entrust the charging of the equipment to the director, whose face showed no joy. Behind the elderly gentleman, a man's voice was heard, also deciding to address him with a request. As if he were crazy, Gu Qiuan began waving his cleavers, joyfully saying that his weapons would also be entrusted to the dean. The upset old man asked him to quietly charge the device at home, while the hero silently pondered on the sidelines. The young man knew very well that in the spatial spiritual ruins, the most frightening thing was sudden attacks by beasts. But with combat armor, unless the monster was some kind of transcendent being, the fighters seemed to gain a second life, and that was good. Meanwhile, the academy manager slammed the chest shut, preparing to make a small announcement. He said that tomorrow, 4 students who had previously gone into the ruins would be returning, considering this to be excellent news. The man added that when they returned, the students would have a week of vacation, and asked them to go home to spend time with their families. After that, the noble Yang Jie took out red envelopes, saying that the fighters should go home and celebrate the new year properly. The enthusiastic team began to congratulate the director on the holiday, and a spark of happiness could be seen in everyone's eyes. Smiling, the main character said that he hadn't received anything like this in 100 years, so he was very pleased. The extremely serious old man did not want to cause melancholy, but asked the young people to cherish their time with their loved ones. Then he picked up a wooden box and, using his ability, began to move in an unknown direction. In a few seconds, all that remained of the man was a fiery trail in space, which the young people watched in silence. The pensive Lin Qiu realized that the world tournament would be incredibly dangerous, and there was a chance that some of them would not return. Unexpectedly, the slightly angry young man gave Zhu Chen, who had his back turned, a slap on the back of the head, which stunned him. Feeling a bump on his head, he asked what that was, and the guy picking his nose asked why they were all so serious. After that, the young man headed for the exit, thinking about life along the way. Before leaving, the brave young man smiled and said confidently that as long as he was with them, they would return the same way they had left. His proud teammates believed him and felt safe with them, ready to go all the way. The former team captain congratulated the hero on the new year, but he continued to walk forward silently, without answering. For several minutes, the emotionless Chu thought about the upcoming holidays. He wondered how he would spend the event if everyone was going home and he didn't even have parents. He had the idea of returning to City R to visit Chengming and Zhangsan, but they had loved ones they wanted to be with. Suddenly, gentle female hands covered the boy's eyes, and he froze in place with his mouth open. Turning around sharply, the brave boy saw Qinzhen giggling behind him and the dean standing next to her. The worried boy asked if she was sure she wasn't hurt, having broken through to the Platinum 5-star level in just 10 days. The charmer replied that she had a little black dragon, who turned out to be a real find in the spiritual ruins and never let her down. Stroking the little dragon, the young man said that a little later, his big brother would generously reward him for what he had done. The hero asked if the guys were supposed to come back tomorrow, and Yang Zhe said that was the plan, but only if they were traveling by car. The gentleman said that upon learning that the students had gone home, Jen insisted that he find Ling, so he picked her up on the way. The delighted young man asked if the lovely girl really wanted to see him so much, but the shy girl denied it. Pushing the young couple together, the smiling director said that the charmer wanted to invite Chu to her home to celebrate the new year. The blushing beauty felt better, but she noted that she would not force him if he was not ready for such a thing. The confident young man said that he did not feel any pressure and was happy to accept the invitation. But at the same time, the boy asked if it was too hasty to show up like that, and the old man thought it was quite appropriate. After thinking it over, the teacher discouraged Lin, saying that he fully approved of such an important step as marriage. The hero had always been an orphan, and this family warmth touched him deeply, while the shy Qin said that they had not even discussed the wedding yet. The elderly director said he would accompany the young people a little further and asked if they were ready. He immediately heard a positive response from the charming Zhen, but the indecisive Chu remained silent. The lovers looked into each other's eyes and the mentor smiled, happy for them. At that very moment, the trio set off on a journey that took only a few moments and was not exhausting. A few moments later, they found themselves at the entrance to the Chin mansion, which looked luxurious. The alarmed butler immediately reported to the owners of the house that the young lady had returned and brought a guest with her. Stepping away from the teleportation device, the couple in love looked at the gate in front of them, realizing it was time to go inside. The shocked young man emphasized that it was a real palace, while the modest Jen said that there was nothing special about it. Scratching the back of his head, the young man remembered that he had not prepared a gift, and the butler had already run to call the girl's parents. The excited young man asked the master to lend him something, but he laughed, saying that this was a test that the boy had to pass himself. Then he began to move in an unknown direction, asking the boy to show his best side at the first meeting. A few seconds later, the old man was gone, and the worried boy didn't even know what to do. Barely holding back tears, Lin was afraid that he would simply be kicked out, because he had come empty-handed. But suddenly, the system made itself known, quickly noticing that its owner was calling for help. The enthusiastic young man asked the robot to awaken some useful skill or give him something for the new year. But in the end, he just burst into tears because he had mastered the ridiculous skill of playing Xiangqi. The beautiful Jen's mother suddenly came out of the house and immediately recognized the little boy Chu, who was frozen in place. The charming lady asked the young man to come in quickly, noting that Chin and her father were already waiting in the living room. The confused young man realized that now he was definitely doomed, but he simply had no other choice. A few minutes later, he was sitting in a chair, and in front of him was a man reading a newspaper. It was the boy's future father-in-law, who looked at him as if he were a piece of rotten meat. The lovely girl said that she and her mother would be gone for a short while, which made the hero feel even more frightened. The sweating young man didn't know what to do with himself, but now he was left alone with his beloved stern father. Deciding to break the awkward silence, he stood up and held out his hand, suddenly introducing himself as Uncle Lin, which caused discontent. The enraged man shouted, asking if the insolent young man had managed to jump a generation ahead, and the young man apologized, saying that he had misspoken. Throwing a sharp knife at a wooden chair, the impulsive Uncle Chin asked if this scoundrel intended to take his daughter away. The gentleman exclaimed that the boy must first pass his test, but he was frightened, so he did not argue. The hot-tempered man said that Jen's food was inedible, and if the hero wanted to marry her, he would first have to prove himself in the kitchen. Keeping his cool, the young man reached into the inventory with his hand to get something to cook with. He suggested cooking meat from a spiritual beast of the true warrior level, and the surprised man asked where he got it. The chatterbox said that in the last mission, the master and a couple of elders had given it to him as a reward, and the dissatisfied Chin remarked that the kid was clearly bragging. Deciding not to waste time talking, the future father-in-law began the cooking process, confident that he would crush the youngster in his craft. After a short while, 2 plates of food appeared on the table, which differed greatly in color. The first to try the food were the mother and daughter, who did not know much about cooking, but seemed satisfied. No one even touched Qinzheng's dish, but Lin Chu's cooking was devoured in seconds with great pleasure. The man with the dissatisfied expression nevertheless took a small piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it on his tongue. After a couple of seconds, he relaxed considerably, wondering how this guy managed to cook something so delicious. However, the gentleman did not want to admit defeat, so he slammed his palm on the table, preparing to make a statement. He shouted at his wife to bring his game set immediately, saying that he would play a game with the boy, and she asked what this sudden outburst was all about. A few minutes later, a board game with white pieces was laid out on the table. Recalling the past, the professional Xiangqi player declared that the young man must first defeat him at the game. The first game ended very quickly with a victory for the hero, who had mastered the game before coming to visit. Old man Chin also lost the second round and said that he would play until he had won 6 out of 11 games. In the end, he suffered only defeats, and soon, in a rage, he overturned the board, asking if the insolent boy could not give in. Calm Wenxia asked her husband to calm down and admit defeat, as circumstances demanded. The hot-tempered man demanded another game, while the polite Lin asked his father-in-law not to forget their agreement. After a while, the main character and the charming Jen sat on a swing, admiring the green trees. The guy asked her how she liked today's performance, and the beauty replied that she would give it a B+. Then the young man remembered their agreement and asked if she was going to back out, and the girl replied that her score was higher again. The elegant lady took out her mobile device and opened the relevant page to show the results. Smiling, the brave young man said that she had to pay for her loss, and the shocked lady couldn't believe what she was seeing. The shy girl was ready to fulfill the agreement, after which Lin gently took her by the chin, turning her toward him. The couple in love really wanted to kiss, but a few meters away from them stood a man with a fierce gaze. Their privacy was interrupted by the sudden appearance of her father, who drew attention to himself with a slight cough. The slightly flushed girl asked what her father was doing there, since he had wanted to be alone before. The haughty gentleman replied that he was just taking a walk after dinner, but didn't want to disturb them, so he started to leave. The young man asked if they could continue with their private affairs, but at first there was no response. Surprised, Q noticed that his partner's cheeks had turned red and touched her face again with his fingers. He loved how sweet his beloved was, and soon he leaned in to kiss her again. But once again, the couple was interrupted by the silly old man, who started mowing the lawn in front of them. The annoying old man smiled and said that he hadn't mowed the lawn in a long time and decided to do it right now. Discouraged, Lin quickly realized that nothing would come of it today, so he gave up on his desires. On New Year's Eve, the satisfied hero asked Uncle Chin how he could evaluate his calligraphy. The man replied that the result was not bad, but that the boy still had a long way to go to reach his level, while thinking to himself that he was a master of all trades. After that, the gentleman suggested going into the house to sit down and talk a little about life. He took a glass bottle with unknown contents out of the cupboard, which looked like an elite alcohol. Without saying a word, his future father-in-law began pouring the liquid into a small glass, while the surprised young man silently watched his back. The serious gentleman asked him to drink a little, suggesting they have a man-to-man talk, which was even a little alarming. Slightly excited, the young man wondered if his uncle had finally accepted him as his son. The man called the hero Little Chu and admitted that he was very afraid when he found out that Chen was going to the world tournament. As a father, he did not want his only daughter to participate in such a dangerous competition, and this was already like a revelation. The gentleman, who had struck up a heartfelt conversation, looked at the beautiful girl who was chatting happily with her mother. Then Chin added that as a retired military man, he understood perfectly well what was at stake and what a huge responsibility the fighters carried on their shoulders. At one point, the extremely serious young man asked him not to worry, remaining firm in his words. Being stern, the brave man swore on his life that he would protect his future wife from any misfortune at any cost. Banging his glass loudly on the table, the mysterious father seemed to be about to make an important announcement, which alarmed the young man. He suddenly hugged Lin Chu, saying that over the past few days he had become completely convinced of his worthiness. The young man realized that his uncle was accepting him into the family, so all the trials he had gone through had not been in vain. His future father-in-law promised that if the boys returned safe and sound, he would give his blessing to their wedding. The enthusiastic young man said that he could start preparing to babysit his grandchildren, but his angry counterpart asked him to wait at least until he graduated from the academy. The stern gentleman grabbed the young man by the collar, noting that the Chin family did not know the word divorce, only widowhood. The worried young man swore to always take care of his other half, and Wen Shi noticed the argument. The calm lady inquired about her elderly husband's activities and then invited the men to dinner. With a smile on his face, the old man hugged the young man, saying that they were already leaving, and at that moment the atmosphere became a little more pleasant. The fact that they had finally become friends greatly pleased the charming Jen, who did not mention it. The slightly flushed girl heard the conversation between her beloved and her father, and this made her even happier. Hiding behind her plate, she tried to hold back her tears, thanking her father for his care in her inner voice. Late in the evening, the couple sat on the roof watching the fireworks, and there the beautiful Chin thanked Lin Chu. At first, the young man didn't understand, but the lady expressed her gratitude to him for always worrying about her. The young man reminded her that she was his girlfriend and that it was his duty. But in reality, he felt that he owed her everything. The brave young man said that this new year was special, and thanks to his beloved, he felt for the first time that he had a home. Feeling wonderful, the girl said that from now on, they would celebrate every holiday together. Gently embracing his beloved, the hero supported her idea, noting that it would definitely be so. The beautiful moment was interrupted by the robot assistant, who pointed out that the fighter had not yet awakened his skill today. The young man thought to himself that seeing it on New Year's Eve was something special, but the assistant did not like small talk and simply began to extract the skill. The host was congratulated on acquiring an SS-level ability, namely invisibility, which lasted for up to 5 minutes. The pensive Chu was delighted with this holiday gift, as it was every guy's dream. Amidst the loud fireworks, the smiling Lin congratulated Qin Zhen on the new year, and she felt comfortable next to him. After spending the event at his future wife's house, the main character and director Ouyang Jie headed back to base. Back at the camp, they plunged back into intense training, and with the return of their teammates, the warriors' workload only increased. The morning sessions consisted of sparring, where 9 people fought against Chu in order to master their abilities as quickly as possible. After lunch, team fights began, the purpose of which was to improve the coordination of future tournament participants. The tired hero admitted that he was exhausted because the guys didn't give him a single chance. At that moment, the serious-looking Ju Chen asked if his opponent was being too selective with his blows. He emphasized that the mentor hits everyone in the face, but Qin Zhen never touched her, which made the girl blush. The young man coughed in response, asking him not to talk nonsense and emphasizing that he treats everyone the same. Unexpectedly, the academy director appeared and asked the first student to come to him. The boy asked what had happened, and the master replied that he had prepared a New Year's gift for him. From the inside pocket of his jacket, the man took out a mesmerizingly beautiful blue sphere imbued with energy. The hero thanked the teacher for the diamond spiritual pearl of thunder, and he asked him to try to absorb it. The focused and extremely serious fighter took the object in his hands, and then the important process began. Within a minute, he managed to break through to the 8-star platinum level, which was a very good result for someone so young. The warrior was delighted with the new technique, and a joyful Yang Jie asked if he wanted to try it out. Maintaining his concentration, the brave man raised his hand sharply, calling for the activation of the acquired skill. His gaze at that moment was very stern, which was a big plus for its use. An incredibly powerful lightning attack spread over a large area of the Earth's surface, which looked spectacular. The tense director used his phone to measure that the event lasted only 3 seconds. Soon, the exhausted fighter collapsed to the ground and began to breathe heavily, trying to recover as quickly as possible. The mentor said that the technique had tremendous power, but asked his student to use it only as a last resort. The trickster thought about combining it with energy replenishment from the system, and realized that it would be an endless, apocalyptic thunder. Wiping the sweat from his face, the warrior thanked the master again, saying that it was incredibly cool. He proudly declared that he would crush the darkness with the brilliance of lightning, and the dean remarked that the young man had been getting too cocky lately. Then the old man put his hand on the shoulder of little Chu, who was ready to listen attentively to his instructions. The stern director said that since he had already reached the platinum star level, it was time to tell him about some things. The man asked if the boy knew how many true warrior-level masters there were in their country, but he did not know the answer. It was said that there were currently more than 20,000 diamond-ranked professionals registered, but only 100 were genuine. The young man realized that further breakthroughs would be incredibly difficult, and Ji confirmed this and asked him not to think that platinum gave him the right to become arrogant. He also added that spiritual ruins would appear near Mount Fuji in Country R, which put them at a disadvantage. The tense director asked if the kid thought that the internal group had been acting suspiciously quiet lately. The kid really understood that New Year's with Qin Zhen was the perfect moment to attack, but no one even moved. Visavi said that all 3 Supreme Masters were currently busy with other matters, which was too alarming. He feared that this time the enemies might deploy a powerful fighter, and warned that if he was detained, the guys from would be in danger. The director decided to secretly send the experienced students on their way earlier, and told them that they should change their clothes, change their identities, and be the first to arrive in Country R. A week later, the rest of the team found out about this and were shocked by the unexpected announcement. The hero said that they would go undercover, and the master would later lead a diversionary detachment, and was pleased that he had previously pulled out the camouflage skill. The academy manager entered the room with new documents and identities for the team of young fighters. He handed a whole stack of papers to Commander Lin, who had to sort them out first. Slightly puzzled, the young man wondered if these IDs had been made by a naming genius. Still, the leader decided not to waste time on idle chatter, and ordered everyone to change clothes, as it was time to get into character. Adjusting his tie, the young man said that his new persona was a real estate agent. A disappointed Zhu Chen pulled out the identity of the unknown Wu Tailan, while the equally sad Jiang Hu became Isho Tanaka. The tense dean asked the students in Country R to be quiet and wait calmly for the start of the world tournament. The team captain asked him not to worry, promising to develop quietly, then said goodbye, and they all began to leave. After a short time, the group of people on the plane landed at the right airport. The main character said that the mentor had promised to send someone to Chipa to meet them. Ahead of them stood the stern commander of the Qinglong reconnaissance group named Meng Ho, as well as intelligence gatherer Zhu Zhong. The surprised young man quickly realized that these were the very people they had talked about at the academy. The brave boy approached the girl and mentioned the invasion of the southern barbarians, which was the secret password. Taking off her black glasses, the lady touched the giant elephant, which was the answer to the code phrase. The boy continued to recite the poem enthusiastically, and the astonished lady soon realized that he was their colleague. The real estate agent asked to be called simply an intermediary, but did not reveal his identity, and the lady asked him to follow her. Impressed by the acrostic, the girl mentioned awkwardly that she already had a boyfriend. hinting that she would like to get to know the hero better. Then she introduced Manhwa, saying that the stranger simply had no chance, and the commander himself smiled at him. Excited Lin Q seemed to recognize the young gentleman in front of him, but at first he couldn't quite be sure. The man with the cross-shaped scar on his face also realized that he was looking at someone he knew. The young man said he had no interest in Juzhong and pointed to Qinzhen, calling her Heiko Nagano, and the man asked about the acrostic. The proud real estate agent corrected him, saying that it was a poem with a secret at the end of each line, and considered it unacceptable to shorten the title. His counterpart noted that this young man was really cunning, and he couldn't even argue with him at that moment. Then he abruptly asked everyone to get into the car, noting that there was no time for explanations, but no one even understood anything. Keeping their cool, the group of people gradually filled the bus and prepared to depart for an unknown destination. At high speed, the two vehicles began moving in an unclear direction, which was a little suspicious. The unperturbed Meng Ho said that the auction was about to begin, which caused the main character to become nervous. Juzhong said that the Miyamoto family from Country R was going to auction off artifacts that had been illegally taken out of the country and needed to be returned. Now the lady realized that they were pretending to be locals in order to buy the jewels at auction, and handed him the dossier. The thoughtful mediator took the papers from her hands and decided to read them to understand the meaning of the task. The tense fighter found it outrageous that the guys from Country R weren't actually going to sell anything. Meanwhile, the nervous Lin Chun was helping a girl who was experiencing stomach pains, saying that she couldn't get used to raw food. The captain, who was the true executor of the mission, wondered where the person who was supposed to meet them was. Soon the real estate agent reported that R was simply putting on a show for their patrons from Country M. He added on the phone that even if they offered the highest price, the artifacts would never be sold. To his left, the puzzled young man suddenly saw the Americans Zoa, Linda, and Fitch, as well as a stranger walking beside them. It was a red-haired young man named Anthony, whose abilities were unknown. Alerted, Chu now kept his eyes fixed on the people he knew, who were clearly pursuing their own goals. The distrustful fighter was sure that this guy was clearly not a simpleton, even though he looked unremarkable. The mysterious man exuded a heavy aura, but tried not to give himself away and not to talk to anyone. The brave man decided that it would be better to lie low until the tournament began, and noticed that they had been mistaken for special agents on some kind of mission. Out of a patriotic impulse, the young man decided to take a look at the matter. But if the master found out, he risked being punished. The attention of those present was drawn to an auctioneer named Takashi Miyamoto, who announced the start of the event. The first relic was a famous bronze vessel from the country's history, with a starting bid of 16 million. It was a rather impressive object with bright patterns that attracted the attention of many. One of the dissatisfied guests said that it was a Huago artifact, and a shocked Lin froze with his mouth open. Using his precious ability, the young man began to study the item to determine its authenticity. A serious gentleman from the hall was ready to pay 20 million right away, which caused even a little anger in the person sitting next to him. The manager of the house offered a whopping 50 million, asking if that was all the pathetic beggars could come up with. Taking this as a challenge, the competitors began to raise the bid by percentages, but the bidding did not end there. The self-confident gentleman kept up with them and did the same, and there was no end to all this fuss. The unkempt blonde jumped up and exclaimed that they were ready to bid a whopping 100 million. The arrogant man was sure that victory would be his, but at that moment, the main character began to look at him. The daredevil knew that the bronze vessel was worth at most 20 million, and they were deliberately forcing their guys to raise prices to humiliate Huago. The mediator decided to give the schemers a little surprise and slowly rose from his chair. He asked his beloved to watch the auction, saying that he would be away for a short time to use the restroom. A few minutes later, the young man carefully approached the desired room and began to pull the handle down. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the young man carefully entered and slowly looked around. Then a sly smile appeared on his face, because everything was going according to plan, and there were no obstacles yet. The profit-hungry young man saw a large number of items shining in the light in front of him. With greedy hands, he grabbed one of the vases and put it in his inventory. Realizing that he could make a good profit, the brave lad began to move forward stealthily, hoping to run outside and remain unnoticed in the corridor. Once outside the room, the boy allowed himself to break into a jog and soon had the vase far behind him. But nearby at that moment was an alert security guard who heard strange noises. Soon, the man saw that the double door to the storeroom was open and suspected that intruders had entered. Upon entering, he saw that the shelves were empty and immediately reported the emergency situation via radio. Smiling to himself, the hero said that the police were too late, as everything had already been stolen. A few seconds later, the real estate agent returned to his partner, who was still sitting in the hall. Over the radio, his alarmed colleague asked the agent why there had been no news for so long. The serious guy replied that they were about to put on a real show, but asked him not to rush. The polite Takashi Miyamoto announced that the auction was over and asked everyone to come up on stage one by one to collect their lots. A sweaty security guard rushed up to him and whispered that their relics had been stolen. One of the serious men in the hall remarked that it looked like a card, and his hand reflexively clenched into a fist. Unexpectedly, the owner of the house slapped his subordinate who had come to him with bad news. He was angry because many craftsmen were guarding the premises, but Baka said that the artifacts had simply been stolen. The dissatisfied people began to ask where their items had gone and demanded their money back. Takashi, feeling tense, immediately called the general and reported that they had an emergency. While the police tried to calm the nervous crowd, Miyamoto asked the commander if this was really the work of Country Z. He cited the example of the cunning Ouyang Jie, who could teleport jewels unnoticed. The commander-in-chief said that the old man was currently on live television and had not left the studio, while the nervous young man asked who could have worked so silently. Meanwhile, undercover agent Lin Chu held a white sheet of paper with writing on it in his hand. Drawing the attention of those present, he exclaimed that according to the contract, if the lots were not transferred, the owners were obliged to pay 30% of their auction value. The discontent among the people grew even stronger, and now they were ready to fight to get their money back. A whole group of burly men turned their attention to the nervous, bespectacled man who had no one to stand up for him. At that moment, the crowd began to beat the weakling with their hands and feet, pouring out all their hatred on him. Soon, the weakened guy's glasses were broken, and the people were satisfied with the results of their little work. His comrade on the radio asked how the mediator had managed to pull it off, and he called it a trivial trick that was not worth mentioning. Then the main character noticed a girl in a blue dress who had unexpectedly approached him. The charming Zoa handed him her business card and asked in a calm voice if he wanted to chat. The lady noted that they had obviously met somewhere before, as the young gentleman looked strangely familiar. Blushing with embarrassment, Lin said that she was mistaken, as he was just a humble real estate agent. The lady emphasized that his English was simply delightful and asked him to do her the honor of having dinner with her. The brave man wondered if modern ladies had become so assertive, but suspected that they had a hidden motive. Then he noticed the hidden anger of his beloved Qin Zhen, who clearly did not like such flirting. The charming Zoa once again asked what the mediator thought about having dinner together that evening. Feeling the gaze of his future wife on him, the young man began to sweat, not rushing to give any answer. Smiling slightly, the perceptive young man handed his beloved his phone and asked her to go back first. In a chat with her other half, the girl read that he was going to gather intelligence, after which she calmed down. The daredevil asked the beautiful lady where they would go for dinner, and was ready to follow her anywhere. Red-haired Linda knew a great place and suggested they go there, and the mediator said it was up to them. Soon they came to a small restaurant, at the entrance to which stood a woman dressed in a red dress with a pearl in her hand. The discouraged guy wondered if this was a decent place, because at first glance it didn't seem so. The slightly flushed girl asked him not to be shy, and said that it was a completely respectable cafe. Hugging her companion from behind, the lady whispered that she would help check how honest he was, and maybe she could knock him out with one blow. In turn, Shy Zoa exchanged glances with the calm real estate agent, as if fantasizing about something in her head. Her friend continued to giggle strangely, which caused slight confusion among those around them. Suddenly, a stranger in leather boots appeared in front of the trio, standing with his legs wide apart, blocking their path. The red-haired young man with a bandana on his head firmly stated that entry to the establishment was prohibited. The bewildered hero asked who he was, and Linda replied that he was 21-year-old Anthony, who had reached the Diamond 5-star level. The mediator noted that he was one of Zoa's admirers, and the girl felt sorry that their love was unrequited. She added that the guy had awakened a mysterious crystal power, and no one had yet seen him give it his all. Unexpectedly, the insolent Chu hugged the charming lady around the waist, causing the powerful American to become very upset. The stunned fighter called him a shameless boy who dared to touch his beloved right in front of him. Realizing that he had been caught, the daredevil thought to himself that this provocation should be enough. He said that the wonderful meeting was over for today, and hoped to see Miss Zoa alone by candlelight next time. Shocking the Yankee, the mediator turned and started to leave, but the redhead was not going to let him go just like that. The delighted girl called the man gallant, and Anthony noticed that the scoundrel had managed to attract her attention. After a while, Lin Chu walked past the construction site, completely calm. Suddenly he asked the American to stop hiding, asking if he should catch up with the two ladies. The warrior immediately came out from behind the fence and said in an unperturbed tone that it was none of the stranger's business. The brave man asked why he was chasing him, and his opponent replied that he just wanted to spar with him. Smiling, the sarcastic hero asked if the Diamond Master was really going to fight a pathetic Platinum 8-star, which seemed unlikely. The fierce fighter exclaimed that he could suppress his cultivation, but demanded an oath that if he lost, he would never appear before Zoa again. The real estate agent immediately used his powerful ability, making it clear that he was ready to start the fight. Without ceremony, he rushed into the attack, moving in different directions so as not to become an easy target. The fearless Anthony continued to stand in one place, carefully studying his opponent's actions. After a few seconds, the American simply grinned and asked if that was all he was capable of. Being completely confident in himself, the experienced master said that there was no point in continuing if these were all the tricks he had. The focused Yankee was ready to demonstrate his skills and was putting in a tremendous effort to do so. At that moment, his fist was filled with enormous power, capable of destroying any enemy in a second. The extremely serious opponent remained in place and thought about his next move, without showing even a hint of fear. The completely calm mediator called his opponent a boor who was incapable of interesting moves. Throwing himself into battle, he activated a lightning arc, which served as a more compelling argument. At the same time, the American froze again, waiting for his opponent's move and believing that victory would be on his side. The cool-headed Lin Q jumped to increase the power of his strike, and tried not to even blink so as not to be distracted. The tense Anthony did not expect such a turn of events, but a strong fist suddenly appeared in front of his nose. He didn't have time to dodge, losing his coordination and bouncing back, falling rapidly to the ground. Then the trickster flew into the wall, receiving a strong blow to the spine, but he didn't even manage to figure out what had happened. The angry American coughed loudly from the smoke, noting that this kid really had something. The sarcastic Chu suggested that the redhead produced the crystal, and he would extract it and split the profits in half. This made the warrior even angrier, and he soon exclaimed that the insolent man had successfully angered him. Straddling his legs wide, he resorted to using his superpower, summoning terrifying predators. 3 demons with sharp fangs rushed to attack the hero, eager to satisfy their hunger as soon as possible. The extremely tense guy shouted, asking what kind of crazy technique this was, but received no answer. Without panicking, the trickster began jumping from side to side, so as not to become an easy target for the monsters. At the same time, he watched his enemy closely, not even knowing what else to expect from him. Suddenly, the young man noticed that Xiaohei the dragon had climbed out of the bag, but the reason for this was unclear. The pet wanted to help his big brother, but he said he could deal with these glass lizards without him. One of the creatures opened its nasty mouth, from which a huge number of magic crystals began to fly out. What was happening was something like artillery fire that could hit anyone. The daredevil did not lose his composure and continued to run, successfully saving his life. Being completely calm, he said to himself that the reconnaissance was almost complete, and it was time to think about how to get away. He also did not understand how to pull off the deal, and a small group of pterodactyls had gathered ahead. Behind a stone wall nearby was an agitated Zoa, realizing that the mediator's life was in danger. Tense Linda noticed that she had fallen in love with this guy, and the lady realized that the real estate agent was no match for Anthony. Being very nervous, the lady exclaimed that she had to stop them and immediately began calling for her comrade. The red-haired American immediately noticed the girl he had been in love with for a very long time. The girl took his hand, asking him to stop all this, and he asked if she was really worried about this cute little brat. The warrior, determined to see it through to the end, cried out that it was unforgivable and activated the triple dragon choke. Meanwhile, the hero was slowly surrounded by vile monsters, but he was not going to give up and was thinking about a plan of action. The nimble fighter seized the moment and began to run forward, hoping to escape. At that moment, he was moving toward a loose wall nearby, as if pursuing some goal in his mind. Soon, he began analyzing the structure of the building, the optimal point of impact, and the material from which it was constructed. Thanks to his construction skills, the brave Lin saw the weak points of the building, so he could come up with something. Smiling, the confident young man said to himself that this was his chance for salvation in this situation. Unexpectedly, using his skills, he made a high jump, causing strong vibrations in the ground. The broken wall immediately collapsed directly onto the monsters pursuing him, who were stunned by what was happening. At that moment, there was a rumble like a medium-sized explosion, which even frightened the Americans. A very angry Anthony emphasized that the kid was very agile, but he still did not deviate from his goal. Zoa, flushed with excitement, cried out that the building was about to collapse, and then simply froze in place due to confusion. The tense fighter turned sharply when he saw the girl covering her head, whom he was very worried about. Suddenly, the unflappable Lin Q appeared beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist again to calm her down. The shocked lady asked when he had managed to get there, and the gallant young man asked her to hold on to him tightly. the daredevil abruptly picked up the beautiful lady and galloped away, and a spectacular explosion thundered behind him. The hero could not have imagined that his skill in construction would turn the building into a weapon, and the disheartened Zoa thanked him for saving her. As a token of her gratitude, she offered to take him somewhere, but the emotionless male refused, saying it was too late. A man's hand suddenly poked out from under the rubble, which looked very creepy from the side. It was an angry Anthony, who was very pleased that this insolent fellow had managed to win the heart of his goddess. After a while, a small pile of jewels, previously stolen by Lin Chu, lay on the wooden table. A nervous Meng Ho asked if the real mission accomplisher was Lin Chun's brother, who confirmed this without hesitation. The captain said that if it weren't for the hero, he wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so cleanly, while the young man emphasized that he was being too modest. The man added that although they had defeated Country R, he believed that they should not stop there. The brave man noted that the greed and crimes of the Miyamoto family would not disappear because of one theft of treasure. The masked commander realized that the young brother had a plan, and both fighters were ready to listen to his proposal. The mysterious young man said he would need their help, and expressed his desire to give the insolent people a gift they would remember for a long time. He added that the news reported that the auction house would once again donate artifacts to the Li Qingyi Society, and suggested causing chaos there. The Supreme Master of the Fire Element, and concurrently General Dayu, was indeed appearing live on television at that moment. Late in the evening, the main character was on the roof of Miyamoto's house, waiting for the right moment. Fire was raging everywhere, and below, panicked people were running around trying to escape and remain unharmed. One of the men shouted orders to extinguish the main gate immediately, while others called for help, but it was useless. Lin, gloating, mocked them, noting that this was not a bad gift for them. Then the brave man activated his spiritual technique and rushed into the attack to finish off his confused enemies. An incredibly powerful lightning strike pierced a huge area of territory, which looked terrifying from the outside. The stern General Dayu shouted, asking which insolent person dared to destroy Li Qingyi's society. At that moment, the man saw the brave man and threatened to make him pay for challenging them. In a rage, the impulsive fighter used his fiery ability, eager to punish the intruder as soon as possible. The trickster did not lose his composure and began jumping around to make it difficult to hit him. The lightning-fast group attack and super speed consumed too much energy, so the warrior requested that the robot restore his spiritual power. The assistant announced that the condition had completely improved, but could no longer replenish mana, so he asked his master to act wisely. With a confident smile, the warrior said that this would be enough to finish off the enemy. He relentlessly used portals to change his location and avoid his opponent's tricks. Alerted, Miyamoto wondered if the youngster possessed spatial magic, since he kept disappearing. The ruthless young man resorted to activating a lightning strike to inflict great damage on his opponent. The unperturbed gentleman immediately sensed movement behind him and turned around, ready for anything. Suddenly releasing a fiery charge, he shouted viciously that the scoundrel would now lose his life for his insolence. An incredibly powerful explosion followed, but fortunately, the main character remained unharmed. The bewildered Dayu pointed out that the kid had disappeared again, and it was starting to annoy him. The guy standing on the roof advised the old man to learn to control himself, because he was clearly getting nervous. The general, blue with rage, spread his legs wide, eager to destroy the stub at any cost. The brave man continued to watch his actions closely and was ready to dodge any attacks. Keeping his cool, he smiled, saying that the desired goal had been achieved and now it was time to run away. The enraged commander ordered his men to comb through all places with the slightest traces of spiritual energy and attack indiscriminately. At that very moment, the target was discovered, and a whole squad of fighters began to chase after the stern Lin Q, who had no intention of giving up. The system abruptly entered a state of absolute concealment, completely suppressing all traces of the master's presence. The young man began to express his love for the assistant, because it was a very noble gesture on his part, and a great help. The fighter managed to escape, and the angry Dayu and his subordinates lost track of him, which greatly angered the general. It soon became known that due to the attack and destruction of the Qingyi society, Miyamoto's plan to move the ancient relics had to be abandoned. Discouraged, Director G said that he had only just arrived and already heard that the young man Chu had caused some kind of commotion in the country of R. The shy boy considered it most important that his counterpart was not angry about their mess, and the master praised the students for their secrecy. The warrior asked to reward them with a couple of coins or a spiritual pearl, but the dean changed the subject and decided to get down to business. Folding his arms across his chest, the gentleman said that he had to tell the boys about the world tournament, because it was much more important.